Teacher Wang listened intently, occasionally taking a sip of water, as if engrossed in a captivating story. Are you telling the truth? Zhou Heng nodded and earnestly affirmed. Yes, it's true. You can confirm with my mom. She has already accepted Yin Mengren as her goddaughter. But please don't tell her about our relationship yet. Teacher Wang listened attentively, then shifted the discussion back to their relationship. Lost in thought, she finally turned to Zhou Heng and asked, do you really think it won't affect your studies? Of course not. We will only progress together. You also know that I made significant improvements in the last monthly exam, thanks to Yin Mengren. I assure you, I will continue to improve in the next exam. Zhou Heng replied confidently. He believed in his self-discipline, and Yin Mengren didn't need to worry since she understood the importance of maintaining good academic performance. All right, understood. Teacher Wang nodded. Suddenly, she opened a nearby drawer and took out an envelope, handing it to Zhou Heng. This is for Yin Mengren. I should have given it to her earlier. This is... Zhou Heng held the envelope in his hand, feeling puzzled. It seemed to be filled with something bulging ... possibly money. Teacher Wang answered quietly, this is just a small token of appreciation from me. It's not much, but it may help Yin Mengren a little. This child is my favorite student in all the years I've been teaching. I certainly don't want her future to be affected by external factors. Zhou Heng nodded in realization, saying, I understand. I will give it to her. However, Teacher Wang shook her head and denied. No, I gave this to you because I want you to keep it and use it to spend on her. Also, don't tell her it's from me. Huh? Why? Teacher Wang gave Zhou Heng a blank look, sigh, and said, aren't you her boyfriend? Don't you understand her at all? If you give it directly to her, would she accept it? She would definitely return it, saying she can't take it. But if you keep it and spend it on her, she might be more willing to accept it. Zhou Heng was surprised to hear this and couldn't help but give Teacher Wang a thumbs up, exclaiming, wow, teacher, you do good deeds without seeking recognition. You have also done a great deed without telling others, right? Compared to that, what I did is nothing but a little effort. Do you trust me that much, teacher? What if I spend it myself? Trust in people. Don't doubt people. From what you have told me, I believe you won't disappoint me. If you spend it, it would only prove that I misjudged you, and Yin Mengren too. Zhou Heng realized that in Teacher Wang's words, it seemed like she acknowledged their relationship with Yin Mengren. So, teacher, are you saying, yes, I am grateful to you for your efforts for Yin Mengren, so I'm asking you to continue taking care of her for me in the future. You two can continue to be together, but first, both of you should not let it affect your studies. Second, be a little low-key at school. Don't do too much. These 2 points will suffice, and in the future, I will turn a blind eye. Really? Thank you, Teacher Wang. Zhou Heng excitedly stood up from his chair, shouting, which startled other teachers in the office. Teacher Wang frowned, waved her hand, and said in a low voice, shh, okay. Go on now. Don't you have an event today? Perform well in front of Yin Mengren. Don't come back to see me if you don't get first place. Okay. Zhou Heng smiled, nodded repeatedly. Then, with a reluctant look from Teacher Wang, he left the office. Surprisingly, Teacher Wang had actually agreed to their relationship. It seemed she really liked Yin Mengren. With anyone else, this relationship would not have been approved. After leaving the office, Zhou Heng looked at the envelope. Inside was a stack of banknotes, probably around 4,000 to 5,000. As far as he knew, this was roughly half of their teacher's monthly salary. Zhou Heng turned his head in amazement toward the office, looking almost incredulous. He didn't expect Teacher Wang to help Yin Mengren with so much money. Even though they had a teacher-student relationship, the teacher was just an ordinary working person earning a salary. It wasn't against the law or a crime for her not to help Yin Mengren. She had her own family, relatives, children, and worked hard not for charity. Helping Yin Mengren to such an extent was already very ethical on the part of the teacher, which made Zhou Heng deeply respect Teacher Wang in his heart. No wonder her classes were always outstanding, maintaining the top spot in the grade. It seemed to have a lot to do with this outstanding teacher. After a moment, Zhou Heng bowed deeply towards the office before leaving. He was conflicted now. Although Teacher Wang asked him to keep the money and spend it on Yin Mengren in his name, he didn't want to do it. He didn't want to appropriate Teacher Wang's good intentions as his own. However, what Teacher Wang said was correct. If he directly told Yin Mengren, she would definitely refuse. So, this dilemma was left for him to solve. Thinking from Yin Mengren's perspective, he hoped she would accept the money as it could help her significantly. At the same time, he felt it necessary to let Yin Mengren know that the money was given by the teacher. He couldn't let the teacher's kindness be hidden. At least when Yin Mengren had the ability to repay the teacher in the future, she wouldn't forget this kind gesture. Meanwhile, on the playground, Yin Mengren was organizing her classmates for the task, but her mind was preoccupied with Zhou Heng's situation. It had been about 20 minutes, and there was still no result. Hey! At this moment, a hand patted Yin Mengren's shoulder. She turned to see Tang Zi standing next to her, followed by a man who looked similar to her, presumably Tang Zi's father. Tang Zi introduced, "Dad, this is Yin Mengren." Yin Mengren quickly bowed and greeted, "Hello, uncle." Tang Zi's father nodded with a smile, saying, "Oh, good child, we're all family, no need to be polite." Tang Zi was carrying a bag and said to Yin Mengren, "Is it starting soon? I'm going to change clothes." "Yes, I should go change after arranging a few more things. Some classes have already changed. The girls holding placards are dressed beautifully. Very eye-catching. I have to wait until the teacher comes down. Otherwise, no one will watch the class, and I can't leave randomly." In the corridor, Zhou Heng had just come out. He had tucked away the envelope in his desk upon returning to the classroom earlier and now was ready to go out. Zhou Heng, just as he was about to walk out of the educational building, a voice called out to him, causing him to turn around. A student hurried over. "Liao Haomiao." Zhou Heng looked at the student before him, clad in sports gear, shorts, with a number tag on him. "You also have an event." Liao Haomiao caught up to Zhou Heng, nudged his glasses, nodded, and asked, "Of course, I know that you do too. You're just wearing school uniform. What about your number tag?" "Oh, I haven't gone back to the classroom yet. The teacher called me early this morning." Zhou Heng waved his hand in a hurry, continuing to move forward. He didn't have time this morning to change clothes or get his number tag. Liao Haomiao followed alongside Zhou Heng, asking, "What event did you sign up for?" "It wouldn't be the same as mine, right? A weight ball. A 100 meters. Liao Haomiao nodded lightly and said, "Oh, that's good. It seems I have successfully avoided you." Zhou Heng turned to look at him, chuckled lightly, and asked, "Why? Are you afraid to compete with me?" I have heard about you. Is there anyone who dares to say they can win against you 100%? I just want to help our class get first place, not to compete with you." Liao Haomiao directly admitted, not caring at all whether Zhou Heng was provoking or taunting. Zhou Heng was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Liao Haomiao to have such a good attitude. Even after he said that, Liao Haomiao didn't retaliate. It seemed that he had learned something from Liao Haomiao again. If it were him and Tang Zi, they would definitely keep taunting each other endlessly. Zhou Heng nodded and said, "Well then, I wish you to get first place." "The same to you." Liao Haomiao extended his fist. Zhou Heng was slightly surprised, but then smiled and fist bumped him. The two of them walked out of the classroom together, exchanged a few simple words, and after becoming friends, they would sometimes chat after class. They also exchanged contact information, but so far they hadn't contacted each other. After all, being two guys, they really didn't know what to talk about. On the day of the school sports meet, the outer perimeter of the school would open its gates for parents to come and watch. Although they couldn't go inside, they were on the edge of the field, separated from the students by just a fence. Some students had already gone there to chat with their parents. Outside the fence, many people had gathered, almost all there to watch or play. Liao Haomiao just glanced over and saw a figure that made him unable to look away, furrowing his brows. Zhou Heng glanced at him and noticed he was staring in a certain direction, so he asked curiously, "What are you looking at so intently?" "There." Liao Haomiao pointed outside the fence, raised his chin slightly, his face looking grim. Zhou Heng followed Liao Haomiao's gesture and saw two girls, wearing pretty dresses, watching from outside the fence. "What's wrong? Did you see a pretty girl? Why are you so focused on that?" Liao Haomiao shook his head, his expression serious, and sighed before slowly saying, "Do you remember I told you about my middle school relationship? It ended because of my poor grades. She was the one who broke up with me." Zhou Heng nodded. "I remember. Could it be?" That's her." Zhou Heng looked at the two girls again. Even though he squinted, he couldn't see the girls' faces clearly. "Do you have such good eyes? You can recognize her from this distance?" If it's Yin Mengren standing there, Would you be able to recognize her? Of course I would. Jo Heng looked in that direction again. The two girls were obviously there to have fun. Looking around, pointing in different directions, seemingly searching for someone. One of them had big watery eyes, long eyelashes, rosy cheeks, and was about 1.65 meters tall, looking very cute. However, there was a hint of anxiousness on her face as her eyes kept scanning the area inside the fence, searching for something. The other girls sighed. Ju Dao, let's go play somewhere else. It's rare to have a day off. Stop searching. Ju Dao lowered her head slightly, bit her lip, and said, well, you go play. I'll stay here. Ah. Why are you so stubborn? You always come here. But have you ever found him? With so many students, you don't know which class he is in, and you don't have his contact information. It's like finding a needle in a haystack. But I have no choice. What's his name again? Liao Haomiao. Oh, right. That's it. You two were just together in middle school, when you didn't know anything. Why are you still so fixated on him? Is he that great? Ju Dao looked ahead, grabbed the fence, her eyes showing a hint of sadness, and said softly, I just want to explain to him clearly. Back then, when we broke up, it wasn't my choice. I couldn't choose. I don't want him to think that I broke up with him because of his poor grades. If that were the case, I wouldn't have been with him for a year. And then, what's the use of explaining now? It's been so long, he might already have a girlfriend, or have forgotten about you. Who would still care about this? No matter. I just don't want him to have any misunderstandings about me. The other girl looked helpless and speechless at Ju Dao's attitude, gazing at Ju Dao's profile as if trying to figure out what she was thinking. You guys are really something. Two clueless kids in middle school, not knowing anything, just holding hands was a big deal every day, didn't even kiss in the end, and could still be together for a year. Truly admirable. Ju Dao didn't deny, but nodded slightly, whispering, yes, we didn't know anything, so this pure affection is worth reminiscing about. Jo Heng returned to the classroom, and when Yin Mengren saw him, she immediately walked up to him, worriedly looking him up and down, and asked, are you okay? Jo Heng chuckled at her reaction, reached out to pat her head, and said, I'm fine. I wasn't taken away for interrogation. I just had a simple chat with the teacher. Don't worry. Really? What did the teacher say? Let's talk about it later. Isn't the opening ceremony about to start? Shouldn't we go change clothes first? You're right. Jo Heng glanced at a parent helping out at the back and quickly walked over, greeting him. Uncle, you're here. The man turned to look at Jo Heng, and immediately smiled brightly. Hey, little Heng, long time no see. Last time when you guys came over, I was at work. Sorry for not hosting you guys. Uncle, it's fine. I understand. Next time when I have the chance, I'll visit again. Sure. Come by next time, and let Uncle treat you to something. After a brief chat, Jo Heng hurriedly left, saying, Uncle, I need to prepare. The sports meet is about to start. All right, go ahead and get ready. At this moment, the class teacher, Teacher Wan, also returned. Jo Heng and Yin Mengren then went to change clothes. In about 10 minutes, the sports meet was about to begin. The school leaders were all seated at the top of the platform, and the participants from each class were almost ready, dressed in various sports attire and warming up. Jo Heng received his number tag, changed into his clothes, just the tank top and shorts, and his muscular physique was very noticeable once he returned to the classroom, drawing almost everyone's attention. People marveled, whispered, and some even envied him, including Jie Run, a close friend of Tang Yaneng, who exclaimed, wow, look at Jo Heng's muscles. How long did he have to train for that? Tang Yaneng, with a dull expression, replied, he's Yin Mengren's boyfriend. Don't stare. Jie Run then teased, what's the harm in looking? She can't beat you up, can she? Not really. I just hope you don't overthink things. Hot. Jie Run rolled her eyes, looking disdainful towards Tang Yaneng, and provocatively added, are you still hung up on Jo Heng? He already told you he's not interested in you, right? Tang Yaneng shot Jie Run a fierce glare, and realizing she might have unintentionally hurt someone's feelings, Jie Run promptly closed her mouth and didn't say anything further. Meanwhile, nearby, the classmates were astounded and in awe by someone's appearance. The person wore a pure white off-shoulder lawn dress, with delicate diamond accents, resembling glistening morning dew. This person stole the spotlight from the meticulously dressed girls, leaving everyone captivated. To Chia Run and Tong Yining's surprise, that person was none other than Yin Mengren. This was their first time seeing Yin Mengren present herself in such a stunning outfit, further enhancing her already remarkable beauty. Zhou Heng, leaning against the railing, watched Yin Mengren approaching, and couldn't help but smile. She was his girlfriend, and her beauty belonged to him. When Wan, the teacher, quietly stood next to Zhou Heng, he asked, "Did you buy it for her?" Kind of. Zhou Heng awkwardly replied. Indeed, he paid for it, but he didn't have an eye for such elegant clothes. Yin Mengren not only impressed the people inside the school, but the onlookers outside couldn't help but admire her too, including Zhu Dao and her friends. Hey, Zhu Dao, look at that girl. She's so beautiful. Which class is she from? Is she the campus belle? I don't know. Zhu Dao shook her head, but couldn't help feeling a twinge of unease. She couldn't help but worrying about what it meant for Liao Haomiao to be in the same school as such a girl. However, she dismissed the thought, considering the large student body and the slim chance of Liao Haomiao having an interest in her. She hadn't seen him around and had lost contact with their mutual friends, leaving her only with a slight hope that she might see him again in school. But even if she found him, she wasn't sure if they would have the opportunity to talk. After all, they might have become strangers, and Liao Haomiao might have forgotten about her. Yin Mengren returned to the classroom and stood by Zhou Heng's side. Despite the teacher's presence nearby, Zhou Heng complimented, "You look beautiful in that." Yin Mengren hesitated for a moment, then glanced cautiously at teacher Wan before responding with a shy smile. "Thank you." Just then, the loudspeaker announced, "Respected teachers and dear students, good morning." With the brilliant sunshine and spirited music playing, we are delighted to open the annual autumn sports meet. As the sports day officially began, each class also lined up. In the front of the class, Yin Mengren stood there holding the sign representing their class. Even though he stood quietly, he attracted many eyes. It seemed like every move of Yin Mengren could touch their hearts. Meanwhile, Zhou Heng, due to his height, stood at the back of the line, making it the furthest distance from his girlfriend. While standing at the back, Zhou Heng could hear the chatter among the others in the class. Will each class perform a program later? What about our class, right? Did the class monitor forget about it? What should we do? Well, I heard that our class is performing. Tangzi is going to dance. Tangzi, performing, dance. These obscure words can actually be put together. What did they use to persuade her to perform? Who knows? To make Tangzi perform alone, they probably used a serious threat like kidnapping a family member. Listening to the conversation from behind, Zhou Heng couldn't help but smile. They only knew the surface of Tangzi and thought she was the type to hide in the corner and should be avoided at all costs. However, only half of what they said was correct. Tangzi did not like these sports competitions and didn't want to be involved, but it didn't mean she was afraid of performing. After all, she had won many awards for her performances since she was young. Performing in front of a crowd was something she was used to, and she hardly felt nervous. She simply found it uninteresting. After the host finished the opening speech, the opening ceremony officially began. Each class started to line up and perform their programs in order. Most classes performed gymnastics or simple dances as a whole class, nothing too elaborate, just enough to impress. Some classes featured small groups of 3 to 5 students performing various acts like dances or acrobatics. When it was Zhou Heng's class's turn, Yin Mengren led the way out. As their class moved, the attention of the other classes followed Yin Mengren's movement. What will their class perform? I wonder if the girl can perform. I really want to see her perform. She's really good at studying. Her exam results are second only to Liao Haomiao. Oh, now that you mention it, I remember. So, it's her. Most people were discussing, and the center of attention was Yin Mengren. Most students had an impression of Yin Mengren since their class ranked first in the grade, and he was the best student in the class. However, after their team stopped in front of the platform, they remained motionless, confusing everyone. No one knew what their class's program would be. Not even the students themselves. Most of them looked bewildered, glancing at each other with awkward smiles. Yin Mengren stood calmly at the front, filled with trust in Tangzi. Asterisk dingling. Dingling asterisk. Suddenly, amid the quietness, a bell's ringing could be heard. It was followed by soul-stirring flute music. All eyes gazed at the stage where a figure in a moonlit dance costume appeared. She wore a flowing silver dress, with silver bells adorning the hem, gracefully moving to the enchanting music. Her flawless face, delicate makeup, and silver eyes radiated a cold and deep allure, exuding a sense of nobility and pride. The students were mesmerized as she danced, each movement carefully choreographed like a beautiful poem, fluid and graceful. The students fell into silence, quietly appreciating the dance. Time seemed to stand still as they immersed themselves in the music and the dance. After about 5 minutes, the music ended, and Tangzi gracefully concluded her performance. The students, still in awe, remained silent. Soon, applause erupted, starting from behind Tangzi. Yin Mengren led the clapping, smiling with a hint of pride. The applause quickly spread into cheers, celebrating this outstanding performance. Is she also from their class? How can such a stunning girl be from their class? Her grades are also good. She's probably in the top 10 of the grade. Really? Isn't it? What kind of incredible genes does she have to be this exceptional among humans? At that moment, the attention shifted from Yin Mengren to Tangzi. Many recorded her performance on their phones, and within minutes, the video spread across various group chats and platforms. Watching from the back of the line, Zhou Heng silently clapped, with a smile on his face and a hint of pride in his eyes. Watching Tangzi in front of him, there was a moment where he seemed to see her as a familiar, long-haired little girl who used to follow him every day, calling him brother. Who? Tangzi washed her face, removed her makeup, changed her clothes, and is now wearing a sports tank top, showing off her clearly visible abdominal lines. After the performance, she still had to participate in the competition events. It could be said that this sports event was the most involving experience she had in all the school sports events she had encountered growing up. Tangzi unwrapped a lollipop, put it in her mouth, sat down, and started thinking about what just happened. The opening ceremony had ended, and the competition events had begun gradually. She still had time before her event, so she could rest for a moment. Why did you change into new clothes already? Just then, Tangzi heard a voice, turned her head, and found that Yin Mengren had come here. However, she looked visibly upset, holding a phone in her hand. Finished already? Why didn't you change? My waist hurts from this tight outfit. Tangzi took out another lollipop from her pocket, walked over, and directly put it in Yin Mengren's mouth. You came late, you look so good. I wanted to take some photos with you. Yin Mengren walked over and sat next to Tangzi. Somewhat reluctantly, she put her phone back in her pocket. We can still take photos like this. You are beautiful enough. Tangzi took out her own phone and, catching Yin Mengren off guard, took a picture of the two of them. At least let me prepare a bit. It's probably going to turn out ugly. How is that possible? Take a look. It's quite nice, isn't it? Let's take a few more. After the two girls had enough fun indoors, they prepared to go out because Zhou Heng's competition was about to begin, and they wanted to watch. When the two arrived at the field, Tangzi couldn't help but furrow her brow. She felt more sensitive and noticed numerous gazes on them. Yin Mengren was still oblivious, looking at the photo they had taken on her phone until a few people blocked their path, catching Yin Mengren's attention. She and Tangzi stood in place, looking confused, facing 4 or 5 high school boys who seemed rebellious. They weren't allowed to smoke on campus, but each one probably had a cigarette dangling from their mouths. One of the boys stood out, slowly approaching the two girls with a phone in his hand. Sisters, nice to meet you. Can I add you as friends? Both his tone and demeanor carried a sense of teasing that others couldn't misinterpret. Tangzi stepped forward slightly, blocking Yin Mengren's body, frowned, and said, sorry, she has a boyfriend, and she doesn't want to add other male friends. I also don't want to add anyone. Yin Mengren looked at Tangzi gratefully. Every time they encountered such situations, Tangzi always stood in front of her. Yin Mengren likely felt that it was difficult for her to refuse others. In the past, she was indeed like that, feeling uncomfortable saying no, but now she was stronger. Initially, they thought the boys would back off, but it was evident they weren't willing to get up. Ignoring Yin Mengren's firm rejection, the boys persisted. Come on, just making friends. It's not a big deal if she has a boyfriend. Yet, we mean no harm. We just want to learn from you girls. The other boys join in, appearing relentless in adding these girls as friends. Yin Mengren bit her lip, then took a step forward, stood in front of Tangzi, and firmly said, I said we're not adding you. Don't you understand? Her words made the boys stand in place, clearly not expecting such a resolute rejection from the seemingly fragile girl. They believed that if they handled the girl with short hair, their task was done. Tang Zi was also surprised. After a moment, a faint smile appeared on her face as she sensed Yin Mengren's change of character. She didn't seem like someone who needed protection anymore. After a brief moment, the boys exchanged glances and smirked audaciously, seemingly disregarding Yin Mengren's words. Ha ha. Miss. You. Hey. My girlfriend is talking to you. Did you respond? Do you understand what she said? At that moment, a deep voice came from behind the boys. Yin Mengren and Tang Zi looked in that direction and quickly smiled. The boys furrowed their brows and turned around to see the man standing behind them. They were frightened and couldn't help but curse under their breath in shock. In this school, they had never seen such a formidable person. Standing behind them felt like facing a wall, unsure if he was a man or a monstrous giant. They couldn't tell, and, at that moment, Zhou Heng seemed angry, his face dark, veins bulging on his arms, looking particularly intimidating. Yin Mengren immediately pulled Tang Zi behind Zhou Heng, seeking refuge. Tang Zi provocatively looked at the boys, sticking out her tongue, feeling quite pleased. They were at a loss, unable to provoke the giant in front of them, so they had to lower their heads and say, "Big brother, we never intended to bother your girlfriend. It was a misunderstanding. We just wanted to add that girl as a friend." They pointed towards Tang Zi behind Zhou Heng, thinking why bother about the girlfriend when it was the other girl they wanted to add. Tang Zi abandoned her smug look, hid behind Zhou Heng, reached out to tuck his clothes, and Zhou Heng furrowed his brow, crossed his arms, raised his chin, saying, "She is my younger sister. If she says she doesn't want to add you, that means she doesn't want to. Don't you understand?" Pleased with Zhou Heng's statement, Tang Zi nodded in satisfaction and mumbled behind Zhou Heng, "Well, he's the general I've recommended to the court. He's doing a good job protecting me." Yin Mengren also stifled a laugh beside Zhou Heng, feeling relieved behind him. "Huh, are you serious, bro? You don't even resemble each other. How can she be your sister? You're not fooling us, are you?" One of the boys stepped forward, trying to circle around Zhou Heng to look at Tang Zi behind him. But then, he felt a tug around his collar, his feet lifted off the ground, and he felt weightless. His eyes nearly popped out, filled with disbelief, himself being lifted like a chick, and the ease with which it was done made him feel like a grocery bag in someone's hand. The other boys stepped back in shock. Though the guy was skinny, he didn't expect to be lifted effortlessly with just one hand. It was the first time they had witnessed such a situation in real life. The guy who was lifted swallowed hard, looked at Zhou Heng in front of him, stuttering, "Bro, my bad. I'll leave right now. Zhou Heng let go of the boy and they immediately fled. Even though there were 4 or 5 of them, facing Zhou Heng alone still filled them with genuine fear. Yin Mengren quietly held Zhou Heng's hand, and when Zhou Heng looked over, she smiled slightly, and Zhou Heng also responded with a gentle smile. At that moment, Zhou Heng's anger dissipated instantly, as if Yin Mengren's smile was a healing remedy for his anger. Tang Zi patted Zhou Heng's shoulder and said, "Thanks. What do you want? Do you want the equipment I just brought out yesterday?" "I don't want anything." Zhou Heng shook his head lightly, looking indifferent towards Tang Zi's offer of a reward. Tang Zi raised an eyebrow with interest and asked, "Why? You're helping me out now and don't want anything in return." Zhou Heng glanced at her, snorted lightly, and said, "HMPH, helping my own sister. Isn't it what I should do?" Tang Zi was momentarily stunned in place, looking bewildered with her mouth slightly agape. Yin Mengren quickly walked over, held Tang Zi's hand, and took her away. Tang Zi, with her mouth still open, looking as if she had chicken skin bumps, said, "Hey, Zhou Heng, why are you trying to mess with my mind like this? I won't be manipulated by you. You're really strange." Zhou Heng furrowed his brows slightly, sighed helplessly, and turned his head away. The 3 of them returned to the classroom. Before they could sit down, Zhou Heng saw Mr. Wang walking over with an imposing manner, causing Zhou Heng to step back instinctively, saying, "Mr. Wang, teacher, let's talk nicely." Yin Mengren also subconsciously stood in front of Zhou Heng, trying to protect him, but then thought, this is the class teacher. If she did this, it would undoubtedly be a challenge to the teacher's authority, and it would also be disrespectful to the kindness shown by the teacher to her. After hesitating, Yin Mengren stepped aside. Mr. Wang walked over, stood on tiptoe, and directly grabbed Zhou Heng's ear. She was much shorter than Zhou Heng, only reaching up to his chest, so Zhou Heng had to bend over. Where were you? I just came to inform the boys for the 100-meter race. What are you doing? Ah, my bad. My bad. I'll go right now. Mr. Wang was yelling at Zhou Heng's ear, causing Zhou Heng to beg for mercy, and with that, Mr. Wang gave a glance at Yin Mengren next to him, as if she understood where Zhou Heng had just been. Zhou Heng hurriedly escaped and went to the place for the race registration. Yin Mengren stood where she was, watching Zhou Heng leave, with Mr. Wang beside her. She couldn't do anything. At that moment, Mr. Wang suddenly pointed to the edge of the sports field and said to Yin Mengren, "There, to cheer for him, don't get sunburnt." Yin Mengren was taken aback, looking into Mr. Wang's eyes, widened her eyes for a moment, but despite her surprise, she nodded and responded, "Okay. Got it." Zhou Heng arrived at the registration place, which was especially close to the outer fence, only about 3 to 5 meters away. Just as Zhou Heng walked past, he glanced at Zhu Dao outside the fence, his eyes revealing an indiscernible emotion. Zhu Dao also noticed Zhou Heng's gaze, feeling puzzled as she searched through all her memories, but couldn't recall who Zhou Heng was. Overhearing this, Zhu Dao's friend patted her arm and whispered, "Hey, did that muscle guy just look over here? Do you think he's looking at you? Do you have a chance to add him as a friend?" "I'm not interested. I didn't come here to do that." Zhu Dao furrowed her brows, shook her head, and said, "Sigh. I know, but you've been waiting here the whole time, and didn't see that. Liao Haomiao, isn't it a waste to come here for nothing? This muscle guy is quite handsome. What if he likes you? If you mention that again, you should go back first." Forget it. Forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything." Zhu Dao's friend leaned on the railing, watching Zhou Heng inside, pouting and muttering, "I wonder if he'd look over here again." While waiting for registration in the queue, Zhou Heng suddenly saw a familiar face. But this person, whom he didn't particularly like, had had many conflicts with him in a short period of time. That person was Kan Yue. At that moment, he walked straight ahead as if he had locked onto something, like a wild animal spotting its prey. But in that direction, the only one who could be targeted by Kan Yue should be. Zhou Heng realized what was going on, furrowed his brows, and suddenly walked over, grabbing Kan Yue's arm and asking, "Hey, where are you going?" Kan Yue was startled, and seeing that it was Zhou Heng who had grabbed him, he was shocked again, stammering, Brother Zhou, what a coincidence. I'm just walking around." Kan Yue forced a smile. For him, it was best to stay away from Zhou Heng now, and it would be better to keep a distance. Anything related to Zhou Heng would only cause trouble for him. "Don't wander around aimlessly. Are you trying to hit on someone?" Zhou Heng glanced in the direction Kan Yue was heading, realizing that there might be someone there who could grab his attention. That person could be Zhu Dao, so he speculated that Kan Yue was indeed trying to hit on her but wasn't sure about the specifics. Kan Yue was surprised and exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, no way. You can guess that? Did I make it that obvious?" "Not very obvious, but I know you better." Zhou Heng rolled his eyes, expressionless, and whispered, "Just leave that girl alone. Give me some face. Don't go." "Huh? It's not. Brother Zhou, do you know her?" I'm not familiar with her, but I have a friend who is." "Brother Zhou, you say you don't know her. Why do you care then?" "Look." Kan Yue pointed his finger, starting to calculate the account with Zhou Heng. "I wanted to pursue Tang Zi at the beginning, but you blocked me, so I gave up. And then I tried to pursue Tong Yanang, but she's obsessed with you, so I had no chance. Now even the class monitor is taken by you. In this class, the 3 beauties are all related to you. There's nothing I can do. Now I just want to hit on a girl outside of school. Do you have to bother about it?" "Brother Zhou." "Not that, me." Zhou Heng was momentarily tongue-tied by the accusation, starting to doubt whether he had really been too excessive. Upon careful consideration, did he really bully Kan Yue all along? But he didn't feel anything. Let it be. "Zhou Zhe, don't meddle. It's none of your business, right?" Seeing Zhou Heng wavering, Kan Yue seized the opportunity to pat his shoulder and persuade him. Zhou Heng also thought Kan Yue had a point. Maybe he had been a bit nosy. He just felt that Liao Haomiao had helped him a lot emotionally, and he had been trying to repay him. So, he subconsciously wanted to stop Kan Yue from bothering that girl. Maybe that was helping a little bit. Surely Liao Haomiao wouldn't want to see that girl being harassed by someone like Kan Yue. "All right, I'll let it go." Zhou Heng nodded and headed back to the registration area, realizing that if Liao Haomiao himself wasn't making an effort, why should he meddle in unnecessarily? He might end up being criticized for his actions later. Hey, that's right, Zhou Zhe, good luck in the competition, and give me a boost too. Ha ha. Kan Yue laughed and continued walking towards the fence. It was the first time he felt he had influenced Zhou Heng, who seemed to have changed slightly, no longer as intimidating as before. He approached the fence, adjusted his clothes, and warmly greeted the girls in front of him. Hey, which school are you two from? Kan Yu's enthusiastic gesture didn't receive a corresponding response. The girls looked at each other as if to say, you deal with him. Zhu Dao hesitated, then looked at Kan Yue and asked, hello, classmate. May I ask if you know Liao Haomiao? Kan Yue frowned upon hearing the name. It sounded familiar, but being a guy's name, he wasn't interested, and he denied knowing him. This disappointed Zhu Dao and her friend. As they were about to leave, Kan Yue urgently brought up Zhou Heng, suggesting that they might be friends. This raised Zhu Dao's hope, but her friend remained skeptical. They eventually decided to leave. Kan Yue, eager to keep them around, even lied about his friendship with Zhou Heng. After some hesitation, Kan Yue reluctantly went to ask Zhou Heng for help. However, Zhou Heng declined, focusing on his upcoming race and not wanting to get involved. Kan Yue left feeling regretful for involving Zhou Heng and missed his chance with the girls. Zhou Heng finished registration and walked towards Zhu Dao's direction. Hey, look, that boy's coming over. Seeing Zhou Heng approaching, Zhu Dao's friend lightly patted her on the back and whispered. Zhu Dao didn't show too much excitement, but deep down, she was quietly anticipating. She didn't know why, but she just had a feeling that she might get some useful information from this boy. Zhou Heng arrived in front of them, glanced around, and softly asked, excuse me, which one of you is Zhu Dao? Hey, they're looking for you. Ow, wait, what? How did he know your name is Zhu Dao? Zhu Dao's friend first handed over the message excitedly, then realized something was off. If he didn't know Zhu Dao, how did he know her name? Zhu Dao took a step forward, nodded, and said, I am. Zhou Heng looked her up and down, then slowly spoke. Excuse me, I want to ask, do you still remember Liao Haomiao? Zhu Dao suddenly widened her eyes, grabbed the railing with both hands, mouth slightly agape, but no words came out. Her face was full of astonishment. Zhou Heng glanced back, then waved his hand, saying to Zhu Dao, sorry, my race is about to start. If you don't mind waiting here for a while, we can continue this conversation after I finish. Although Zhu Dao was anxious at this moment, she remained calm. Since this boy mentioned Liao Haomiao's name, she was sure she wouldn't leave. She would wait no matter how long it took. All right. Zhu Dao nodded in agreement, watching Zhou Heng walk away. As Zhou Heng walked towards the competition field, he suddenly heard a familiar voice calling his name, Zhou Heng. Looking in that direction, he saw Yin Mengren standing there, waving her hand, tiptoeing, the hem of her dress fluttering, smiling brightly, and shouting to Zhou Heng, good luck, be careful not to get hurt. Zhou Heng smiled, raised his hand in response, finding those simple words the best encouragement. The participants gathered at the starting line, waiting for the race to begin. Students within the class also stood up to watch Zhou Heng's competition, cheering him on, except for Tang Zi, who remained seated, playing with her phone, seemingly uninterested in the competition's outcome. Tang Zi, Zhou Heng is about to race. Aren't you going to watch? At this moment, Tang Zi's dad, leaning on the railing, turned and asked. He had recorded Zhou Heng's performance for Tang Zi, intending to leave after watching Zhou Heng's first race. Facing her dad's question, Tang Zi simply shook her head and said, there's nothing to see. Do you think Zhou Heng will lose? I don't think he will lose. But no matter what, we should come and support Zhou Heng. After all, we are a family and friends group. In the end, Tang Zi couldn't argue with her dad and reluctantly stood up to watch Zhou Heng's competition. Initially, the audience was lively and nosy, with most not paying attention to the race. For them, the sports day was just a relaxing day, caring little about who won or lost. However, when Zhou Heng stood at the starting line, pulling up his trouser legs, many fell silent, showing expressions of amazement. They thought Zhou Heng's upper body was already impressive, but they were surprised by the muscles in his legs as well. Seeing this, the other participants felt a chill. Zhou Heng didn't show any signs of slackening, focusing on warming up and preparing for the start. Ready ... With the sound of the starting gun, the participants dashed out. Zhou Heng started a bit slow but soon exploded with speed, igniting the crowd. His leg muscles unleashed full power, overpowering everyone, even with his muscular physique hindering his speed. With his hair flowing back and clothes hugging his chest tightly, muscles taut, veins popping out, Zhou Heng effortlessly surpassed everyone and crossed the finish line first. Yay! Yin Mengren, witnessing this, jumped with Zhou, unable to contain her cheer. Though she knew Zhou Heng would win from the start, seeing him dominate the field made her especially happy as his girlfriend. The other participants crossed the finish line, feeling a bit defeated. They had given their all, but the power gap was too apparent. Zhou Heng's robust body and immense strength allowed him to quickly overtake them, leaving them breathless and defeated. Tang Zi gestured to her dad, saying, "See, I told you there's nothing exciting to watch. There's no suspense at all. This Bo Zhou Heng is getting more and more powerful," Tang Zi's dad muttered under his breath. After watching the race, Tang Zi's dad left to attend to other matters, unable to spend the whole day at the school sports event. Zhou Heng walked towards the sidelines. He had one more event to go, but winning this event was a sure thing for him. Zhou Heng. At this moment, Yin Mengren ran towards him, calling his name. Seeing her approach, Zhou Heng smiled. "Congratulations on your win. You're amazing." Yin Mengren handed Zhou Heng a bottle of ice water, sincerely praising him. Zhou Heng couldn't help but smile at her words, feeling that her praise was the most important thing to him. He suppressed the urge to hug Yin Mengren directly, remembering he promised the homeroom teacher to keep a low profile at school. At that moment, Zhou Heng awkwardly asked, I need to go see a girl now. Do you want to come along?" "Girl? A girl? Who is it?" Yin Mengren's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this, as if time had suddenly stopped in an instant. She had never heard of any girl in Zhou Heng's conversations before. In just a few seconds, Yin Mengren's mind had already speculated over 100 possibilities. "Don't overthink it. I'm not close to that girl. I need to find her, but it has nothing to do with me. Mainly, I just want to repay a favor." Zhou Heng seemed to sense Yin Mengren's unease and quickly explained. He didn't want his act of repaying a favor leading to problems in his relationship. Upon hearing Zhou Heng's explanation, Yin Mengren breathed a sigh of relief. As long as that girl had no connection with Zhou Heng, it was fine. However, she still didn't understand the link between repaying a favor and that girl. Repay a favor? Yes. It's a long story. Do you remember the day we were together? Liao Haomiao talked to me about something. Then Zhou Heng explained the situation to Yin Mengren. As she heard about what Liao Haomiao had said to Zhou Heng, she couldn't believe it. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Did Liao Haomiao really play a significant role, and they were together that day? For a moment, Yin Mengren's opinion of Liao Haomiao also underwent a slight change. After all, he successfully brought her and Zhou Heng together. When Zhou Heng mentioned repaying the favor, Yin Mengren agreed wholeheartedly. "I see, that girl ... Where is she?" "Over there." Zhou Heng pointed to a spot outside the fence. At that moment, Xia Tao and her friend were still standing there, seemingly looking towards Zhu Heng's direction. Then I'll accompany you there." "Really?" Yin Mengren nodded and said, "Of course, Liao Haomiao helped us greatly, so I owe him a favor too." Saying this, Yin Mengren gently held Zhou Heng's hand, lips slightly upturned with a gentle smile. Zhou Heng's eyes sparkled, and he softly replied, Together, they walked towards the fence, and as they got closer, they could clearly see Xia Tao's expectant face. Her friend, showing a shocked expression, whispered in Xia Tao's ear, "Those two are actually a couple. It feels unbelievable yet somehow reasonable. They seem quite compatible." However, Zhu Dao couldn't focus on those words. In her heart, she only wanted to know about Liao Haomiao. When Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren reached Zhu Dao, she couldn't help but ask, "You previously asked me if I knew Liao Haomiao. What does that mean? Do you know me? Did he send you?" Zhu Dao's urgency left Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren puzzled. They exchanged a look, seemingly confused. From their perspective, Zhu Dao had broken up with Liao Haomiao long time ago and hadn't kept in contact. Shouldn't she not care anymore? But now, why did it seem like Zhu Dao was so concerned about Liao Haomiao? Don't worry. Let's take it slow. Zhou Heng extended his hand, trying to calm Zhu Dao's emotions to avoid her getting too anxious, giving them enough time to talk. "Let me introduce myself first. I'm Zhou Heng. and this is my girlfriend, Yin Mengren. I'm a friend of Liao Haomiao, and I know about you because he told me about your situation. Zhu Dao calmed down a bit. Zhou Heng's words implied that there was a chance Liao Haomiao was indeed present, confirming that she hadn't been forgotten. Let me introduce myself too. I'm Zhu Dao, and this is my friend, Shimani. We are students from the same middle school. Hello. Shimani waved a hand in greeting. Understanding something, Yin Mengren took a step forward and asked directly, "Are you here to find Liao Haomiao?" Hearing this, Zhu Dao lowered her head, nodded gently, and replied, "Yes, and this isn't my first time here, but until now, I still don't know if Liao Haomiao attends school here." Zhou Heng frowned upon hearing this. How is that possible? Since this isn't your first visit, how could you not know Liao Haomiao? Zhu Dao was puzzled, paused, unsure of what Zhou Heng meant. Before she could respond, Yin Mengren explained to Zhou Heng, "When we were in school, she also had to attend classes, so she rarely came here. It's normal not to know if she doesn't have friends here." Wait, I'm a bit lost. What do you mean? Zhu Dao quickly interjected, looking eager to understand why she should know about Liao Haomiao since it wasn't her first visit. With a puzzled expression, Zhou Heng asked, "You really don't know? I remember Liao Haomiao mentioned and that you broke up because of his poor academic performance, right?" The mention of this seemed to touch a nerve with Zhu Dao. She bit her lip and said, "Yes, but at that time, I had no choice. I was too young and had to listen to my parents. Now that I'm an adult, I've come to find him for the first time." Zhu Dao began to recollect how she had been thinking of Liao Haomiao over the past 2 years, causing frequent clashes with her parents. Eventually, they compromised, agreeing that as long as she could keep up with studies, they would let her do as she pleased once she reached adulthood. From then on, she eagerly awaited becoming an adult sooner so she could find Liao Haomiao. Finally, in early this year, she turned 18 and had been longing for this moment. However, she realized a crucial issue. After all this time, Liao Haomiao might have lost interest in her. He might have a new girlfriend or even forgotten about her. Despite this, she still visited the place regularly, hoping to meet Liao Haomiao to explain everything to him. Yin Mengren looked surprised and asked, "Liao Haomiao's poor academic performance? Really?" "Yes, he admitted it himself. He said his grades were poor in middle school, which led to our breakup." Zhu Dao saw them, engrossed in conversation again, still not understanding why Liao Haomiao's academic struggles were so surprising. Zhou Heng glanced at Zhu Dao and continued, "You might not know, but Liao Haomiao now is the class monitor and academic committee member, always ranking first in the whole grade." After Zhou Heng's words were spoken, both Zhu Dao and Shimani were dumbfounded. They stood rooted to the spot, eyes wide open and mouths agape. After coming back to their senses, Shimani looked at Zhu Dao in astonishment and asked, "No way, sister, your ex-husband is so amazing. This is considered poor grades. How come your family wanted you to marry Einstein?" Zhou Heng also stared at Zhu Dao, wanting to see how she would react after hearing the news. Perhaps he could figure out whether their breakup in the past was due to her mother's thoughts or her own. If it was her own decision, she would likely show some obvious expression, right? However, after a moment, Zhu Dao calmly smiled lightly and said, "Well, congratulations to him. Knowing that he's doing well puts my mind at ease." Seeing Zhu Dao's reaction, the other three also felt uneasy, sensing that Zhu Dao had endured a lot in these past 2 years. Does he have a girlfriend now? Or perhaps someone he likes? Zhou Heng's mouth twitched, showing an embarrassed expression, as he glanced at Yin Mengren beside him. Not long ago, Liao Haomiao even confessed his feelings to Yin Mengren, although he quickly gave up. Perhaps, in Liao Haomiao's heart, he had already accepted that there was no chance with Zhu Dao anymore. It was understandable to develop feelings for someone else, but would it not hurt Zhu Dao if she were to find out about it? After all, she had been waiting for this opportunity wholeheartedly. No, he doesn't have a girlfriend. I can guarantee that. And he still hasn't forgotten about you. He just can't face you because he was rejected once. Zhou Heng quickly explained on behalf of Liao Haomiao, carefully choosing his words to avoid saying anything wrong. Would he really still remember me? I've hurt him so much. How could he possibly still have feelings for me? Zhu Dao murmured softly, although inwardly, she felt a hint of hope at Zhou Heng's words. It's true. When he talked to me about your past, He mentioned a lot about his feelings back then, he said. Zhou Heng. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind Zhou Heng, calling his name loudly. Hearing the voice, Zhou Heng furrowed his brows, feeling a tremor within, while Zhu Dao followed the source of the sound and froze upon seeing the person in front of her. Wasn't he the person she had been yearning for day and night? Though her mental image of him remained in the past, she recognized him at first glance. Liao Haomiao. Zhou Heng turned to look at Liao Haomiao, who stood behind him with a serious expression. Without a word, Liao Haomiao walked over and grabbed Zhou Heng's arm, saying, "Let's go." Oh. Zhou Heng didn't say anything and simply nodded in response. Then, he gave a meaningful look to Yin Mengren, who immediately understood and left with Zhou Heng. Shimani reached out her hand to stop them. Hey. But before she could speak, Zhu Dao gently pulled her arm, shook her head when she turned to her, pursed her lips, and remained silent. You're just letting them go like that. You've been wanting to see Liao Haomiao so badly, and now you're letting him leave. Shimani couldn't understand. They had searched and waited so long, but now that they finally found him, Zhu Dao didn't seize the opportunity. Zhu Dao's gaze fell downwards, her eyes dimming as she nodded quietly, saying, "Yes. And besides, this will probably be my last time here." Are you serious? Shimani's pupils slightly widened, filled with disbelief. She couldn't comprehend Zhu Dao's thoughts, but seeing her like this, she wasn't joking. Yes. So, stay with me a little longer. He has a number tag on him. There should be a match soon. Stay until it's over, and then we can leave. Shimani nodded slowly and whispered, "Sure. However long you want to stay, I'll be there with you." After Liao Haomiao led Zhou Heng away, they arrived at a secluded place behind the building where no one was around. Liao Haomiao released Zhou Heng's arm, glanced at him, and then at Yin Mengren beside him, as if wanting to say something. Zhou Heng took a deep breath, looked at Yin Mengren, and said, "You go back to the classroom first. Help me deal with Teacher Wang. Thanks. Yin Mengren obediently nodded and replied, "Okay, I got it." Then, she left, leaving Zhou Heng and Liao Haomiao alone. After Yin Mengren had gone far, Liao Haomiao finally spoke up, asking, "What were you doing just now?" "I did it to return the favor, because I thought you still had feelings for her, so I wanted to help you out. If I did more harm than good, then I apologize." Zhou Heng answered honestly. He wasn't sure if what he did was right or wrong, and if it was wrong, he could only attribute it to his meddling tendencies. Liao Haomiao didn't say anything but sighed, and said helplessly, "It's all right, it's just. Don't do this kind of thing again. There's no possibility between her and me anymore." "Why are you so absolute in your words? Is it because you don't like her anymore?" "It's not. Our feelings changed, and we can't go back. There's no need to consider it anymore." Zhou Heng tilted his head, in confusion. Dig brother, 2 years ago in junior high was the last time you dated her. What grave mistake did you make? Why can't you go back?" Exasperated, Liao Haomiao rolled his eyes and retorted, "It's me. I've changed, all right? Do I have to spell it out for you? I'm going. Is it just that simple? Why don't you just not tell her? Or are you feeling guilty yourself?" "Nonsense, of course. I feel guilty. She chose me, and after failing to confess to other girls, I turned back and got together with her again. Isn't that keeping her as a backup plan? How can I face her with this?" "Fine. If you don't regret it yourself, then it's okay. You decide." Zhou Heng shrugged, no longer arguing with him over this matter. After all, he was just a bystander, and it's better to let them decide on their own. He could only offer suggestions or help when needed. "Oh, right. I haven't congratulated you yet. Your competition was amazing. Luckily, I didn't sign up. The guy in our class who practices sprinting came back after losing to you and said you were a monster." Liao Haomiao chuckled lightly, patting Zhou Heng's shoulder, but Zhou Heng didn't pay much attention to his words. Instead, he kept observing his expression because he had a feeling that Liao Haomiao was hiding his true feelings, using various matters to cover them up. But since Liao Haomiao had said that much, he didn't know what else to say. "Your competition is almost starting, right? Don't lose. I'm not you. Losing is normal for me." Liao Haomiao waved his hand and left first. Zhou Heng watched his back, then sighed, and followed suit. As they stepped out of the building, Zhou Heng subconsciously looked in the direction outside the fence and noticed that Zhu Dao and her friends had not left yet. They were still there, looking at something, probably at their direction, although he couldn't see clearly. The next event was the men's 4x100 meters relay race, which Liao Haomiao was participating in. As the race preparations began, Liao Haomiao stood in his designated spot, being the anchor leg, which was quite important. Zhou Heng positioned himself in the best viewing spot, ready to watch Liao Haomiao's race. At that moment, he realized that the position for Liao Haomiao as the anchor leg seemed to pass by where Zhu Dao was. Zhu Dao hadn't left, indicating she intended to watch Liao Haomiao's race till the end. Despite their affairs having little to do with him, Zhou Heng felt somewhat regretful. Both of them still thinking about each other, having been together for a year, with the foundation of feelings. Yet, they hadn't exchanged a single word or bid farewell properly, so it ended just like that. Too hastily, Yin Mengren appeared next to Zhou Heng at some point, lightly patting his back and whispering, "Don't think too much. If they truly have fate, they won't be separated." Zhou Heng glanced at Yin Mengren and smiled faintly. Class President. Go for it. Class President. Go for it. Following the voices, they turned to see Liao Haomiao's classmates cheering loudly, showing strong unity and support. Both Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren were somewhat amazed, realizing that managing a class with such harmony and mutual support wasn't easy, especially without a teacher's supervision. The cheering was spontaneous, indicating a strong bond among them. Get ready. The race officially began with the first leg sprinting out of the starting line amidst cheers from various classes. As they completed their segments, it was then the second leg, followed by the third. The athletes' speeds were nearly equal, making it hard to differentiate. Hence, the final leg became crucial. Liao Haomiao stood at his spot, posed and ready to take on the last part of the relay race. Go. Class President. The baton slapped into Liao Haomiao's palm, which he grasped tightly before swiftly dashing out. Everyone pushed themselves to the limit in the final leg sprint, gritting their teeth, their faces turning red almost instantly. Amid these competitors, Liao Haomiao found himself in the middle, having exerted all his efforts, yet there was still a considerable gap with the frontrunners. TSK, Liao Haomiao grit his teeth, resigning to his situation, realizing he couldn't catch up with the leaders. Initially aiming for the first position, he now knew it was overestimated. Liao Haomiao glanced and noticed he was about to pass by where Zhu Dao was standing. Was he this useless? Couldn't he even show strength in front of his ex-girlfriend? In that split second when Liao Haomiao was about to pass by Zhu Dao, he turned his head to glance. It felt as if time stood still, seeing Zhu Dao's expectant expression, her mouth moving, seemingly cheering him on. Damn it! Liao Haomiao, fueled by an unknown energy source, picked up his speed instantly. With the finish line looming closer, he understood that clinching the first spot was improbable. Now, his goal was second place. As they crossed the finish line, Liao Haomiao and the runner-up were neck and neck. In that moment, Liao Haomiao leaned forward, attempting to secure a victory by a slight margin, but the speed overwhelmed him, causing him to lose balance. His legs buckled, akin to slamming on brakes, and he toppled forward, passing the finish line while falling face first to the ground. Zhu Dao saw Liao Haomiao fall, couldn't help but gasp, her hands gripping the fence tightly, fingertips turning pale from the pressure. Class President. Liao Haomiao's classmates rushed to his aid, eager to help him up. Liao Haomiao quickly extended his hand, saying, "Don't move, wait." Hiss. As he turned over, inspecting his legs, he noticed large wounds on both knees, with fresh blood oozing out rapidly. Not just his knees, even his palms and nose had injuries. "Quick, take him to the infirmary. Let me handle this." At that moment, Zhou Heng appeared before Liao Haomiao, gently supporting and guiding him away from the field. Liao Haomiao sighed, realizing he didn't clinch the top spot but settled for second place, enduring severe injuries, in the process a humiliating experience. It appeared he wasn't as capable as Zhou Heng, and creating miracles was seemingly impossible. As Liao Haomiao limped with Zhou Heng's support, his gaze inadvertently flickered towards the fence where he saw Zhu Dao seemingly arguing with the security at the entrance, trying to rush in, while her friend Ximen and I was desperately trying to stop her. Liao Haomiao was taken to the medical room by Zhou Heng, where he underwent disinfection and bandaging to finally stop the bleeding. Zhou Heng stood by the window, sighed helplessly, and said, "I told you. Why do you have to push yourself so hard? Even without external injuries, your muscles would suffer great damage. Can you still move your legs now?" "I can move, Liao Haomia admitted honestly. Besides the pain from the external wounds, he felt like his muscles were strained and moving caused him pain, especially from that final surge which had caused significant harm. Zhou Heng looked at him with a serves-you-right expression, shook his head, then looked outside the window and asked, "Do you know what I think about when I push myself to surpass others?" Liao Haomia struggled to stand up from his chair, leaned against the wall, and stood next to Zhou Heng, looking out the window together. He asked, "What?" Zhou Heng revealed, "I think I absolutely have to perform well in front of her." "I believe you understand this feeling, don't you?" Liao Haomia fell silent for a few seconds, looking at the scene outside the window. His eyes revealed a special emotion, as it was the direction where Zhu Dao was standing at the entrance with security guards. Shimani was pulling her, and it seemed like Zhu Dao might rush in if not held back. Liao Haomia chuckled and asked, "Are we switching roles now? Are you teaching me about relationships?" Zhou Heng shrugged and responded lightly, "Yes, but clearly my issue is simpler. After all, I have no regrets in this aspect." Liao Haomia's smile vanished instantly, and he looked at Zhou Heng with a serious expression. The two of them stared at each other as if communicating through their eyes, only hearing the bustling sounds outside, while the room remained silent. After a few seconds, Liao Haomia sighed, stretched his muscles, and earnestly said, "Could you help me out?" "With pleasure." Zhou Heng assisted Liao Haomia, leading him out of the medical room back to the sports field. They seemed to have an unspoken understanding, not uttering a word but continuously moving forward in one direction. "Please let me in. I will be out soon." Zhu Dao pleaded repeatedly with the security guard. She was getting anxious, having not seen Liao Haomia after his injury and was worried about his well-being. She tried convincing the guard to let her in, but the guard was strict in not allowing anyone without proper authorization. Shimani pulled Zhu Dao's arm and suggested, "Let's go. You've seen the match. From now on, take care of yourself, and don't meddle in others' affairs." Zhu Dao expressed her reluctance but eventually agreed to leave with Shimani. As they were about to leave, Zhu Dao hesitated, staring at the vibrant campus, unable to spot the familiar figures she longed to see. Reluctantly, she slowly turned around, ready to depart. In her last glance, filled with regret and powerlessness, a glistening teardrop formed in the corner of her eye. Despite holding back the tears, she remembered the last look Liao Haomia cast at her, walking away without acknowledging her presence, as if they were strangers. Perhaps that was how he truly felt. In high school, meeting more people, she was just an insignificant memory to him, marked by an unpleasant breakup. If Liao Haomia bore no grudge against her, that was already fortunate. Zhu Dao pondered on such thoughts, realizing that everyone kept forming new relationships while leaving past connections behind. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, causing Zhu Dao and Shimani to turn around. It was Zhou Heng, accompanied by someone Zhu Dao had been pining to see. Liao Haomia. Startled by Zhou Heng's outburst, Liao Haomia looked around awkwardly, realizing the bandages covering his knees, palms, and a band-aid on his nose, rendering him almost indistinguishable from a person in need of care. As Zhou Heng and Liao Haomia advanced continuously, Zhu Dao stood frozen, her mind racing. Shimani nudged her, whispering, "Go on. Why are you hesitating? At least, greet him." Zhu Dao regained her senses, took a step forward, moving slowly towards Liao Haomia. Their eyes met when they were about a meter apart. Liao Haomia's gaze reflected embarrassment and a hint of timidity. Realizing he had come despite his prior declarations, Zhou Heng waved his hand, saying, "You to talk, I'll take my leave." Zhou Heng left directly from here. He was responsible for bringing Liao Haomia over, and he was not going to participate in anything else. That was a matter for Liao Haomia to decide on his own. Shimani, who was also very good at reading the situation, left as well, preparing to take a stroll. Eventually, only Zhu Dao and Liao Haomia were left standing in place. The atmosphere was a bit awkward, with both of them remaining silent. Time passed minute by minute. Liao Haomia gathered his courage and spoke first, softly saying, "Long time no see." Just this sentence caused a tremor in Zhu Dao's heart for unknown reasons. It was as if her heart had been tightly pinched, and tears were on the verge of flowing. She raised her head and responded softly, "Yeah, You seem to have changed a lot," stammered Liao Haomia, sizing up Zhu Dao from head to toe. He indeed noticed that she was quite different from his impression of her. Simply put, she had become more beautiful. When they were together, she was only around 15 years old, and they had broken up when she was around 16. Even though she was considered attractive back then, it wasn't anything extraordinary. But after 2 years, Zhu Dao had transformed into a stunning woman. You've changed too. You even wear glasses now. Zhu Dao pursed her lips, gazing at Liao Haomiao's face. The Liao Haomiao he imagined was not like the person standing before him. So upon seeing Liao Haomiao, her initial reaction was disbelief. She almost didn't recognize him. The previous Liao Haomiao had a particularly carefree demeanor, but now he appeared more refined and had simplified his hairstyle to a short, clean-cut look. Well, I got nearsighted over time. Ha ha. Liao Haomiao scratched his head self-mockingly, chuckling a few times. Reflecting on his days of intense studying, it seemed like just yesterday. Due to his study results, he was forced to part ways with the girl he liked the most. This led to a retaliatory phase of intensive learning, becoming addicted to studying. Every day was a struggle, with a burning desire to improve his grades. Initially driven by revenge, he eventually let go of that mindset, becoming a new person with stable emotions and a pair of glasses. Though Liao Haomiao uttered those words in a light-hearted tone, Zhu Dao felt a twinge of sadness and pity. It seemed his relentless pursuit of academic achievement stemmed from the breakup, providing him with a huge motivational blow. Lowering her head, Zhu Dao felt guilt-ridden and muttered softly, I'm sorry. This left Liao Haomiao bewildered for a moment. He fumbled for words, saying, Why are you apologizing? You didn't do anything wrong. Oh, if you're talking about our breakup, there's really no need to apologize. Love involves ups and downs. It's perfectly normal. Well, you've completely moved on now, haven't you? Zhu Dao's remark plunged Liao Haomiao into silence once more. Before coming here, he had prepared many topics to discuss moments from middle school, future college plans, and how they were doing in life. Yet, he hadn't considered discussing their relationship or their feelings. His brain seemed to falter, unsure of how to respond. What should he say? Admit that he hadn't moved on, that he did like someone new, confessed his feelings. Could he still claim he hadn't moved on? If he did, had he moved on? Liao Haomiao couldn't bring himself to lie or pretend he hadn't moved on, as it would mean he was a scoundrel. Turning his head away, avoiding eye contact with Zhu Dao, he softly replied, Well, it's been so long, without any contact. After the addiction to academics, that lingering affection had been suppressed deep down. It had become inconsequential, pale in comparison to the excitement of learning. Knowledge gained through studying belonged solely to him and couldn't be taken away, unlike emotions, which did not belong entirely to him. Today, meeting Zhu Dao once again, a long-forgotten sentiment stirred briefly within Liao Haomiao, but didn't linger. He dared not entertain any delusions. Their regretful relationship had long shrouded itself in oblivion. While Zhu Dao had steeled herself for the encounter, hearing Liao Haomiao's admission still made her emotions churn. She felt a sudden urge to cry, her nose tingling, eyes welling with tears. Well, as long as you're doing well now. That's good. Zhu Dao's voice wavered slightly, tinged with emotion and hoarseness, on the verge of tears. Her original intention for coming here was to explain things to Liao Haomiao thoroughly, to clarify the circumstances of their breakup, to show it wasn't her choice. But it now appeared that clearing out any misunderstandings wasn't as vital. Liao Haomiao had moved on long ago, and bringing up past issues would only stir unnecessary trouble. So, how have you been? Liao Haomiao cautiously inquired. Zhu Dao initially shook her head, then nodded softly, reflecting uncertainty. Liao Haomiao was perplexed, but didn't press for more information. The atmosphere grew awkward once again, as neither knew what to say. Sensing that she didn't want to further delay Liao Haomiao, whose sports event was ongoing, Zhu Dao took a step back and softly said, I'll go first. Take care of yourself. Liao Haomiao watched Zhu Dao turn away with a tinge of reluctance. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a deep discomfort welling up inside, as if someone were choking him, making it difficult to breathe, an overwhelming sense of suffocation. He had a lingering feeling that if Zhu Dao left now, it might be for good, an encounter that might never be repeated. Liao Haomiao swallowed hard, swiftly retrieved his phone from his pocket, and said loudly, stay. Give me your contact information. Zhu Dao paused, mouth slightly open, then gently pursed his lips, turned around, revealing a shallow smile, and said, Okay. The two exchanged contact information, added each other as friends, then parted ways. Liao Haomiao limped back. Walking down the street, he kept staring at the new friend he just added on his phone. He wanted to check their moments at least to see if Ju Dao has a boyfriend now, and how she is doing. But when he opened her moments, he was stunned. There were no photos, only text posts. Normally, a beautiful girl like Ju Dao would have some selfies on her moments, right? I miss you. Are you doing well now? I found the pen you gave me before. Still can't bear to use it. Happy birthday. Hope you have a good day. Liao Haomiao read through these moments, his expression serious, his pupils slightly trembling. He wasn't stupid. These moments seemed to be about him. The day they wished him a happy birthday was indeed his birthday, but he couldn't see it. It was all like her diary. Initially, Liao Haomiao had eased his mood a lot, but suddenly he felt heavy again. He turned his head to find that he couldn't see Ju Dao anymore. TSK. Liao Haomiao snorted, shook his head, muttering, someone like me can still be so missed. Really unbelievable. Why wouldn't you deserve to be missed? Where are you lacking, huh? Liao Haomiao heard a voice, looked up, and saw Zhou Heng standing there leaning against the wall, arms crossed. I thought you had gone back. I brought you out. Shouldn't I be responsible for taking you back? Otherwise, those classmates who adore you might come after me, right? Zhou Heng walked over, supported Liao Haomiao's arm, lightly laughed, and said, adore me is too exaggerated. I just slowly accumulated some goodwill normally. So, how did it go with her? Did you have a good conversation? Liao Haomiao lowered his eyes in disappointment and lightly shook his head. Not really. I still can't get over that hurdle in my heart. I feel like I owe her. I don't have the qualifications to reconcile with her, to discuss our past relationship. Are you really willing? No regrets. What can regrets do? The past feelings can't be brought back. Zhou Heng suddenly spread his hands, saying lightly, if it can't be brought back, then forget about it. Why not start a new relationship? You're not going to stay single forever, right? When the time comes, you'll still fall in love, so why can't it be with her? Liao Haomiao was startled, looked up at Zhou Heng, and asked in confusion, what? What do you mean? What do I mean? My meaning is don't get stuck on getting back together. Don't think about rekindling that old relationship. Isn't it better to start a new one? You don't have a girlfriend. She doesn't have a boyfriend. Why can't you be together? Just casually chat with her. Invite her out when the time is right. Confess your feelings when you feel ready. Be with her, can't you? Wait a minute. Liao Haomiao suddenly widened his eyes, looked at Zhou Heng in disbelief, touched his chin, and murmured, are you saying you want me to change the way I interpret our relationship, like we never knew each other before, and I now like her? Zhou Heng's mouth twitched, furrowed his brow, and said, cut the nonsense. Put it simply, it's about helping you get over that emotional block, making your heart accept it. Just consider your past relationship as if it's dead and gone. Then think of liking her now as a new beginning. Understand? I see. Liao Haomiao took a deep breath, patted Zhou Heng's back, and sighed. You're a genius. Bro, is dating affecting you so much that you're saying such reasonable things? Zhou Heng suddenly felt awkward, scratching his head, with a smirk, no. It's what my girlfriend told me after I reported the situation to her. This is her advice to you. Hey, he couldn't believe he was saying these things. If he had understood this earlier, he wouldn't have let Yin Mengren confess to him. Great. It's a brilliant strategy. Thinking about it just made me feel a lot better. Yeah. Why didn't I think of that? It makes so much sense. Why bother trying to reignite the past feelings when I can just start a new relationship with her? Liao Haomiao nodded in agreement. He had always been dwelling on how things were in the past. If he followed this idea, there was no need to attempt to get back together. In fact, there was no need to avoid the past, just accept it openly. He had been dumped, had broken up with Ju Dao. So what? No need to think about reconciling, toss the past emotions aside, and now he could pursue her afresh. Since he actively exchanged contact information, he should treat meeting a girl he likes without mentioning past matters. In their current situation, Liao Haomiao and Ju Dao could be considered new acquaintances. Their appearances and personalities had changed. They were entirely different people now. All right, if you're feeling better now, go back. It's almost lunch break. Okay. The two returned to the classroom together. On the other side, Ju Dao and Shimani left the school and arrived at the school gate. Ju Dao kept staring at her phone, looking at Liao Haomia's moments. Hey, stop looking at your phone while walking, it's dangerous. And what's there to see anyway? I can't understand anything in those moments. Shimani tapped Zhu Dao's arm and gave her a puzzled look. She had just peeked at them too, but after browsing Liao Haomia's moments, she found it boring. Simple sharing of daily activities, what they ate today, where they went, what they study, photos of the sunset. There wasn't even any gaming content. It was okay, but she found it uninteresting compared to moments filled with vibrant nightlife. Yet, Zhu Dao was engrossed in each post, reading them carefully. The latest post from last night showed a beautiful sunset with fiery clouds, and she commented below, "So beautiful," but after hesitating, she deleted it. She felt that she should avoid appearing in his world at all costs. Suddenly, a message popped up on the screen. Surprising Zhu Dao, it was from Liao Haomia. "Are you resting today? Why weren't you at school? Where are you planning to go for fun later?" Zhu Dao's eyes lit up upon seeing the screen, staring blankly and with her mouth slightly agape, her face filled with disbelief. She thought that after Liao Haomia added her as a friend, there wouldn't be much chance for them to chat further. It was just adding her and leaving it at that, as she felt awkward initiating a conversation with him. She was afraid of annoying him, possibly making their distance even greater. But she never expected that Liao Haomia would actually initiate contact with her, just shortly after they parted ways. After a moment of being dumbfounded, Zhu Dao quickly replied to the message. She didn't want to waste this opportunity. "Well, today is my day off. I didn't go to school. I'll probably go out with my friend later." Zhu Dao looked at her response, searching for anything inappropriate. She felt like everything was normal, but also strange, like nothing had happened, just a usual conversation. But as long as she could chat with Liao Haomia, it didn't matter how strange it felt. "Is your injury okay? Is everything alright?" With a message from Liao Haomia, Zhu Dao opened up and started replying continuously. She had been longing to chat with Liao Haomia for a long time, and Liao Haomia was responding actively, as if he were staring at his phone screen all the time. Whenever Zhu Dao sent a message, he would reply instantly. "Hey, why are you just standing there and not moving?" Shimani was puzzled. Zhu Dao had been standing in the same spot, staring at her phone, not moving or doing anything. "Oh, okay." Reminded by Shimani, Zhu Dao continued walking forward, still glued to her phone. Shimani was confused but didn't dare to say anything. She didn't know what was going on with Zhu Dao, and she didn't want to accidentally upset her. Afternoon came, and the afternoon events started one after another. Tang Ji's project, as expected, won the championship. The classmates seemed accustomed to it. They had already accepted that whenever Zhou Heng and Tang Zi participated in an event, they would surely win without suspense. At this moment, Zhou Heng, Yin Mengren, and Tang Zi had already started playing cards at the back of the classroom. Very few students actually went to watch the events during the sports meet. They preferred to do their own things. "Your events are all over in the afternoon, right? There's just the shot put left." Tang Zi looked at Zhou Heng and said, "I'll go record it in a while. Let's play some games tonight. You haven't been online for so long. You're not going to focus solely on love in the future and stop playing games, right?" Tang Zi said this, glancing at Yin Mengren beside them. Yin Mengren blushed slightly. She knew Zhou Heng had said that she was more important than the game now. Although she was happy that Zhou Heng said that, she did not want him to give up his favorite game because of her. She was not that selfish. She simply wished for Zhou Heng's happiness. If playing games made him happy, then she hoped he would continue playing games. Just as Zhou Heng hesitated, Yin Mengren directly spoke up. "Go ahead and play. I'll be by your side, watching and learning. I actually want to play too." "Really?" Zhou Heng looked at Yin Mengren in pleasant surprise. If there was something that could make him, a game lover, extremely happy, it was having a girlfriend who also loved playing games. It was like a dream come true for him. "Yes, really." Yin Mengren nodded, clearly seeing that Zhou Heng was happier. "So, it's settled then. We'll go online tonight." "Okay." After a while, Zhou Heng went to participate in the shot put event. Yin Mengren and Tang Zi came to the designated venue to watch. The participants in this event were mostly the biggest students in terms of physique from each class, weighing over 200 pounds on average. Among them, Zhou Heng seemed relatively slim. "Come on." Yin Mengren cheered Zhou Heng from the sidelines, her voice particularly sweet, attracting other students' attention. Other students saw Yin Mengren and immediately felt motivated, as if they had been electrified, eager to start the competition and show Yin Mengren their skills. Zhou Heng just stood there, waved to them with a slight smile in response, and then waited for the competition to begin. Other participants were warming up, but Zhou Heng seemed particularly relaxed, as if he were just there for fun. The competition started quickly, and each contestant stepped forward, picked up the regulation adult male shot put, and prepared to throw it. Despite shouting loudly, they only managed to throw it a few meters. Yin Mengren was puzzled. Were those balls really heavy? She turned to Tang Zi and asked, "Is that shot put really heavy?" "They are only throwing it about 7 or 8 meters. Tang Zi nodded and said, "Yes, it's 7.26 kilograms. Quite heavy." "Oh, how far do you think Zhou Heng can throw it?" "I don't know, but he'll surely win, right?" Soon, a burst of exclamations was heard. They turned to see the contestants from another class, with a fat student throwing over 12 meters. This instantly caused a commotion on the field. Anyone who could achieve such a result was remarkable. The students who had only thrown 7 or 8 meters felt embarrassed. Although they had tried their best, their own abilities were limited, and they couldn't rely solely on effort to change that. The students in the class immediately stood up, clapping and cheering. One of the students looked towards Liao Haomiao, who was sitting on the sidelines chatting on his phone, and said excitedly, "Monitor, the fat guy threw over 12 meters. He's definitely going to win." Liao Haomiao shook his head while still focused on his phone and said, "No, he won't win, but he should be able to get second place." "He won't win. Then who will?" Liao Haomiao raised his head, looked in a certain direction, and saw a man standing there seemingly relaxed. "Ow. That innocent-looking guy over there is actually a fierce monster." Liao Haomiao continued typing on his phone. Monster? As the event almost came to an end, none of the participants surpassed the 12 meters mark. Even the chubby student in their class was confident that he had secured his position and was now resting. The last one up was Zhou Heng. He stood in position, held the shot put in his hand, and pondered, "How should I throw this?" "Never mind. Just throw it however you want." When the others were throwing, Zhou Heng didn't pay special attention to the movements. Others were stepping and spinning, looking quite professional. After watching for a while without learning, he also didn't plan to use any professional moves. If he did it non-standardly, he would easily be mocked. Ahem. Zhou Heng stood in place, cleared his throat, and in that moment, muscles on his body flexed. He put in all his strength, then suddenly took a step, stomping heavily on the ground. With the shot put in his hand, he swiftly threw it. Swish! A high and long trajectory appeared in the air, and the speed at which the shot put flew out was like a cannonball. Everyone widened their eyes, following the movement of the shot put. When they saw others throw, it wasn't at this speed. Was the shot put lighter now? Dang! When the shot put hit the ground, the onlookers couldn't help but shrink their necks as if startled by it. Soon, the referee went to measure the distance, while Zhou Heng clapped his hands, moved his arms, and left the field. 15 meters and 89 centimeters. Upon hearing the result, the chubby guy jumped up, eyes wide with shock, a face full of astonishment. The others were almost fainting, twitching at the corners of their mouths and eyebrows, unable to speak. Wow. At this moment, on the sidelines, Yin Mengren jumped up happily, cheering excitedly, as if she had won. But for her, if Zhou Heng won, it was as if she won. Well done. Zhou Heng heard the buzz, turned his head to look at Yin Mengren, gave her a slight smile, and raised a thumbs up. Now, those people finally understood who Yin Mengren was cheering for. With such skills, they were sure to win, and with the support of this lovely beauty, they didn't even know how they could lose. The competition ended, and Zhou Heng effortlessly took the first place. Now, he had finished both events, winning championships in both, and with remarkable results, he became the talk of the whole school for a while. A shot put of 7.26 meters, throwing nearly 16 meters from a standstill. No technique, just pure strength. It's too exaggerated. If this is systematically trained, it would be incredible. He also ran the 100 meters in under 11 seconds. Impressive. Is he really not from a professional team? After returning to the classroom, when Zhou Heng and the others came back, the rest of the students looked at Zhou Heng with eyes that seemed to be looking at a monster. With such power, he could easily randomly injure a lucky viewer here. As Zhou Heng was about to return to his seat, Teacher Wan suddenly approached, pinched Zhou Heng's arm. Ouch, Teacher Wan. What are you doing? Why pinch me? Haven't I won already? Zhou Heng stepped back, rubbing his arm in pain, while Teacher Wan stood with hands on hips, frowning, and said, "Stop pretending. Can't I pinch you hard with your tough skin? Why didn't you say you were so good at sports? Why didn't you participate in the sports competition in the past 2 years? Can't you contribute to the class a little?" Teacher Wan pointed fingers at Zhou Heng, who kept retreating, not daring to say anything. Yin Mengren and Nan Tangzi were snickering in the background. Zhou Heng had always been low profile in the class, but now he was being called out by the class teacher, making it hard for him to explain. After venting her anger, Teacher Wan clutched her arms and muttered quietly, "As a teacher, I have to rely on Yin Mengren's help to make you contribute." Really, the more powerful Zhou Heng was, the more smug he felt. Kan Yue sat there feeling satisfied because several people had come over to compliment him. "Kan Yue, thinking about when you faced off against Zhou Heng, I admire you. Really daring. Only you dare to do such a thing. That's what I think too. You even arm wrestled. You should be grateful he let you off. Otherwise, he could have broken your arm. It's because Zhou Heng has a good temper, right? He didn't get angry that day. If it were me, I would have thrown you like a shot put." Kan Yue waved his hand, smiled, raised his head, and proudly said, "Oh, it's nothing. Zhou Heng and I are good buddies. He's like an elder brother to me. We were just chatting earlier. Think about it, I'm so annoying. But Zhou Heng never hits me. He's so good to me." He knew what he was doing was wrong, but the feeling of being in favor with someone was just so exhilarating. After so long at school, he had always been invisible in the class, but now he basked in Zhou Heng's aura, receiving so much attention. After a long time, he had also somewhat understood Zhou Heng's character, who had a big heart and didn't mind petty things, so he wouldn't get angry with him because of these little things. Today's sports meet had come to an end. There was another day tomorrow, with students starting to leave gradually in the late afternoon. After Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren walked out of the school gate, they held hands. They had restrained themselves all day because Zhou Heng had promised the class teacher to keep a low profile in school, so although they were close all day, they didn't engage in any intimate gestures. However, outside the school gate, Zhou Heng reached out to take Yin Mengren's hand, and he found that she had also reached out. They shared a knowing smile. "By the way, today, what did Teacher Wan say to you in the end? It seemed like after you chatted, your relationship improved." This question had been lingering in Yin Mengren's mind all day, but she hadn't asked because Teacher Wan was nearby. About that. Zhou Heng reached out, touched a pocket of his backpack where the money Teacher Wan gave him to spend on Yin Mengren was kept. He didn't know how to tell her about it yet. Stop. Robbery. Just then, a voice came from in front of them. They immediately stopped, looking ahead, and upon seeing the person, Zhou Heng couldn't help but furrow his brows, tilting his head, asking, "Why are you squatting in other people's way again? Is this your hiding spot?" The person in front, wearing bandages in several places, leaning against the wall, was Liao Haomiao. Liao Haomiao smiled slightly, slowly approaching them, saying, "I've been waiting for you. Having a face-to-face conversation works better than talking on the phone. Something's not right. How did your legs bring you in front of me? Hey, don't mind these details. What I'm about to say is the main point." Liao Haomiao reached out, not letting Zhou Heng continue, and Yin Mengren, being sensible, looked at Zhou Heng, whispered, "I'll go wait ahead for you." "All right." Just as Yin Mengren took a step forward, Liao Haomiao intercepted her. "Oh no, you're coming too. Me. Can I come along too?" Yin Mengren gestured to herself somewhat unexpectedly. She knew that Zhou Heng and Liao Haomiao had a good relationship at the moment. She was happy that Zhou Heng had a friend, but as Zhou Heng's girlfriend, she knew she had to always keep a distance from other guys. She didn't want Zhou Heng to be unhappy, especially with someone like Liao Haomiao who had made his feelings known to her. "Oh, you're coming too. So it concerns you too." Liao Haomiao nodded and asked Yin Mengren to stay. Zhou Heng looked at Liao Haomiao, furrowing his brow slightly, and asked, "What do you want to say? Why aren't you at home chatting with someone right now instead of intercepting us here?" "That is the question, my friend. I want to ask you both, do you have time this weekend?" Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren exchanged a glance, somewhat surprised. They didn't have any plans for the weekend, so they both silently agreed to spend it at home studying. "What do you want to do?" "Well, I made plans to hang out with Zhu Dao this weekend, but I feel it might be awkward with just the two of us. I need some company, so I thought of you too. You've helped me a lot this time, and I want to treat you to a meal as a thank you." Zhou Heng paused for a few seconds and then slowly pointed to himself and Yin Mengren, asking, "You want both of us to go on a date with you?" "Yes, together. A 4-people date. I think it won't be awkward that way. What do you think?" Liao Haomiao looked at them expectantly. He felt that he should discuss this matter face-to-face with Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren, so he quickly intercepted them with his limp legs. "I'll discuss it with my girlfriend," Zhou Heng said, as he put his arm around Yin Mengren's shoulder and walked a few meters away with her. He whispered to her, "What do you think?" "I'll listen to you." I'll listen to you too." Yin Mengren hesitated in her response. She was taken aback when she heard Zhou Heng say he would listen to her. She didn't want to make any decisions. As long as she could be with Zhou Heng, she was willing to go along with anything and go anywhere. "Do you want us to spend the weekend alone or with them? I want to know your thoughts. If it were up to me, I would prefer to spend it alone with you, but I think it's better to go with them," Yin Mengren said softly, glancing back at Liao Haomiao. "Why is that? We actually didn't help much this time. We owe Liao Haomiao a favor since without him, we wouldn't have been able to be together so smoothly. He needs emotional support now, and we should help him. Besides, he's your friend, so we should consider his request. It's simple social interaction. He's a good student with a promising future, and maintaining a good relationship could benefit you in the future." Yin Mengren's central thought was always geared towards Zhou Heng's benefit. If it were up to her, she would have chosen to spend the weekend alone with him, but she knew she had to consider Zhou Heng's interests. That's what being his girlfriend meant to her. "Well, that makes sense. You always think things through. Let's agree then," Zhou Heng replied. "Okay." Liao Haomiao smiled, already anticipating their agreement. "Great. I'll contact you later then," he said as he left promptly, not dragging the issue further. Zhou Heng sighed helplessly as he watched Liao Haomiao limping away. In reality, even if Yin Mengren didn't agree, he would likely have accepted Liao Haomiao's invitation. But knowing Yin Mengren's opinion was crucial to him, and her feelings took precedence in his decision-making. "Let's go home," Zhou Heng suggested as they returned home together. Yin Mengren hurried to prepare a meal, knowing that Zhou Heng was tired and needed a good meal to eat. She felt happy at the thought of spending a whole day with him the next day. Zhou Heng placed his bag down and took out an envelope. He believed Yin Mengren was very rational and decided to be straightforward with her. He wanted her to know what was inside the envelope and let her make the decision herself. After about an hour, Yin Mengren finished preparing the food and they sat down at the table. Zhou Heng placed the sealed envelope on the table. Yin Mengren saw it, but didn't ask, already sensing what it contained. She waited for Zhou Heng to speak. Zhou Heng pushed the envelope forward and said softly, "Wan Lashi mench and that she turn a blind eye to our relationship from now on. This is for you." Yin Mengren opened the envelope, saw the money inside, and understood what it meant. She placed it down, still silent as she gazed at Zhou Heng. "Wan Lashi initially told me not to tell you because she knew you wouldn't accept it. She entrusted it to me, letting me use the money in my name to repay you. But I couldn't do that. I felt I had to let you know. It's her goodwill," Zhou Heng explained. "I understand." Yin Mengren nodded and pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you think I should accept it?" Zhou Heng took a deep breath and said, "I'm not sure. Different perspectives may lead to different thoughts, so it's best for you to decide. I'll support whatever you choose." Yin Mengren's main concern was whether she could fulfill Wang Lashi's favor in the future if she accepted the money. She pondered this heavily before asking Zhou Heng for his opinion. Zhou Heng could understand Yin Mengren's feelings. If it were him, he would definitely think the same way. After careful consideration, Zhou Heng nodded firmly and said, "I think you can do it. And you don't need to be afraid, because I'm here with you, right? We can repay this favor together." A flash of surprise crossed Yin Mengren's eyes, and she hesitated before saying, "But this is a favor I owe. How can I let you repay it from me? How? Isn't what's yours also mine? Even you belong to me. Helping you is helping me, right? So, let's repay this favor together." "There's no problem," Zhou Heng emphasized, highlighting how close their relationship was. Especially the line "even you belong to me" made Yin Mengren's heart race. "Well, since you said that, what's mine is yours. Here, take this." Yin Mengren pushed the envelope towards Zhou Heng. If Zhou Heng said so, then she could reluctantly accept it. This would be considered as bringing benefits to Jo Heng in her name. From her perspective, there was really no reason to decline. I have no reason to accept this. This is from Teacher Wang. But you said, what's mine is yours. This. Jo Heng put down the envelope on the table, making it seem like a hot potato that neither of them wanted to touch. The dishes on the side were still steaming, but the two remained silent. In that case, let's accept it together. Okay? And from now on, let's try our best to repay Teacher Wang. Jo Heng suggested first, as he had an agreement with Teacher Wang. If they didn't accept the money, they would have to return it. But what if Teacher Wang intervened in their relationship, restricting them from dating, deliberately separating them at school, or even informing their parents about these matters, or scenarios Jo Heng didn't want to see? He didn't know what consequences they might face, but it would definitely be troublesome. Yin Mengren quietly nodded and said, okay, I agree. What should we do? After thinking for a while, Jo Heng whispered, repaying the teacher means studying hard to improve your grades so she would have the opportunity for a raise or something. I believe you can do it, and it would make her happy. What? Yin Mengren looked at Jo Heng carefully and listened. After thinking for a moment, Jo Heng nodded and said, that means in the next exam, surpassing Liao Haomia and becoming the top of our grade. Teacher Wang would definitely be happy. Although our class has the best overall performance in our grade, Class 1's homeroom teacher is especially proud because of Liao Haomia. If you could take the first place, that would greatly help Teacher Wang. Well, Yin Mengren knew that Jo Heng was right, but it wasn't as simple as it sounded. The reason Liao Haomia always remained first was the significant gap between him and the others. Yin Mengren was second, but there was a difference of more than 10 points with Liao Haomia. Closing that gap was a hard task. So, even though she aspired to be first, Liao Haomia stood like an insurmountable mountain. Don't worry, doesn't he want to date now? He's going on a date this weekend. It will definitely distract him, and then the gap between you two will be narrowed, right? Jo Heng, seeing Yin Mengren's worries, comforted her softly. Yeah. Then I'll do my best. Let's eat first. Okay. They put away the envelope without deciding where to spend it and enjoyed their meal. After finishing dinner, Jo Heng turned on the computer to play games with Tang Zi. Yin Mengren, not interested in playing games, sat beside Jo Heng to watch. She didn't want to play games, but found joy in seeing Jo Heng happy. Here? Where's Yin Mengren? Is she here? After a while, Tang Zi's voice came through the headphones. Her first concern was if Yin Mengren was around. Hearing this, Yin Mengren smiled and replied into the microphone, I'm here. I'm right beside. All right. Then watch closely. I wonder if you can understand Jo Heng's zombie-like operations. If you understand, your blood pressure will definitely rise. You're the one making jokes. Your operations are so humorous that even after fixing them, it's like drooling. Hard to imagine there's a person sitting in front of the computer. It's a pity for your peripherals. Jo Heng and Tang Zi bantered, but their faces were smiling. Yin Mengren didn't understand their banter, but respected it. She didn't play games and couldn't comprehend that kind of enjoyment. As long as Jo Heng wasn't angry and Tang Zi's tone was easy, like it didn't matter, she didn't mind. While playing the game, Jo Heng's expression visibly changed, and his mood became visibly happier. Seeing Jo Heng happy made Yin Mengren happy as well. After playing for a while, Jo Heng went offline, shut down the computer, and prepared to study with Yin Mengren. He had reached a point where even if he wanted to play, he wouldn't feel at ease until he studied. Yin Mengren, sitting at the table, recalled the weekend plans and asked, where are they going this weekend? Not sure. Let them decide. Jo Heng shook his head, as it didn't matter to him where they went. So, are we trying to matchmake them? Don't worry about their affairs. Let's just focus on having a good time. On the second day, the sports meeting continued. Students arrived at the school one after another, preparing to relax on this final day. For the senior students in grade 3, this was their last sports meeting and the last time to be so relaxed at school. After this day, they would have to continue enduring the pressure of preparing for the college entrance examination. Upon entering the school gate, Jo Heng and Yin Mengren's hands naturally separated, but their distance remained close. Even without physical contact, they seemed intimate. Upon reaching the classroom, many classmates voluntarily made room for them, saying, Jo Heng, come sit over here. It's cooler over here. This left Jo Heng a bit dazed, unsure of what to do. Yin Mengren suppressed a smile and whispered to Zhou Heng, "Looks like your popularity has improved." "Thanks to you," Zhou Heng replied. He hadn't expected his popularity to improve so easily, but it was a normal result. After all, who wouldn't have better social relationships when their girlfriend was the most popular in the class? "Come here. Sit over here." At that moment, a commanding voice silenced the others. All eyes turned to the source of the voice, and everyone quickly took their seats, deflating like popped balloons. The one sitting there was the homeroom teacher. She gestured for Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren to come over. The two exchanged a glance, sharing a shy smile. Although the homeroom teacher wanted them to sit beside her, being next to the teacher meant they couldn't do much. Nevertheless, they obediently walked over and sat on either side of Ms. Wang. Looking at the two of them, Ms. Wang asked in confusion, "Aren't you sitting together?" Both replied simultaneously. Then Zhou Heng quickly got up and sat beside Yin Mengren. Yin Mengren shyly lowered her head, looking beside Zhou Heng, clearly a bit thrilling to be in front of the teacher. Ms. Wang, leaning on her hand, observed them with a smile, softly remarking, "You two look pretty good together. How didn't I notice this before?" Hot. Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren exchanged surprised glances, not expecting the homeroom teacher to make such comments. They were at a loss on how to respond. "Thank you, teacher," Yin Mengren softly replied, secretly pleased by the teacher's approval. For her, being called compatible with Zhou Heng was music to her ears. "I'm looking for Zhou Heng. Can you tell me where he is?" A voice from behind interrupted them. Turning around, they saw it was Liao Haomiao, who had come directly to their classroom. Zhou Heng looked at Yin Mengren and said, "I'll be back in a moment." Then he got up and walked toward Liao Haomiao. "Brother, I came to talk to you. What are we planning for this weekend? Can't you discuss it over the phone? You know I prefer face-to-face conversations." Zhou Heng and Liao Haomiao left together, drawing perplexed gazes from others. Why is Zhou Heng so close with Liao Haomiao from another class? That's Liao Haomiao. He ranks first in our grade and is so brilliant. One has the strongest mind, and the other has the strongest physique. Wonder what they're up to. Meanwhile, Ms. Wang and Yin Mengren were also watching them depart, lost in thought. After a while, Ms. Wang asked Yin Mengren, "Is Zhou Heng close with Liao Haomiao? Are they friends?" Liao Haomiao's fame was known throughout the senior grade. Ms. Wang was surprised that Zhou Heng knew him. It felt like they were completely different types of people. But upon reflection, with Zhou Heng dating Yin Mengren, anything seemed possible. "Well, they are friends, but they haven't known each other for long," Yin Mengren replied. "I see, it's good. Building relationships with such people can benefit Zhou Heng in the future." Ms. Wang nodded, muttering to herself. Then she looked at Yin Mengren and asked in a low voice, "Hey, just curious, how far have you and Zhou Heng progressed? Have you gone all the way out?" Yin Mengren was taken aback, her face reddening to the roots of her ears, heart racing. "Well, She didn't know how to respond. Not answering the teacher wasn't ideal, but replying also felt awkward. Ms. Wang seemed to sense Yin Mengren's dilemma and chuckled, saying, "It's okay, you don't have to answer. I was just asking casually. But remember, don't let anything happen. Having a child now, how would you handle it? It will definitely disrupt your future." Yin Mengren's face reddened further as she blurted out loudly, "That won't happen. Don't worry." Her response drew everyone's attention, staring at her in surprise. Feeling embarrassed, she wished she could disappear. However, after lowering her head, she began thinking about what she had said. A child with Zhou Heng. She hadn't considered it before because being with Zhou Heng already satisfied her. It felt unrealistic, and she had even thought about marriage, not kids. Did Zhou Heng plan to have children? Would he like kids? What would their child be like? The child's name was also crucial. What would be a good name for them? No. Yin Mengren shook her head, snapping herself out of the reverie. She hadn't realized how lost in thought she got. But she did fantasize about getting married to Zhou Heng and having a child, forming a family of 3. Meanwhile, Zhou Heng and Liao Haomiao strolled, chatting. Zhou Heng, oblivious to Yin Mengren's musings, spoke. "What do you want to do now?" "I want to discuss our plans for this weekend." "Brother, this weekend is crucial for me, and we need a solid plan." Zhou Heng tilted his head, furrowed his brows, and said, "You know, in movies and TV shows, meticulously planned things always go wrong, and there are plenty of surprises. You'll see." "Really?" Don't scare me. Liao Haomiao's face was filled with a worried expression. He had never thought about this before because he had never really made any plans. However, this time the situation was too important to be taken lightly, so he had the idea of making a plan for the first time. He immediately went to discuss with Zhou Heng, but the sentence Zhou Heng said made him worried. Zhou Heng patted his shoulder and said, I just meant that you shouldn't care too much about planning. The main thing is to focus on the other person. Well, you can rest assured that I know that, but I'm just afraid of unexpected situations, so I thought of making a plan. So, are you saying we shouldn't plan? The key is there's no need. You're not proposing. You're not planning some big surprise. There's really no need to plan anything. Just go out normally and have fun. Liao Haomiao furrowed his eyebrows, seeming to be pondering a complicated issue. After a while, he raised his head and asked seriously, are you suggesting that I should propose? Hey, don't come near me. I was just kidding. Liao Haomiao saw that Zhou Heng's expression was off, so he quickly took 2 steps back, fearing that Zhou Heng might do something rude to him. Zhou Heng just gave him a glare and said calmly, all right, there's really no need for any plan. In my opinion, just go out shopping, have a meal, maybe watch a movie at most. Do you want to go play in the water? Zhou Heng looked at Liao Haomiao in confusion, not understanding why he suddenly made this suggestion. Play in the water. It's already autumn. It's so cold. An indoor water park, not cold. Zhou Heng looked at Liao Haomiao intently, eyebrows slightly furrowed, and asked, are you suggesting this to see people in swimsuits? No. It's just that my family members work there, so going there won't cost anything. Liao Haomiao innocently shook his head, explained with open hands. Oh, really? Yes, really. Since we don't know where else to go, going there means we know what to do, no extra cost. Isn't that great? Zhou Heng fell into silence, seemingly hesitating. He definitely had to consider whether Liao Haomiao's suggestion was feasible. In terms of just going to have fun, Liao Haomiao's suggestion was indeed a good idea. Just strolling around, eating, watching a movie would be quite boring. For Liao Haomiao, it would be like wasting a precious date opportunity and the progress might not be ideal. However, going to the water park would be different. There would be more opportunities and they could have more fun, plus it wouldn't cost anything. All right, let me ask my girlfriend, and you can ask Zhu Dao. If they agree, we'll go. How about that? Okay, let's do that. Zhou Heng and Liao Haomiao agreed on this proposition, but it wasn't just their agreement that mattered. It was crucial to ask those 2 girls, as they were the main figures in this. If they didn't agree, the proposition would be void. When Zhou Heng returned to class, he noticed that Yin Mengren and the homeroom teacher were having an animated discussion. Not wanting to interrupt them, he glanced around and saw Tangzi sitting in a corner, engrossed in her phone, seemingly playing a game, with a lollipop in her mouth, focusing on the screen. He walked over, sat next to Tangzi, and after she glanced at him, she continued playing on her phone. He asked, what's up? Yin Mengren ignoring you. How could she? She's chatting with the teacher. I'm just sitting here watching you all lonely. Pitiful. Do you not know me? Being lonely is nothing to me. I don't care. Tangzi shrugged expressionless, continuing to play intensely, showing no concern. Zhou Heng sighed helplessly. As they were relatives, he felt he should also care for Tangzi. If she continued like this, how would she make friends once she got to college? It's not like you have Yin Mengren with you. But what if we're not in the same university? Tangzi pursed her lips. Yin Mengren will definitely go with you, that's for sure. So, I'll go with you both. Considering our grades, getting into the university you're aiming for should be no problem. Didn't my aunt and uncle already choose a university for you? If you don't go there, why do you want to go to the same university as me? Tangzi raised an eyebrow, turned off her phone. She crunched the lollipop in her mouth, looked at Zhou Heng, and said calmly, yes, a good university can raise the upper limit indeed, but it doesn't mean my limit is just there. Besides, there are so many people with good grades aiming for those top jobs. I don't have such big aspirations. I think average is good enough for me, so it doesn't really matter which university I go to. Zhou Heng took a deep breath, calmed his mind, nodded, and said, you really, I have to say, your way of thinking suits a loner quite well. If you ever have a boyfriend, he definitely won't be able to handle it. That's why I said I won't have a boyfriend. Not everyone thinks that getting married and having children is happiness. I think being alone is good, and my family agrees. Is there a problem? No problem at all. You're right. After all, we only live once, so we should live according to our own wishes. Luckily, my aunt and uncle are more open-minded. Zhou Heng looked forward, noticing Yin Mengren paying attention to him. She spoke to the teacher, pointed towards him, and then saw the teacher nodding. Yin Mengren happily stood up and walked towards him. Zhou Heng lowered his voice and said to Tang Zi, "It's not that you have to go to the universities I aim for. I should aim for the universities you want to attend. You don't need to lower your grades, I just need to improve mine." Tang Zi was momentarily stunned. Then a slight smile appeared on her face. She softly said, "All right, it's a deal then. If you do get in, I'll give you my fully maxed out 7-star top grade pet as a reward." "Really? Kidding. I'll just give you a 5-star one. Am I supposed to give you my 7-star one? Greedy. What are you talking about? Did I disturb you guys?" Yin Mengren didn't mind that Zhou Heng hadn't come to find her after he came back. Instead, she came to find Tang Zi. She sat directly beside Zhou Heng, smiling as she watched the two of them. "Ah, no. I just saw you and Teacher Wang chatting. I was afraid to disturb you, so I sat here for a while." Even though Yin Mengren didn't pursue it, Zhou Heng still wanted to explain, to avoid any misunderstandings. "Ah, we were just chatting," Yin Mengren was about to say, but her voice suddenly stopped, as she remembered that she had just been discussing some things between her and Zhou Heng with the teacher. It would probably be awkward if that was said in front of Tang Zi. We weren't talking about anything, just chatting for a bit." At that moment, Tang Zi was preparing for the final item on her agenda. She was about to leave to get ready. "I'm leaving." She stood up, throwing her coat and phone directly into Zhou Heng's lap. Yin Mengren waved and said, "Good luck, be careful, mm." Tang Zi raised her hand in response and then left the room. Zhou Heng set Tang Zi's things aside and then looked at Yin Mengren. "Ow. Liao Haomiao just spoke to me about making plans for the weekend. He wants to discuss where to go for fun this weekend. How did you decide?" "He suggested going to an indoor water park. His family works there, so he said we wouldn't need to spend money. I don't mind, so I wanted to ask for your opinion. What do you think? If you don't want to go, we can choose somewhere else." "A water park? Oh, playing in the water." Yin Mengren was caught off guard. She had initially thought it didn't matter where Zhou Heng decided to go, but now she needed to consider going to a water park because she was not good at swimming. If she went, she would need to use a float, and that would prevent her from enjoying some of the facilities, like water slides. However, she also thought that going to a water park could provide an opportunity to admire Zhou Heng's physique freely. "Okay, I don't have any preferences, we can go anywhere." Yin Mengren nodded and agreed. "Okay, I'll wait for a message from Liao Haomiao. He needs to check with Zhu Dao to see if she wants to go. But I don't have a swimsuit. Should we buy one?" Zhou Heng nodded. "Yes, I don't have one either. Let's go buy some on Saturday afternoon after school." "Okay." After a while, Zhou Heng's phone rang. It was a message from Liao Haomiao. "It's okay on my end. How about yours?" Zhou Heng replied. "Okay, good. We'll discuss more details on Saturday." Zhou Heng turned off his phone, nodded at Yin Mengren, indicating that the plan had been decided. In the afternoon, all the events of the sports meeting were over, marking the official end of the sports meeting. It was time for the award presentation. The champions of each event came forward to receive their awards. In the end, Zhou Heng's class won 7 gold medals, 9 silver medals, and 4 bronze medals. Among them, Zhou Heng and Tang Zi won for gold medals. Tang Zi also received an award for the best opening ceremony performance, a unique award in their grade. Everyone agreed that Tang Zi deserved the award, and she caught the attention of the entire school. Despite this, no one dared to approach her because of the rumors about Zhou Heng being her brother. It was daunting to approach someone whose brother achieved such remarkable results in shot put. When the award recipients returned to the classroom, their classmates applauded and cheered for them. Everyone else seemed happy and proud, while Zhou Heng and Tang Zi felt a bit awkward. They were not used to being the center of attention. Zhou Heng sat next to Yin Mengren, and when no one was paying attention, Yin Mengren suddenly leaned in and lightly kissed Zhou Heng on the cheek. "Mwah." Zhou Heng was taken aback and turned to look at Yin Mengren, who was blushing with a shy smile. "Thank you. Thank me for what?" Zhou Heng was a bit perplexed by Yin Mengren's unexpected gesture, especially in front of their classmates, because you participated in the sports meeting at my request. I'm really grateful that you agreed even though we weren't together at that time. But at that time, we weren't together, so there was no need for those baits. Zhou Heng remembered that he agreed to participate in the sports meeting because of a bet with Yin Mengren. If Tang Zi participated, he would too. Reflecting on it, he realized that he would have participated even without the bet, had Yin Mengren simply asked him. So I want to thank you for agreeing to my request when I wasn't your girlfriend. Yin Mengren raised the corners of her mouth, showing a gentle smile. Then she reached out and gently held Zhou Heng's hand, fingers intertwined. Zhou Heng held Yin Mengren's hand tightly and looked into her eyes with affection. Next time, you don't need to make any requests to me because your concerns are mine. Just as Zhou Heng finished speaking, a coat was suddenly thrown over them from behind, covering their joined hands. They immediately turned their heads to see it was Teacher Wang standing behind them. Teacher Wang frowned and whispered, "Did you forget what I told you? Keep it low-key, or I won't be able to protect you." Okay. Thank you, teacher. On Saturday, students' moods began to relax again because they could rest after school in the afternoon. The opportunity to rest once a week was like redemption to them. Aren't you going? You four are going on a date. Why would I go with you? I'm not going, and I have a guild battle to play tomorrow. Very busy. Tang Zi waved her hand, rejecting Zhou Heng's invitation. She knew that they were planning to go out to play tomorrow. After discussing with Yin Mengren, Zhou Heng felt that they should invite Tang Zi too. Otherwise, it would seem like they had made a new friend and abandoned her, which wasn't go. However, Tang Zi didn't really want to go. Not to be polite, not to be a third wheel. These were not problems for her. The main thing was that she wanted to play games at home. Much better than going out to play. Okay then, Zhou Heng nodded. Since Tang Zi had said that, he didn't need to invite her further. After school, Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren left the classroom together. As they reached the classroom door, there was already someone waiting for them. Wo Ku, why are you always so fast? Is your dismissal time different from ours? Zhou Heng looked at Liao Haomiao at the classroom door and couldn't help but sigh. They were already quick. After the school bell rang, they started packing up, walking out of the classroom in less than 2 minutes. Yet Liao Haomiao was always one step ahead, seemingly afraid that they would slip away. Our two classes are very close to each other. I pack up 3 minutes early. The teacher doesn't hold us back, so once the bell rings, I run out because I know you definitely won't wait for me. Liao Haomiao shrugged, explaining lightly. Although he hadn't known Zhou Heng for long, he was good at understanding others. Furthermore, Zhou Heng, being someone without any ill intentions, was easier to understand. If he wasn't blocking the classroom door, Zhou Heng would never wait for Liao Haomiao. He would have left directly. Zhou Heng was momentarily speechless, awkwardly turning his head away, stuttering, I wouldn't. Didn't we agree to go shopping together today? I just thought we could meet at the mall. See, I was right, wasn't I? You clearly had no intention of waiting for me. Liao Haomiao pursed his lips, furrowing his brow slightly. Even so, he could understand Zhou Heng's actions. He had hardly any friends all along, so he didn't value the friend's presence that much. Besides, now that he had a girlfriend, he had no time for friends. For him, as long as his girlfriend was around, friends were secondary. Seeing her boyfriend being picked on, Yin Mengren quickly spoke up. Let's go quickly, the mall is about to close. By the way, where is Zhu Dao? Isn't she supposed to come with us too? Liao Haomiao had no intention of insisting further. He nodded and walked out with the other two. Yeah, she was let out 10 minutes earlier than us. I suggested we meet at the mall's entrance. She must be heading there now. Okay, let's go quickly. The three of them left school and went to the bus stop, boarded the bus, and headed towards the city center to the mall. After a 10-minute bus ride, they finally arrived at their destination and walked towards the mall. At the entrance, Liao Haomiao immediately saw the person he was looking for. Since they had last met, they hadn't seen each other again due to being busy with school. During this time, they had been chatting on the phone, and they had been looking forward to meeting today for 4 or 5 days. So, when Liao Haomiao saw Zhu Dao, his heart rate immediately accelerated. Brother, I'm a bit nervous. Liao Haomiao reached out, tugged at Zhou Heng's sleeve, and muttered next to him. Zhou Heng looked up and saw the girl waiting at the mall entrance, wearing a different school uniform, with her hair tight in a high ponytail exuding a youthful vibe. At that moment, she was looking around, searching for the figure she was waiting for. Zhou Heng raised his eyebrows slightly and whispered, "Why are you nervous? You've known her for some time, and you've been chatting on the phone for so long. Just go over and speak normally." "Brother, chatting on the phone and meeting are different. I can only hide behind my phone." "You really? We're already here. Can't just back off now, right? Go." Zhou Heng pushed Liao Haomiao, almost pushing him over, causing him to stumble forward. Liao Haomiao rubbed his shoulder, glared at Zhou Heng, then strode forward to where Zhu Dao was waiting. Hey. When they were 3 to 5 meters away, Liao Haomiao waved and greeted. Zhu Dao turned around upon hearing the voice. When she saw Liao Haomiao, she immediately broke into a radiant smile. She saw that familiar figure, the boy she had been thinking about day and night. Her body trembled slightly, unable to control the excitement. Her face blushed slightly, and Liao Haomiao, seeing Zhu Dao's reaction, was stunned for a moment. He looked at the girl, blushing, with a smile in her eyes and a graceful demeanor, which was particularly attractive. This made him feel a little timid and even doubt whether he was worthy of Zhu Dao. With his bookish appearance, he felt completely out of place compared to her gentle and cute image. After Zhu Dao blushed, she quickly adjusted her emotions and regained her usual composure. "You guys are here." She then noticed Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren behind Liao Haomiao, exchanged a simple greeting, and her gaze couldn't help but look at the hands of Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren intertwined. She couldn't help but feel a sense of envy. She remembered back in junior high when she and Liao Haomiao once held hands. Albeit very few times, she was always afraid back then. Even holding hands would make her scared. But the feeling of excitement at that time, she hadn't forgotten. Several people entered the shopping mall. Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren walked hand in hand at the front, chatting about something with a relationship that was not just harmonious, but particularly natural. Liao Haomiao and Zhu Dao, on the other hand, were a bit more reserved at the back, even though they walked side by side, but there was about a meter of distance between them, and they didn't speak. Liao Haomiao bit his lip, feeling an urgent need to say something, but every time he tried to speak, the words got stuck in his throat, feeling that anything he said now would be very awkward. Even though they had been chatting quite well on their phones, why couldn't they say anything now that they were face to face? Didn't he prefer talking face to face? He always found Zhou Heng to talk to in person, but why did he feel different facing Zhu Dao? Is your wound better now? After a moment, Zhu Dao was the first to break the awkward silence, and Liao Haomiao quickly responded, "Ah, it's better. It's already fine. Look." Then, he showed his wound. Besides some faint scars, there were no other traces of injury. Seeing these scars, a hint of pity flashed in Zhu Dao's eyes. "Next time, be more careful. Don't get hurt again." I know." Liao Haomiao nodded honestly in response. Recalling how dangerous he had been at that time, he remembered that his injuries were not just simple external wounds. Even the muscles in his legs had taken a long time to heal. But when he saw the look in Zhu Dao's eyes at that time, his fighting spirit was suddenly ignited. If his body had kept pace, he might have been able to create a miracle. After all, what could a body that studied every day achieve? The group didn't have much time to wander around, so they headed straight to their destination to buy swimsuits. Zhou Heng and Liao Haomiao, the two boys, quickly picked out swim trunks, not needing to fuss over styles, as they were all pretty similar. Zhou Heng chose a pair of beach shorts with longer legs since his physique couldn't fit into regular swim trunks. Meanwhile, Yin Mengren and Zhu Dao, the two girls, had many options to choose from. They walked around together, searching for a long time without finding anything suitable. The sales staff didn't know how to recommend anything to these two, so they silently followed them. Zhou Heng and Liao Haomiao sat on the couch, waiting for the girls. "It seems like they can get along well, right? Isn't it easy for girls to make friends? More or less, the key is that my girlfriend has a great personality. She has a good reputation and character, so making friends is not difficult for her." Zhou Heng raised his chin proudly, leaving Liao Haomiao feeling helpless. From what he knew, Zhou Heng wasn't like this before. It seemed that love really could completely change a person. Now, Yin Mengren was clearly the top priority in his heart. "I wonder if I could be like Zhou Heng if I were really with Zhu Dao." At that moment, Yin Mengren stuck her head out of the fitting room and called out to Zhou Heng, "Come here for a moment." "Oh, coming." Zhou Heng got up quickly and walked over, entering the fitting room. He thought Yin Mengren wanted him to help pick out a swimsuit, but as soon as he stepped into the fitting room, he was stunned by what he saw. Yin Mengren's fair skin was exposed, her back facing Zhou Heng. The curve of her butterfly bones flowed smoothly, her flawless and radiant back half hidden by her long hair. From the raised butterfly bone to the concave waistline, to the undulating hips, it was as if it had been sketched out with fluid lines. Zhou Heng marveled at how delicately toned Yin Mengren's body was, with slim waist and well-proportioned figure, exuding a unique, indescribable charm. She seemed to be trying to zip up her swimsuit, but couldn't reach the zipper at the back. I can't reach it. Can you help me to zip it up? Yin Mengren strained as she spoke. Zhou Heng's eyes immediately averted, not knowing where to look. He reached out to help zip up her swimsuit, but had trouble finding the zipper's position without seeing it. With a gentle touch on Yin Mengren's back, she let out a soft, yeah. Her body shivered slightly, as if an electric current had passed through her, and she blushed instantly. Oh, sorry. After fumbling around, Zhou Heng finally found the zipper and pulled it up. He then realized that Yin Mengren wasn't unable to zip it up because she couldn't reach but because it was too tight in the front. How about this one? Does it look good? Yin Mengren slowly turned to face Zhou Heng, wanting his opinion. Zhou Heng glanced briefly, almost unable to resist. It was too fierce, too vicious an attack. He first noticed her well-defined clavicle, followed by a large expanse of snow-white skin. No. No. Zhou Heng shook his head repeatedly, almost completely denying it, like a drum that had no room for doubt. Yin Mengren was slightly taken aback, blinked, and looked at her swimsuit, muttering, "Not good. I thought you would like it." Zhou Heng looked up, hesitantly saying, I like it, but don't wear this outside. It shows too much. I don't want others to see. Staring into Zhou Heng's eyes, Yin Mengren blushed. After a moment, she whispered softly, Then, I'll wear it at home, for you to see. Zhou Heng's brain buzzed, his mouth slightly open, and his pupils trembled slightly. This was an irresistible stimulus to him, constantly stimulating his soul. Then, buy it, and then, you can choose another one. Okay. In the end, everyone had purchased their swimsuits and was ready to leave. It was around 6 o'clock in the evening, and the mall was becoming more crowded. Zhou Heng, do you think we should? Yin Mengren lightly tugged at Zhou Heng's sleeve and whispered in his ear. Zhou Heng looked at Yin Mengren in confusion and saw her giving him a signal to look behind. When Zhou Heng turned around, he noticed the two people behind them, still in an unfamiliar state. The distance was a bit closer than when they first arrived, and they could now engage in simple conversations. However, they still didn't dare to look at each other while chatting, just nodding occasionally and not daring to smile openly. Zhou Heng was puzzled, with a slight frown on his brow. He said, "When Liao Haomiao was advising me, I felt like he understood a lot about emotions, but when it comes to himself, it seems like he knows nothing. Being able to advise others doesn't mean one can advise oneself. Their relationship is also quite special. There are definitely some grudges in their hearts, preventing them from getting closer." Yin Mengren observed clearly and analyzed. These two were not strangers, neither were they too shy. The reason for the current situation must involve a thin layer of window paper that both could easily break through but hesitated to do so, as they seemed to be waiting for the other to make the first move, feeling guilty towards each other. Zhu Dao felt that she couldn't face Liao Haomiao again after breaking up with him, especially now that his academic performance had drastically improved. Just because she had initiated the breakup when he was struggling academically, it would seem as if she wanted to reconcile only because of his current success. She felt conflicted about making amends. Similarly, Liao Haomiao felt guilty after realizing that Zhu Dao had never forgotten him, while he had moved on and developed feelings for someone else during these 2 years. He was uncertain about her true intentions, believing it was not possible for her to still care for him. After all this time, Zhou Heng found the situation tricky, but was unsure how to proceed. He asked Yin Mengren, "So, how do you think they can close the distance between them? Maybe it'll happen tomorrow." "Perhaps, but there might be a chance today, as well," Yin Mengren replied, turning to the two behind them and suggesting dinner outside instead. Liao Haomiao and Zhu Dao hesitated before agreeing. They were uncertain about their feelings towards each other, with lingering doubts and the fear of potential awkwardness. They felt like merely acquaintances compared to the seemingly inseparable lovers they observed. Eventually, the group decided to dine together, with no one voicing specific preferences. Despite their shared objective, the choice of meal was not a critical deciding factor. Zhou Heng was nominated to select a place, leading them to a quaint establishment that unexpectedly turned out to be a small pub. His companions expressed their reluctance to drink alcohol, emphasizing on enjoying the food offerings and ambience of the place. As they settled at a table inside the pub, they explored the menu, realizing there were various delicious options beyond mere bar snacks. The atmosphere seemed suitable for dining rather than drinking. Zhou Heng noticed that Liao Haomiao and Zhu Dao were sitting apart, reminiscent of individuals playing mahjong, prompting him to question their seating arrangement. When asked this question, Liao Haomiao and Zhu Dao exchanged a glance, awkwardly lowering their heads. They did want to, but who would take the initiative to sit down first? Who would dare to do so? Yin Mengren was a bit helpless, so she poked Zhou Heng under the table and blinked at him, gesturing with her eyes. Zhou Heng immediately understood and turned to look at Liao Haomiao, his eyebrows furrowed into a knot. Ahem. You, go over there. He opened his mouth, speaking a few words in a low voice with authority, which startled Liao Haomiao. After a few seconds of bewilderment, he quickly stood up and sat next to Zhu Dao. His expression was somewhat dazed, clearly surprised by Zhou Heng's tone. Zhu Dao sitting there became somewhat unnatural, looking a bit nervous. Yin Mengren, on the other hand, grinned, thinking that since gentle persuasion didn't work, a more assertive approach might prompt action. Hey! What are you doing? Scaring me like that? Liao Haomiao regained his composure, furrowing his brows slightly, looking somewhat displeased at Zhou Heng, thinking he should at least save face in front of Zhu Dao. Zhou Heng had done his part with the firm attitude, and now it was up to Yin Mengren to continue. Since there was the role of playing the antagonist, there had to be someone playing the protagonist. With a slight smile at the corner of her lips, Yin Mengren looked at the two and asked, "Do you two want to say something to each other?" Huh. The two looked up, blinking at Yin Mengren, feeling a bit lost. Yin Mengren's words seemed to hit the mark of their innermost thoughts. At that moment, they both wanted to clarify their guilt and seek forgiveness from each other. If forgiveness couldn't be obtained, they would never be able to move forward. Zhu Dao opened her mouth, unsure where to start. She felt she should explain things clearly to Liao Haomiao, but was afraid her explanation might backfire. Yin Mengren pursed her lips, glanced at Zhou Heng, who immediately understood the implicit message. Nodding, he then turned to Liao Haomiao and said, "You go first. It looks like you can't wait to speak." Liao Haomiao, looking incredulous, pointed at himself and mumbled, "Me, do I have to?" Zhou Heng, looking serious, replied, "Yes, you do. I can see it." Ahem. Liao Haomiao hesitated for a moment, then cleared his throat. He didn't want to continue like this. He had already decided to get closer to Zhu Dao. Turning towards her, he took a deep breath. Although Zhu Dao didn't know what he was about to say, she gazed at him intently, wanting to hear his words clearly. "Zhu Dao, I want to start by saying sorry. I never thought you still remembered me. I thought that after we parted ways that time, there was no chance of reconciliation." Upon hearing Liao Haomiao's words, Zhu Dao gently shook her head and replied softly, "You don't need to apologize. You did nothing wrong." "No. Let me finish. I always thought it was impossible between us, even impossible to meet again. So, during this time, unlike you who held on to those feelings, I developed feelings for someone else and even confessed to her." Despite having mentally prepared herself, Zhu Dao couldn't help but tremble inwardly. Each time she came here, she wondered if Liao Haomiao might already have a girlfriend or have feelings for someone else. But when Liao Haomiao confessed this to her, she couldn't help but feel a twinge in her heart. "Oh, I see. So why didn't you end up with her? Is she your classmate?" Bang. Zhou Heng suddenly slapped the table, sternly declaring, "That's not important." Yin Mengren echoed, "Exactly. It's not important." Startled by their intense reaction, Zhu Dao and Liao Haomiao felt embarrassed. Liao Haomiao thought he had been quite foolish at that time, probably to focus on his studies and not experienced in love. "So, I want to apologize. You had been waiting for me, and I'm sorry." Liao Haomiao's words were heartfelt, causing Zhu Dao to fall silent for a long while before speaking softly. It's okay. We had truly broken up, and I was the one who ended it. So, why should you care about my feelings? During this time, how many people had you liked or dated? That's all normal. There's no need to apologize. She didn't blame Liao Haomia at all, even attributing everything to herself. After all, if she hadn't insisted on breaking up with him back then, things might have turned out differently. Although it would have altered the future, at least she hadn't let down Liao Haomiao, which was enough for her. But Liao Haomiao wanted to say more but was interrupted by Yin Mengren. Okay, you don't need to say anything more. You're so desperate to explain, isn't it already clear? There's no need for further explanation, right? Both Liao Haomia and Zhu Dao looked at Yin Mengren, pondering her words. They realized she made sense. Liao Haomiao's fervent explanations were mainly to avoid misunderstandings, which were already apparent. If he genuinely had no feelings for Zhu Dao anymore, he wouldn't feel the need to explain so thoroughly. Zhu Dao, picking up on the situation, revealed a subtle smile that went unnoticed. Since Liao Haomiao was so eager to explain, it proved he still cared. In that moment, Zhu Dao felt a sense of relief in her heart. If Liao Haomiao was honest with her, she could now express her own guilt without hesitation, right? Liao Haomiao, I also wanted to tell you about the past. I understand, you don't need to say. Interrupting Zhu Dao, Liao Haomiao raised his hand, preventing her from continuing. He knew what Zhu Dao wanted to say, but those things meant nothing to him, and he never held it against her. I know you want to apologize for breaking up with me before, but I know that wasn't your intention. We were both young at that time, and obeying our parents was crucial. It wasn't the right age to be in a relationship, so you did nothing wrong. Remember that. Char Tao Ti Nal Yan Jia Fen Chi Wik Seng Dan Den De Han Han, PGT Mo, Haida Yan Jiang, TBQ LD, TDG2, Sha Sheng Hui Yan, How. Zhou Hengman Yu De Dian Led Dian 2, Shu Dao, How Le Ma, Sha Weni Bu Jio Jiju Le Ma, Nemen Jish Quefa Gutanari, Shiyu Shang Du Mei Yu Kua, Liao Hao Ma Kan Xian Ti, Yin Shen Yuxi Wan I, Shu, Xie Xian Men, Bugwo, Xion Du, Mi Hok Xian Jish Xiwak CW, Kun Xiao W Ri, Nani Bi Guan, Dansk Nibu Kan Feren, W Zuyan Hun Da, Zieng Yao, Yuren BBN Ni Miker Xiaoyi Bu, Jio Xian Dinkawaren BBN W Miker Nai Bu Ye Yang, Zhou Heng Kang Xian Le Shen Pan De Yun Meng Ran, Lian Ren Xin Chuik Xiao, Yen Shen Zhang De Wenrao Xian or Yujian, Na Dao Shu, Dansk Zhong Du, W Dinkwa Shikun Kun Bi Ni Tuk Chekda, Mi Jia Shu Wik Gio BW Chuoi Chekda, H Shich, Liao Hao Mao Da Hua, Rang Kit Branbu Jian Zhao Le Clay, Zhou Heng Nik Shu Dan Kang Gai De Nao Le Nao Tu, Stu Du Dai Liao Hao Mao Da Feng Shu, Hoxian Shimeng Hengel Yudian, Shaik Jish Liao Hao Ma Fen Yang Kuai, Huan Zuo Kit Bran, Kneng Du Fen Yang Bu Guo Lai, Sd Ren Ek Chefen De Guo Cheng Zhang, Kofan Quan Sungul Hun Du, Bugwo Dabafan Shijin Du Shu, Yun Meng Ran Zai He Jia Tao Liao Tin, Liang Ren Yuk Liao Yuk Shu, Man De Jia Tao Yik Fang Shi Le, Ning Yin Meng Ren Ek Kixen DW Shout, Liao Hao Mao He Jia Tao De Gun Shuik Bu Zai Nain Jenin, Guo Cheng Zhang, Liao Hao Mao Hai Jan On Gi Jia Tao Jio Kai, Myak Du Bi Jia Tao Chiguo Fen Zhou, Weimian Ek Yadrung Tin Heil, Zhang Ren Jun Bai Hui Jiel, Zichur Dian, Zhou Heng Fa Alixia Liao Hao Mao De Jian Bang, Shu Dao, W Man Xin Ziu Lei, Gi Ren Jiben Quan Song Week, Mington Jian, Shu Wan, Jio Chugul Lixia T, Suran Ti Hun Shiokul, Danch Du Yu Liao Hao Mao Lai Shu, Haishku Dian Zao Buliu, How, Jadal, Liao Hao Mao Rul Ru Jian Bang, Ki Zhou Heng Tietman Liang Ren Dabi Zhou, Jio Fengkail, Liao Hao Mao He Jia Tao Zan Zai Le Bian, Ding Shdi Chen, Jid Shijin Yadrung Meiyu Ganjia Hochel, Siu Jia Tao Jin Neng Di Chen Week, Liang Ren De Juli, Yadrung Daol Ji, Yu Wik Quan Shi De Chengdal, Liao Hao Mao He Jia Tao De Nixon Du Hungaksang, Ganju Xian Shu Ji Kai Le Shen Tinda De Hunayan Kon Sang, Jaintin, Neng Bhua Shu Ki Bi, W Jueta Tan Hauda, Shu A, Liang Ran Quen Shen Liao Tin, Yan Yu Zhan Sir Ik Mei Yu Len Na Zheng GB, Neng Han Kun Shu DW Gan Shou Dao, Liang Ren De Juli El Junel, Ding Dao Zheng Chen De Lai, Ting Zai Liang Ren De Mianshan, Jia Tao Bioxian Sher Wik Sb Bu Shun, Ti Juan Guo De Kang Xuan Liao Hao Mao, Quen Shen Dao, Na, Zai, Jia Tao De Hua Hai Mei Yu Shu Wan, Liao Hao Mao Jio Zuch Di Ki Bi Let Hunmian De Chen Men, Ran Hoswol Shank, Zai Jia Tao Wik Lian Mang Ran De Juan Tai Zia, Liao Hao Mao Kang Xian Ti, Zhou le zhou shu, shu dao, lai, shan chan a, w son ni, td kong wik bisho, jiu judong hail, yao zhame zuo, bunkio yao gi renji mquan son week, name jiu yao quan cheng pier, bunning yudian shanshk, sha tao yuxi jinxi, hai jiu cha jid shaks, ti mi shan dao, liao hao mao jungrans and de yao gi ti son week, ti jiu shu xian, du jueta liao hao mao hu hao ma fonda, sha ran ti zin hao yan skeni. Dansk napa zien le yadrun ziam xiang, led, sha ta hai shu lal ha shi de zuo shang le chen, wik jhua du mi shu, xi xet, win yadrun jan hengel lixan, bu zhadao gi zin shu lia hao ma le, erki tiik shadao, ji swin juel, ib lia hao ma de shanji, haish kujin chi ziam zuo, xie tian ke zhou, sha tao sha sheng de shule wik j, lia hao ma jun go lai kan le ti wik yan, chezi limian hai. Kambu dao ti de bioking, dansk neng kan dao ti di ji tu, mishk, jabu swan shan, liao hao ma quan sheng wida, jashu tis jiwan museum zuo de, yinwa iqiu he ja tao du di ji iku, bugwa, ming xianze shuje hun hao de ju, tietman qiu dong du xin, stu qiu jen ja tao shu hun du a chue, dansk jid shi hu qiu zieng ganju shu shen du bu tai heshk, neodai ls tu fanfu xian ji j bien. Lai sko shu chu qiu dao de hibu hashk, stuj kian bu shu jiyang de, stuj kian bu shu shu guo, yu dao shaun de ren, jio gg bio by me, na xianze zin shubu chu qiu let, erkij kian stu kon lai bu hudun sun shpai, bio by shpai led gio shpai led, w su wi, sha wik si, tq hun fen nangsen, dean baxens ju dale, shihu hu bio by shpai, chij ganju, ti yadran ho ju du mi gan sho gol, hoxian. Jiu zai jia tao shen chang kai tian guo jia ganju, sha shu shaun ba, sha w wen e gio shu shaun, den jide shaun, jens jiakian shaun guo, yun meng ran de na zhang, shu ye yan ma, kandun shubu ye yang da, nate shaun, shinju bu huden sun shbai, bu huden sun shk, shu fan shiat ek neng lma fan shio, ju w liulian, erki ek shi kan zai leduandu en j tin, jen xion zais ju shaun jia tao de jid shung ganju. Wanquan Ton, Jings Ju Wanquan Bien Le Yigren. Yuan Lai, Yundao Shen Zheng de Shaun, Shuneng Gibian Yigren De. Ni Shu Shen, Mishk. Liao Hao Mao Yao Le Yao Tu, Stujishk Sko Hao, Sha Sheng Dive Mwami, Le Wik J. Sha Tao Me Yu Ting Kyun, Ti Hun Nam de Kanji Liao Hao Mao, Ganju Ti Yuxi Guai Guaida. Nandao Shuz Ju Yunal Zuo Kol Ma, Nandao, Shuz Ju He Ti Yu Juli Gan. Rang Tibu Shurfle, Tietman Xianze Shushen Gun Shui, Shu Pengu Ma, Tran Hua Du Shu Kiel, Naji Gukru Hiani, Shu Tietman, Fahail Ma, Shna Jian, Sha Ta Jung Da Yanjing, Alester Yig Shia de Bioking, Ti Kai Yushi Dao Jia Yudian, Stu Ixi, Du Mi Xiangguo, Stu Xianze He Liao Hao Mao Dao de Shushen Gun Shu, Stu Haish Bioxian de Hiakian Yang, or Liao Hao Ma Zai Tietman Bhua Shu Kiel Jo. Du dai ti de fingshu gio yu bian huel, burjawa gay ti gio kai, konsk song ti hui jib shenda, jexi, hoxian du shunan pengu kai huzuo de shking a, na, ik gio shu shu, chi tietman xianze yajrung shu fahail shu ma, jishks ju haimi yushi dao jia yudian. With this conjecture in mind, Ju Dao dared not overlook this issue. If she inadvertently hurt Liao Hao Miao's heart, it would be irreparable. She didn't want to miss out again due to her mistakes. After making up her mind, Ju Dao glanced at Liao Haomia and noticed he was still looking out the window. The distance between them was about 20 to 30 centimeters. Ju Dao slowly shifted her body, closing the gap between them. She didn't dare to get too close directly, as she hadn't verified whether her conjecture was true or not. She cautiously tested the waters, expecting a reaction from Liao Haomia if her conjecture was correct. If she was wrong, then Liao Haomia would remain indifferent. She shifted a bit more until her body touched Liao Haomia's body. When Liao Haomia felt it, he turned to look at Ju Dao, realizing she had unconsciously leaned towards him, with her body slightly trembling. Although the movement was small and subtle, Liao Haomia keenly sensed it. "Are you cold?" Liao Haomia asked, then rolled up the window and took off his coat, draping it over Ju Dao. Both of them were wearing school uniforms, but Ju Dao's uniform seemed thinner. Liao Haomia suspected she was cold, which was why she leaned towards him. Ju Dao looked at the coat covering her, feeling her heart pounding. She was right after all. Wasn't this the kind of behavior only a boyfriend would display? If they hadn't reconciled and weren't together, why would he show this level of care? Their current relationship practically made them boyfriend and girlfriend. So, she should be able to get even closer, right? Thinking this, Ju Dao edged closer to Liao Haomiao, almost pressing against him. This simple act should convey her intentions, right? Are you really that cold? Liao Haomiao was greatly surprised, not expecting Ju Dao to be so cold that she needed to lean against him. The car interior was still warm, right? He wasn't feeling cold without his coat, and they hadn't opened the window. Could she be running a fever, causing her body to feel cold? Thinking this, Liao Haomiao wanted to check Ju Dao's temperature, possibly feeling her forehead to see if she had a fever. However, being awkwardly positioned against the car door, he could only reach out to touch Ju Dao's hand that was pressed against hers, raising his arm to reach around and touch her forehead. You're not warm. Liao Haomiao furrowed his brow slightly, looking puzzled. Ju Dao interpreted Liao Haomiao's actions as similar to holding her close in his arms. Ju Dao hummed softly, leaning her head towards Liao Haomiao, almost resting it on his shoulder. Though Liao Haomiao was puzzled, he didn't hesitate to hold her closer, trying to warm her up. This behavior is a bit crossing the line, Liao Haomiao thought to himself. Although they were like a couple now, embracing each other and Ju Dao wearing his coat, he hadn't confessed yet. Weren't they still friends? Could friends exhibit this level of intimacy? Regardless, being too clear at this moment might not be the best approach. He understood this logic. Both of them wished time could stand still, but after about 5 minutes, the taxi reached their destination. Liao Haomiao paid the fare, and both hesitantly got out of the car, knowing their separation was looming. Even though they would see each other again tomorrow, they didn't want this day to end so soon. Walking on the night road, they intentionally slowed their pace. Liao Haomiao looked around and softly said, "You moved, huh?" He remembered when he used to accompany Ju Dao back home in the past, not at this current address. Ju Dao nodded in response. "Yeah, for convenience in going to high school, I moved here, closer to school." That's good. Otherwise, going to school every day might be a hassle. Liao Haomiao nodded slightly. His voice was quiet, yet exceptionally clear in the silent surroundings. Ju Dao didn't reply further, but her hand was a bit restless. She remembered back in junior high when she and Liao Haomiao had just held hands, and now that they were together again, they could probably hold hands once more, right? She still remembered the feeling of holding hands for the first time vividly, an experience she couldn't forget. Tentatively, Ju Dao's hand met Liao Haomiao's, but they quickly separated as if there was an electric shock. "Oh, your hand is so cold." Liao Haomiao was puzzled. Following that, without hesitation, he directly held Ju Dao's hand. Ju Dao felt like she had been struck by a slight electric shock. Her hand trembled slightly, as if startled, but Liao Haomiao thought it was due to the cold shivers. He decided that since she hadn't refused, he could take this opportunity to confess directly. "Right, I like." Liao Haomiao stammered, trying to express his thoughts. However, just then, from around the corner ahead, a flashlight suddenly shone towards them. Shout out, "Is that you? Why are you back so late?" Mom." Upon hearing this voice, Ju Dao was startled and immediately withdrew her hand. Liao Haomiao was also taken aback, shuddering all over and taking a step back. This voice was like a shadow etched in his mind. He remembered the discomfort he felt when Ju Dao's mother visited and said he was affecting her daughter's studies. Hearing this voice again reminded Liao Haomiao of that feeling. The woman in front, holding a flashlight, looked at Ju Dao with confusion. At this moment, she was still wearing Liao Haomiao's coat, and the flashlight's beam illuminated Liao Haomiao's face. Liao Haomiao instinctively shielded his face. Auntie, With this situation exposed, there was hardly any need for an explanation, right? At this moment, Ju Dao's heart was pounding like drums, but her gaze remained resolute because this time, she absolutely wouldn't let family pressure separate her from Liao Haomiao again. Ju Dao stepped forward and earnestly declared, "Mom, he is my boyfriend." Boyfriend. This not only stunned Ju Dao's mother, but also left Liao Haomiao speechless with surprise beside her. He hadn't even confessed yet. They hadn't even defined their relationship, so how did he become Ju Dao's boyfriend all of a sudden? Could it be? This was actually her way of confessing to him. Liao Haomiao reacted swiftly. Since Zhu Dao had already said this, whether it was true or not, he had to step out and cooperate, or else wouldn't he be misleading her? Liao Haomiao took a step forward, respectfully bowed, pushed up his glasses, and whispered, "Hello, Auntie. I am Liao Haomiao. I am Zhu Dao's boyfriend." Liao. Upon hearing this name, Zhu Dao's mother instinctively furrowed her brows and appeared to be pondering over a complex matter. Liao Haomiao's throat tightened as he swallowed nervously. He knew Zhu Dao's mother likely still remembered him, as it had only been 2 years, and Zhu Dao was very aware of how deeply her mother's impression of Liao Haomiao was. During this period, she had many arguments with them, all centered around one person, Liao Haomiao. So she was very anxious now. She didn't know how her mother would react. Whatever the case, she couldn't be as weak as she was 2 years ago. She had come of age, had the right to choose her emotions, and besides, Liao Haomiao was not a bad person or an undesirable one. Zhu Dao's mother fixed her gaze on Liao Haomiao's face, making him freeze, not daring to move or say anything. Then, she turned to Zhu Dao, her expression filled with helplessness, the kind of powerlessness when her daughter wouldn't listen, expressed vividly. It was as if she had seen her daughter board a ghost ship, that suffocating feeling. "Come home with me." Her mother didn't say much, just instructing Zhu Dao to go home. She had promised Zhu Dao that as long as she could keep up with her studies, she wouldn't interfere when she came of age. She had thought 2 years would be enough to make her forget, but this stubborn girl not only had not forgotten, but had also immediately found this bow once she came of age. This made her feel all the efforts she had made over the past 2 years were in vain. However, since her daughter had not fallen behind in her studies, ranking at the top was a fact. As a mother, she couldn't say much. Zhu Dao was actually quite happy in her heart. Her mother hadn't gotten angry, hadn't said anything about Liao Haomiao, nor made any judgments. She simply asked her to come home, which should mean she wouldn't meddle in the affair between her and Liao Haomiao, right? Zhu Dao turned and looked at Liao Haomiao, softly saying, "Well, I'll go home first. Be careful going back. See you tomorrow." "Okay." Liao Haomiao nodded and gave her a slight smile. Even though he still didn't know if they had officially become a couple, as Zhu Dao treated him as a boyfriend, he would consider her his girlfriend. Afterwards, Zhu Dao walked over to her mother, preparing to go home with her. Her mother didn't leave immediately, but shone a flashlight on Liao Haomiao, obscuring his eyes from the bright light. "Young man, if you genuinely like Zhu Dao, focus on your studies, at least be on par with her. Won't you?" Liao Haomiao was slightly puzzled by Zhu Dao's mother's words. He had inquired about Zhu Dao's grades and knew she was among the top 20 in her grade, almost putting him on the same level. So, did he have to drop more than 10 ranks to match her? "Oh, Mom, stop it." Zhu Dao awkwardly grabbed her mother's arm, hastily reminding her not to continue. Such words would be embarrassing since his current grades were far from matching Liao Haomiao's. Zhu Dao's mother shrugged off her daughter's hand, gazing at her with a more serious expression. "What? Am I not speaking the truth? The two of them have unequal grades. Wouldn't the one with lower grades feel inferior? Aren't you worried they might leave for someone who excels in studies one day?" She said this directly to Liao Haomiao, unable to stop them from being together, so she could only warn him to improve his grades as much as possible. At this moment, Zhu Dao's face was flushed. In her eyes, her mother's words seemed to be directed at herself. She did feel inferior, noticing a significant gap in grades between herself and Liao Haomiao. She also worried he might choose someone with higher grades or someone more closely matched. Liao Haomiao was unsure how to respond. If he spoke the truth, wouldn't Zhu Dao be embarrassed? He didn't see this as a topic for bragging, so he simply nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, Auntie. You're right. I will definitely study hard and work to improve my grades." He scratched his head, showing humility, which pleased Zhu Dao's mother somewhat. Liao Haomiao appeared much more agreeable now, maybe because he had put on glasses, looked more steady, well-mannered, and likable. Zhu Dao's mother nodded slightly, her tone softening a bit as she said, "All right, it's getting late. You should go home now and not worrying your parents." "Okay. I'll go now. Goodbye, Auntie." After bidding farewell to Zhu Dao, Liao Haomiao turned and left the place. Zhu Dao watched his departing figure and muttered, Why didn't he say what? Ju Dao's mother, puzzled, looked at her. Then, gripping her daughter's arm, she walked towards home, intending to have a long 2-hour conversation with Ju Dao. Ju Dao was left dazed as her mother pulled her along, recalling Liao Haomiao's behavior just now, which seemed off. Mom, do you know about Beigao? Yes, the high school in the northern part of the city, right? Just an ordinary high school. Why, is he from that school? Attending as a paid student? Ju Dao stopped in her tracks, staring at her mother earnestly. Mom, Liao Haomiao is the first in the Beigao High School senior class. He's been almost consistently in that position since the beginning of his junior year. In the recent midterm exams, he missed a perfect score by only 2 points. Ju Dao's mother was full of question marks, looking at Ju Dao with a mix of confusion and disbelief, as if she couldn't understand what Ju Dao was saying. Ju Dao took out her phone, opened a photo Liao Haomiao had sent her, his recent exam scores. She showed it to her mother, whose expression shifted from serious to astonished, eventually becoming terrified. Quickly, call him back. What? Mom, this. Ju Dao was startled by her mother's loud voice, quickly grabbing her phone back and hiding to the side, unsure of what her mother was so agitated about. Her mother walked over, pushed Ju Dao, and anxiously said, "Hurry up, go call him back. It's late at night, we can't let him go back alone. We have to escort him to his doorstep. If anything happens, his family will come after us." Oh, okay. Ju Dao nodded blankly, quickly heading in the direction which Liao Haomiao had left. Ju Dao's mother stood alone, stomping her foot in frustration. Suddenly noticing the flashlight in her hand, she exclaimed, "Oh, carry the flashlight. The road is dark, tsk. Oh my." Clicking her tongue, she turned in place a few times, her face filled with regret. How could she have imagined that the boy she used to look down upon now turned out to be so capable? She had thought he was just playing with his phone while wearing glasses. Thinking about the words she had just said to the top student, she felt embarrassed for her condescending remarks. Her own daughter's grades were not as good as his, and she had said those demeaning words, truly embarrassing. As Ju Dao caught up, she saw Liao Haomiao getting into a taxi and closing the door. Hey. Ju Dao caught up, but the taxi had already sped away, leaving her behind with only the taillights in sight. Huff, huff. Ju Dao panted heavily. It took a lot of effort to run over, but even so, she couldn't catch up to Liao Haomiao. She could only turn back and return to her mother's side. When her mother saw Ju Dao returning alone, without anyone else by her side, with a worried expression, "Is he angry? Not coming back?" "Well, no. I couldn't catch up. He took a car and left. Ju Dao shook her head, pointing behind her, explaining, "Well then, I thought those words might have made him angry." Ju Dao's mother heaved a sigh of relief, calming her fluctuating chest. The two walked home together, and Ju Dao's mother asked, "Are you two really together? Does he not mind the past?" "Yes, he doesn't mind, but if he actually does, I'm not sure. He says he doesn't mind." Recalling Liao Haomiao's words, although he claimed the past was in the past and no one was at fault, including her parents, the more he said that, the more Ju Dao felt indebted to him. "You said, tomorrow will you meet up? You're going out with him tomorrow?" "Yes, we agreed to go out together tomorrow, with 2 other friends." Ju Dao spoke, lifting the bag in her hand, but she didn't show her mother the contents as they were swimsuits. "In that case, I'll give you some money tomorrow, and you explain to him well. Apologize on my behalf, and for today, I didn't mean any harm." "Mom, can you please change the habit of looking at grades as a measure of everything? Regardless of others' grades, everyone should be treated equally. After all, they are not your children. Even if someone's grades are bad, in their home, they are still good children of their parents." Ju Dao couldn't help but speak up to her mother. If she hadn't revealed Liao Haomiao's grades, her mother probably would have continued to look down on him, causing more harm. She needed to clarify things and make it clear that her social standing had improved. But someone else's grades had gotten better. Things were different now. "Yes, you're right. Mom just hopes your future partner isn't a lowly. I just want the best for you, but sometimes I might be a bit too much." Ju Dao's mother looked completely dejected now, having been humiliated by the top student, who excelled both academically and in character, so low-key and unassuming. Had she not known the truth from her daughter, she would have been clueless, in terms of grades or character. It seemed like he had won. She was well aware of the value of being the top student in high school, something her daughters first in primary school and junior high couldn't compare to, when she thought about their son potentially being such a remarkable individual. Especially after she had previously caused a scene and insulted their family. Now she didn't know whether to be happy or upset. Seeing her mother bowing her head, Zhu Dao, as a daughter, knew she couldn't say much. After all, she also understood her mother's good intentions were for her benefit, just that the approach was wrong. She must have learned this valuable lesson, not to look down on anyone. Who knew, today's unknown could be tomorrow's renowned figure. Liao Haomiao returned home in a taxi. When he was downstairs, he received a call from his mother, but since he was already downstairs, he didn't answer, going straight back home. "I'm back." After opening the door, Liao Haomiao announced. A woman came out from inside, holding a phone dialing out. Upon seeing Liao Haomiao, she stopped the call. "Why are you back just now? Didn't you say you were going to your dad's place tomorrow?" "Yeah, I went out with friends to buy swim trunks and had dinner outside. Didn't I say that already?" Liao Haomiao patted the shopping bag in his hand, walked in, and put on slippers. His mother sighed, crossed her arms, and asked, "How many friends? Don't tell me it's your girlfriend?" At this, Liao Haomiao displayed an awkward expression, not sure if she counted as his girlfriend now, but with everything that had just happened, she probably did. Liao Haomiao's mother, seeing his reaction, knew she had guessed right, and with a resigned expression, "I don't oppose you dating. You've been studying to heart. It's normal to want to date, but there's one thing you have to remember. What's that? You cannot go back to that girlfriend you had in junior high. And you absolutely cannot go back to someone from that kind of family." Liao Haomiao widened his eyes in shock, looking startled. Why not? Think about it. When you become parents in the future, can you tolerate someone's parents storming into your home, criticizing your child? When my son's grades were poor, I said it was okay. Would she think the same? In a family like that, there will be even more issues in the future. It's definitely not acceptable. What? Liao Haomiao was completely stunned, unable to speak a word coherently. He had just been immersed in the joy of being with Zhu Dao, but in the blink of an eye, he was faced with such a reversal. His own mother, unbelievably, did not approve of him being with Zhu Dao, just like Zhu Dao's mother did in the beginning. What was he to do? "Mom, really? My grades are pretty good now. I should." Liao Haomiao whispered, but seeing his mother's increasingly unpleasant expression, he ultimately couldn't speak up. However, his mother seemed to have realized something, her brows furrowed, taking a few steps forward. Liao Haomiao, afraid, retreated 2 steps, lowered his head, not daring to meet his mother's eyes. In reality, he knew his behavior was already explanatory. His mother wasn't stupid, she probably already guessed what was going on. "What are you thinking? When her mother found us at home that time, did you forget? It was close to being reported at school. Can't you have some backbone? Getting involved with her?" Liao Haomiao was rendered speechless by what was said. He hadn't thought about it that much, but now, he realized that being with Zhu Dao again seemed to be hurting his own family too. Seeing Liao Haomiao so conflicted, his mother couldn't help but sigh, showing a helpless expression. She knew exactly what kind of person her son was, and the fact that after so long he was still with that girl was already rare. If she were to intervene and forcibly separate them, wouldn't she become like that girl's mother back then? "Fine, if you insist on being with her, but there's a condition. Her mother has to come and apologize." When Liao Haomiao heard this, his mouth fell open in shock. How can I make her mother apologize? That's unrealistic, right? That's none of my concern. This is a necessary condition. If not, you'll still be bullied by their family later. Foolish child. Liao Haomiao eventually returned to his room. At the same time, his phone rang, receiving a message from Zhu Dao. "Are you home yet?" "Just got home." Liao Haomiao quickly replied to her, but he didn't mention what his mother had said earlier. He felt it was completely impossible to have her mother apologize. If he mentioned it, they would probably end up separating again due to family factors. So he decided to temporarily avoid the topic. On their chat, they gradually shifted to ambiguous topics, both enjoying the feeling. The conversation continued, until they fell asleep, with the content becoming more ambiguous, smiling as they lay in bed staring at their phones. The next day, they all woke up early, packed their things, and headed to the agreed meeting place. Jo Heng and Yin Mengren left, heading towards the agreed location. Yin Mengren held Jo Heng's hand, looking at his profile, softly asking, "What do you think? Will they make any progress today?" Jo Heng shook his head. "I think it's unlikely." Both of them seemed to lack courage, hesitant to do anything. "I bet today won't bring any progress, just like always, spending the day awkwardly together and then it will end." "Really? I feel they..." Yin Mengren was about to say something when she suddenly noticed something and quickly grabbed Jo Heng, preventing him from moving forward. She then motioned him to follow to a corner and hide. "What's going on? Aren't we almost there?" Jo Heng was taken aback, not understanding why, but he closed his mouth quietly. Although he didn't understand what was going on, he and Yin Mengren poked their heads out to see the situation outside. When he saw what was happening in the agreed location ahead, he finally realized why Yin Mengren did what she did. There was a good show to watch. Liao Haomia and Zhu Dao had arrived, alone, but they were standing very close to each other. Although they weren't looking at each other, their hands were not being obedient, as if trying to touch each other's hands. Jo Heng and Yin Mengren watched this scene, both with mouths agape in surprise. They thought things between the two were progressing quickly, but it turned out they still had ideas, but lacked the courage. Seeing that they seemed hesitant to continue their attempts, the two of them decided to walk out at that moment. "Hey there. Sorry for keeping you waiting. We're a bit late," Jo Heng greeted loudly. When Liao Haomiao heard this, he turned to Jo Heng, his eyes seeming to express a hint of gratitude, thanking Jo Heng for appearing at this critical time. Otherwise, if they had continued standing there, he and Zhu Dao truly wouldn't have known what to say or do. "Ah, I just called for a cab. It should be arriving soon." Liao Haomiao nodded. As he spoke, the taxi he requested had already stopped next to them. Jo Heng, being larger in size, sat in the front passenger seat, with Yin Mengren sitting in the back and Zhu Dao in the middle. After everyone got in the car, they set off. After about an hour's drive, they finally arrived at their destination. There were many weekend tourists, and all the parking spaces were full at this time. The entrance and ticket office were packed with people, and if they wanted to buy tickets normally to enter, they would need to wait in line for quite a while. Several people got out of the car, carrying their belongings, standing next to the many tourists feeling a bit lost. "Liao Haomiao, are you serious? We can play here for free." Jo Heng pointed to the scene in front of them, doubting whether Liao Haomiao's words were true. Liao Haomiao remained calm, nodding as he prepared to make a phone call, saying, "Yes, my dad is the manager here and can let family members enter for free. I used to come here often and never paid for a ticket before." With that, the call connected, and Liao Haomiao said on the phone, "Hello, Dad. We're at the entrance. Can you let us in? Are you not busy now?" Okay. We'll wait for you." After hanging up, Jo Heng was a bit surprised and asked, "Your dad is the manager here? Impressive. That means you must be tired of playing here, right?" "Not really, but I can assure you that compared to other water parks, this one is quite clean, otherwise I wouldn't come here so many times." Liao Haomiao nodded, then waved his hand ahead. Everyone's gaze followed and saw a man in formal attire walking towards them. "Dad, over here." With Liao Haomiao's call, the man came over. "Hello, uncle." Everyone quickly greeted him, with Zhu Dao's voice being lower and more timid, as if she was somewhat afraid of meeting Liao Haomiao's family. "Oh, hello. Just these few kids. Oh, this kid. Quite strong indeed." The man nodded with a smile, but when he saw Jo Heng, he was momentarily stunned. It was the first time he had seen such a strong high school student. Jo Heng awkwardly smiled, while Yin Mengren covered her mouth and chuckled. The man then glanced around, finally pausing for a few seconds on Zhu Dao. He furrowed his brow slightly, but it was just a momentary thing as he smiled. "Come on, follow me." Subsequently, the four followed Liao Haomiao's dad and bypassed the long line, walking in. When the guard at the entrance saw Liao Haomiao's dad, he quickly opened the door, greeting, "Hello, Manager Liao." All right, thank you." Liao Haomiao's dad took out a cigarette box from his pocket and distributed cigarettes to the staff at the entrance, each accepting with a smile. As they walked in, the exquisite architecture appeared before them. In addition to the indoor water park, there was a large square outside where many tourists were taking photos, strolling around, entering various shops, and enjoying delicious food. "All right, give me a call if you need anything. Have fun." Liao Haomia's dad patted Liao Haomia's shoulder. "All right, Dad, you go ahead." "Thank you, Uncle, see you later." With that, he left, leaving the four of them there. Liao Haomia led the way, pointing to the huge building in front, saying, "Let's go inside to play first. It's not too crowded at this time. We can play here in the afternoon and then come out again when it's busier." "Okay." The three followed Liao Haomi out into the indoor water park and marveled at the many rides. Zhou Heng sighed in admiration. It was his first time here, and it was indeed quite nice. Despite the large number of visitors, it wasn't overly crowded. The key was that it was indoors, shielded from the sun, and comfortably air-conditioned, so coming out of the water wasn't too cold. As they reached the changing room entrance, getting ready to change into swimwear and agreeing to meet back at the entrance later, Zhou Heng and Liao Haomiao entered the men's changing room and chose lockers to change. Zhou Heng wore longer swim trunks, while Liao Haomiao had regular swim briefs. Liao Haomiao also took off his glasses since he'd easily lose them inside. Without his glasses, he saw things slightly blurred. Zhou Heng looked at Liao Haomiao and asked, "Are you planning to confess today?" "Huh? Is it a good idea to confess at a water park?" Zhou Heng furrowed his brows and lightly teased Liao Haomiao's chest, saying, "Accept or keep your distance. That's what you said, right? Either confess today and be clear, or remain just friends and maintain a comfortable distance to avoid ambiguity." Okay, you're right. Rest assured, I will definitely give her an answer today." Liao Haomiao nodded repeatedly, feeling slightly shadow after being scolded by Zhou Heng. If it had just been verbal scolding, it would have been okay, but this guy frequently turned physical, and his hands were heavy, so there was a possibility of bruises if not careful. "That's about right. Let's go." Zhou Heng and Liao Haomiao walked out together. The girls hadn't come out yet, so they stood at the entrance of the changing room, quietly waiting. After a while, a pair of beautiful, long, and white legs emerged from the changing room. Zhou Heng immediately recognized his girlfriend, Yin Mengren. She was wearing a high-waisted swimsuit, accentuating her waist, abdomen, and chest, exuding youthfulness and vitality as she ran up to Zhou Heng with a smile. "Wait, it's slippery." Zhou Heng smiled as he walked over, and as everyone saw the beauty heading towards the muscular man, they quickly averted their gazes, not wanting to cause any trouble. Liao Haomiao was still staring at the doorway of the changing room. After a while, a timid figure emerged, Zhu Dao, wearing a flouncy swimsuit. Her figure wasn't as good as Yin Mengren's, so she chose a style that enhanced her body visually and showcased her legs' grace, making it very suitable for her. Liao Haomiao saw Zhu Dao lowering her head with red cheeks, and his eyes widened. Nevertheless, he liked Zhu Dao. At that moment, his only thought was to ensure that Zhu Dao wouldn't become someone else's girlfriend but his. When Zhu Dao stood in front of Liao Haomiao, she saw that Liao Haomiao still had a dazed look in his eyes. Her cheeks turned red with embarrassment. She tugged at the hem of her skirt and whispered, "Don't stare at me like that." "Ah, I'm sorry." Liao Haomiao quickly averted his gaze and looked to the side, only then realizing how impolite he had been, continuously staring at her. Because he wasn't wearing his glasses at the moment, being nearsighted, he had to squint to see things clearly, which probably made his earlier gaze seem a bit creepy. Zhou Heng held Yin Mengren's hand and softly asked, "What do you want to play?" "I'll take you to play." With so many facilities, if they were to try everything, one day wouldn't be enough, so choosing a few to play would suffice. Yin Mengren suddenly grabbed Zhou Heng, pointing to the side where they rented floaties, and whispered, "I can't swim." Zhou Heng hesitated for a moment, then took Yin Mengren to rent a swim ring. Because of Yin Mengren's figure, indeed, she was in better shape, so if the ring was too small, she wouldn't fit in it. In the end, they had to rent a larger swim ring. When the swim ring adorned with a little yellow duck was placed on Yin Mengren, Zhou Heng found this scene inexplicably comical and couldn't hold back his laughter. "Theft!" After chuckling, Zhou Heng quickly covered his mouth and looked awkwardly to the side, but Yin Mengren heard it all clearly. "Hey, why are you laughing?" Blushing with embarrassment, Yin Mengren playfully tapped Zhou Heng's arm a few times. However, Her tone and demeanor were so adorable. It was hard to describe them as anything other than coquettish. No. It's just, I feel you look like a child. Maybe, heading to the kiddie pool. Zhou Heng bit his lip, trying not to burst into laughter. His intention was to say that Yin Mengren was cute like a child, but perhaps he didn't express it clearly. Yin Mengren's face flushed even brighter. With only she wearing a swim ring, Zhou Heng's reaction made her frustrated. Subsequently, Yin Mengren walked out directly and returned to the place where they rented the swim rings. Shopkeeper. Another rental, the largest one. A few minutes later, the largest yellow duck swim ring was fitted on Zhou Heng's body, leaving Zhou Heng bewildered. He looked down at the swim ring he was wearing, and the duck's eyes seemed to mock him with narrowed eyes. Laughing was contagious, and Liao Haomia couldn't hold it in. Even with a distorted expression, he burst out laughing until tears welled up in his eyes, and Zhu Dao couldn't help but chuckle as well. Trying not to laugh in front of others was challenging, especially seeing Zhou Heng, with his physique, wearing such a swim ring was indeed a shocking sight. It was like a programmer writing nonsensical code that miraculously worked, or like a muscular character in a game wearing a comical costume purchased for 6 yuan. At this point, Zhou Heng looked defeated, his gaze vacant without words to say. Well, dear, let's go play. Yin Mengren was quite happy, smiling brightly and looking excited. She took Zhou Heng's hand and they left. Zhou Heng sighed, watching her seeming much happier now, and he didn't say anything. As long as Yin Mengren was happy, that was enough. It was better not to let Yin Mengren feel as lowly as she had before. In both daily life and relationships, Liao Haomia and Zhu Dao stood in place, watching them leave, feeling a bit lost. Liao Haomia turned to Zhu Dao and said, it's better for us to split up and play. After all, they are on a date, and we shouldn't disturb them, Zhu Dao nodded in agreement. Although they had come together, it was indeed better to split up and enjoy the park separately. Then let's go play. Okay. The water slide was one of the most popular attractions, and Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren had to wait in line for a long time to experience it. Since floaties weren't allowed, they had to remove them before sliding down. Zhou Heng was quite happy, but Yin Mengren was a bit worried since she would fall into the water below once they reached the end of the slide. Zhou Heng comforted her, saying, "Don't be afraid." He went down first. After a long slide, Zhou Heng finally splashed into the water with a loud plop. Before the lifeguard could assist him, Zhou Heng stood up, blocking the lifeguard with his hand, saying, "Bro, step aside." The lifeguard was taken aback. Then before he could react, the next person slid down the slide. Yin Mengren. Zhou Heng, still wet, swiftly caught Yin Mengren. Yin Mengren fell into Zhou Heng's arms, not into the water. When she recovered, she looked at Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng's lips curved slightly as he asked, "Was it fun?" "Yes, it was fun." Yin Mengren beamed with Zhou, leaning against Zhou Heng, gently splashing water with her feet. Zhou Heng knew she was afraid of water, so he quickly caught her. It was probably only Zhou Heng who could have managed it. Otherwise, due to the inertia of the slide, most people wouldn't be able to catch her. The lifeguard twitched the corner of his mouth, adjusted his cap, and left. "Let's go play something else." Okay. Yin Mengren had never thought of coming to such a place before, especially since she couldn't swim. If it weren't for Zhou Heng, she wouldn't have considered coming. However, to her surprise, Zhou Heng was trying hard to make her happy, and thanks to him, she truly enjoyed herself. On Liao Haomia and Zhu Dao's end, it seemed quieter. The two boarded an inflatable boat and prepared to slide down the water slide. Liao Haomia sat at the back, while Zhu Dao was cautiously situated in front. As the operator pushed the boat down, they accelerated down the slide. Startled and unprepared, Zhu Dao's body leaned backward and hit the back of her head hard between Liao Haomia's legs. Liao Haomia's heart gave a sudden leap. His eyes bulged. "Oh my ... plop." The inflatable boat landed on the water and was pulled to the side by the staff. The two people got off the boat, and Zhu Dao turned to look at Liao Haomia. When she just got off, it seemed like she accidentally bumped into Liao Haomia, right? But where did she bump into him? She didn't know. She saw Liao Haomia's legs crossed and bent inward, his upper body leaning forward. His complexion was not very good, pale as if poisoned, lips white without any color, body slightly trembling, hands twisted. What happened to you? Did I bump into you?" Zhu Dao hurried over, supporting Liao Haomiao, who was limping, worrying written all over her face. However, she didn't know where Liao Haomiao was hurting. Liao Haomiao shook his head repeatedly, breathing heavily, saying, "No, it's okay, it's nothing serious, just a little pain. I can manage ... huh? But ... you look like you're really in pain. Shouldn't we go to the hospital? It's okay. Really. No need for that. But let's go play at the swimming pool for now. Let's not play with these facilities." Liao Haomiao breathed a sigh of relief, seeming to ease a lot. He had really felt a piercing pain just now, as if giving birth to a child. They didn't go to the large pool with artificial waves, where there were more people. They were worried about potential danger and hygiene issues with more people, so they went to a regular pool. It was indeed a regular pool, but still quite large, not much smaller than a football field. There weren't too many people here, mostly kids, making it relatively safe. When Liao Haomiao and Zhu Dao arrived, they found Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren were also there. Both of them were wearing floaties and having fun in the water. Zhou Heng felt a bit breathless. The floaties seemed to constrict his chest, making it a bit difficult to breathe. But seeing Yin Mengren happy, he didn't say anything. "Hey!" Liao Haomiao shouted from a distance, catching the attention of Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren, who turned to see Liao Haomiao and Zhu Dao. "Come on, come play." Yin Mengren waved at Zhu Dao, signaling her to join. "Coming." Zhu Dao responded and got into the water with Liao Haomiao. Though she knew how to swim, she wasn't very proficient, and Liao Haomiao stayed by her side to watch over her. When Liao Haomiao reached Zhou Heng, he couldn't help but chuckle at the floaties on his body, saying, "Hey, those really suit you, feeling like you're doing well. What? Want to race me?" Zhou Heng raised his chin, looking down at him. Being taunted like that, he had to retaliate. If he had the ability, he would outswim him. Liao Haomiao waved his hand, saying, "Stop kidding. I won't be able to keep up with you even if I die." Zhou Heng snorted lightly, and since Liao Haomiao backed off, he didn't intend to keep troubling him. He turned to Yin Mengren, saying softly, "Shall I teach you to swim? It's easy." I'm a little scared." Yin Mengren was still somewhat afraid of the water due to a childhood experience of choking on water while playing. Since then, she had reservations about swimming, afraid of choking again, which was uncomfortable and dangerous. Zhou Heng reassured her, "It's okay, I'm here. Don't be afraid." "Well then." Yin Mengren leaned forward hesitantly and accidentally flipped her floaty to the front, losing balance and falling forward. "Ah!" she cried out. Fortunately, Zhou Heng was in front of her. He quickly blocked her, letting her fall into his arms to prevent a dangerous fall, as it would be hard to right herself with the floaty on. "Whoa! Be careful. Are you okay? Should we not learn any more?" Zhou Heng held Yin Mengren tightly, stabilizing her. At that moment, she felt like she had a narrow escape, breathing heavily. Hearing Zhou Heng's soft words by her ear, she began to relax. I want to learn." Yin Mengren knew she had to overcome this fear. How could she chase after Zhou Heng, Tang Zi, and the others who all could swim if she was afraid of water? Among these 4 people, she was the only one who couldn't swim. Tang Zi was almost perfect at everything, and she didn't want to be left out with only a floaty. The more scared she was, the more she had to learn. Ultimately, she wanted to catch up with Zhou Heng, Tang Zi, and the others. "All right, let's take off the floaty first." Even though she had made up her mind, she was still a bit anxious about removing the floaty. But because of her trust in Zhou Heng, she finally took off the floaty. Zhou Heng also promptly removed it as he felt like he was suffocating with it on, leaving a mark on his chest. As Yin Mengren removed the floaty, she instinctively hugged Zhou Heng, clinging to him as if she were hanging on to him. I'm scared." Out of instinct, her legs wrapped around Zhou Heng's waist, their bodies pressing against each other. Zhou Heng felt a surge of heat as he felt Yin Mengren's soft body cling to him, her legs entwining around his waist, making him feel a bit overwhelmed. Don't be afraid. Just hold on to my hand." Zhou Heng whispered softly in Yin Mengren's ear, gaining her trust. She slowly released her hold and grabbed Zhou Heng's hand. He lifted her up with force, aided by the water's buoyancy, and she effortlessly floated up. Gradually, Yin Mengren felt less fearful, mainly due to the security Zhou Heng provided. "Good. Stay calm, and take it slow." Zhou Heng held Yin Mengren's hand, gently moving backward to let her swim leisurely. Wow, It's really fun. Yin Mengren felt the joy of swimming, like a child riding a bike with training wheels. Zhou Heng understood that now was the time for Yin Mengren to get used to this feeling, a crucial step in learning how to swim. Watching this scene, Zhu Dao's eyes were filled with envy. If only she had said she couldn't swim, then Liao Haomiao could teach her. At that moment, Liao Haomiao lightly tapped on her shoulder, looking hesitant, and gestured toward the poolside, saying, want to take a rest for a while? I have something I want to tell you. After a while, Zhu Dao sat down on a lounge chair at the rest area by the pool. Having just come out of the pool, she was slightly shivering. Even though the facility had warm air conditioning, it was still a bit cold. At that moment, a towel was draped over her, and Zhu Dao looked up to see Liao Haomiao sitting on the chair next to her. He had also brought a few bottles of water and placed them on the table, opening one and handing it to Zhu Dao. The two of them sat by the pool, watching happily as Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren played in the water. Both of them looked envious, knowing they couldn't play carefreely like Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren due to various barriers, unclear relationship status and family obstacles, putting them in their current state. After a moment, Liao Haomiao broke the silence and Zhu Dao turned to look at him, listening quietly. Yesterday, when you told your mother that I am your boyfriend, but we haven't defined our relationship, right? Zhu Dao nodded in agreement to Liao Haomiao's statement. They both knew they hadn't explicitly discussed their relationship, even if she had thought about it the day before. I apologize for not getting your consent before saying you were my boyfriend yesterday. Zhu Dao apologized proactively. She understood the situation clearly. She had probably exceeded her position by associating with Liao Haomiao. With Liao Haomiao's top grades, good looks, and influential family background, she felt she didn't have much to offer. That's why she refrained from saying or asking for anything. Yesterday's actions were already bold for her. However, Liao Haomiao was pleased. It was Zhu Dao who had taken the first step, not him. You don't need to apologize, Liao Haomiao replied. I'm happy that you consider me your boyfriend. So, now I want to be clear about our relationship. Are you willing? Liao Haomiao's gaze was intense as he held out his hand. Zhu Dao was momentarily stunned, and then she smiled and placed her hand in his, expressing her willingness. Before Zhu Dao could say anything else, cheers and applause erupted from the front, distracting them. Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren were smiling at them from the poolside. Blushing slightly, Zhu Dao thanked Liao Haomiao for his understanding and agreement. The group then decided to go for a meal together at the facility, with Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren leading the way. Walking behind, Liao Haomiao held Zhu Dao's hand, and they shared a moment of connection that had been missing for years. He requested her not to disclose their relationship to their families for the time being, hoping it would allow them to bond better. Although she agreed on the surface, Zhu Dao couldn't shake off the feeling that this request might lead to their separation again. For people went to eat together, they had quite a few snacks. The things here are generally expensive and the taste is average. Everyone has gotten used to it. Anyway, coming here is just for fun. After eating, a few people still hadn't decided what to do. Yin Mengren had already had an idea. She learned how to swim today and found it very interesting. She still had some enthusiasm left, so she asked Zhou Heng, I still want to go swimming. Is that okay? Of course. Let's go. Let's have more fun. Zhou Heng readily agreed. Then, along with her, they returned to the pool. Liao Haomiao looked at Zhu Dao and asked, are you going? Or should we go play something else? Zhu Dao nodded and said, either is fine. I'll go with what you choose. Then, let's go to the pool. Those facilities aren't very fun, and the queues are long and tiring. Okay. So the four of them returned to the pool. Zhu Dao and Yin Mengren went into the pool to play, while Zhou Heng and Liao Haomiao sat by the pool, preparing to chat. Zhou Heng saw that Yin Mengren was already swimming comfortably in the pool, so he no longer worried and asked Liao Haomiao, I see. Zhu Dao doesn't seem quite right. Did you say something to her? Aren't you two together already? Liao Haomiao did not expect Zhou Heng to ask this question. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, there's a small issue. But it's okay, I'll handle it. It just takes a bit of time. He leaned back on the chair, pinched his temple with his hand, feeling overwhelmed. He said it's fine, but in reality, he had no clue. Zhou Heng also leaned back on the chair, looking at the distance where Yin Mengren was swimming. He said softly, if you need help, just tell me. All right, don't worry, I won't be polite with you. If you need my help, feel free to ask. Got it. The two chatted leisurely, and Zhou Heng could clearly feel that Liao Haomiao had relaxed a lot, probably because he had confirmed the relationship with Zhu Dao, which made him no longer tense. After a while, Zhou Heng noticed that something was wrong with Yin Mengrun as she swam in the pool. She had been swimming well, but now her movement seemed a bit erratic. Zhou Heng furrowed his brows and suddenly sat up from the chair, staring intently at Yin Mengrun in the distance, his expression grave. He had a sense of impending doom. At that moment, Zhu Dao was far away from Yin Mengrun and hadn't noticed the situation over there. The next second, Zhou Heng saw Yin Mengrun suddenly turn towards him, raising her hand as if to shout something. Zhou. Before Zhou Heng could hear, he witnessed Yin Mengrun's body slowly sinking into the water. Yin Mengrun. Zhou Heng stood up abruptly, shouting loudly, his voice echoing throughout the area and grabbing everyone's attention. Liao Haomiao was also startled and quickly stood up. Zhu Dao turned back to look, but couldn't see Yin Mengrun's figure. In an instant, Zhou Heng's figure dashed past Liao Haomiao, shocking everyone with his speed. Then, he leapt into the pool, splashing water everywhere. He dove in like a missile, disappearing into the depths. He moved like a fish, swiftly swimming towards Yin Mengrun. Despite the underwater chaos, he could see her struggling. Yin Mengrun seemed to have a cramp in her leg, which paralyzed her movements. He realized his mistake. He hadn't let Yin Mengrun warm up properly. As a novice, her improper technique made her susceptible to cramps. Yin Mengrun, unable to open her eyes, felt her consciousness fading slowly. Ignoring the pain in her legs, drowning seemed more pressing. Zhou Heng. Her mind was solely focused on him like never before, needing him urgently. Unable to move, her brain initiated a final struggle, prompting her to unconsciously thrash underwater. Just then, Zhou Heng reached Yin Mengrun in time. He took a deep breath before submerging and pressed his mouth against hers in an attempt to share air. Though he knew this had minimal effect and could be hazardous, he couldn't risk her safety. Despite its inefficiency, he persisted, hoping it would help. After mere seconds underwater, Zhou Heng pulled Yin Mengrun towards the surface. Luckily, the pool wasn't too deep. He lifted her body above the water, allowing her to breathe. Seeing them, Zhu Dao swam over to assist, as Yin Mengrun had lost consciousness with her head drooping. In a panic, she called out their names, feeling guilty for not staying with them. Liao Haomiao joined and quickly swam over to help. Together with Zhu Dao, they brought Yin Mengrun to safety at the pool's edge. As they reached the side, Liao Haomiao realized Zhou Heng hadn't resurfaced. Zhou Heng. He urgently called out as Zhou Heng's hand grabbed the pool's edge, hauling himself out of the water. After emerging, he started coughing violently, expelling water and saying, Yan, Yan. Cough, cough, cough. As Yin Mengrun spit out the water, she slowly opened her eyes. Hey, you're awake. Gradually regaining her sense of hearing, she heard the voices around her. Upon opening her eyes, the first thing she saw was Zhou Heng's face. He looked especially tired, breathing heavily with a look of fear in his eyes. After locking eyes with him, the fear slowly dissipated, and a smile formed on his lips. Yin Mengrun realized she was lying in Zhou Heng's arms, covered in a towel. She tried to speak but couldn't. Another violent coughing fit overtook her. It was then when Zhu Dao appeared before her and said, Don't speak yet, don't get too excited, breathe slowly. Yin Mengrun steadied her breathing. Recollecting the recent events, she felt very frightened, realizing she had nearly died. Yet Zhou Heng had once again saved her life. If it hadn't been for Zhou Heng, she didn't know how many times she would have died. Zhou Heng. When she was finally able to speak, Yin Mengrun immediately called out Zhou Heng's name with a weak voice, having struggled hard to produce sound. I'm here. Don't be afraid. Zhou Heng held Yin Mengrun tightly, providing warmth. Yin Mengrun curled up in Zhou Heng's arms, closed her eyes, trying to stabilize her heartbeat. At this moment, Liao Haomiao's voice was heard nearby. Wow, that was so close. If Zhou Heng hadn't performed CPR and artificial respiration on you for so long, it would have been hard to say. Yin Mengrun instantly opened her eyes, looking surprised. Her heartbeat, which had just settled down, sped up again. She and Zhou Heng had only kissed on the cheeks or foreheads, never on the lips. She had even imagined a romantic moment to take the initiative to kiss Zhou Heng's lips. However, their first kiss turned out to be artificial respiration. She had no consciousness of it at all. Zhou Heng scratched his head awkwardly, explaining, It was an emergency situation. Yin Mengren realized she might have miscalculated big time. Their first kiss being like this was more unbearable than nearly drowning. Moments later, Yin Mengren burst into tears cascading down her cheeks. The others were dumbfounded, but after their recent experience, they understood her tears were normal. However, they didn't know that Yin Mengren's tears were not because of drowning. Given what had happened, they decided to end the gathering, changed clothes, left the place, took a short stroll outside, and then prepared to go home, mainly due to Yin Mengren not feeling well. Despite the accident, they had actually had a good time that day, especially Liao Haomia and Zhu Dao, whose relationship had now become clear, achieving their goal perfectly. The group bid farewells and separated. Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren returned home together. Upon returning home, Yin Mengren sat on the couch, hugging her legs, looking dejected. Zhou Heng didn't dare to ask anything, sensing Yin Mengren's state. He believed she was startled, so he didn't disturb her, leaving her to be alone quietly. After a long while, realizing it was already dark outside, Zhou Heng felt something was amiss as Yin Mengren hadn't improved. He cautiously approached her and softly called her name, Yin Mengren. He called her a few times with no response, but Yin Mengren remained quiet without lifting her head. As he got closer, he heard her even breathing rhythm. Kneeling down, he saw that Yin Mengren had closed her eyes and had fallen asleep. Considering her day had been the most dangerous and tiring, she had probably sat down on the couch and dozed off. Zhou Heng then understood why he hadn't heard her voice earlier. Zhou Heng couldn't let her sleep on the couch like that. He extended his arms, gently picked up Yin Mengren's body, and carried her to the bedroom. Just as he was about to stand up after laying Yin Mengren on the bed, her hand suddenly rose. Before Zhou Heng could react, Yin Mengren hugged his neck. He saw her slowly open her eyes, glistening with tears. "Don't go ... Yin Mengren muttered softly, sounding slightly hoarse with traces of tears in her voice. Zhou Heng felt a rush of warmth as she spoke. "Okay, I won't go." Zhou Heng nodded, reached out his hand, lowered his head, and embraced Yin Mengren's body. "Are you still scared?" Zhou Heng whispered softly in Yin Mengren's ear. Yin Mengren shook her head quietly and responded, "No. I wasn't scared at all because you were there. As long as you're with me, I'm not scared." Then why were you?" Zhou Heng hesitated, raising his head, looking puzzled at Yin Mengren. He had thought Yin Mengren was extremely frightened, which explained her silence that afternoon. Yin Mengren pursed her lips, looking a bit forlorn, hesitantly stuttered, "It's because ... you gave me artificial respiration. That was our first kiss. I didn't feel it, didn't experience it. I don't know when the next time will be. ... Zhou Heng was taken aback, blinked his eyes, disbelief evident in his gaze. He hadn't expected Yin Mengren to be so downcast because of this. "Oh." Yin Mengren seemed on the verge of tears again, but Zhou Heng chuckled and cleared his throat. "Artificial respiration doesn't count as a kiss. I know when the next one is, right now." With that, Zhou Heng lowered his head and kissed Yin Mengren's slightly trembling lips, the soft lips sealing together. Yin Mengren was momentarily stunned, then her eyes glinted with shyness. Her hand once again reached Zhou Heng's neck, responding passionately, closing her eyes. Zhou Heng held Yin Mengren's waist with one hand, encircling her neck with the other, deepening the kiss. Yin Mengren was left breathless by the kiss, the quiet space allowing hormones to flow freely. As if putting her all into it, she held onto his soft body tightly. Her hands gripped the bedsheets, causing wrinkles in the fabric. After a long while, the two parted reluctantly, breathing heavily. Yin Mengren's face was particularly red, eyes fixed on Zhou Heng. "Are you satisfied?" After a moment, Zhou Heng asked softly. Yin Mengren nodded repeatedly, her tiny tongue sticking out to wet her moist lips. "I'm satisfied." School life gradually returned to normal, and the students were all busy preparing for the next exam. Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren were no exception. They focused on studying every day and didn't go out on weekends, spending their time studying at home. Their relationship was getting better, and they occasionally shared intense kisses. However, they hadn't progressed further due to an agreement they had. Zhou Heng didn't want to break that agreement. After more than 20 days passed, the next monthly exam arrived. Zhou Heng was more confident compared to the last time, so he took the exam very calmly without feeling nervous at all. In contrast, Yin Mengren was very nervous because she wanted to perform even better and aimed to be the first in her grade. A day or two after the exam, Yin Mengren and Zhou Heng were lying in bed chatting and playing on their phones. they received a surprising message from Zhou Heng's mother, Li Wei, inquiring about the exam. Yin Mengren quickly responded. Since the last monthly exam, Li Wei hadn't been in touch much, so this contact after a month was significant. Li Wei expressed her plans to visit them the next day, give them living expenses, and show them a new rented house she arranged for them, as their current place was deemed too small. This news excited Yin Mengren. She passed the message to Zhou Heng, who agreed that getting a new place with more space was a good idea. Yin Mengren had concerns about possibly having separate bedrooms in the new place and not being able to sleep with Zhou Heng. However, Zhou Heng reassured her that they would still share a room. This relieved Yin Mengren, and they continued their conversation. Later, Zhou Heng pondered whether to tell his mother about their relationship since she was visiting the next day. At school the next day, Zhou Heng pondered over confiding in his aunt Tang Zi about his relationship with Yin Mengren. Tang Zi dismissed it as trivial, suggesting it was unnecessary as Zhou Heng's mother would likely figure it out anyway. When the results of the monthly exam were released, Zhou Heng was surprised to find a significant improvement in his ranking, now placing within the top 100 of his grade. Tang Zi also did well, moving up to 3rd place in the grade. Yin Mengren was the most nervous, but was ecstatic to find out she had achieved the 1st position in her grade. The class applauded her success, and Yin Mengren was delighted. Zhou Heng and Tang Zi applauded her proudly. Their teacher praised Zhou Heng for his remarkable progress. The first to applaud Zhou Heng was Yin Mengren. She turned to look in Zhou Heng's direction, smiling brightly. Teacher Wan nodded approvingly, as she now knew that Zhou Heng hadn't lied to her before. Being with Yin Mengren didn't affect their studies. In fact, it made significant progress for them. Despite Zhou Heng making so much progress, it was even more difficult for Yin Mengren to become the top of their grade. After class, Teacher Wang's mood changed. She was overjoyed because having 2 students from her class in the top 5 of the grade, with Yin Mengren as the class monitor and now ranking 1st, made their class stand out as the best. As she walked out of the classroom, Teacher Wan held her head high. Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren could see Teacher Wang's happiness, and they felt glad to have made her proud. A small redemption. However, learning was for oneself, not for the teacher. After class, Zhou Heng looked at his report card, scratching his head with some concern. If it was several months ago, getting such grades would have made him ecstatic, playing games or extravagantly spending money. He used to rank near the bottom, but now, being a student with the chance to enter university, he was considered above average within the class. However, now he felt immense pressure. First in the grade, Yin Mengren, his girlfriend. Second, Liao Haomiao, his good friend. Third, Tang Zi, his cousin. These were the top 3 in the grade, all closely related to him, while he was at 89th place, a significant gap that seemed difficult to overcome. Yin Mengren stood up after class and approached Zhou Heng, excitedly exclaiming, "Zhou Heng, your progress this time must make your mom very happy, right?" She had expected Zhou Heng to be thrilled, but his expression seemed slightly worried. Tang Zi said casually, "Anxiety. Your girlfriend is now 1st in the grade. That's a lot of pressure." Zhou Heng turned to Tang Zi, feeling somewhat exasperated. "Can you stop analyzing my thoughts so clearly?" Tang Zi put her hand on Zhou Heng's shoulder, giving a small smile. "Can't help it. Your mind is too easy to read." Zhou Heng then turned to Yin Mengren, his eyes showing a smile. "You're the one who should be happy. Let's celebrate tonight for you." He reached out, gently patting Yin Mengren's head. Yin Mengren blushed and smiled, considering this the best reward. Tang Zi, watching nearby, shook her head in amusement. After Tang Zi reminded them about Liao Haomiao's situation, Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren abruptly left the classroom to find him. As they looked around, they found Liao Haomiao's seat empty, causing some worrying. They asked a male classmate who informed them that Liao Haomiao had left for the restroom right after class. Zhou Heng returned to the classroom, visibly concerned, speculating if Liao Haomiao went to cry due to the sudden drop from 1st to 2nd place. Yin Mengren didn't think Liao Haomiao was the kind of person to be unable to accept such a change. She suggested that being in the top 10 had its own advantages, with the possibility to enter prestigious universities. Zhou Heng decided to check on Liao Haomiao at the restroom, feeling that the shift from 1st to 2nd place was a unique feeling that only he could fully understand. Zhou Heng walked into the men's restroom alone, looking around for Liao Haomiao's figure. Finally, he found Liao Haomiao in a corner, squatting there with his back turned. Zhou Heng was puzzled, as it seemed like Liao Haomiao wasn't using the restroom, After all, his pants were still on. Is he really crying? Zhou Heng thought in surprise. Has Liao Haomiao really been so devastated? Crying alone in the restroom, Zhou Heng cautiously approached, trying to see what Liao Haomiao was doing, but as he got closer, he heard the clacking sound of typing. When he saw clearly, he found Liao Haomiao squatting there, typing on his phone, chatting with someone. Without hesitation, Zhou Heng slapped him on the back, startling Liao Haomiao. In a reflexive move, Liao Haomiao quickly shut off his phone, hid it behind him, and stood up. When Liao Haomiao saw that it was Zhou Heng who had slapped him, he let out a sigh of relief. Ha ha. It's you. You scared me. I thought the principal was here. What's up? Liao Haomiao patted his chest, looking relieved, then took out his phone again in front of Zhou Heng to continue chatting. Hey. What's up? Zhou Heng furrowed his brows, reached out, and snatched Liao Haomiao's phone. Liao Haomiao looked bewildered as Zhou Heng pointed at him, saying, "You are so bold. You have dropped from first place to second. I thought you would be devastated, but here you are, hiding in the restroom playing with your phone, chatting with your girlfriend." Zhou Heng lifted his hand as if he was going to give Liao Haomiao a slap, but it was just a bluff to intimidate him. Liao Haomiao and Zhu Dao had been dating for almost a month now, and their relationship seemed stable. They occasionally went out on dates on weekends, albeit secretly, keeping it from their families. Zhou Heng didn't think much of it, believing that even he wouldn't let dating affect his studies, so Liao Haomiao should be fine too. However, he didn't expect Liao Haomiao to be in such a situation, playing games and chatting with his girlfriend in the restroom. If it's just a point or two difference between first and second place, why does it matter? There's no reward for first place, and no punishment for second place. It's just a monthly exam. It will be the same in the college entrance exam. Liao Haomiao murmured, slightly defending himself. Feeling overwhelmed, Zhou Heng reminded Liao Haomiao not to let his grades slip further, as it would be disastrous in the long run. Liao Haomiao listened and acknowledged his mistake. The two of them walked out of the restroom, ready to attend their classes. What? Yin Mengren was puzzled for a moment, blinked her eyes, looking bewildered. Zhou Heng and Tang Zi both looked at Yin Mengren at the same time. They also didn't recognize the woman in front of them. In Yin Mengren's mind, she quickly recalled all the people she knew, but she couldn't figure out who the woman in front of her was. I am Yin Mengren. But who are you? Yin Mengren cautiously asked. The woman in front of her appeared startled for a moment, then smiled slightly and murmured, "That's right, when I left, you were still very young. It's normal not to remember." The woman's words made the three in front of her all unable to believe it, very surprised. The implication seemed to be, as if they had known Yin Mengren for a very long time. Yin Mengren looked completely incredulous, with a blank expression, unable to speak, standing quietly there. The woman continued, "My name is Song Wan. I am your mother's sister, which means, I am your aunt." Aunt. As soon as these words were spoken, the three widened their eyes in astonishment, especially Yin Mengren. When she heard the name Song Wan, a vague memory seemed to flash through her mind. The moment she said she was her aunt, it seemed like she remembered a figure from her childhood, although very blurry and hard to see clearly. After Song Wan finished speaking with a smile, her expression turned sorrowful. "I learned about your mother's situation half a month ago and immediately rushed back from abroad. I inquired for many days just to find out where you were studying." As Song Wan spoke these words, a painful expression on her fair face, Zhou Heng was surprised and looked at Yin Mengren. Noticing her expression also grew heavy, biting her lips. Zhou Heng was very wary of mentioning her family in front of Yin Mengren. But now that the woman claiming to be Yin Mengren's aunt had appeared, he felt uncertain and didn't know what to do. "Are you really my aunt?" After a long silence, Yin Mengren hesitantly spoke, although after Song Wan's words, she had already confirmed her identity. But she was still unsure, as ever since her misfortune, all her relatives had distanced themselves from her. Song Wan was the first relative she had seen in over 2 months. Song Wan let out a sigh, her eyes showing tenderness towards Yin Mengren. She felt Yin Mengren's cautious questioning wasn't excessive at all, only finding her pitiable. Being orphaned with nobody to take care of her, this young girl had to bear everything alone. It was hard to imagine how much suffering she had endured, and yet managed to attend school normally. "I'm sorry for coming back so late, causing you hardship," Song Wan said gently, opening her arms and stepping forward, trying to embrace Yin Mengren. She thought that after saying these words, Yin Mengren would let out her inner grievances and cry, but to her surprise, Yin Mengren took a step back, moving behind Zhou Heng. And Zhou Heng subconsciously stood in front of Yin Mengren, a completely involuntary action. At that moment, Song Wen shifted her attention to Zhou Heng and Tang Zi. She raised her head and made eye contact with the tall Zhou Heng. Both sides had a hint of confusion in their eyes. Zhou Heng awkwardly turned his head, not looking at Song Wen. After all, she was Yin Mengren's relative, and this was their first meeting, so feeling nervous was inevitable. His current behavior seemed to isolate Song Wen from Yin Mengren, making the situation even more awkward. You guys are Mengren's classmates, right? Thank you for helping Mengren. I have something to discuss with her alone now. Song Wen pointed behind Zhou Heng to Yin Mengren, politely saying to Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng had no reason to block Yin Mengren's and slowly moved aside. Yin Mengren still seemed a bit timid, even though she had confirmed the woman in front of her was her aunt. She wasn't sure if her aunt had any ill intentions, as she had encountered many scheming relatives before, some claiming she inherited a lot and wanting to take advantage of her. It's okay, we are here. Don't go too far, Zhou Heng whispered to Yin Mengren by her side, giving her a lot of courage. With Zhou Heng and Tang Zi nearby, there shouldn't be any danger. So Yin Mengren nodded, slowly walked up to Song Wen, and together they walked a short distance away. While walking, Song Wen glanced back, seeing Zhou Heng and Tang Zi still watching them. Song Wen smiled lightly and said, "Your classmates are really good to you. Let me treat them to a meal someday to repay their help to you." Yin Mengren didn't respond, knowing that Song Wen didn't understand how significant the help of these two was to her. Can the favor of saving her life be repaid with just a meal? Not going far from where they were standing, Song Wen gently took Yin Mengren's hand, slowly speaking, "You have suffered so much. You have endured so much. I know you are not familiar with me at all because I left when you were still very young. Now you've grown up and become so beautiful, I almost didn't recognize you. It's okay. Because he is here." Yin Mengren responded softly, her eyes involuntarily glancing at Zhou Heng not far away. Song Wen slightly furrowed her brows, but didn't continue to pursue that statement because it wasn't her focus. After a pause, she continued, "Tomorrow, or the day after, take me to visit your sister's grave, to pay respects. I didn't get to see her last time, unfortunately." Yin Mengren nodded, saying, "Tomorrow is possible, but the day after might not work. I have school." After Yin Mengren finished speaking, Song Wen shook her head and sighed. "You don't have to continue studying here. I will help you with the withdrawal process." What? "After we visit my sister, you will come with me. I will take you abroad. Country ... overseas." "No. I'm not going. I absolutely won't go." Yin Mengren hardly hesitated. Once she realized the situation, she shook her head repeatedly, refusing. Song Wen, feeling puzzled, asked, "Why? Why stay here? Come with me, I'll take care of you, ensure you have a good education, definitely better than now, and with me, your family, you won't have to worry about anything anymore." Yin Mengren, without any time to think, decisively answered, "No, Auntie, thank you, but I don't want to leave because during holidays, I have to visit my parents, that's for sure. I can't go to such a faraway place, and secondly, I have family here too." Yin Mengren's voice grew softer, even lowering her head, as if not wanting Song Wen to hear her words. Despite this, Song Wen heard clearly. She opened her mouth, gaze fixed, almost uttering a word as if trying to understand Yin Mengren's words. "Family here. Could it be her father?" In a second, Song Wen denied that answer. It's not possible. How could her biological father find her? They hadn't seen each other in over a decade. Could it be her grandparents? But when she inquired about Yin Mengren's whereabouts, they had no clue. Obviously it wasn't them. So who was this family? Song Wen was about to say something when her phone suddenly rang. She answered it, speaking in a foreign language that Yin Mengren couldn't understand. After the call, Song Wen hung up, looking at Yin Mengren, saying, "Leave me your number, we'll meet tomorrow. Then, think over what I've said. After all, you're my sister, the only one in this world I'm worrying about. I'm your auntie, I must take responsibility for you." Saying so, Song Wen moved forward, ready to take down Yin Mengren's contact information. Yin Mengren didn't say much, willing to visit her mother tomorrow, so she gave Song Wen her number. One Song Wen saved the number. She began rummaging through her bag in a somewhat hurried manner. Yin Mengren didn't know what she was up to, but the next moment, Song Wen pulled out a stack of cash. Here. Andy doesn't have so much cash on her. Take this to eat well and stay comfortably tonight. Before Yin Mengren could react, Song Wen stuffed the money into her hand. Yin Mengren was about to refuse, wanting to return it, but Song Wen didn't give her the chance, as she turned and left, leaving Yin Mengren with a hurried figure. Yin Mengren looked at Song Wen's departure, feeling bewildered, staring at the bills in her hand. Probably to 2,000-3,000. She thought, this money definitely shouldn't be spent, it had to be saved to return tomorrow. Seeing Song Wen leave, Zhou Heng and Tang Zi approached Yin Mengren, noticing the cash in her hand, displaying surprise. Yin Mengren's face only showed helplessness. What's going on? Zhou Heng lightly placed his hand on Yin Mengren's shoulder, inquiring. They had been observing from afar and didn't know what was said, only seeing Yin Mengren waving her hands and shaking her head, seeming to reject something. Yin Mengren was about to speak, but then thought, since she would never agree to going abroad, there's no need to tell Zhou Heng and others about it, right? Nothing, just, she asked me to go with her tomorrow to see my mom. Oh, I see. Zhou Heng suddenly understood, then exchanged a glance with Tang Zi, instantly comprehending. Then we'll go with you tomorrow, to visit your uncle and aunt. Zhou Heng felt that, as Yin Mengren's boyfriend, he should pay his respects to her parents, while Tang Zi, out of propriety, of course should go too. Originally, she had planned a gaming session for tomorrow, but in face of such matters, games could be put on hold. Okay. Yin Mengren thought for a moment and agreed. She wanted to bring Zhou Heng and Tang Zi along, letting her parents see her boyfriend and her best friend. Knowing her parents' spirits in the afterlife would see how good they were to her, she felt relieved. Beep. At that moment, the three heard a honk. Turning around, they saw Liu Wei sticking her head out of the car, smiling and waving. Zhou Heng, Xiaoran, Xiaozi. Over here. Coming. Zhou Heng responded, leading Tang Zi to walk over. Yin Mengren hesitated briefly, then looked at the cash in her hand, tidy it up, putting it in her pocket. She then looked up, smiling once more. Here, Mom. The three approached the car. Zhou Heng and Tang Zi voluntarily seated themselves at the back, giving Yin Mengren the front passenger seat. Yin Mengren was momentarily stunned but said nothing. Taking the seat, Mom. Aunt. Hi. Yin Mengren greeted. Mom. It's been so long. They exchanged greetings, and Liu Wei was pleased, immediately asking about their grades. Zhou Heng shook his head ruefully, whispering, Mom, can you not inquire about grades once we get in the car? Seriously. Oh, Zhou Heng, you did well this time, right? Otherwise, would you dare talk back to me at this moment? Liu Wei's words pierced Zhou Heng's thoughts, making him awkwardly lower his head, thinking he couldn't hide anything from his mom. Yin Mengren and Tang Zi couldn't help but laugh. Yin Mengren quickly spoke up. Mom, this time, Zhou Heng got 89th place. He's now in the top middle of the class. Zhou Heng stayed quiet, appearing embarrassed but secretly thrilled, never having gotten such good grades before. Upon hearing this, Liu Wei showed pleasantly surprised. Oh, really? My son is great. Xiaoran. You're amazing, helping Zhou Heng progress so quickly. Oh, I didn't do much. Mainly it's Zhou Heng working hard and being clever. Yin Mengren said shyly, looking like she'd received praise from Zhou Heng, the most important for her, followed by Liu Wei. What about you and Xiaozi? How did you two do? Liu Wei inquired again, this time waiting for Zhou Heng to answer. One ranked first in the grade, the other ranked third. Really? Wow. You two are amazing. Incredible. You are so beautiful and smart. You are the most perfect girls. Liu Wei widened her eyes, showing an incredible amount of surprise and delight on her face. Her lips curved upwards, showing her excitement. Yin Mengren and Tang Zi looked a little embarrassed. It seemed like it had been a long time since they received such praise from elders. Only Liu Wei could acknowledge them like this, only she could give such emotional value. Zhou Heng leisurely floated out a sentence from behind. So, who do you think is the first? His actions were like digging a hole for his own mother. He wanted to see what kind of answer his mother would give. Liu Wei didn't hesitate at all. She directly spoke, saying, is there even a need to guess? With Tang Zi's calm and unassuming personality, the first place must be Mengren. But first place and third place are the same. Anyway, both of you are better than me. Why don't you work harder? This remark made Tang Zi and Yin Mengren laugh again. Zhou Heng smirked, secretly admiring his mother. He already had an answer in his heart. She could speak so smoothly, praising Tang Zi while also subtly lifting him up. After all, he was her own son. Who else would she speak highly of? All right, let's go eat. Today, we'll have something nice. Liu Wei started the car and drove away from the school gate. This time, she drove directly to a more luxurious hotel. Aunt, it's just a simple meal. There's no need to come to such a fancy place, right? Tang Zi glanced at the hotel. It seemed quite extraordinary. At least the locals knew the status and level of this place. It seemed like only when welcoming prestigious guests would they come here. It felt a bit exaggerated to invite 3 high school students to such a place for a meal. It's okay. It's the same wherever we eat. There are only 4 of us. We can't eat that much anyway. Liu Wei casually replied and then drove into the parking lot. Zhou Heng rested his cheek on his arm, leaning against the car window, looking outside. He noticed Liu Wei passing by several empty parking spaces, furrowing his brows. Zhou Heng felt a hint of confusion rising in his heart, a bit puzzled, but he didn't say anything. After a while, Liu Wei directly parked the car in what seemed to be a reserved parking spot. Zhou Heng became even more puzzled. With so many empty spots, why did she head straight to this one? All right, let's go. Liu Wei parked the car and got out with the 3 others. She walked ahead on her own, while Zhou Heng and the others followed behind. They glanced at each other, sensing confusion in each other's eyes, but none of them spoke out. They exchanged glances and then followed Liu Wei into the hotel. While waiting, Liu Wei had already chatted with the front desk manager. Soon after, they were led to a private room. After they sat down, Zhou Heng asked, "Mom, do you come here often?" Liu Wei shook her head lightly and replied, "No." Just as Liu Wei finished speaking, there was a knock on the door of the private room. It was the manager. He entered, bending down to ask Liu Wei softly, "Do you want to take out the wine you stored?" Zhou Heng, along with Yin Mengren and Tang Zi, all looked at Liu Wei, with a smirk on their faces. Keeping one here and claiming not to come here often. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Liu Wei waved a hand, indicating the manager to leave. After the manager left, she explained helplessly, "Oh, sometimes I entertain clients here, but it's not like I come here regularly." "Clients?" Zhou Heng furrowed his brows, looking at his mother with suspicion. Then he asked, "Mom, what does our family do? Why haven't you and Dad told me?" "Huh, you don't know?" Tang Zi looked at Zhou Heng in astonishment, finding it hard to believe that a son wouldn't know what kind of business his parents were in. Yin Mengren was also surprised. She had always felt that Zhou Heng's family conditions were quite good, but she never asked. Zhou Heng shrugged helplessly and said, "I don't know. They always told me they do business, trade. I didn't ask much." Incredible. Tang Zi shook her head speechlessly, looking at Zhou Heng with disbelief. She couldn't believe how clueless he was about his own family's business. Liu Wei chuckled lightly and responded calmly, "It's not a big deal. We need to at least have a decent hotel to entertain our clients, right? So don't overthink it. How about this? After your college entrance examination, I'll take you to see our family business. You can also help out. Just focus on studying well in the meantime." "Okay." Zhou Heng nodded, easily letting it go. Tang Zi and Yin Mengren were a bit surprised, realizing why Zhou Heng didn't know the truth. He was easily deceived. After the dishes were served, the 4 of them started eating. During the meal, Tang Zi gave Zhou Heng a signal with her eyes. Understanding immediately, Zhou Heng looked towards Yin Mengren. At that moment, Yin Mengren was also looking at Zhou Heng. The 3 of them seemed to be sharing a secret code. Liu Wei didn't even look up, typing on her phone. She asked, "What are you 3 up to? Is there something you want to tell me?" Zhou Heng scratched his head awkwardly. He wanted to tell his mother about him and Yin Mengren. He mustered up the courage to speak, thinking that if he got his mother's approval, he could relax. After hesitating for a while, he still couldn't bring himself to say it out loud. It seemed like he was still preparing himself mentally, considering what to do if things didn't turn out well. At that moment, it was Yin Mengren who stood up first. Mom? What is it?" Liu Wei turned to look at Yin Mengren, smiling slightly. Her eyes were gentle, filled with maternal affection. Yin Mengren hesitated for a moment, then steeled herself. This matter was important. If Zhou Heng couldn't speak up, then she would. She bowed slightly, then slowly spoke up. I want to tell you that I am together with Zhou Heng. It has been over a month. I hope to have your approval." After Yin Mengren spoke, the atmosphere on the scene instantly quieted down. Everything fell silent. Zhou Heng continuously observed his mother's expression, trying to see any change in her face, but Liu Wei's expression remained unchanged, still smiling at Yin Mengren. At this moment, Tang Zi also spoke up. She realized she should say something, too. "And I think they match quite well. Yin Mengren is sensible, studies well, and has helped Zhou Heng improve so much. This is a good thing." Hearing Tang Zi's persuasion, Liu Wei turned to look at Zhou Heng, furrowed her brow slightly, and said, "You're not going to say anything, letting two girls speak for you. You're really timid." Zhou Heng lowered his head and said, Yes, I understand. Well, about me and Yin Mengren." Liu Wei sighed and said, "TSK, treat her well. I knew you must have had some improper thoughts about Mengren, just like your father." Yin Mengren suddenly smiled happily upon receiving Zhou Heng's mother's approval. This meant a lot to her. My father." Zhou Heng was taken aback as his mother brought up his father, realizing he hadn't seen or contacted his father in a long time. They were like strangers to each other. However, those things were unimportant. What mattered the most was that his relationship with Yin Mengren was finally accepted. It was a huge show. After dinner, the four of them left. When it came time to pay, Liu Wei didn't use mobile payment or cash but spoke directly to the counter. Then, they left. Zhou Heng found it strange but kept the doubts to himself, feeling he would eventually find out, just not now. Liu Wei first dropped off Tang Zi at home, then Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren. After they got out of the car, Liu Wei looked at the two outside and said, "Oh, by the way, wake up early tomorrow. I've arranged a place for you to stay. I'll call the moving company in the morning, and you can pack your things after you wake up." "Okay, understood." Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren agreed and were about to go back home. At this moment, Liu Wei suddenly called them back, saying, "Wait a minute." Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren stopped and turned to look at Liu Wei. Yin Mengren was the first to speak. "What's wrong, Mom? Is there something else?" Liu Wei smiled and motioned for them to come over. Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren exchanged a look of surprise and walked back. Then, Liu Wei took out an envelope and handed it to Zhou Heng. "Here, living expenses, spend wisely." Zhou Heng eagerly opened it to see how much was inside. "Wow, so much? Mom, why are you so generous this time?" Zhou Heng glanced inside and saw that there were more bills than the previous living expenses, almost double. It was probably around 8,000 yuan. Liu Wei nodded and said, It's a reward for your progress. It's normal to give a little more, but you can't spend it all on games. Spend the money sensibly." "Okay. Don't worry," Zhou Heng said. Just as Zhou Heng was happy about receiving so much for living expenses, Liu Wei suddenly pulled out a thicker red envelope. "Here, baby. This is for you. Reward for getting first place this year. Keep it up." Zhou Heng stared in shock at the much thicker envelope handed to him, a clear contrast to the one he held. This was a reward pocket money. It even seemed significantly more than his own envelope. No. Mom, I can't accept this money." Yin Mengren was also surprised. She knew there was a lot of money in the red envelope, at least 20,000 yuan. She couldn't accept that much. Before she met Zhou Heng, she had very little money on her. She could hardly afford meals. But after meeting Zhou Heng, she seemed to receive money often, whether from Zhou Heng's mother, Teacher Wan, or her own aunt. Now she didn't know how to spend the money and felt uneasy as it came easily. Liu Wei almost didn't allow Yin Mengren to refuse and directly pushed it into her arms. Yin Mengren had gotten used to this behavior, as these people always forcefully gave her money. "Oh, if you still consider me your mom, take it, and save some for yourself to spend. Don't let Zhou Heng use it all on games." Zhou Heng was at a loss for words. He rarely played games now, so why did his mom still see him as someone who often spent money on games? But, "Alright, I'm leaving. You to head back quickly. See you tomorrow." Liu Wei then drove away, leaving Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren watching her car until it disappeared into the distance. Yin Mengren looked down at the thick red envelope in her hand, feeling its weight and the certainty that there must be at least 20,000 yuan inside. Zhou Heng glanced at his own living expenses, feeling somewhat plain. He didn't feel unfair about it, as the money given to Yin Mengren made her happy, and he had no objections. At that moment, Yin Mengren suddenly extended her hand and handed the red envelope to Zhou Heng, saying softly, "Here for you. This is for you. Take it, anyway. Whether it's for you or for me, it's all the same," Zhou Heng said, as he placed the envelope in his hand on top of the red packet, holding both with Yin Mengren. Yin Mengren lifted her head, staring at Zhou Heng's face, slightly surprised. Then, she smiled and nodded, saying, "I understand." Yin Mengren knew that Zhou Heng didn't want them to separate things too clearly. The money, whether it belonged to her or Zhou Heng, didn't matter because they would always spend it on each other. The two of them went upstairs, back to their home. Stepping inside, they couldn't help but feel sentimental, looking at the living room as memories flooded their minds. Tomorrow, they would be moving out, and tonight was their last night staying there. Yin Mengren felt a bit reluctant to leave. After all, she had been living with Zhou Heng for about 2 months. Initially, when she arrived soaking wet and fearful, keeping a certain distance from Zhou Heng due to fear and anxiety had completely occupied her mind. But now, this place had become her home, and leaving tomorrow would bring a little sense of loss, even though she knew she would still be with Zhou Heng. The size of the room didn't matter to her. A smaller space would mean she could be closer to Zhou Heng. "Let's pack our things together." "Okay." Standing in the living room, they saw there were still many items in the house. It would take a long time to pack up, especially with Zhou Heng's exercise equipment, making it a bit troublesome. Zhou Heng rolled up his sleeves and started packing, taking care of heavier items. Yin Mengren quickly joined, cleaning up miscellaneous items. However, whenever she glanced in Zhou Heng's direction when packing, her eyes seemed to be conveying a message, as if she wanted to say something but felt conflicted. Her mind was still dwelling on today's events, particularly about Song Wan, her aunt. If it wasn't for meeting Zhou Heng first, Song Wan would have been her savior, and she would have followed her wherever she went. However, Zhou Heng had appeared first and saved her multiple times. Hence, she firmly refused Song Wan's proposal, as she was completely devoted to Zhou Heng. This was something she needed to speak to Zhou Heng about. "Zhou Heng." Yin Mengren put down what she was holding and softly called out to Zhou Heng. What's wrong?" Zhou Heng turned to face Yin Mengren, noticing she seemed to have something important to say. He put down what he was holding and walked over to her. Yin Mengren lowered her head slightly and said, "Today, my aunt met me, and she doesn't know you're my boyfriend or that we live together. She thinks I'm going through a hard time and offered to take me abroad." After finishing her explanation, Zhou Heng widened his eyes in surprise. Yin Mengren quickly explained further, "But I firmly rejected her offer. I'm certain I won't go. I want to be with you always." Her voice trailed off toward the end, but Zhou Heng made no immediate response. The atmosphere became unusually quiet, making Yin Mengren anxious. She didn't know how Zhou Heng would react to the situation. After a moment, Zhou Heng spoke softly. "Going abroad does sound pretty good." No. "Regardless of whether it's good or not, I will always." Before Yin Mengren could finish her sentence, Zhou Heng suddenly stepped forward, opened his arms, and hugged her. Yin Mengren looked surprised, resting her chin on Zhou Heng's shoulder as she instinctively held his waist. At that moment, their heartbeats seemed to synchronize, and Yin Mengren's anxieties melted away in Zhou Heng's embrace. In the long silence that followed, Zhou Heng spoke gently, "If you want to go abroad, I'll talk to my family and go with you." Shock and disbelief filled Yin Mengren's eyes as she looked at Zhou Heng. She was taken aback, and before she could say anything, Zhou Heng continued, "Because I want you to be with your family, and at the same time, I want to be with you always. So if you go abroad, I will go with you." "Zhou Heng." Yin Mengren's eyes glistened, as if tears were about to fall, but there was a faint smile on her lips. She placed her arm on Zhou Heng's shoulder, leaned in, and their warm lips gently met, conveying a mix of restraint and deep longing. After a while, Yin Mengren reluctantly pulled back and softly said, "You're so kind. But everything I have is from you, and I belong to you as well. So wherever you are, I'll be there, never leaving you." "I feel the same way." They gazed at each other, appreciating the love reflected in each other's eyes. Then, they smiled at each other and said, "Okay, let's continue packing." "Yes, let's." As night fell, the moonlight shifted intermittently through the clouds. Tang Zi returned home and found her mother, Zhou Yelin, still in the kitchen washing dishes. Tang Zi leaned against the kitchen doorway, arms crossed, and asked, "Mom, do you know what Zhou Heng's family does?" She had been wondering about this and finally decided to ask her mother, unsure if it was impolite to ask directly. After hearing Tang Ji's question, Zhou Yelin was momentarily stunned. Then, she seemed to understand something and smiled helplessly, saying, "You, just stop asking. But I can tell you, even if Zhou Heng does nothing, he can still have a worrying-free life." Early the next morning, Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren packed up their things and woke up early. Zhou Heng then called his mother. "Hello, Mom, we're all packed up. When are you coming?" "Oh, son, I have something to take care of here. I've called the moving company to help. You guys can finish up and come over. I'll find you in the afternoon." "All right." Just as Zhou Heng hung up the phone, the moving company arrived and they moved their things downstairs, into the car, and left. Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren sat in the car, looking back at their previous living place for one last time. The car drove to their new home, which was a bit further from school, but still manageable. Their landlord was waiting for them at the new place. They entered the house, which was very spacious and much better than their previous place. With 2 bedrooms and fully furnished, they could almost move in without any additional cleaning. After the moving company finished bringing their things in and left, Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren started slowly unpacking and organizing their belongings. When it came to organizing the bedrooms, the two stood at the doorway of each room and, after a brief comparison, they decided which one was the master bedroom. Later, without any discussion, they directly moved all their things into the master bedroom. After all, they had already agreed that even after moving, they would continue living together. Once everything was sorted, Yin Mengren received a message from Tang Zi asking for their new address. Yin Mengren shared their location with Tang Zi. Tang Zi said she would come over shortly. Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren sat on the couch, discussing the spaciousness of the sofa that could accommodate 7 to 8 people, a significant upgrade from the small one-seater sofa they used to have. After about 20 minutes, the doorbell rang. Yin Mengren got up to open the door, and standing outside was Tang Zi. She usually wore lighter-colored clothes, but today she was in darker attire. "So, this is your new home. It looks great," Tang Zi commented after a quick glance around. Indeed, it was much better than where they used to live, and the rent was probably higher. Despite what her mother told her last night, Tang Zi did not find it surprising. The more her mother discouraged her from asking, the more curious she became. However, she couldn't directly ask Zhou Heng about it because he seemed unaware himself. "What about my aunt? Isn't she coming?" "Oh, she be here in the afternoon. Let's go have lunch first," Zhou Heng suggested, getting ready to go out with the two of them since they had just moved and didn't have time to cook. The three of them went out and chose a restaurant to have their meal. During their conversation, Tang Zi subtly tried to steer the topic towards Zhou Heng's background and what his family did, intrigued by the exaggerated stories her mother shared about him, almost implying he was from a wealthy background. However, despite her inquiries, Zhou Heng seemed clueless, as if it wasn't his family business. Just then, Yin Mengren's phone rang. It was from Song Wan, her aunt. When Yin Mengren answered the call, she sounded a bit awkward and distant, as their relationship wasn't very close. After the call, Yin Mengren added Song Wan as a friend and shared their location. In a short while, Song Wan arrived at the restaurant and was visibly displeased upon seeing Yin Mengren, Zhou Heng, and Tang Zi together. Approaching them, she immediately remarked on the choice of the restaurant, stating she had given money for a better meal, and insisted on taking them elsewhere. Despite Yin Mengren's feeble defense of the place, Song Wan decided to sit with them, expressing her concerns about Yin Mengren's living conditions. The conversation shifted towards planning to go abroad, and Song Wan expressed her worrying about Yin Mengren's well-being alone. Yin Mengren hesitated before turning to Zhou Heng and introducing him as her boyfriend, attributing her current circumstances to him and stating she wouldn't leave his side. This revelation surprised Song Wan, who greeted Zhou Heng awkwardly. Before Song Wan could react further, her phone rang, prompting her to hastily leave the restaurant to take the call. Outside, Song Wan engaged in a conversation in a foreign language over the phone. Soon after, a car pulled up at the restaurant entrance, and a woman got out. Zhou Heng's mother, Liu Wei, who had learned of their location from Zhou Heng and rushed over. Song Wan, noticing Liu Wei's arrival, was momentarily shocked before composing herself and engaging in a brief exchange before Liu Wei entered the restaurant. Who are you?" Liu Wei stopped in her tracks, staring at Song Wen with a puzzled expression. She looked Song Wen up and down, but couldn't recognize her. We had a discussion. Oh, right. Song Wen quickly took out her business card from her bag and handed it to Liu Wei. Liu Wei took it, glanced at it, then nodded quietly, muttering, "Oh, I remember now. Why? Do you need anything?" "Oh, no. But why are you here in this place?" Song Wen asked awkwardly. Seeing someone unexpected in such a small place puzzled her. However, Liu Wei was unfazed and replied calmly, "I'm here to see my son and his friends. I don't know why you're here, but remember, don't talk about work in front of my son." Liu Wei's voice was soft but carried authority, making Song Wen feel a bit intimidated. "Oh, okay. Got it." Song Wen nodded repeatedly, agreeing, but then she realized something wasn't right. Too fine, her son here. In this place. Why would the son of someone like her be in such a location? Liu Wei bypassed Song Wen and walked into the hotel. Song Wen quickly hung up her phone and followed, her demeanor changing instantly. From looking down on the place moments ago, she now trailed behind Liu Wei as if she were her secretary, less stiff. She knew she couldn't afford to provoke the person in front of her. The gap in status was too wide. Normally, it was extremely difficult to meet face to face, but encountering her here was truly a rare opportunity. Perhaps there could be some benefits if she played her cards right. As Liu Wei entered the hotel, she immediately spotted Zhou Heng and the others sitting there. She smiled and walked over. "I'm here. My darlings," Liu Wei said happily, sitting directly next to Yin Mengren. Mengren initially thought it was her aunt returning, but upon seeing it was Zhou Heng's mother, she smiled and greeted. "Oh, Mom, you're here." "Yes, sorry. Had something to attend to in the morning." Liu Wei put down her bag, smiled gently, and spoke in a softer tone, a stark contrast from her previous authoritative demeanor. Song Wen, who was following behind, suddenly stopped in her tracks, standing still. She seemed completely astonished. She made a swallowing motion, as if her throat was dry. She couldn't believe it. The person Liu Wei was looking for was Yin Mengren and her friends. This was inconceivable to her and seemed entirely unrelated. People who could never have any interaction in their lifetime seemed unexpectedly close. And Liu Wei mentioned she was here to find her son. The only person who could be Liu Wei's son here seemed to be the sturdy young man in front of her. Looking closely, she noticed several facial features that resembled each other. But this young man, Mengren just said he was her boyfriend, which meant Mengren's boyfriend was Liu Wei's son, Huiyu. After clarifying the relationships in an instant, Song Wen drew in a cold breath, almost fainting with wide eyes. Such a dramatic situation was unfolding so realistically. No wonder Mengren didn't want to go abroad. With a boyfriend from such a family, who would want to leave? Ahem. Awkwardly clearing her throat, Song Wen stood to the side, feeling lost, not knowing what to do. At that moment, Mengren and her friends noticed Song Wen's presence. Mengren quickly stood up and, glancing at Liu Wei, explained, Mom, let me introduce you. This is my aunt. Mom. Song Wen's eyes nearly popped out in shock, her mouth agape. Were they already married? Was Liu Wei now Mengren's mother-in-law? How could this have happened so quickly? Or was she just uninformed? Liu Wei looked at Song Wen, a moment of doubt flickering in her eyes. The next second, she smiled. "Oh, I see, you're Mengren's aunt. Hello, my name is Liu Wei. I'm Mengren's godmother. I heard about her situation and decided to take her in. You don't mind, do you?" Liu Wei's tone slowed, her voice heavier, and only Song Wen caught that momentary glance. Song Wen widened her eyes, momentarily stunned, then shook her head repeatedly, saying, Of course not. If you took her in, I feel relieved. This is a great blessing." She seemed to have figured out how to break through this rare opportunity. After all, if this was true, wouldn't she have made some connections as well? The other three were puzzled. They weren't foolish. It was evident that Song Wen seemed extremely respectful towards Liu Wei. Even with politeness, it shouldn't be to this extent, right? Obviously, they knew each other before, but how could that be possible? Liu Wei nodded in satisfaction, saying, "All right, let's sit down and have a meal together. In the afternoon, we'll visit Mengren's mother. Shouldn't be a problem, right? You don't mind, do you?" "No, not at all. Let's go together. My sister's spirit in heaven would be happy to know it. 2. Song Wen quickly sat down beside Mengren, completely shedding her previous disdain for the place. She couldn't bear to leave now. Aunt, didn't you say you wanted to talk about something when you came back? Mengren's casual remark sent shivers down Song Wen's spine. She sat up straight, her eyes unintentionally glancing towards Liu Wei. I forgot what I wanted to say earlier, or maybe ... Song Wen waved her hand, trying to change the subject, but Zhou Heng spoke up. Was it about agreeing to me being with Mengren and not taking her abroad? Can it be done? Liu Wei furrowed her eyebrows upon hearing this, turning to look at Song Wen. Suddenly, Song Wen felt her heart half frozen under Liu Wei's piercing gaze. Well, Song Wanzi was hesitating and mumbling, barely able to speak a full sentence. It was as if someone was choking her, leaving her tongue-tied. She was truly at a loss for how to explain. The atmosphere became tense, and everyone discreetly looked at Liu Wei, as if waiting for her to make a statement. After a moment, Liu Wei spoke slowly, asking, since that's the case, as the most qualified guardian for Xiaoran now, I want to ask, can Xiaoran be with my son? Although my son's academic performance is currently not great, he genuinely cares for Xiaoran. Please give him a chance, okay? Okay. Of course. Indeed. I can see that the young man is outstanding, with a noble bearing and extraordinary charisma. Surely he will have a promising future. Song Wanzi nodded repeatedly in agreement. She dared not utter a word of refusal now. Liu Wei's words appeared polite on the surface, but she could sense a hint of threat in them. Though subtle, she could still perceive it. If she were to refuse, the consequences might not be as pleasant. Upon hearing the praises, Zhou Heng couldn't help but twitch his mouth corner, thinking how rapidly Liu Wei's attitude had changed. Just a moment ago, her eyes seemed ready to pierce him upon learning he was Yin Mengren's boyfriend. Now, Liu Wei shifted the topic suddenly and continued. Then you mentioned earlier, taking Xiaoran abroad. Is it really better overseas? Can you guarantee it's better than staying in the country? Well, are you implying that overseas education and living conditions are superior to those in the country? That she eat better, dress warmer? Is that really the case? Where is the difference in the country? Liu Wei's words were pressing step by step, giving Song Wanzi no chance to breathe. However, Song Wanzi was not someone who couldn't handle all situations. She explained, no, you misunderstood. I never meant that she would be better off abroad. I only thought she lacked support and care here. As her family, my immediate instinct was to have her by my side for care, not because I believed she would have a better life overseas, but because I can take care of her here. Zhou Heng and Tangzi rolled their eyes at Song Wanzi's words. Just earlier, she seemed eager to take Yin Mengren away, as if she were stepping into some dirty place. People who hold such thoughts usually have a bias that overseas is always better than staying in the country. This mindset was pitiful, possibly due to her prolonged stay abroad. Liu Wei let out a slight snore, whether in belief or disbelief was unclear. Afterwards, she nodded and continued. Well, in that case, you should see that Yin Mengren is well taken care of by me now. She won't be worse off than before, so there's no need to take her abroad, right? Of course. You're right. With you as her wonderful godmother, I can rest assured, and Xiaoran will lead a good life. Song Wanzi quickly affirmed. She didn't dare to take Yin Mengren abroad anymore. She even wanted Yin Mengren to keep her here in the country. Hearing this, Liu Wei eased her furrowed brows and nodded slightly. Good then. With that, she slowly raised her hand, showing the business card Song Wanzi had given her earlier before pocketing it. Seeing this, Song Wanzi felt a weight lift off her chest, breathing a sigh of relief. This gesture signified her performance was acceptable, possibly earning her future opportunities. If she hadn't done well, she might have torn the card instead, leading to a different outcome. What that might entail was uncertain. All right, let's have dinner. Under Liu Wei's influence, everyone ate harmoniously together, without any disputes, just normal conversations. After dinner, they prepared to pay respects to Yin Mengren's parents, buying offerings such as paper money. In the afternoon, guided by Yin Mengren, they arrived at the graves of her parents. It was on a hill far from the city, with many tombstones, some of the graves overgrown with grass, seemingly untouched for a long time. Liu Wei and Song Wanzi followed behind Yin Mengren, their expression solemn. Being buried here wasn't ideal, but they knew with Yin Mengren's abilities, They couldn't afford a decent burial place for her parents. Xiaoran, let's move your parents to a better cemetery. At least let them rest comfortably. Liu Wei spoke softly, watching Yin Mengren's back, seemingly shifting her step slowly with increasing weight on her shoulders. Yin Mengren didn't turn back, softly responding, "Thank you. But it's not necessary. Let them rest peacefully. Let's not disturb them." They arrived at two graves, the tombstones bearing the names of Yin Mengren's parents. At that moment, Song Wanzi was the first to shed tears, walking up, kneeling at one of the graves, crying out, "Sister, I'm here too late." Seeing this, Yin Mengren couldn't hold back either. Though she promptly raised her head, tears flowed incessantly as she tried to choke back sobs. Tears streamed down her face, her throat moving as if in deep sorrow. Zhou Heng and Tang Zi bit their lips, furrowing their brows, unsure how to comfort her. The pain of losing parents, unable to bid them farewell, possibly just partook in casual conversations that morning before school, a happy family, but the next time they saw each other, a world of difference. The sense of despair Yin Mengren must have felt at the time was palpable. Liu Wei approached, embracing Yin Mengren, whispering softly in her ear, "All right, sweetheart, speak a few words to your mom and dad. They must miss you too." "Okay." Yin Mengren nodded, then slowly knelt down, biting her lip, holding back tears. "Mom, Dad, I'm here to see you. Don't worry about me. I'm doing well now. I have a godmother who treats me like her own daughter, caring friends who always look out for me, and the person I love the most in my life." Zhou Heng lowered his head slightly, a tinge of sadness evident on his face. He was deeply moved by Yin Mengren. It felt as though he and Yin Mengren shared the same feelings at that moment. Liu Wei turned back, giving Zhou Heng's shoulder a pat. Zhou Heng glanced at his own mother, hesitated for a moment, then made eye contact, nodding in understanding. He walked up slowly, kneeling beside his mother and Yin Mengren. "Auntie, uncle, hello, I'm Zhou Heng, Yin Mengren's boyfriend. Please rest assured. I'll take care of her, including your part, for the rest of our lives." Zhou Heng's words surprised Song Wan, who was still quietly sobbing next to him. She didn't expect him to say these words, especially in front of his mother. At least in his words, she could hear sincerity. Yin Mengren looked at Zhou Heng's profile, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face. She pursed her lips, her heart beating faster. She understood the weight of Zhou Heng's words. Each word brought immense emotion and a sense of happiness to her heart. After it ended, everyone descended the mountain together. Yin Mengren walked alongside Liu Wei, wiping the tears from her eyes. She whispered in Liu Wei's ear, "Mom, thank you for coming." Liu Wei lightly smiled, patting Yin Mengren's head, and said, "It's only natural. I come every year. Don't worry." She gently patted Yin Mengren's shoulder and pointed towards Zhou Heng ahead, continuing, "You should go. You probably need him now, and he needs you too." Yin Mengren blushed slightly, nodding, "Yes." Then she walked towards Zhou Heng, while Liu Wei looked at the three people ahead, her mouth forming a smile, showing relief. At that moment, Song Wan appeared next to Liu Wei. Liu Wei's smile instantly faded. General Liu, can I really entrust you to take care of Xiaoran? It's not that I don't trust you, but as her aunt, I have to consider her future." With courage, Song Wan whispered beside Liu Wei. She was afraid of talking with Liu Wei. It put her in an uncomfortable position, making it hard to respond. But for Yin Mengren's sake, she mustered up the courage to speak these words to Liu Wei. As she finished, she worried. Liu Wei glanced at her, startling Song Wan. She trembled slightly, but this time, she saw a softer look in Liu Wei's eyes, devoid of the sharpness from before. Don't worry. I will take care of Xiaoran. You can visit her often, keep in touch with her, but don't let her be separated from my son. Otherwise, I won't agree." Liu Wei spoke softly, her tone becoming stable, devoid of any threats, putting Song Wan at ease. Thinking of Zhou Heng's words earlier, Song Wan nodded, saying, "I'm sorry, General Liu. When I first knew that Ling was Xiaoran's boyfriend, I had some unkind thoughts because I didn't know what kind of person he was. But now, I know he is as outstanding as you are." "No." Liu Wei suddenly shook her head. In response to Song Wan's puzzled look, Liu Wei gazed at Zhou Heng ahead, smiling helplessly. "He's nothing like me. He's just like his awful old man." Song Wan didn't reply. She didn't know who this old man was, but being with Liu Wei meant he couldn't be that bad, right? Liu Wei saw the group off and then left on her own. She had other matters to attend to, and her purpose for this trip had been fulfilled. Tang Zi watched the departing car and turned to Zhou Heng, asking, "Zhou Heng, don't you want to know what your family does? What if you're an heir to a fortune?" Zhou Heng decisively shook his head. "I don't care. Whether I'm an heir or not, I only spend that much for my living every month. I don't want that much money. What big business they do or who the big boss is, that's their business, not mine." "Oh, I see." Tang Zi nodded, understanding Zhou Heng's meaning. It seemed he genuinely didn't care about his family's business. She thought about it. Even if he did care, what difference would it make? He wasn't the kind of person to squander money simply because he knew his family was wealthy. Whether he cared or not, the result was the same. If his family didn't want him to know early, it was better not to dwell on it. Seeing Liu Wei leave, Song Wen knew it was time for her to leave as well. She turned to Yin Mengren, a faint smile tugging at her lips. "Xiaoran, I'll leave first. I know my visit this time brought you a lot of pressure, but don't overthink it. I'm doing this for your own good too." "It's okay, Auntie. I don't feel that way. I'm happy that you thought of me and cared for me. I'm grateful, but I'm living well now. I don't want to change this life." Yin Mengren gently bowed, expressing her thoughts softly to Song Wen. "Okay, remember to call me if you need anything. No matter what, I'll be there for you, and when you get married, don't forget to invite me." Song Wen smiled meaningfully, glancing at Zhou Heng talking with Tang Zi. Yin Mengren's cheeks blushed slightly at the mention of marriage. She lowered her head, gazing at her toes. "Okay," she replied softly, also imagining her wedding day. "Take care. Oh, and..." Song Wen suddenly remembered something and took out 3 thick red envelopes from her bag. "I didn't have enough money yesterday. Take these. I may not be able to help you in daily life, but at least financially, I can support you." Saying this, Song Wen tried to hand the red envelopes to Yin Mengren, who instinctively refused. She was used to such situations, almost becoming a reflex action. Someone always inexplicably gave her money, making it hard to refuse, and she would resist for a long time, only to fail in the end. "Come on, stop arguing with Aunt about this. It's nothing. Enjoy good food and have fun with your boyfriend and friends. Life is still beautiful. Look ahead." Song Wen grabbed Yin Mengren's wrist, placing the envelope in her palm before turning to leave. Well, Yin Mengren watched Song Wen's departing figure and bowed, saying, "Thank you, Auntie. I'll remember, and I'll repay you." Song Wen glanced back with a smile, but didn't respond before leaving. Yin Mengren looked at the 3 red envelopes in her hand, totaling at least $40,000 to $50,000. She knew her auntie was quite wealthy, but even for her well-being, wasn't it too much? Or perhaps she wanted to give more but feared she wouldn't accept it. Summing up the money she had now, including Zhou Heng's, they had at least $100,000. For a high school student, that was quite extraordinary. She knew this money needed to be saved and spent carefully, especially with more expenses in university. Planning was necessary, but occasional indulgence, that should be okay, right? Yin Mengren turned to Zhou Heng and Tang Zi behind her and asked, how about going out together next week? I'm heading out now. Are you ready?" Liao Haomiao quickly typed on his phone, then hurriedly dressed as if in a rush. He had plans to have dinner with Zhu Dao tonight, as they had agreed. It was the weekend and they were supposed to meet downstairs at Zhu Dao's place. During the day, they were both studying at home, only having some rest time after 4 or 5 in the afternoon. They couldn't stay outside for too long and had to be back home before 9 in the evening. That's why Liao Haomiao was so anxious and had to seize every minute so he could spend more time with Zhu Dao. Yeah, I'm ready. I can leave anytime." Zhu Dao's message came through on the phone. Liao Haomiao glanced at it, then turned off his phone. Once prepared, he walked out of the room. As he took the first step out, he froze in place. His mom was standing there, arms crossed, looking very imposing, making him too nervous to move. What's wrong, Mom?" Liao Haomiao asked tentatively with a forced smile. Liao Haomiao's mom tilted her head, furrowed her brow, and stared at him, questioning, "Where are you going?" Liao Haomiao continued to pretend to be calm and lie. "I made plans with a friend to go out for dinner." "What's wrong?" But his back was already sweating, feeling like he was about to be caught. His mom pressed further, not allowing Liao Haomiao to escape, making him retreat until he eventually sat on his bed, not daring to move. His hand unconsciously reached into his pocket, grasping his phone, afraid his mom might take it away. Mom, let me explain. Explain what? I already said, if you still want to have any connection with her, let her mom come over and apologize. Otherwise, forget about it. Do you want her family to bully you next time? Liao Haomia's mom shut the door with a bang, leaving Liao Haomia feeling helpless on the bed, unsure of what to do next. At the same time in Zhu Dao's house, she stood quietly by the window, phone to her ear. Her mom gently knocked on the door, then entered, puzzled to see Zhu Dao standing there silently. She asked softly, Dao, are you going to eat dinner? Zhu Dao shook her head and replied, No, not today. Suddenly, she stopped, hesitated for a moment, still not turning around. Okay, I'll go eat in a while. Her response to her mom was calm, as she looked out the window, allowing the breeze to play with her hair. Her mom, feeling curious, approached cautiously to see what Zhu Dao was doing. When she stood beside her daughter, she was startled. Zhu Dao, with tears streaming down her face, tried to explain her emotions. It's nothing. There's nothing wrong. But she couldn't control her tears. Her mom was even more puzzled. She then realized why Liao Haomia often appeared troubled and pensive. She now understood why he would sometimes act this way during their dates. She learned that Liao Haomia was burdened by so much, and she had no inkling. Tell me, why are you crying? If I can help you, I will. Zhu Dao's mom comforted her, trying to stabilize her emotions by gently patting her back. However, Zhu Dao struggled to speak, feeling unable to articulate her feelings. Can't say it? What's so difficult to say? I'm your mother. Is there anything you can't tell me? Zhu Dao's mom gently embraced Zhu Dao's shoulders, pulling her close in her arms, speaking softly and comforting her. The more she did this, the more Zhu Dao couldn't speak, continuously shaking her head and sobbing. After all, it was impossible for her to say the words that would make her own mother apologize. Even a slight sense of filial piety couldn't make her say such things. Emotions in front of parents are incomparable. While she indeed liked Liao Haomia to the core, she still couldn't bring herself to utter such disrespectful words. Zhu Dao kept shaking her head, her voice trembling as she hesitated to say, No, I can't. I can't say. Okay. Don't say it, don't cry. Let's eat. I've prepared your favorite dish for tonight. Zhu Dao's mom coaxed her for a while before slowly calming Zhu Dao down, stopping her tears. Then they went out to eat together, leaving the phone in the room. Messages kept coming in, but received no response. In the meantime, Liao Haomia sat in his room, continuously sending messages but not getting any replies. He stared at the phone screen, his mood sinking to rock bottom, a wave of bitterness washing over him. None of his explanations seemed to matter at this point. Sighed, Liao Haomia put down his phone, lay on the bed, stretched out his arms, gazing at the ceiling with a vacant stare. The next morning, on Monday, Liao Haomia got up early, packed up, and prepared to go to school. As he was about to leave, he saw his mother standing at the door, staring at him, instructing, Come back home immediately after school. Don't go anywhere else. Oh, I got it. Liao Haomia replied weakly, with dark circles under his eyes, looking very tired. Since last night, Zhu Dao hadn't responded to him, no matter how many messages he sent. So he didn't sleep well, or rather, he didn't sleep at all. When he left for school, he encountered many classmates on the way, greeted warmly by them, but he lacked energy, answering with a low voice and weak demeanor. When his classmates asked him what had happened, they didn't get any useful answers, feeling like he was a walking corpse. When he entered the school gate, he suddenly felt a strong impact from behind. Dang, tough. This almost knocked him off his feet. His body lurched forward, taking a few steps to steady himself. He didn't even need to turn back to know who it was. I'll be damned. Zhou Heng, what are you doing? Liao Haomia spoke first, then turned around to see Zhou Heng behind him, who was the only one daring enough to hit him like that with such force. It seemed like he received an elbow strike just now. Zhou Heng lifted his chin slightly, looking at Liao Haomia with a slight frown, asking, You look out of sorts. Need a wake-up call? Didn't get enough sleep last night? Up all night playing games? Rubbing his back, Liao Haomia gave Zhou Heng a disdainful look. Who do you think I am? Up all night playing games? Well, what's wrong with you? Liao Haomia was about to speak, and he saw Yin Mengren standing beside him. Knowing that Yin Mengren had contact with Zhu Dao, he didn't dare say anything randomly, fearing that Yin Mengren might communicate with Zhu Dao. I'm fine. Just maybe studied till late. Liao Haomiao waved his hand casually, then limped forward. Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren exchanged a glance, looking puzzled, not understanding what had gotten into Liao Haomiao. Did you have a fight with Zhu Dao? Yin Mengren guessed, thinking that must be the reason, as there seemed to be no other cause for Liao Haomiao to be in such a state. I don't know. Maybe. Did they go on a date yesterday and it didn't go well? Zhou Heng wasn't sure about the reason, just speculating. After Liao Haomiao entered the classroom, he seemed listless. Classmates speculated among themselves, but none dared to ask him directly. They could tell Liao Haomiao was in a bad mood. Provoking him at this point would surely end badly, given his influence. After the morning classes, the homeroom teacher heard reports from various subject teachers all describing Liao Haomiao's abnormal state. However, given his grades, even if he napped during class, it was considered him studying till late the previous night, and no teacher bothered him. The homeroom teacher entered the classroom and immediately saw Liao Haomiao slumped over his desk, looking as if he had lost his soul. Cough. Liao Haomiao, come out for a moment. Oh. Liao Haomiao raised his head abruptly, meeting eyes with the serious-faced homeroom teacher. She saw his dispirited face, her frown deepening. The classroom fell unusually silent, everyone holding their breath. Liao Haomiao slowly got up, accompanying the homeroom teacher out of the classroom and into the office. Sitting down opposite the homeroom teacher, Liao Haomiao leaned back in the chair, looking at her and asking, "Teacher, what's the matter? What's the matter with me? I should be asking you, what's going on with you? Are you lacking energy because you studied all night?" Liao Haomiao snorted softly. How could he think about studying now? If he could distract himself with studying, that would have been fine. The problem was he was burdened with thoughts about Zhu Dao and couldn't concentrate on studying. Nothing, teacher. I'm just not feeling well. There's nothing wrong. I'll rest for a bit, and I shouldn't have any issues in the afternoon. All right, then. If something comes up, tell the teacher. Don't keep it to yourself. If you're tired, nap on the desk. I'll inform the other teachers. Thank you, teacher. Liao Haomiao returned to the classroom and promptly lay down on the desk. Nobody knew what had happened. The afternoon passed quickly, reaching the time for school to end in the evening. Yet at the school gate, a woman had been waiting there anxiously, intercepting the first student who came out of school, asking, do you know Liao Haomiao? Do you know which class he is in? Liao Haomiao. Oh, he's in class. Hasn't come out yet. Is that so? Thank you. The woman nodded, squeezed out a smile in response to the student, feeling somewhat surprised inside. It seemed that Liao Haomiao was quite well known here if even a random student recognized him. This woman was the mother of Zhu Dao, who had arrived 2 hours early just to wait for Liao Haomiao after school. She didn't know if Liao Haomiao would finish early, so she came so early. Her sole purpose for coming here was for Zhu Dao. Since last night, Zhu Dao had been acting strange. Dinner, which used to be her favorite, she only took a few bites yesterday and then stopped eating. Back in her room, she just lay on the bed without a word, staring at her phone silently. Occasionally, soft sobbing could be heard at night, but no matter how she was asked, she wouldn't explain what was going on. So, today she decided to let Zhu Dao take the day off and rest at home. However, with no improvement throughout the day, she felt that something was off. This situation must be related to emotions. That's why she planned to talk to Liao Haomiao and find out what was going on. So, without Zhu Dao's knowledge, she came to Liao Haomiao's school alone to wait for him after school to inquire about the situation. Numerous students started coming out, and Zhu Dao's mother would almost ask each one she encountered if they knew Liao Haomiao. Classmate, do you know Liao Haomiao? Huh. Yes, I know him. Who are you? Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren stood in place, looking at Zhu Dao's mother in surprise. How did they encounter a woman so eager to ask about Liao Haomiao as soon as they left the school? Could you help me find him? I have something to discuss with him. Zhu Dao's mother seemed to cling to Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren, as if they were her saviors. She had been asking so many people, not in the same class, and even if they knew about Liao Haomiao, they weren't close to him, so they couldn't help. Finally, encountering someone she recognized, she didn't want to miss this opportunity. What do you want with him? Zhou Heng furrowed his brows wearily, looking puzzled at Zhu Dao's mother. Since he didn't know her identity, he couldn't offer help. Based on her appearance, she did not seem like someone related to Liao Haomiao. Zhu Dao's mother was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond to this question. To tell the truth would be too strange. At this moment, Yin Mengren tugged Zhou Heng's arm, motioning for him to look to the side. When Zhou Heng turned, he saw Liao Haomiao coming out slowly, head lowered. Upon seeing Liao Haomiao, Zhou Heng hurried over, approached him, and put his arm around his shoulder, calling out, "Hey, someone is looking for you, see if you know her." Liao Haomiao lifted his head, momentarily stunned. In his eyes, there was a second of anticipation, swiftly followed by self-denial, as the hope vanished. He then looked in the direction pointed by Zhou Heng, expressionless. When he saw Zhu Dao's mother standing there, Liao Haomiao was visibly shocked, his pupils dilating, eyes widening in astonishment. I can't believe it." At the same time, Zhu Dao's mother also noticed Liao Haomiao. Her eyes lit up instantly, and she quickly walked over. "Young man, do you still remember me?" Before Zhu Dao's mother could say anything further, Liao Haomiao hurriedly bowed and greeted. "Hello, Auntie." Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren were even more astonished. It seemed that Liao Haomiao must know this aunt. "It's okay, no need to be so polite. Do you have time? Can you talk to me about my daughter?" Zhu Dao's mother asked tentatively, sounding like she was pleading with Liao Haomiao. Yin Mengren was quick to realize, hearing about her daughter, she could guess what it was about. She leaned close to Zhou Heng and whispered, "Isn't she Zhu Dao's mother?" "Really? Her mother is looking for Liao Haomiao." "What for?" Zhou Heng's eyes widened in surprise, his mouth slightly agape, finding it hard to believe. Upon hearing those words, Liao Haomiao was energized as if injected with adrenaline. All the desolation he felt throughout the day vanished in that moment. Okay, I have time. Auntie, let's talk." Liao Haomiao nodded eagerly, afraid that Zhu Dao's mother might change her mind. Saying that, Liao Haomiao and Zhu Dao's mother left together, completely ignoring Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren. Zhou Heng crossed his arms, clicked his tongue, muttering, "It seems we were right. It is indeed Zhu Dao's mother, and it looks like his current state is also because of Zhu Dao. We didn't guess wrong." Yin Mengren also crossed her arms, synchronized with Zhou Heng, shaking her head, murmuring, "But what could have caused their conflict? A quarrel? It doesn't make sense for Zhu Dao's mother to come in person. I don't know. Let's ask him tomorrow." At that moment, Liao Haomiao and Zhu Dao's mother had walked outside the school, proceeding slowly. Liao Haomiao was nervous, not knowing what Zhu Dao's mother wanted to discuss, but he really wanted to know how Zhu Dao was now, why she hadn't responded to his messages, ignoring him. Was it really because she overheard that conversation yesterday and got mad? After a long silence, Zhu Dao's mother finally spoke up, asking, "How is your relationship with Si Dao lately? Is it okay?" Liao Haomiao was taken aback, his mouth twitched, unsure of how to respond. It used to be great up until yesterday, but now, he couldn't be certain anymore. It should be okay. How is she now? Is she at home? Is everything alright? Liao Haomiao asked several questions in succession, unable to hold back his eagerness to know about Zhu Dao's condition. Hearing Liao Haomiao's anxious queries, Zhu Dao's mother also had an answer in her mind. It seemed that Zhu Dao's current condition was indeed related to Liao Haomiao. "Son, I'll be straightforward with you. Zhu Dao, she's not doing well right now. She didn't go to school today, hasn't eaten a thing, and when asked, she doesn't say what's wrong. Auntie is at a loss. That's why I came to find you." "What? Zhu Dao, what happened to her?" Liao Haomiao was suddenly stunned, his heart pounding. It took him several seconds to react, and if it wasn't Zhu Dao's mother personally telling him, he wouldn't have believed it. Zhu Dao's mother looked worried, sighed, and slowly spoke, "I don't know. Since last night, she's been acting strange. I thought she was mad at you, but no matter how I asked her, she wouldn't say anything." Haomiao understood. After hearing this, Zhu Dao indeed heard everything clearly, but she couldn't tell her mother about it, not replying to his messages. Was she planning to cut ties with him? "I see." Liao Haomiao lowered his head, responding softly, feeling drained. The next second, he suddenly raised his head, his eyes determined, took a deep breath, and looked at Zhu Dao's mother, saying, "So, Aunt, there's something I want to ask you. Can I go find her?" Hearing this, Zhu Dao's mother's eyes brightened. subconsciously nodding and asking, "Are you willing? Will you go find her? Because her father is working out of town. It's just the two of us at home, and I really don't know what to do. I can try. No matter what, I want to see her. Well, it's late now. Is it okay at your home? Should we make a call?" Liao Haomia hesitated for a moment, then shook his head, choosing to go find Zhu Tao. He had a foreboding feeling that something was going to happen, and indeed, after agreeing, a sudden cough filled with intimidation sounded, making Liao Haomia shiver and turn around to see his mother glaring at him, her expression cold and unfriendly. Zhu Tao's mother, upon seeing this, also felt nervous. As Liao Haomia approached his mother, his earlier confidence dispersed, and he stood in front of her, head hung low, saying nothing. He had not expected his mother to foresee this situation, coming to pick him up in person at night. He was completely speechless, with no way out. His heart was filled with endless frustration and discomfort, unable to express his bitterness. Liao Haomia's mother reached out, grabbed his arm, and said, "Quickly, come home with me. I'll talk to you at home." Unable to resist, Liao Haomia followed her, feeling helpless and vulnerable in front of his parents, just like Zhu Tao at that moment. They were still students, and with the college entrance exams approaching, they could only listen to their parents at this time. As Liao Haomia glanced back at Zhu Tao's mother, the regret in his eyes was evident. At this moment, as Zhu Tao's mother finally spoke, both Liao Haomia and his mother were surprised. "I'm sorry." Zhu Tao's mother solemnly apologized, bowing to Liao Haomia's mother, surprising them both. Zhu Tao's mother stood up, her expression conflicted, but her gaze unwavering. "I know, I was irrational before, causing you both great harm without reason. My daughter has also told me many times. Now I understand I was wrong, imagining my child being scolded like that. No mother can bear it. I sincerely hope for your forgiveness. If not, at least don't blame my daughter." Zhu Tao's mother's words were genuine and earnest, leading Liao Haomia and his mother into silence, staring at each other as if communicating through their eyes. Liao Haomia's mother sighed, shook her head helplessly. Well, my son was at fault too. Since you put it that way, I won't pursue anything further." Upon hearing this, Liao Haomia and Zhu Tao's mother both smiled. Unable to contain his curiosity, Liao Haomia eagerly asked, "So, Mom, can I?" Sharing Zhu Tao's situation with his mother, he looked expectantly, hoping for permission to see her. Zhu Tao's mother was also anxious, folding her hands together, speaking pleadingly to Liao Haomia's mother. After listening, Liao Haomia's mother remained silent for a moment, meeting the hopeful gazes of the two. She nodded. "It's all for the children." The sky was a deep black, almost a color of despair, with no moonlight or starlight, as if dark clouds covered the heavens. Inside the bedroom, it was pitch black. Zhu Tao lay on the bed, tears sliding down her cheeks and wetting the sheets. She looked through the chat history with Liao Haomia, memories flashing in her mind. There were messages from Liao Haomia below, but she had not replied, because she knew that replying was no longer necessary. There was almost no turning point at this stage. It was almost a dead end. She could only silently endure it and choose not to reply, wanting to make things decisive to ease Liao Haomia's distress and prevent him from being scolded by his mother. Zhu Tao turned off her phone, burying her head in the pillow. After a while, she let out a heart-wrenching cry. She had just reconciled with Liao Haomia, thinking that this time nothing could stop them and they would surely go all the way. But the happy times lasted only a short month before they encountered an insurmountable obstacle, forcing them to part ways. Zhu Tao's cries grew louder in the pillow, suffocating until she could hardly breathe. Click. At this moment, the door outside was opened. Zhu Tao heard the sound but paid no attention. After all, only she and her mother should be back in the house. She didn't know where her mother had gone or why she had returned at this moment. She didn't want to think about it. She just wanted to cry for a while. Click. The bedroom door opened, and the light from outside shone in. Zhu Tao heard footsteps approaching, standing by the bed. "Mom, I want to be alone for a while." Zhu Tao's voice was hoarse from crying, sounding as if her heart was being torn apart. She tightly gripped a corner of the pillow, lying still on the bed, immersed in a world of sorrow. "Zhu Tao." At this moment, a voice that made her soul quiver sounded from behind her. Zhu Tao widened her eyes, trembling uncontrollably, recognizing the voice she longed to hear the most at this moment. But Why was he in her house, in her bedroom? Whether it was because of her overwhelming sorrow leading to hallucinations or… Zhu Dao suddenly sat up, turned around, and looked at the person behind her. The light from the living room outside shone on him dimly, making it hard for Zhu Dao to see his face clearly. But as long as he stood there, Zhu Dao knew who he was. Liao Haomiao. What are you? Zhu Dao's lips trembled incessantly, her pupils constantly shaking, disbelief filling her widened eyes. Liao Haomiao seemed out of breath, as if he had just run over. Gradually stabilizing his breath, he looked at Zhu Dao, her swollen red eyes and tear-streaked cheeks. Seeing her in this state made Liao Haomiao extremely uncomfortable, as if someone was squeezing his heart. I'm here. Don't be afraid. After a moment, Liao Haomiao uttered these words slowly, with a steady voice that didn't match his earlier breathlessness. But these words seemed to break through Zhu Dao's last defense. At this moment, all her emotions were completely released. Zhu Dao threw herself at him, embracing Liao Haomiao's waist, burying her head in his chest. She held onto his clothes tightly, leaving creases as her fingertips turned white from the strong grip. Sob. A sound of grievance reached Liao Haomiao's ears. After a brief moment of being stunned, he extended his arms, gently embracing Zhu Dao. His gentle voice echoed in Zhu Dao's ear. There, it's okay, I'm here. After a while, Zhu Dao's crying slowly decreased, her emotions stabilizing. Liao Haomiao knelt down by the bed, closely observing Zhu Dao's face. She sobbed and asked, How did you come? Liao Haomiao's lips showed a faint smile as he wiped the tears from Zhu Dao's face and softly said, Because you need me, so, here I am. Zhu Dao raised her head and saw two more people outside the bedroom. One was her mother, while the other was a stranger to her. But she had a premonition that it might be Liao Haomiao's mother. Seeing Zhu Dao in a better state, her mother approached with a compassionate expression. Shout out. Are you feeling better? Don't cry. Mom knows why you're like this. Mom understands this. Zhu Dao was momentarily stunned, her heart pounding. She looked at her mother, then at Liao Haomiao, finally fixing her gaze on the unfamiliar person in the background. Her mother continued, It's all Mom's fault, but don't worry, I've already apologized, and she forgave me. Yuan shout me out, you'll be fine in the future, everything will be okay. What? Mom? Zhu Dao widened her eyes in shock, seemingly disbelieving. She had been feeling like she and Liao Haomiao were finished because she couldn't resolve the situation or apologize to her mother. But now, her mother was saying she had apologized and she had been forgiven. Liao Haomiao's mother, who stood behind, smiled slightly, approached, and said, Don't blame Auntie. Just like I don't want Liao Haomiao to be wronged, your mother doesn't want you to continue feeling sad. She called us to apologize and had us come. Parents' hearts ache for their children. Auntie, are you Liao Haomiao's mother? Zhu Dao blinked, realizing that the person in front of her was indeed Liao Haomiao's mother. Otherwise, she wouldn't say such things. She couldn't believe that not only Liao Haomiao came but even his mother had personally come. Yes, I am. Zhu Dao wiped the tears from her face, stammering, Aun, Auntie. Nice to meet you. It's our first meeting. Liao Haomiao's mother smiled gently, patted Zhu Dao's shoulder, and said, It's okay, dear. Take your time. Don't rush. After dozens of minutes, the four of them sat around the table. Zhu Dao was feeling much better, although her eyes were still red and swollen, and occasionally, there would be a faint sound of sobbing. Liao Haomiao sat close to Zhu Dao, both of them looking down, afraid to meet their mother's gaze. However, their hands were tightly held under the table, conveying a sense of being timid yet brave. Zhu Dao's mother smiled helplessly and turned to Liao Haomiao's mother, saying softly, You see, these two children seem to really like each other. I have talked to my daughter many times, but she just likes your son. As a mother, I can't bear to do anything to separate them, right? Liao Haomiao's mother also felt helpless. Under normal circumstances, how could a mother not care about such matters? But now, seeing that the children were doing well in their studies, among the top students in their grade, and understanding the consequences of forcefully separating them, it was hard to make a cruel decision. Zhu Dao and Liao Haomiao kept their heads down, glancing at each other cautiously, suppressing smiles. They could sense that their mothers seemed to have compromised and accepted their relationship. After waiting for a long time, the moment finally arrived. Liao Haomiao's heart finally settled, knowing that he no longer had to worry about the unfinished mission. The two mothers chatted for a while and their relationship softened. Eventually, they were able to chat and laugh, but it was getting late. Liao Haomiao's mother knew they couldn't stay much longer and prepared to leave with Liao Haomiao. Xu Tao reluctantly released Liao Haomiao's hand, knowing she had received enough that day and needed to be sensible. Xu Tao's mother suggested they stay as it was late, but Liao Haomiao's mother declined, saying her husband was coming to pick them up. They exchanged invitations for future visits before finally saying goodbye. Xu Tao's house and the two mothers seemed to have a newfound understanding. After bidding farewell, Liao Haomiao and his family left Xu Tao's house and headed to the car waiting for them. Liao Haomiao sat in the front seat, feeling nervous. His father was unaware of his relationship with Xu Tao, and he didn't know how his father would react. On the way back, Liao Haomiao's father asked why they ended up there. Liao Haomiao's mother then revealed that Liao Haomiao had a girlfriend, and they had gone there to meet her. His father seemed surprised but commented that the girl was nice and thoughtful, recalling a previous incident. Liao Haomiao was stunned, not aware of Xu Tao's gesture, but eventually understood the situation. Back at home, Liao Haomiao returned to his room, finding many messages from Xu Tao on his phone. They spent the night happily chatting, cherishing the restored relationship. The next day, they both woke up at the same time and exchanged morning greetings, feeling elated and relieved compared to the previous day's somber mood. Liao Haomiao's mother warned him that if their academic performance declined significantly in the next exam, they would be separated, prompting a pledge to stay focused and do their best. Hey, that's not the class monitor, is it? Wait, don't go yet. What if he's still in a bad mood like yesterday? Let's not disturb him. On the way to school, a group of classmates saw Liao Haomiao. They were about to go greet him, but thinking about Liao Haomiao's mood yesterday, they hesitated. When Liao Haomiao walked up to them and turned to them with a smile, he asked, "Morning, have you had breakfast?" Yeah, we did." The two students were momentarily caught off guard, nodding hesitantly. Yesterday he was not like this, but today Liao Haomiao had returned to his friendly demeanor, making them feel uneasy with the sudden change. "Good that you've eaten. Hey, make sure to wear your school uniform properly when you go in later, or you'll get scolded." "Oh, okay." After saying this, Liao Haomiao continued walking ahead, leaving them behind. "Is the class monitor in a good mood today? I noticed that too. Could it be in love?" "No way. That's unlikely. He's so good at studying and seems to be focused on academics every day. Doesn't seem like he'd have time for romance." The two students discussed, watching Liao Haomiao walk away, feeling like he was about to start skipping happily. Liao Haomiao entered the school and suddenly felt a chill on his back. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened. He turned around swiftly, raised his arms to block, and the next second, a hand came down, blocked by his arms. Zhou Heng looked at Liao Haomiao with a puzzled expression, surprised that he could block his attack. Liao Haomiao smiled triumphantly and lightly snorted, "HMPH, you think the same trick would work on me? You're mistaken. Hey, you seem to be in a good mood today." Zhou Heng put his hands on his hips, smiling as he asked. Yin Mengren standing beside Zhou Heng asked, "Have you made up with Zhu Dao?" It's quite complicated." Then, Liao Haomiao explained the ins and outs of the situation to Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren. They listened intently, feeling nervous at the dramatic turn of events, but relieved at the positive outcome. "It's great that it's resolved. Your relationship must be closer now." "Yeah, kind of, but we should be more discreet from now on. If our grades drop significantly in the next exam, there won't be a solution." Liao Haomiao scratched his head awkwardly, thinking that if he dropped many ranks in the next exam, he would have no choice but to reluctantly part ways with Zhu Dao, with no turning back. So, even though this issue was resolved, he remained cautious. Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren nodded at each other, saying, "I see. Then we wanted to invite you and Zhu Dao to hang out this weekend, but it seems you may not be able to." "Hang out? Where are we going?" "We haven't decided yet. The two of us, and Tang Zi, were thinking about inviting you guys too. Can you make it?" Liao Haomiao blinked, thoughtfully considering, I think I should be able to, right? We stayed in last weekend, so going out once shouldn't be an issue, right? Looking expectantly at the two, trying to get their confirmation, he definitely wanted to go out, but hesitated internally, just like before, needing a third party to step in. Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren shrugged simultaneously, saying, "We don't know, can't comment on the unknown. You decide on your own." With this matter not decided yet, Liao Haomiao decided to keep his opinion reserved for later discussions with Zhu Dao. By midday, Zhou Heng, Yin Mengren, and Tang Zi were discussing where to go for the weekend. "So, are the couple coming or not?" Tang Zi asked the other two. For her, having one or two couples around made no difference, and she didn't care much about these things. "Not sure. He's going to discuss it since so much happened yesterday." Tang Zi nodded, thinking for a moment. "I think if they come, we could book a private room in an internet cafe, play some games together. How about that?" Yin Mengren sighed, looking at the others with affectionate eyes. Their ideas and responses were just as she expected, as she was getting to know them too well. Zhou Heng thought for a while and suggested, "How about going hiking? It's not too hot recently, and hiking would be nice, right?" Zhou Heng looked at Yin Mengren, knowing she always followed his lead no matter what he decided to do. Tang Zi, however, had a different idea, waving her hand. "No, it's tiring and pointless. Climbing is boring, and if we want to sweat, playing basketball would be better. Plus, the nearest mountain is a 2-hour drive away, too much trouble, and we only have one day off." "Makes sense. So where do you suggest we go?" Tang Zi thought seriously for a moment, then brightening up, she looked at Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren, saying, "Hey, a few days ago, I saw online that there's a hot entertainment center nearby. Let's go there." "Entertainment center? What's that?" Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren were puzzled, having heard of the term before but not paying much attention. "Exactly, an indoor party place with various entertainment facilities, like billiards, tabletop games, karaoke, and most importantly," Tang Zi lowered her voice, looking at Zhou Heng seriously. "Mainly they had game consoles, computers, so we can all play games and have a fun time. What do you think? Sounds interesting." After school, Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren went back home. Zhou Heng messaged Liao Haomiao to inform him of the situation. "Party, real or fake?" Tang Zi suggested this. "It doesn't seem like something she would propose, right?" The reply from Liao Haomiao clearly showed his disbelief in Zhou Heng's words. He only had a superficial impression of Tang Zi and was not familiar with her as a person, so he didn't quite understand why she would make such a proposal. She suggested it. "You just don't understand her. I think it's okay. After all, it's difficult to find something everyone would enjoy." "Got it. I'll ask Zhu Dao and get back to you later." "Okay." After finishing the chat, Zhou Heng turned off his phone, breathed out a sigh, walked out of the room. At that moment, Yin Mengren had just prepared dinner and set it on the table. Seeing Zhou Heng, she smiled and gestured for him to come over. "Come on, let's eat." "Okay, coming." Zhou Heng, with a slight smile on his lips, sat down at the table with Yin Mengren and they started eating together. During the meal, Zhou Heng suddenly spoke, "In about 2 months, it will be winter break." Yin Mengren nodded slightly. "Yes, that's when it's Chinese New Year, right? Will you go home for the New Year?" She suddenly realized that the winter break coincided with the Chinese New Year when everyone would go home for reunions, but she no longer had a home to return to. Would it be inappropriate to go to Zhou Heng's home? Even if Zhou Heng's mother agreed, she hadn't met Zhou Heng's father yet. What if Zhou Heng's father didn't like her? She was just about to suggest that if Zhou Heng went home for the New Year, she could stay here. But before she could say anything, Zhou Heng answered first. No one is at my home for the New Year. They are all busy. I should probably go to Tang Ji's house for the New Year as usual. This year there will be the 3 of us. It should be more fun." "Ah, I see." Yin Mengren nodded. Hearing Zhou Heng include her in the plan, though expected, made her very happy and secretly delighted. However, it will be more relaxing just for the New Year. The rest of the time, Zhou Heng put down his chopsticks, looked up at Yin Mengren with a serious expression, which made Yin Mengren pause and wait for him to speak. "The rest of the time, I need your help to study. Winter break is the best time for me to catch up with my grades. I must make good use of it." "Ah, okay. I understand." Yin Mengren was somewhat surprised. After a brief silence, She nodded firmly in response. She was very happy to see Zhou Heng's determination and his eagerness to improve. She couldn't help but support and help him wholeheartedly because Zhou Heng had mentioned many times that he was doing all this to be able to attend the same university as her. How could she not fully support and assist him? After the next semester starts, there will be an exam. Zhou Heng hesitated for a moment, as if weighing his words. Then he firmly declared, I want to get into the top 20 in the grade. He had already decided that he needed to be in the top 20 to have a chance to attend the same university as Yin Mengren and Tang Zi. With one more semester of effort, he might have a chance, otherwise, there would be no hope at all. Yes, you can definitely do it. Yin Mengren's encouragement was not superficial. She really believed that Zhou Heng could achieve it. His progress in the 2 exams had already proven his potential. With Yin Mengren's trust, Zhou Heng felt particularly confident. When someone trusts you, it is a great encouragement. Zhou Heng let out a sigh, a smile forming on his lips. Thank you. I don't know how to repay you. You still want to repay me? I owe you more. These are all things I should do. Yin Mengren quickly corrected herself because she knew Zhou Heng wouldn't want to hear about owing anything, even if that's how she felt. Zhou Heng sighed helplessly. Didn't I tell you before? Don't always feel like you owe me. We are already together. There's no owing between us. Then Yin Mengren lowered her head and murmured softly, Can I ask for a small reward? Zhou Heng strained to hear her, then nodded quickly. Of course. What reward do you want? Yin Mengren raised her chin slightly, her red lips trembling slightly. A kiss. Zhou Heng felt a little embarrassed, subconsciously licked his lips and stammered. But we're eating now, and my mouth is all ... only ... Then later ... but. Yin Mengren paused for a second before saying softly, It should be a bit longer. Okay ... got it ... The atmosphere between the two during dinner became somewhat awkward. Even their legs under the table felt uncomfortable. After more than an hour, Tang Zi wanted to ask Zhou Heng about their plans, but she didn't receive any replies. She even tried to ask Yin Mengren, but there was no response from her either. It was as if these 2 people had suddenly disappeared. Liao Haomiao and Zhu Dao finally decided on their plans after careful consideration. Liao Haomiao messaged Zhou Heng, Bro, we've made the plans to go out. This should be the last time we go out, so we should plan it well. Why no reply? Are you sleeping? Do you usually sleep this early? Liao Haomiao found it very strange that he didn't get a response. In the dimly lit room, the phone on the table kept ringing with message notifications. Zhou Heng wanted to get up and check the messages when he suddenly felt a pair of arms around his neck, a seductive voice whispering in his ear. Don't check them now ... When the weekend arrived, on the day that a few friends had agreed to go out and play together, Yin Mengren stood in front of the mirror, choosing the clothes to wear before going out. However, after selecting a few sets, she didn't feel satisfied with any of them. Darling, can you help me take a look and see which one looks better on me? Yin Mengren shouted towards the bathroom, prompting Zhou Heng to stick his head out from the bathroom with a toothbrush in his mouth and toothpaste on the corner of his mouth. Any of them is fine. You look good in anything you wear, Zhou Heng said, slightly embarrassed. Yin Mengren smiled and said softly, I knew you would say that, but I still need to choose one. Zhou Heng then picked out one of the sets for Yin Mengren, surprising her as it was very much to her liking. She wondered how Zhou Heng managed to choose so accurately. Why this one? She asked. Because it shows less skin. Zhou Heng replied. Oh, is that so? Well, I'll go with your choice then. Yin Mengren beamed, reaching out to touch Zhou Heng's cheek with a look full of affection and fondness. Just then, the smart lock on the front door buzzed, causing both of them to turn and look. They heard someone outside entering the passcode, leaving them both momentarily stunned. After a few seconds, the door opened, revealing Tang Zi poking his head in. Hey, you two, why aren't you ready yet? Didn't I tell you I was heading out 20 minutes ago? Tang Zi walked in, closed the door behind him, leaving Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren surprised. Zhou Heng, trying to make sense of the situation, asked, Wait ... how did you know the door code? Did I tell you? Tang Zi tilted his head, blinked, and then answered, I guessed. If it's your code, it must be Yin Mengren's birthday, and if it's hers, it must be yours. So, I tried entering Yin Mengren's birthday, and it worked. It's that simple. Zhou Heng sighed, realizing he should have set a more complex password as he watched Tang Zi easily unlock the door. Tang Zi shrugged and sat on the sofa, crossing his legs and saying, "Come on, when you go to a restaurant, don't you try guessing the Wi-Fi password, 88 South, 86 South, 80 South, or the full spelling of the restaurant name. It's just normal thinking." "I can only say your thinking is very normal," Zhou Heng remarked. "That doesn't sound like a compliment." Tang Zi laughed and said, "Forget it. Hurry up, you two. Where are the others? Where are you meeting up? Did you tell them?" Zhou Heng assured Tang Zi that he had already informed Liao Haomiao and that they were meeting them on the way. With Tang Zi's supervision, Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren hastened their preparations and were ready to go out within 10 minutes. The three of them left the house, reached the subway station, and boarded the train, with Zhou Heng promptly informing Liao Haomiao that they could catch the next train. After 2 stops, they saw Liao Haomiao and Zhu Dao boarding their carriage, successfully reuniting with them. "Pro, you're the slowest, aren't you?" Liao Haomiao said as he approached Zhou Heng, patting his shoulder. Zhou Heng awkwardly scratched his head, conceding that he indeed was the slowest. Tang Zi, checking the time, nudged Zhou Heng and reminded him that they had a reservation at 10:30. Zhou Heng was taken aback, pointing at himself and asking, "Me? But I didn't make a reservation, did I? Wasn't it 3 days ago when I told you to do it?" Tang Zi, realizing Zhou Heng's oversight, furrowed his brows, questioning if Zhou Heng had forgotten their conversation during lunch. It dawned on Zhou Heng that he had neglected to make the reservation. Feeling the pressure of the situation, he stammered, trying to recall their conversation. Tang Zi, on the other hand, recognized Zhou Heng's forgetfulness and chided him for it, expressing his disappointment. After realizing his mistake, Zhou Heng felt his forehead break out in cold sweat, acknowledging his error. Tang Zi sighed and remarked, "Next time, I really can't trust you, Zhou Heng. You're too unreliable." Zhou Heng sheepishly shrugged, admitting his fault. Upon arriving at their destination, they got off the subway and made their way to the popular venue. Unfortunately, they were informed by the owner that the last room had just been booked a couple of hours ago. Just then, the door opened, and 2 people walked in, a young man and woman holding hands. They seemed to be a couple. To their surprise, they recognized the man, Luo Yanshuo. A few people stood still, looking at each other with expressions of surprise in their eyes. The atmosphere completely froze. Zhu Dao was a bit puzzled and gently tugged on Liao Haomiao's sleeve, asking softly, "Who is that? A friend?" Liao Haomiao shook his head slightly and responded in a low voice, "Not sure, but that guy should be the former physical education committee member of their class. I've seen him before." "Oh, a classmate then," Zhu Dao muttered, but looking at their state, it seemed like it was not just an ordinary classmate relationship. Lu Yanshuo's expression was blank, as if his brain had lost the ability to command himself, standing there like a wooden statue. The girl he was holding hands with blinked continuously, looking bewildered. She was not particularly pretty, just average, and compared to the other 3 girls present, there was a noticeable gap, making her pale in comparison. She looked at Li Yanshuo with surprise and asked, "Darling, what's wrong? Do you know him?" Li Yanshuo was awakened by the girl's voice, coming out of his daze, subconsciously looking at Yin Mengren. The next moment, he instinctively let go of the girl's hand, as if trying to distance himself as soon as possible. TSK. Seeing this scene, Zhou Heng couldn't help but chuckle. It had been almost 2 months since he last saw them, and now they were putting on this show. Tang Zi clicked her tongue softly, muttering, "I never expected that 3 people who like Yin Mengren would gather here." Hiss. Zhou Heng took a sharp breath, glanced at Tang Zi, scolding her with his eyes, then turned his head aside. "Long time no see, huh? Running into you guys here. What a coincidence," Lu Yanshuo said, but everyone could tell he actually thought it was quite unfortunate. No one responded, except for Zhou Heng, the only one bold enough to speak up. "Yeah, quite a coincidence. You transferred schools, didn't you? And got a girlfriend?" Zhou Heng raised an eyebrow, looking at the girl beside Lu Yanshuo. Upon hearing Zhou Heng's words, the girl immediately smiled happily, leaning towards Lu Yanshuo, but he shifted away instinctively. So, are you guys here to have fun too?" Lu Yanshuo quickly changed the subject, looking rather uncomfortable. Zhou Heng nodded and replied, "Yeah, but we forgot to make a reservation, did you?" I think I did. About 2 hours ago. Oh, so it was you. Zhou Heng shrugged, surprised that Liu Yanshuo had booked the last room. The owner approached them at this moment, asking Liu Yanshuo, when will the other guests be arriving? Liu Yanshuo waved his hand, saying, there won't be any other guests. I see, but at least 6 guests are required to book our room. How about inviting a few more people? I'm not sure. Liu Yanshuo scratched his head awkwardly, realizing that only 2 people coming to a place like this was indeed hasty. Spending a lot of money, but not gathering enough people. 6 people, huh? Looks like we're not enough either. Zhou Heng looked at the people around him, only 5 of them in total. Even if they made a reservation, it seemed futile, huh? The owner suddenly raised a finger, a lightbulb moment, and looked at Zhou Heng and Liu Yanshuo, saying, don't you guys know each other? Why not combine forces, huh? Zhou Heng and Liu Yanshuo were stunned, looking at the owner as if to say, are you kidding? Great idea. Let's do it together. They are your friends, right? It's more fun to play together. The girl brought by Liu Yanshuo was very agreeable, nodding and shaking Liu Yanshuo's arm. Liu Yanshuo wore a pained expression, biting his lip, looking extremely conflicted and distressed. If he was alone, he would be too delighted. Although he knew there was no chance with Yin Mengren anymore, completely forgetting her was impossible. Otherwise, he wouldn't have transferred schools. He wouldn't be able to control his emotions. Seeing the girl he once liked again, his heart was still very stirred, but unfortunately, being witnessed with other girls first, he wished he had come alone today. Tang Zi, seeing Liu Yanshuo's expression, stifled a laugh with her hand. Then, she pulled Yin Mengren's arm and asked quietly, what do you think? If we join them, would you agree? Yin Mengren was surprised and looked at Tang Zi as if she couldn't understand why she was asking such a question. She honestly replied, I'll listen to Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng heard Tang Zi's words and turned to her, whispering, I know what you're thinking. Why are you so mischievous? Trying to tease people. Having fun, right? Fun has come to us. Why not play around a bit? You also had the same idea, or how would you know what I'm thinking? Just say if you want to or not. I just want to tease a little bit. Zhou Heng and Tang Zi shared a smile, seemingly having discussed in code, leaving Yin Mengren somewhat puzzled. Zhou Heng looked at Liao Haomiya and the others, asking, do you have any objections? We're already here, and if we go somewhere else, it'll probably be lunchtime. Quite a hassle. Liao Haomiya glanced at Zhu Dao, receiving her approval with a nod, and said, we're fine with whatever you guys decide. We're not familiar with this person, these people. Zhou Heng turned to the owner, nodding, all right, we're all good. Let's leave it to him. Zhou Heng gestured to the opposite Liu Yanshuo, fighting to suppress a smile, making sure his lips didn't curl up. Liu Yanshuo frowned slightly, showing a pained expression. Before he could say anything, the girl next to him eagerly said, sure, we're in too. TSK. What's all this excitement for? We're in. In what? Liu Yanshuo clicked his tongue, glancing down at the girl. We were classmates before. Playing together makes sense. But with the incident involving Yin Mengren in the past, it was too awkward for him to face these people. The girl seemed to ignore Liu Yanshuo's gaze, smiling slightly, and whispered to him, darling, it's just the 2 of us. They have 5. We'll pay less. Isn't that a win-win situation? You. Okay, I'll take you guys there. Follow me. The boss walked in front leading the way, with a few people following behind. Liu Yanshuo and the girl walked at the back, while Liu Yanshuo kept his eyes fixed on Yin Mengren and Zhou Heng up ahead. He remembered, before he left, Yin Mengren and Zhou Heng were probably not in a romantic relationship. But it seemed like they were living together back then. Did it matter if they were a couple or not? Just as he was speculating about their current relationship, Yin Mengren in front suddenly reached out and grabbed Zhou Heng's hand, and Zhou Heng held hers back, their hands tightly clasped together. Phew. Liu Yanshuo, who had prepared himself mentally, still let out a heavy sigh, feeling like his heart skipped a beat. And just then, a hand reached out and grabbed his hand. Liu Yanshuo turned to look at the girl beside him, and with just one glance, he felt how inferior she was. She was just an ordinary person, not ugly by any means, but why did she seem so plain now? Was it true that without comparison, there was no harm? Seeing the other girls ahead, then looking at the girl beside him, he indeed felt there was no comparison. How could he? so far removed from someone like Yin Mengren, be a match for her. So Liu Yanshuo quickly freed his hand, glanced at her, and whispered, Jia Yi, can you pay more attention? We're not even in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. There's no need to be so touchy huh? The girl named Jia Yi looked surprised, tilting her head, eyes wide open. Liu Yanshuo, why do you change your mind so quickly? Weren't you being all sweet just yesterday? And now you call me by my name. Yesterday you were calling me baby. Baby. And today. Hush. Liu Yanshuo widened his eyes, quickly reaching out his hand to signal Jia Yi to stop talking. Jia Yi's voice was loud enough for the people in front to hear. They stifled laughs, their shoulders shaking slightly, but no one turned back, pretending not to have heard. Especially Zhou Heng and Tang Zi. They were both on the verge of bursting into laughter. They had agreed to let Liu Yanshuo and others join in just to play a joke on him, making him the center of their amusement. Originally, there was no animosity, but both of them looked down on Liu Yanshuo's behavior, deceiving girls' feelings and pretending to be a gentleman when he was actually quite insincere. So they planned to tease him. Entering the indoor room, one could see it was very spacious, exquisitely decorated, with atmospheric lighting, and well-equipped facilities, offering a variety of entertainment options. After entering, not knowing what to do, Liu Haomiya set his eyes on the pool table and walked over to pick up a cue stick. Looking at Zhou Heng, raising his chin, I can't beat you at sports. How about playing a round of this, will you? Oh. This counts as a sport. As long as it's a sport, you can't beat me in anything. Zhou Heng smiled with interest, then directly took off his coat, threw it on the nearby sofa, picked up the cue stick and walked over. The outer coat Zhou Heng wore outside was loose, not showing off his physique, but after he took it off, his snug sports t-shirt perfectly displayed his muscular figure. Jia Yi, seeing Zhou Heng's body, couldn't help but widen her eyes, as if her eyeballs were about to pop out. She had thought Liu Yanshuo had a great body among his peers, but there was someone even more impressive. His physique was just too perfect. Tang Zi noticed a video game console and reached out with both hands, pulling Yin Mengren and Zhu Dao along, walking over. Accompany me to play a couple of rounds of King of Fighters. If you can't play, just randomly press some buttons. Yin Mengren and Zhu Dao were dragged over by Tang Zi before they could react, and were forced to sit in front of the gaming console. Honestly, they only knew there was such a thing, but had never seen one before. Never been to an arcade or such a place. Besides not knowing how to play, they didn't even understand what game Tang Zi just mentioned. Zhou Heng and Liu Haomiya were enjoying their time playing pool, while the three girls were playing at the video game console. Only Liu Yanshuo and Jia Yi remained sitting there, not sure what to do, feeling uncomfortable and lost. Liu Yanshuo's gaze periodically turned towards the three girls, while Jia Yi's gaze would occasionally sneak a look at Zhou Heng. Liu Yanshuo felt he should join in the games now. Get closer to those three girls, as long as he could play with them, that would suffice. In other words, as long as he could ease the relationship with Yin Mengren a bit, then his trip wouldn't be in vain. Even though Yin Mengren and Zhou Heng were now together, it didn't mean they were destined to be together forever. It was normal for students to date and break up. Such fluctuations were commonplace. The key was how to approach now. How. Suddenly, Liu Yanshuo thought that there was someone next to him he could use. Liu Yanshuo turned to Jia Yi and said, "Let's go and play with them. It's boring sitting here." He pointed in the direction of Yin Mengren and the other two girls. Jia Yi glanced over, and interested, shook her head, and said, "I don't like playing games, but I'd like to play pool." Jia Yi stared at the pool table ahead, then turned to Liu Yanshuo and asked, "How about we both play there? Let's discuss with them and play with the four of us." Liu Yanshuo hesitated, looking towards Zhou Heng and the others, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had no clue. Among the three bows, he was the only one who didn't know how to play. This situation made him feel inexplicably inferior. "How about this? You come with me to play over there first, and after they are done, I'll play a few rounds with you." Liu Yanshuo thought, if he went up to play against Zhou Heng and the others, he would only end up looking amateurish. But if he played with Jia Yi, maybe he would be more comfortable. Just pretend to amuse her. Okay. It's up to you. Jia Yi's tone towards Liu Yanshuo was not as good as when they first arrived, but she still followed his choice and went over to the three girls. As Liu Yanshuo approached, he eagerly said. Take me with you. I'm pretty good at it. Used to play all the time. Never lost. Yin Mengren and Zhu Dao turned around, a glimmer of hope appearing in their eyes, as if a scapegoat had suddenly appeared. Tang Zi slowly turned her head, glanced at Li Yunshuo, and said slowly, "Oh, so, are you quite brave?" Yin Mengren and Zhu Dao quickly made way for Tang Zi, as they didn't want to be bullied by her anymore. The two of them were both controlling the joystick and pressing buttons, but they still weren't a match for Tang Zi, who seemed like an insurmountable obstacle. Li Yunshuo confidently rubbed his hands and sat down eagerly, ready to show off his skills. He had tried to learn from Tang Zi, but how could he still be losing at the game? Might as well admit he was useless. Tang Zi moved aside, creating distance, and casually said, "Loser has to wear a sticker." Li Yunshuo agreed and the game began. However, no matter how hard he tried, he kept losing. Eventually, he gave up, feeling defeated and embarrassed with stickers all over his face. Switching characters, positions, and joysticks didn't help. Tang Zi's skills were just too superior, making it feel like dragging himself on the ground. Liao Haomiao walked over when the game ended, startling everyone. Tang Zi was the first to burst into laughter, followed by the others, except Li Yunshuo and Liao Haomiao, who were embarrassed by their humiliating defeat. Even though they were confident, they couldn't match Tang Zi and Zhou Heng's prowess. Zhu Dao pointed out the competitive nature of Tang Zi and Zhou Heng, prompting the others to agree with her. When Tang Zi and Zhou Heng declined to play with the remaining players, everyone was puzzled. Zhu Dao whispered to Yin Mengren, questioning this decision. Yin Mengren explained that Tang Zi and Zhou Heng were evenly matched, afraid of losing against each other. It was just an excuse. Yin Mengren decided to join Zhou Heng to play, but before she could do that, Jia Yi unexpectedly volunteered to play with her. This action surprised Yin Mengren, fueling her competitive spirit. She confronted Zhou Heng and took the cue stick from his hand, challenging Jia Yi. This unexpected turn of events left everyone bewildered. Eventually, Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren left the room together. As they sat down to play mahjong, Zhou Heng, noticing Yin Mengren's annoyance, tentatively tried to calm her down. Yin Mengren blinked her sparkling big eyes in surprise as she looked at Zhou Heng. Could that sentence just now really have come from Zhou Heng's mouth? Yin Mengren's anger dissipated in an instant, almost powerless against those words. She curved the corners of her eyes slightly, almost as if smiling, placed her hand on Zhou Heng's hand, and whispered, "I'm not angry, dear." Zhou Heng immediately breathed a sigh of relief, his face showing a smile again. Nodding, "Okay, that's good. If there's anything, just tell me, I'll take care of it for you." "Got it." At this moment, Zhu Dao and Liao Haomiao also emerged from the restroom. Liao Haomiao finally cleaned his face, using tissues to dry it, while Zhu Dao helped him clean his glasses and tidied up his messy hair. Seeing the two of them coming out, Zhou Heng quickly called out to them, "Come on, let's play mahjong together." Liao Haomiao put on his glasses, raised his hand, and exclaimed, "Let's go. With so many things here, you really think none of them can beat me?" He then grabbed Zhu Dao's hand and sat directly at the mahjong machine. Zhu Dao looked at Liao Haomiao and whispered, I don't know how to play. It's okay. I'll help you." At this moment, Tang Zi also sat down, next to Zhu Dao, and now the five of them surrounded the mahjong machine, making Li Yunshu and Jai, who were still at the pool table, feel a bit awkward. Li Yunshu sighed, turned to look at Jai, scrutinized her, and said, "Well, then, let's play a game, can you? If not, teach me." Jai directly put the cue stick on the table and walked away, leaving with a parting shot, "Practice more if you're bad. Learn if you can't do it." Li Yunshu looked embarrassed, now finding himself in a difficult situation. Almost 2 months had passed since he last appeared in front of Yin Mengren, and instead of changing her impression of him, she seemed to be even more distant. While it's normal to keep a distance from a girlfriend and other guys, this behavior clearly indicated some aversion towards him. Now, the girl he brought with him also had a changed view of him, and he had personally cut off his own path. Zhou Heng picked up his tiles, looked at Liao Haomiao, and said, "So, after this weekend, you guys will have to lay low at home to study, right? There are so many exams to face. Being too relaxed isn't go. 9 of characters, yeah. Didn't I tell you before? Now my mom and Zhu Dao's mom are on the same side, agreeing that we are truly together. but things have become stricter. 3 of characters ... I'll declare a win with 3 of characters. Don't move. I declare a win. Damn ... Liao Haomiao reluctantly pushed his tiles, feeling frustrated that he was losing even in mahjong. After a few rounds, it became apparent that Zhou Heng had won the most games, followed by Zhu Dao with help from Tang Zi, while Liao Haomiao kept losing, whether by self-draw or others declaring a win. It's strange. Why am I so unlucky today? Losing every game? Hey, you're really doubting your own luck. Well, what game do you want to play next? I'll play with you. Zhou Heng, with a victorious air, looked at Liao Haomiao, smirking and making Liao Haomiao feel uncomfortable. He couldn't understand why Zhou Heng was so good at every game they played. It seemed that despite his previous poor grades, he hadn't wasted his time in days without studying. At least, he was skilled in things other than academics. Liao Haomiao scanned the room: board games, computers, game consoles. He probably wasn't a match in any of these. Finally, his gaze settled on the large dining table. Ow. I'm hungry. Can we have dinner first? Oh. Zhou Heng glanced at the time, nodded, saying, good idea. It's lunchtime. Let's have the chef prepare some food. There was a dedicated chef here to make a feast. After ordering the dishes, they waited for about half an hour, and then someone delivered the dishes to the room. A total of 18 courses filled the large dining table. Since there were only 7 of them, if they sat separately, it would be too far apart, so they sat closer to each other. Yin Mengren glanced at the dining table, didn't pick any dishes, which was a bit strange, but Tang Zi noticed the hidden meaning behind Yin Mengren's action. She's really meticulous as a girlfriend, paying attention to every detail. With Tang Zi's words, not spoken loudly, but heard by everyone, the others were puzzled, not sure what detail Tang Zi was referring to. Yin Mengren lowered her head, a slight blush on her cheeks. In reality, after serving the dishes, Yin Mengren looked at the dishes on the table, quickly figuring out which dishes Zhou Heng could eat and which he couldn't, so she turned the table to have the dishes Zhou Heng could eat placed in front of him. Zhou Heng also realized this, smiled, raised his chopsticks, picked up some food for Yin Mengren, and softly said, eat quickly. It's okay, you don't have to take care of me. Okay. Do you guys drink? At this moment, a voice broke the silence. Everyone raised their heads, looking at the source of the voice, and it was indeed Liu Yanshuo who spoke. No. They all shook their heads almost without hesitation as they didn't drink alcohol, some even didn't know how to drink. In the face of everyone's firm refusal, Liu Yanshuo persisted. Come on. Let's drink a bit. It's so lively today, and we haven't seen each other for so long. There's nothing wrong with having a drink. Zhou Heng pointed at Jai, saying, if you want to drink, let her accompany you. We don't drink. I don't drink either. As Zhou Heng finished, Jai made her stance clear, leaving Liu Yanshuo embarrassed, realizing that he seemed to be isolated from the group. After a moment of silence, Tang Zi shrugged, spoke slowly. I don't know what you're scheming, but let me remind you, even if you think you can hold your liquor well, you definitely can outdrink Zhou Heng. If you want to end up in the hospital, you can try competing with him. Ha! Liu Yanshuo's face turned unpleasant at Tang Zi's warning. Why was it Zhou Heng again? Was he really good at everything? Now, he couldn't even outdrink him. Yin Mengren wasn't aware of this, as she had never seen Zhou Heng drink before. Can you hold your liquor well? Zhou Heng touched his nose, lightly responding. Well, probably a genetic thing. Then after pausing for a few seconds, Yin Mengren leaned close to Zhou Heng's ear and whispered, next time, I'll drink with you. Really? MMHM. Yes, I'll coke. We can drink at home. Sounds good. Let's do it after we finish our exams at the end of this semester. Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren whispered to each other, holding hands under the table as if this was their own private date, completely ignoring the presence of others. It seemed like everyone else was used to it, but Liu Yanqi felt uncomfortable. Where had he seen these scenes before? Seeing the person he liked the most in high school, his white moonlight, now acting like a caring wife to another guy, taking care of him in every detail, wiping the corners of their mouths if they got oily before putting food in their bowls. To look in her eyes as she gazed at him was like a fangirl seeing her favorite idol, expressing that love and admiration to the fullest. Liu Yanqi felt like he couldn't breathe seeing all this. He wondered if Zhou Heng had saved Yin Mengren's life. Even if they were a couple, this was too much, right? Those who knew thought they were a couple, while those who didn't might have mistaken Yin Mengren for Zhou Heng's maid. And the others actually found it normal, no reaction at all. Were they all used to this kind of situation? Lu Yunqi looked at Jia Yi next to him, and found her also staring at Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren, with a look of envy in her eyes. Lu Yunqi thought, if he hadn't met Zhou Heng and them, or if he hadn't clarified his relationship with Jia Yi, could he have held hands with someone too? But comparison was odious, and facing these beautiful girls now, he felt he was far inferior to Jia Yi. But since he was here already, should he just go along with it? Lu Yunqi glanced a few times at Jia Yi, seeming to be mentally preparing himself. Then he picked up some food and put it on Jia Yi's plate, revealing what he thought was a perfect smile. Jia Yi was momentarily surprised, then turned to Lu Yunqi, her expression changing quickly. If you don't want it, put it in your plate. Why in mine? Ha! Lu Yunqi looked down, realizing he had accidentally placed the food in Jia Yi's trash plate. Oh, not? I was just thinking, thanks, but I don't need spicy. I remember telling you yesterday. Jia Yi shot Lu Yunqi a glance, her eyes cold, making Lu Yunqi feel like he had just been splashed with cold water. He knew there was probably no chance for him with Jia Yi now. This was all his doing. It couldn't be helped. After dinner, Tang Zi patted Zhou Heng's shoulder and pointed to the computer beside them, saying, "Come on, let's play for a while. Just checked it out. The setup is pretty good. We can run all the special effects." Oh. Zhou Heng was about to get up when Liao Haomiao spoke up. "Zhou Heng, let's play together as much as possible. After all, this is our last weekend to hang out together." "Yeah, you're right." Zhou Heng thought for a moment. It was true that they could play with the computer at home, but the opportunity to hang out with Liao Haomiao and the others was today only. So he turned to Tang Zi, who also agreed with the idea, nodded, and sat down. But now the problem was, what games could they play? In truth, they could get tired of playing these entertainment facilities a few times. As long as they could play together, it didn't really matter what they played. The group sat around the table, silent as if in meditation, Yin Mengren leaning on Zhou Heng's chest, looking a bit sleepy, as did Zhou Heng. How about? After a while, Liao Haomiao spoke up first, saying, "Let's write down the games we want to play on paper. Make sure everyone can play them, and then we can draw one randomly." "Okay." The group looked at each other, then nodded in agreement, saying, "Okay, sounds good." Afterwards, everyone wrote down the games they wanted to play on pieces of paper. Tang Zi, Arcade Championship, I can go easy. Liao Haomiao, board games, anything goes, but no teaming up because of personal relationships. Zhu Dao, Mahjong needs assistance from Tang Zi. Zhou Heng, Poker. Yin Mengren, Zhou Heng's decision. Jia Yi, Truth or Dare. Lu Yunqi. Everyone wrote down their games, and Lu Yunqi kept his distance to write down his game, looking quite suspicious. But Zhou Heng and the others couldn't exclude Lu Yunqi from participating. After all, they had all paid to play together. It wouldn't be right to leave him out. In the end, everyone bunched up their papers, shuffled them together, and prepared to draw one. Lu Yunqi looked eager, staring at the paper that belonged to him. "Okay, who's going to pick?" Zhou Heng looked at everyone, trying to decide who should draw the paper, and everyone looked at him, all thinking it was most appropriate for Zhou Heng to do it. Zhou Heng nodded, not objecting, and looked at the papers, wanting to find his own, but after a while, they were all mixed up, and he couldn't tell which one was his. So he had to randomly pick one. After much hesitation, Zhou Heng finally picked a paper, and as soon as he picked it up, Lu Yunqi cheered. Yes. Everyone looked at him with puzzled expressions, not sure why he was excited. Did he randomly pick his own paper? Zhou Heng paused for a moment, then was about to put it back down. Hey, don't try to get out of it. You already picked this. Lu Yunqi immediately stopped Zhou Heng from putting it down, not letting him change. After all, it was too rare to be chosen. The probability was too low. Your reaction. Why do I feel like this game is not something good? Zhou Heng frowned slightly, his face serious, staring at Lu Yunqi with caution in his eyes. Lu Yunqi immediately forced an awkward smile, shrugged, and explained, "How could it be? My game is quite normal, and everyone can play. Isn't that nice?" Also tapped Zhou Heng's arm, saying, "Forget it. Since it's chosen, let's play. If it really doesn't work out, we'll change it." no big deal. Fine. Zhou Heng reluctantly accepted, nodded, and opened the paper in his hand. Everyone's eyes fixed on Lu Yunqi's paper. King's Game. Click. Zhou Heng crumpled the note in his hand, his expression wordless as he looked at Lu Yunshuo. He knew he shouldn't believe Lu Yunshuo's nonsense. What a strange game this was. What does this mean? Yin Mengren and Zhu Dao had no idea what game this was or why Zhou Heng was reacting this way. What game is this? Yin Mengren asked quietly in Tang Zi's ear. After a brief moment of thought, Tang Zi quietly explained to them. After the explanation, they both looked disdainful and also cast skeptical gazes at Lu Yunshuo. Lu Yunshuo looked embarrassed and said haltingly, "Well, I think this game is quite normal, isn't it?" Jia Yi glared at him from the side and said, "It might be normal for you, who plays it often, but you're not considering others." No. We can just play normally, not go overboard, right? Lu Yunshuo looked at Zhou Heng, seeking his approval. Zhou Heng thought for a moment, nodded, and said, "Okay, let's set some limitations then, so everyone can enjoy themselves." Okay. The first rule is definitely no involving anything inappropriate. Second, no issuing illegal commands. Third, no involving personal secrets. Fourth, the range of the commands should not exceed 10 meters. Is that okay? Everyone nodded in agreement. With these limitations in place, the game was now a simple adventure game. Otherwise, someone would definitely feel unhappy. What about consequences for not following the commands? Liao Haomia asked, anticipating that he might have to do something he didn't want to. At least he wanted to know what the consequences would be. Lu Yunshuo thought for a while, but couldn't decide on a punishment, as the punishments he used in the past were not suitable now. Others didn't dare suggest punishments and waited for Zhou Heng to make a decision. After some thought, Zhou Heng came up with an idea. He felt like they had been tricked by Lu Yunshuo and needed to get back at him. How about a drinking punishment? Just you and me. How about that? Lu Yunshuo furrowed his brow slightly, surprised by Zhou Heng's suggestion. But since the proposal was already made, he couldn't back down. Sure, but what about the others? If others can't do it, we will still drink. Do you dare? Zhou Heng smiled lightly, taunting Lu Yunshuo. Lu Yunshuo puffed up his chest. Yes, why wouldn't I dare? But remember, don't purposely not do it to make us drink. Of course. Zhou Heng nodded and fetched a bottle of liquor. Yin Mengren looked a bit worried. She hadn't seen Zhou Heng drink before and didn't know if he could handle it. Zhou Heng sensed her concern and gave her a reassuring look, holding her hand. Lu Yunshuo brought out a deck of cards, selecting a 2-7 and 1 king, 8 cards in total. Each person drew a card, revealing their number, but not knowing others' cards. The one left with the king became the king and could give orders to others. In the first round, everyone drew a card, and Jia Yi revealed she had drawn the king. She ordered number 3 to carry number 5 and spin 3 times. Lu Yunshuo was nervous, as they had already poured a full glass of liquor. If someone couldn't do the task, they would have to drink. The first round should be simple. Number 3 carries number 5 and spins 3 times, Jia Yi said. Lu Yunshuo was satisfied. This was enough for him. He smiled to himself, as his intention was achieved without making unreasonable demands. In the following round, Lu Yunshuo drew the king card. Smirking, he glanced at everyone and then gave his command boldly. Number 2, gaze lovingly at number 6 and say I love you. Ahem. Everyone simultaneously displayed a look of disdain, pursing their lips as they said I love you. It was already difficult enough to say that, but to gaze at each other so tenderly. It wouldn't matter playing around with someone else outside, but the key was that they all knew each other, and their relationships were quite special. So, this behavior was a bit too strange. Who is number 2? Lu Yunshuo scanned the group and looked at the others. When he looked at the few girls, there was a hint of anticipation. Unfortunately, after waiting for a few seconds, no one stood up. No way. Lu Yunshuo lifted the hidden card on the table, and to his surprise, it was number 2, meaning number 2 was him. I am number 2, who's number 6? Lu Yunshuo looked at the others, his heart eager that number 6 would be a girl. Anyone would do. As the others watched, Tang Zi suddenly nudged Zhou Heng's leg under the table. Zhou Heng felt it but didn't react outwardly, yet internally he understood. He then held Yin Mengren's hand and slightly squeezed it. Yin Mengren glanced at Zhou Heng and also saw Tang Zi's gaze, immediately understanding. Cough cough asterisk. Yin Mengren started coughing, capturing everyone's subconscious attention. Just then, Tang Ji's arm blocked the table, pushing her own playing card towards Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng pressed down on that card with his index finger, sliding his own card over with his middle finger. In a split second, with Yin Mengren diverted, they managed to swap the cards without anyone noticing. Me. Zhou Heng revealed his card, which turned out to be number 6. Lu Yunshuo's eyes nearly popped out, his mouth twitching, unable to speak. Just any girl would do. Among the 4 girls present, the probability was so high, but none of them, and it was Zhou Heng. To have to gaze at Zhou Heng tenderly and say I love you. No, that would definitely give him nightmares, absolutely. And if it were captured on video, it would become a lifelong embarrassment. He really dug himself into a hole. I'll drink. I'll drink. Lu Yunshuo quickly picked up the glass, ready to drink. He absolutely couldn't bring himself to act that way. It was too nauseating. Zhou Heng tilted his head, furrowing his brow and said, "It's not that. I didn't say I won't do it. This is between 2 people, right? You just want to take a sip to finish it all. Dream on. At the very least, you should drink 2 sips, right?" Well, Zhou Heng's words made others not in agreement, and Lu Yunshuo's face turned green. The glasses held 2 or 1 gulp. 1 gulp equated to half a glass. 2 gulps meant downing a whole glass of baijiu. Although he drank often, it wasn't like this, was it? Could he handle it after 1 gulp? Zhou Heng toyed with his glass, staring at Lu Yunshuo, and softly said, "If you can't, that's fine. Why say you drink now but can't handle it? I can drink. This is nothing to me. It's like water." Lu Yunshuo picked up the glass, held his breath, and directly downed the baijiu in 1 gulp. Everyone watched in rapt attention. It was their first time seeing someone's face and neck turn red at lightning speed. Tang Zi and Zhou Heng smirked slightly, watching Lu Yunshuo turn as red as a cooked crayfish, his pained expression adding to the amusement. Jia Yi also displayed a scornful expression, I seemingly saying serves you right, ooh. After finishing the drink, Lu Yunshuo almost spat it out, feeling the liquid reach his throat. Luckily, he covered his mouth in time, slowly swallowing it down to prevent vomiting, or it would have been a show of fountain-like proportions here. Continue playing. Or are you done already? Zhou Heng inquired with a smile, a hint of mockery in his tone. Lu Yunshuo felt his scalp tingling. Facing Zhou Heng's sarcasm, he clearly struggled. I'll rest. Lu Yunshuo was about to say something when he saw Zhou Heng extend his arm and directly hold Yin Mengren's shoulder. Yin Mengren obediently leaned against Zhou Heng's chest, lips curving slightly with a gentle smile. Seeing this scene, Lu Yunshuo's face and neck turned even redder from a surge of rage. Can drink. Why can't you? Let's continue. We've only played 2 rounds. Lu Yunshuo waved his hand, behaving stubbornly, but Zhou Heng shook his head and said, "No, we don't enforce drinking. If something happens due to drinking at this table, we're all responsible, so let's just forget it." No. I have self-awareness. It's fine. Really can't? I'll sign a waiver, all right? Lu Yunshuo was now red-eye, out of control, disregarding whatever Zhou Heng said, simply desiring to play more and vent his frustration. Well, since you say that, fine, let's continue. Zhou Heng chuckled and, with Tang Zi and Yin Mengren by his side, began shuffling the cards. He also kindly refilled Lu Yunshuo's glass. The 3rd round began, and this time, the punishment fell on Zhou Heng, who drew the king card. Seeing this, he didn't hesitate, saying, "Number 6 and 7, drink. This. What's wrong? Isn't this normal? Isn't this the usual game for drinking at a bar?" Lu Yunshuo stood stupefied. At this moment, his previously stagnant brain seemed to start processing. He realized he had fallen into a trap. Number 6 and 7 were Liao Haomia and Zhu Dao, and they immediately shook their heads, stating they couldn't do it, citing that drinking would affect their brain, leading to lower grades and a breakup, so it wasn't possible for them to drink no matter what. Following the agreement, Zhou Heng and Lu Yunshuo ended up as the drinkers. This. Before Lu Yunshuo could react, Zhou Heng raised the glass and downed it in 1 go. Yin Mengren looked uncertain, as if trying to stop him but also anxious. However, Zhou Heng was too quick. It was like drinking water. Now, if you can't complete the punishment, what should we do? Zhou Heng knocked on the table, his dark eyes emitting a cold, stern light, suffusing an oppressive air. Beside Zhou Heng, Tang Zi and Yin Mengren also displayed ice-cold expressions, staring fixedly at Lu Yunshuo. Lu Yunshuo swallowed nervously, feeling a cold sweat on his back. I'll drink, ew. Another half glass of wine down the hatch. Lu Yunshuo really couldn't take it anymore. He drank half a caddy of wine alone, all in just a few minutes. Clutching his mouth, he quickly got up and went to the restroom, where he began to vomit violently. Okay. Game over. Zhou Heng leaned back in his chair, stretched his shoulders, looking particularly relaxed and at ease. Yin Mengren looked worried, watching Zhou Heng, and softly asked, "Are you okay? You drank almost as much as him." The pound of liquor on the table had been polished off by Zhou Heng and Lu Yunshuo. Both of them drank about the same amount, but their conditions were completely different. Lu Yunshuo was now performing a spectacle in the restroom, while Zhou Heng remained steady as a rock, as if he hadn't drunk anything at all, his face unchanged, and his eyes focused. "I'm fine. This amount of alcohol is okay. The alcohol content isn't high." Zhou Heng shook his head, glancing at the empty bottle of white wine on the table, and replied calmly, "So, you can really hold your liquor. You're amazing." Yin Mengren blinked and whispered in admiration, making Zhou Heng a bit embarrassed. He scratched his head and muttered, "It's nothing. I rarely drink. Drinking too much is bad for health." Their sweet interaction made Jie quite envious. Resting her face on her hands, she sighed and said, "I envy you for finding such a good boyfriend." Yin Mengren looked at Jie and gently shook her head, saying, "It's not that I found such a good boyfriend. It's that such a good boyfriend chose me." Jie's eyes widened suddenly, her body straightening slowly, her face showing an expression of disbelief. She turned to look at the others, including Liao Haomiao, Zhu Dao, and Tang Zi, all of whom smiled faintly. Tang Zi shrugged and said, "What they have been through is much more complicated than you think." When Lu Yunshuo finally emerged, he was leaning against the wall, his face red, with veins protruding on his neck and forehead, indicating how hard he had just vomited. "Okay, you're fine now. Rest, we'll play something else." Zhou Heng stood up, took Yin Mengren's hand, and left the table, ready to play something else. The others followed suit, paying no attention to Lu Yunshuo. Lu Yunshuo was breathing heavily, his breath rapid, but his eyes were fixed on one thing. That was the hand being held by Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren. This scene was so glaring in his eyes, it was hard for him to accept. In his heart, he still thought that he should be the one holding Yin Mengren's hand, not Zhou Heng. They all moved to another entertainment facility, chatting and playing, while Lu Yunshuo hid in a corner, not saying a word. Everyone thought he had drunk too much and fallen asleep, so they ignored him. After a while, Yin Mengren lightly patted Zhou Heng's shoulder and whispered in his ear, "I'm going to the restroom." "Okay." Sure." When Yin Mengren left Zhou Heng's side and headed towards the restroom, something in Zhou Heng's mind sparked, and he subconsciously glanced back. This glance made him see Lu Yunshuo standing up and following Yin Mengren. Zhou Heng immediately furrowed his brows, his gaze turning cold. He felt a bad premonition creeping into his heart. "Wait a moment," Zhou Heng told Tang Zi, then stood up and walked towards them. Inside the restroom, Yin Mengren didn't know what was happening. After washing her hands, she looked at herself in the mirror and smiled slightly. For her, as long as she could be with Zhou Heng, it was worth smiling for, making it a happy day no matter what. Turning around, she unlocked the door, ready to leave. But as she unlocked the door, before even placing her hand on the doorknob, she saw the handle being pushed down by itself. Was there someone outside? Before Yin Mengren could react, the restroom door was quickly pushed open. A figure rushed in from outside. Lu Yunshuo. Yin Mengren saw the figure clearly, his face and eyes flushed, clearly drunk. After Lu Yunshuo entered the room, he immediately closed the door and locked it. Click. Fear surged in Yin Mengren's heart in an instant. Her eyes widened, and she froze, holding her breath, backing away continuously. What are you going to do?" Lu Yunshuo breathed heavily, advancing towards her, muttering, Yin Mengren, do you not know how much I like you? Why did you choose to be with Zhou Heng? Why did you disappoint me? How far have you gone with him? Have you given yourself to him? How many times? Zhou Heng. As Yin Mengren retreated, she shouted loudly. She was truly scared, shrinking her body, trembling with fear. She had no idea what Lu Yunshuo was planning, but she was sure it wasn't anything good. She absolutely could not let Lu Yunshuo defile her. If that happened, She wouldn't have the face to face Zhou Heng. She might as well die. Yin Mengren, just let me. Lu Yunshuo pounced forward, fierce like a wild beast hunting. Yin Mengren immediately dodged to the side, evading Lu Yunshuo's attack. Just then, the restroom door was pounded on. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Yunshuo, I'll give you 3 seconds. Open the door right now, or I won't be nice. Zhou Heng's cold voice came from outside. Though his emotions were not fluctuating much, the anger in his voice was palpable. Lu Yunshuo sneered, replying to the door. Zhou Heng, don't think I'm afraid of you. 1. Who are you trying to scare? Today, right here, what can you do to me? 2. Zhou Heng, you expletive. Bang. A loud bang. The door lock shattered instantly, the glass on the door showing a web of cracks. The door creaked open slowly. Zhou Heng at the door looked like a dark cloud before a storm, pressing down on the room, making it hard to breathe. He lowered his raised foot slowly, then stepped into the restroom. Lu Yunshuo's face was dumbfounded, expressionless, eyes wide, completely stupefied. He couldn't believe that Zhou Heng had burst in directly. Yin Mengren hurriedly ran to Zhou Heng's side, embracing him, shaking slightly with fear. Honey, you go out first, everything's fine. Zhou Heng's last words of tenderness to Yin Mengren, gently patting her head. At that moment, Tang Zi and the others also rushed over, standing behind Zhou Heng. Tang Zi hugged Yin Mengren and lightly patted her back, glaring coldly at Lu Yunshuo, saying to Zhou Heng, brother, don't go easy on him. Of course. Yin Mengren was clearly quite scared, sitting there looking somewhat shaken. Tang Zi kept comforting her until she slowly calmed down. After all, when a drunken person suddenly bursts in with malicious intent, it would undoubtedly leave psychological scars. In the bathroom, Zhou Heng was closing in step by step, his body tense, muscles showing incredible strength and resilience, his fists clenched, knuckles white, his brows furrowed, lips tight, the anger in his eyes almost able to ignite the air around him. Lu Yunshuo kept retreating until he ended up sitting on the toilet, his face showing a bit of fear. Zhou Heng's state at this moment was quite intimidating, especially paired with his physique, making him truly feel a bit timid. Zhou Heng, listen to me, smack. Before Lu Yunshuo could say anything, a heavy slap landed on his face. The crisp sound echoed in the bathroom, deafening. Lu Yunshuo's head flipped backward, body falling, landing on the floor. In an instant, Lu Yunshuo's face turned red, a bright red palm print on his cheek. Hu. Lu Yunshuo knelt on the ground, holding his cheek, his head spinning, drool coming out of his mouth, his eyes looking dazed as if he was completely confused. Zhou Heng squatted down, reached out, grabbed Lu Yunshuo's hair, lifted his head, and stared into his eyes. I don't care if you insult me, curse me, or provoke me, but I have one bottom line, and that is Yin Mengren. Zhou Heng's voice was low, devoid of any emotion, and when Lu Yunshuo heard this, he gasped for breath, a smile appearing on his lips. Then he spat at Zhou Heng. Pei. You Tong Yinings, bootlicker, who do you think you are? Yin Mengren must be blind to associate with you. You can't be so smug. As long as I'm alive, I will never give up. I will have her sooner or later, no matter what it takes. Zhou Heng's expression instantly darkened, his gaze somber, veins popping on his forehead. Tang Zi. Tang Zi heard Zhou Heng call out to her, the tone making her tremble. She quickly ran to the bathroom door, softly responding, brother, close the door. Don't let anyone in. Got it. Brother. Calm down. Don't cause a big problem. Tang Zi was no longer as indignant as before, feeling that Zhou Heng was truly angry this time. I know. After the reminder, Tang Zi slowly closed the broken locked door, leaving a gap, but enough to block any outsiders from entering. The sound of thud-thud continued inside the bathroom. The people outside frowned, lips pursed, trembling with each sound. Tang Zi walked back and sat next to Yin Mengren. Yin Mengren hurriedly grabbed Tang Zi's wrist, saying, Tang Zi, go quickly, stop Zhou Heng. Don't cause any fatalities. I dare not. He is particularly angry now. No one should approach him in this situation. Tang Zi shook her head repeatedly, a bitter expression on her face. She had rarely witnessed Zhou Heng in such a state before. Because Zhou Heng was known for his good temper, much better than herself, able to joke around without a care, disregarding insults or provocations. But the angrier a person like him, the more terrifying it could be. It must have been something incredibly infuriating him at this moment, So who dared to stop him? Yin Mengren then stood up, her eyes slightly more determined. She knew Zhou Heng was very angry now, and as his girlfriend, she had to stop him to prevent a disaster, or else it would affect their future. Although it was dangerous to approach Zhou Heng at the moment, she had to go because she was the only one who could stop him now. Tang Zi, please call Mom. After saying this, Yin Mengren walked towards the bathroom door. Hey, Liao Haomia and Zhu Dao couldn't just watch Yin Mengren go alone, so they followed suit. Just in case Zhou Heng lost control and deny everyone, they could help protect Yin Mengren. Oh, Tang Zi took out her phone and called Zhou Heng's mother. After a few rings, the call connected. Meanwhile, Yin Mengren reached the bathroom door, pushed it open, and was stunned by the scene before her. The bathroom was in chaos, toilet lid broken, bloodstains visible. Zhou Heng was grabbing Liu Yunshuo's collar. Liu Yunshuo's eyes rolled back, bleeding from the nose, mouth, and numerous bruises on his face. Liao Haomia and Zhu Dao were also shocked by the scene. It was too brutal. Zhou Heng, darling, stop. Enough. Yin Mengren hurriedly walked over, embracing Zhou Heng's arm, trying to soothe his anger and stabilize his emotions. Zhou Heng suddenly turned around, looking at Yin Mengren, his cold and fierce gaze, furrowed brows, frightening Yin Mengren, freezing her facial expression. The next second, she released his arm, taking 2 steps back unconsciously, because it was the first time she had seen Zhou Heng with such an expression and gaze, making her feel so unfamiliar, as if the person before her was not the Zhou Heng she knew. In a moment, a tear rolled down her cheek. She hadn't cried for a long time, vowing not to be weak anymore, but if there was anything that could make her cry instantly, it was Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng paused, as if his mind was pulled back in that moment. His brows relaxed, eyes clearer. Yin Mengren. Baby, I didn't mean to are you okay? Zhou Heng quickly let go of Liu Yunshuo and walked towards Yin Mengren, while Liu Yunshuo lay motionless on the ground, unconscious. That's the case, Auntie. Now, Yin Mengren is trying to stop Zhou Heng, but I feel she can't stop him. What should we do? Tang Zi explained the situation in full to Liu Wei opposite, but since she started talking about it, Liu Wei has been silent the whole time, which made Tang Zi think several times that the other party didn't hear or hung up. But actually, the other party was just staying silent, making Tang Zi somewhat puzzled. After a long silence, Liu Wei's voice finally came through on the phone. You mean, that person is trying to harm Zhou Ran, and now Zhou Heng is angry, beating him up? Yes, Auntie. What should we do? Well, you tell Zhou Heng, don't go too far when hitting him. After the beating, take him to the hospital and let me know which hospital. Just the name is enough. I'll handle it. You guys don't need to worry about anything. Okay. Tang Zi was stunned for a moment, then nodded and agreed. Listening to her aunt's implication, she seemed as angry as Zhou Heng, truly a mother and son alike. If it were her in that situation, would she also join in hitting Zhou Heng? Hanging up the phone, Tang Zi quickly headed to the restroom, only to see Zhou Heng walking out with Yin Mengren in his arms. Tang Zi was somewhat surprised. She thought Zhou Heng might continue beating him up. Is this how it ends? Did Yin Mengren really manage to stop Zhou Heng? Tang Zi noticed that Zhou Heng's expression had returned to normal at this point. There was no longer that aura of unapproachability around him. On the contrary, it was Yin Mengren in his arms, looking scared as if she had been frightened once again, with tears in her eyes, hiding in Zhou Heng's embrace, appearing very fearful. Did you scare her? Tang Zi looked up at Zhou Heng, asking in confusion. Zhou Heng nodded helplessly. His adrenaline had indeed surged just now, getting more and more worked up as he kept on hitting. He couldn't stop, so when Yin Mengren suddenly appeared, he couldn't break in time. Seeing that Zhou Heng was fine now, Tang Zi went to check on the person in the restroom. When she just walked in, she saw Liao Haomia and Zhu Dao helping the unconscious Liu Yunshuo up, leaning him against the toilet. Liao Haomia stood up, panting heavily, pointing at Liu Yunshuo and said, "This guy, he's resilient against hits. He took so many from Zhou Heng without a sound. Are you sure he was conscious but not making a sound?" Zhu Dao glanced at him, looking at Liu Yunshuo, who was now motionless. If it weren't for his faint breathing, they would really think this guy had passed away. He's in a drunken state now, of course. He can withstand hits. He probably won't remember anything tomorrow. Drinking so much alcohol, he's sure to black out. Let's quickly get him to the hospital. Tang Zi called for an ambulance on her phone. In the meantime, she took a tissue and rolled it up, blocking Lu Yunsuo's nose. Otherwise, before the ambulance arrived, Lu Yunsuo would have lost too much blood. TSK. Serves him right. Xie Yi crossed her arms, looking at Lu Yunsuo, shaking her head. For his predicament, she could only describe it as well-deserved. With a bit of normalcy, he wouldn't have had such a miserable day. Zhou Heng carried Yin Mengren to the side of the sofa, sat down, looking at Yin Mengren in his arms, eyes filled with guilt. How did he lose control of his emotions like that? How should he face Yin Mengren now? Before Zhou Heng could say anything, Yin Mengren reached out her hand, gently stroking Zhou Heng's cheek. Ow, that, Zhou Heng was about to speak, but Yin Mengren's finger gently pressed against his lips, stopping him from continuing. Zhou Heng pursed his lips, not knowing what to do. The man who had been so spirited a moment ago now felt like a child who had done something wrong. Yin Mengren then wrapped her arms around Zhou Heng's neck, softly saying, "You don't need to say anything. I don't blame you, thank you. For everything you've done for me, I love you." With that, Yin Mengren nestled against Zhou Heng's chest, lying quietly and obediently. She seemed a bit tired, closing her eyes, but a faint smile still lingered on her lips. After a moment of surprise, Zhou Heng also smiled faintly. I love you too." He gently placed his hand on Yin Mengren's shoulder, leaning back into the sofa, closing his eyes, enveloped in a peaceful atmosphere. Tang Zi came out. Seeing the two on the sofa, she sighed and shook her head helplessly. In about 15 minutes, the ambulance arrived, taking Lu Yunsuo away. Zhou Heng and the others were ready to leave, compensating the boss for all the losses in the restroom. Despite a lot happening, apart from Lu Yunsuo, it seemed like everyone else was having a good time. Liao Haomiao held Zhu Dao's hand, looking at Zhou Heng, saying, "Are you really okay? You were quite terrifying just now. I couldn't stop you. Don't blame me. Okay, I'm fine. Just laugh it off." Zhou Heng waved his hand, nonchalantly saying, he seemed not to care at all about the situation, as if the person who experienced those things wasn't him. "What's there to laugh about? Let me know if there's anything. And when there's a chance, let's go out and have fun together." Liao Haomiao lightly patted Zhou Heng's chest with his fist and glanced towards the subway station, about to get off soon. "Well, it's probably time for winter break, right? Keep it up. Don't drop your grades next time. Don't let me surpass you. Oh, you'd better keep out if you want to surpass me. It's not that easy." Liao Haomiao chuckled, replying. After that, the subway doors opened. After bidding farewell, they left, with Yin Mengren leaning on Zhou Heng's shoulder, still quietly sleeping. Tang Zi glanced at her, softly saying to Zhou Heng, "She seems really tired today, and frightened. Make sure to comfort her when you get back." "Of course." Zhou Heng nodded, looking at Yin Mengren leaning against him, his eyes full of growing affection. With such a gentle and understanding girlfriend, he wondered how much good deeds he had accumulated in his past life to have today's outcome. "Bye. I'm off now, don't miss your stop." After bidding farewell to Zhou Heng and Tang Zi, they both got off the subway, while Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren still had one more stop to go. After Tang Zi left, Yin Mengren slowly opened her eyes, lifted her head, and looked at Zhou Heng beside her. "Are you awake?" "Yes, dear. I'm hungry. Let's go back to the noodle shop downstairs and grab something to eat." Zhou Heng brushed aside Yin Mengren's hair, softly saying, "Sure, we both seem to be lacking the energy to cook today. Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren's life hadn't changed much. During this period, Zhou Heng's mother called to ask about Yin Mengren's well-being and reassured them not to worry. Yin Mengren was still worried about what Lu Yunsuo might do. It was a critical time for Zhou Heng's studies, and he couldn't be delayed by such matters. However, Zhou Heng seemed unconcerned, living life as usual as if nothing had happened. A few days later, Lu Yunsuo's father brought the injured Lu Yunsuo to Zhou Heng's house to apologize. When Lu Yunsuo and his father bowed and apologized at the doorstep, Yin Mengren finally understood why Zhou Heng wasn't worried. Facing the apology, Zhou Heng remained unfazed, closed the door after hearing them out, and didn't respond. Yin Mengren watched Zhou Heng walk towards the sofa and tentatively asked, "Was it Zhou Heng's mother?" She couldn't believe that Lu Yunsuo and his father could be so understanding. Someone must have intervened. And other than Zhou Heng's mother, who else could it be? Zhou Heng nodded and replied, "Yes, probably. Since she knows about this, There's nothing to worry about. I don't know what she did, but she wouldn't stand by and let you suffer. She's known for protecting her own. Yin Mengren felt warm inside but also a bit guilty, realizing she often brought trouble to Zhou Heng and his family. She felt like a jinx. I'm sorry. It's all my fault, causing trouble for you and your mother. Yin Mengren apologized softly. She had to admit that her presence would surely bring some trouble to Zhou Heng, but she couldn't bear to leave. She didn't know if her selfish thoughts were right or wrong. What are you saying? Zhou Heng turned around, approached Yin Mengren, and then bent down to lift her into his arms. Yin Mengren buried her head on Zhou Heng's chest, hesitating a bit, as Zhou Heng's comforting behavior always made her stay. He treated her like a child, nurturing and indulging her. Who could resist such care? Zhou Heng smiled and said softly, "Looks like someone needs comforting." Yin Mengren nodded, blushing faintly. "Yes," she murmured softly, her ears turning red. "What kind of comfort do you need?" Zhou Heng asked gently. Kiss," Yin Mengren replied. Well, the soft snowflakes fell thick and fast, like feathers floating in the air. The nighttime streets bustling with warm lights from shops, coupled with the light snow, made this winter night even more dreamlike. Brr, it's so cold. Liao Haomiao rubbed his hands together, exhaling cold air as he walked step by step on the snowy ground, his nose and cheeks turning red. Zhu Dao held Liao Haomiao's arm, leaning on his shoulder, a slight smile on her lips. "I'm actually feeling quite all right." Liao Haomiao turned to look at Zhu Dao, a faint smile playing on his lips, gazing ahead, murmuring, "It's been 2 months since our last outing, right? Hey, didn't you say we should stay home and study, not go out? Yet we still have dinner together every weekend." Zhu Dao teased. "Heh, I just couldn't resist not seeing you." Liao Haomiao chuckled. He did say that they wouldn't go out after the last outing with Zhou Heng, but they still managed to at dinner together every weekend. "Come on. Let's hurry. The agreed time with everyone must have arrived by now. Why the rush? There's always just one person here when we arrive. Those two definitely aren't here yet." Liao Haomiao pointed ahead, towards a hot pot restaurant, their designated meeting place. As they walked in, they saw a table with only one person sitting there. "See? I told you. Tang Zi must have been the first to arrive." Liao Haomiao pointed to the side, saying to Zhu Dao. Walking over, they saw Tang Zi playing a game. She glanced at the approaching duo, raised her head, and remarked, "As I thought, you two are the first ones here." Tang Zi shook her head helplessly. This situation was entirely within her expectations. Liao Haomiao and Zhu Dao sat across from her, took off their jackets, and finally felt a bit warmer after entering the restaurant. Zhu Dao noticed Tang Zi engrossed in her game alone. She seemed a bit pitiful sitting there by herself, no one to talk to. "Tang Zi, have you ever thought of getting a boyfriend? Someone to keep you company when you're alone?" Zhu Dao asked. Tang Zi raised her head, shook it, and replied, "I don't want to. Everyone pursues different things. My happiness doesn't depend on romance. At least when choosing between a boyfriend and the gaming equipment I want, I'll ditch the boyfriend without hesitation. Do you think someone like me is fit for relationships?" Zhu Dao was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled lightly. You might indeed need a gaming partner more, who could handle her anyway. Dating a genius is either being a bigger genius than her or incredibly foolish, creating two extremes. Otherwise, ordinary people in front of her would have their confidence shattered into pieces. Surpass Yin Mengren first. This final exam, you ranked second again? Darn, just 1 point away. Liao Haomiao's mood instantly heightened at this, extending a finger as he stood up abruptly, eager to explain. Before he could speak, a tall man walked in through the door. Zhou Heng, but he looked rather odd at the moment. He was wearing a big, ankle-length winter coat, with a large belly, and both hands tucked inside the coat, his walk a bit awkward. When he reached the group, they were perplexed. "Hey, what's with you, and where's Yin Mengren?" Liao Haomiao pointed at Zhou Heng's belly, frowning in confusion. At that moment, Zhou Heng's coat zip was pulled down from inside, revealing Yin Mengren with her head popping out. "Hello, I'm here. Odd, interesting. Are you a kangaroo?" Very creative. The three of them displayed bewildered expressions, then shook their heads and chuckled. Regarding this unexpected entrance, they could only say it was both surprising and fitting. Yin Mengren emerged from Zhou Heng's coat, and that was when they noticed. Zhou Heng was actually holding Yin Mengren. No wonder they hadn't seen Yin Mengren's feet. Apparently, she had been carried the whole way. This strength and endurance, it seemed only Zhou Heng could achieve. After Yin Mengren stepped out, she immediately reached out to clear the snow off Zhou Heng's head and shoulders, then turned to the others, sheepishly scratching her head, saying, "I said there was no need for this ... but Zhou Heng insisted. Okay, we get it. No need to show affection." Tang Zi waved her hand, realizing this idea must have come from Zhou Heng. There was no way Yin Mengren would have initiated such a thing. Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren sat down, finally gathering everyone together to order food. Liao Haomiao looked at Zhou Heng and asked, "How did you do in the exams this time?" Because he, Yin Mengren, and Tang Zi were nearly always the top three, with Yin Mengren taking the lead this time, whereas Zhou Heng shook his head, saying, "It's the same as before. Stuck around 80th to 90th place, can't drop lower but can't rise either." Zhou Heng showed a clear expression of helplessness. He had been studying diligently, but upon reaching the middle ranks, he found it incredibly tough. The reason he had progressed so quickly before was simply because he used to be so bad that any improvement was noticeable. Now, progress seemed challenging. While maintaining his current level was his priority, he aimed to progress slowly. With his current performance, the idea of getting into the same university as Yin Mengren and Tang Zi seemed like a distant dream. Liao Haomiao nodded, finding this situation quite normal. "It's fine, take it slow. No need to rush it." Yin Mengren reached out, gently touching Zhou Heng's cheek and softly saying, "You're the best. We'll progress slowly, and we'll definitely improve over the winter break. Aside from the Chinese New Year holiday, it's only a week off, right? It's just over half a month." Zhou Heng muttered in distress. They were about to begin the final semester of their senior year, approaching the college entrance exam, and the school had already provided a generous winter break, considering some schools only allowed a few days off for the holidays. Comparatively, they were fortunate due to their cohort's overall good performance, gaining a more extended vacation. It's already sufficient. These days are ample to study well and likely make significant progress. Zhou Heng sighed. "I even thought about aiming for the top 20 in the upcoming exam after the break. Now it just seems too naive." Liao Haomiao smirked. "Why set such high targets? You still have half a year. Making the top 10 would be impressive. I didn't expect to progress that fast before to make the top 20 quickly. Who knew it was just beginner's luck?" Laughter filled the room, with snow falling outside. Inside they enjoyed the warmth of the hot pot, gathering in the midst of winter. "Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, right? What time are you guys coming over?" Tang Zi looked at Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren, inquiring about their visit for the eve. Although they had not precisely planned it, it seemed implicit that Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren would spend the new year at her place, adding to the festive atmosphere. Zhou Heng turned to Yin Mengren, seeking her opinion. "Let's go early. We can help out more and not let others do all the work, then we join in, right?" "Yes, that's right. Let's head over early to help my aunt." Zhou Heng nodded, agreeing with Yin Mengren's suggestion. They looked out the window, observing the lively street scenes. These days leading up to the new year were the most bustling, with people returning home for the holidays. For Zhou Heng, these were perhaps the most relaxing days. He could simply unwind and not worrying about anything. Leaning in the kitchen, Yin Mengren was wearing an apron, standing in front of the stove. Her long hair was casually pulled up, looking fresh and neat. In front of her was a pot of steaming, fragrant thick soup, with various ingredients simmering inside, making one's mouth water. Yin Mengren gently picked up a ladle and carefully stirred the ingredients in the pot. As she stirred, the rich aroma intensified and filled the kitchen. She fanned with her hand, then scooped up a ladle of thick soup, blowing on it gently to cool it down before tasting it. She squinted slightly, her eyes curved slightly as if smiling. At that moment, a pair of arms wrapped around her from behind, startling Yin Mengren. She involuntarily shivered, almost dropping the ladle into the pot. Soon, she felt the warmth and breath of Zhou Heng as he leaned his head on her shoulder, softly saying, "You've worked hard." A blush appeared on Yin Mengren's face as she lightly scolded, "Oh, you startled me. I'll be fine in a moment. You should leave quickly. Don't get burned." Zhou Heng chuckled, released his hands, left the kitchen, and looked back at Yin Mengren's busy figure, feeling happy and content. They had only been together for about 4 months, still in the honeymoon phase, yet Yin Mengren was like a wife, not only sharing the sweetness of love but also carrying the monotony and pressure of life together. Having such a girlfriend, Zhou Heng felt he was dreaming and couldn't be luckier. By now, it was already late, the bright moon hanging high in the sky. However, since the Chinese New Year was approaching, the atmosphere outside was still lively, with lights and decorations everywhere, giving the city a strong festive atmosphere. Zhou Heng stood by the window, watching the bustling street below, sighing as he remembered his high school life. The past 2 years had been dull and gloomy, often the subject of jokes by classmates. But in the past 4 months, his high school life had undergone a complete transformation, starting from that rainy night. Meeting the best girlfriend, gaining respect from classmates, and excelling in academics. His life was now filled with joy and hope. Thanks to her, honey. Dinner is ready. A sweet call pulled Zhou Heng back. Turning around, he saw Yin Mengren had set the dishes on the table, took off her apron, let down her hair, and smiled softly. I'm coming. Zhou Heng opened a cabinet and took out a bottle of wine given to him by his uncle after a dinner at Tang Ji's house. He didn't drink at home, so the bottle had been left untouched. Is this wine expensive? Yin Mengren didn't know much about alcohol, but seeing the packaging, she guessed it wasn't cheap. Yeah, around 1,000 yuan. Zhou Heng sat down, preparing to open the bottle. Yin Mengren widened her eyes and quickly stopped him. Oh, it's so expensive. Let's forget it and save it for guests. I'll go downstairs to buy something cheaper. Really? I think this is already cheap because you deserve something better. Zhou Heng smiled and opened the bottle. Yin Mengren bit her lips slightly, impressed by his words but still touched by his gesture. As the bottle opened, the strong aroma filled the air. Zhou Heng poured a glass for Yin Mengren, and they sat down, looking at each other with a hint of laughter in their eyes. Yin Mengren looked at the full glass of white wine in front of her and smiled, feeling excited. Zhou Heng tasted the wine and nodded slightly. Then, he gestured to Yin Mengren, who cautiously raised her glass and shyly clanked it with his. She took a small sip, her expression conveying some discomfort. She hummed in pain, her throat feeling numb. Even though she was prepared, it almost made her want to spit it out. Are you all right? Zhou Heng almost laughed at Yin Mengren's reaction, but managed to hold it back. Yin Mengren adjusted her breathing, nodded, and said, I'm fine. It's bearable. As they ate and chatted, the atmosphere became more harmonious. I never thought, Zhou Heng said, surprising Yin Mengren. Thought what? She asked, looking at him with confusion. I never thought I'd have a girlfriend to drink with and talk to one day. It feels pretty nice. Zhou Heng smiled and looked at the wine. Yin Mengren's cheeks flushed quickly, surprising Zhou Heng, only to see that Yin Mengren's face had already turned slightly red. She reached out, touching her cheek. It was already feeling a bit hot. Is my face very red now? I feel fine. Just a bit warm. Zhou Heng was a bit worried. Yin Mengren had this reaction after just taking a few sips. If she drank more, she might get drunk. It's not that red, just a little. Maybe you should drink less. As time went on, Yin Mengren's cheeks grew redder. The flush spread from her cheeks to the corners of her eyes, eyebrows, and even ears, all red, and she became more talkative and looked very happy. I really. As she spoke, Yin Mengren felt her eyes welling up. What's wrong? Seeing Yin Mengren like this, Zhou Heng was taken aback. He quickly stood up, moved his chair closer to her, and sat by her side. Yin Mengren leaned against Zhou Heng's chest, tears overflowing from her eyes. I'm so lucky to have met you. I really. Yin Mengren stuttered, tears streaming down her cheeks. Zhou Heng put a finger lightly on her lips. Shh, baby, you've had a bit too much to drink. Zhou Heng looked at Yin Mengren's glass, surprised that she had finished it so quickly. It was a liter, and she had already drunk half of it. It was her first time drinking. Her face was now bright red, so him crying and saying these things at this point was understandable. Yin Mengren pushed Zhou Heng's hand away, turned slightly, then grabbed his neck. Why can't I say it, darling? Everything I'm saying is true. Don't you believe me? Yin Mengren's speech became slurred, and Zhou Heng strained to hear her words clearly. Zhou Heng found Yin Mengren's current state quite new. He had never seen her like this before. He realized she had drunk too much and shouldn't continue drinking. I believe you. I believe you. Baby, let's go back and rest, okay? Zhou Heng whispered in Yin Mengren's ear, trying to coax her, but she seemed unwilling to give up. She shook off his hand. No, you just don't believe me. I really want to show you my true feelings. I'd give up my life for you. Don't say that. Remember, Don't undervalue yourself. In my heart, you are priceless. Zhou Heng said to Yin Mengren, embracing her tightly. Each word made her body tremble slightly, as if electric currents were running through her. Ah! Yin Mengren squirmed in Zhou Heng's arms, as if acting spoiled. I love you so much, my darling. Her voice was slightly trembling, clear as if afraid Zhou Heng wouldn't hear. Zhou Heng was also stirred by Yin Mengren's words. He took a deep breath, trying to control himself, realizing things might spiral out of control. I love you too, baby. Zhou Heng's voice trembled even more, as if trying to suppress something, but he held Yin Mengren's hand tightly, not willing to let go. Yin Mengren lowered her head and released his hand. Zhou Heng knew she was probably already intoxicated and very sleepy, but after a few seconds, Yin Mengren's voice floated out lightly. Will you marry me? I will. I definitely will. Zhou Heng answered promptly. Yin Mengren's lips curled up slightly. I will only marry you in this lifetime. If you don't marry me, I won't. Yin Mengren's voice faded away, and Zhou Heng understood that she had fallen asleep. It was impressive that she could hold on through so much drinking and speaking. Zhou Heng reassured her, of course, I will marry you. If I can't marry you, I won't marry anyone else in my lifetime. Having settled Yin Mengren, Zhou Heng prepared to take a bath, intending to get some rest afterward. As he was about to sleep, Yin Mengren suddenly moved next to him. What are you doing? Zhou Heng felt Yin Mengren lifting the blanket and moving on top of him. Darling, I can't wait until after graduation. I want to. What? No. Baby. You've had too much to drink. You'll regret it when you wake up hungover tomorrow for sure. Zhou Heng could feel Yin Mengren so close to him, her warm, alcohol-scented breath continuously brushing against his face. Zhou Heng's heartbeat accelerated uncommonly fast. After all, in this kind of atmosphere, with both of them drinking, Yin Mengren already drunk and Zhou Heng a bit tipsy, in this dark bedroom, the ambiguous atmosphere was taken to its extreme. In this situation, who could guarantee self-control? No way. I've had this thought a long time ago. I'll prove it to you. Yin Mengren stammered. Then her hands began to unbutton her clothes. Zhou Heng was about to say something when Yin Mengren suddenly leaned down, and Zhou Heng felt a sudden warmth on his lips. His mind went blank in an instant. He didn't know how long had passed when he finally came to his senses. Both of them seemed to have trouble catching their breath, only then did they part their moist lips. Zhou Heng tried to gently push her away, but realized her strength at this moment was unexpectedly strong. Even a gentle push wasn't enough to move her, and Zhou Heng didn't dare to use force, fearing he might hurt her. So, he shifted his body slightly, reaching for the phone beside him. The screen lit up, casting a dim light on Yin Mengren's face. After being drunk, her eyes were glazed, her face flushed, like a ripe apple, making it hard for anyone to resist taking a bite. Baby, please, let's go to sleep, okay? Zhou Heng's voice was hoarse. However, Yin Mengren ignored his words and her lips moved towards him again, this time more fervently. Zhou Heng's reason told him to refuse, but his body involuntarily responded to her passion. After a while, Zhou Heng felt something strange. Yin Mengren seemed to fall asleep. Zhou Heng was somewhat surprised. Then he heard the rhythmic sound of Yin Mengren's breathing, gradually calming down, indicating she really had fallen asleep. Zhou Heng wasn't surprised. After all, waking up again, after drinking that much was already quite difficult. It seemed like he had to make sure Yin Mengren drank less in the future, or else she'd completely lose control after drinking. It was a close call just now. If Yin Mengren hadn't fallen asleep, he wouldn't have been able to hold back. Sigh. Oh well, Zhou Heng said so, but his eyes and smile showed indulgence and affection. He didn't move Yin Mengren away but allowed her to nestle on his body. Then he grabbed a nearby blanket to cover them both. Yin Mengren's breath was particularly clear in Zhou Heng's ears, and he could distinctly feel their heartbeats. Their body temperatures also reached equilibrium at this moment, enjoying their warmth in this winter morning. The dawn broke through the sky of the new day, the sun rising very early, with light already visible by dawn. Yin Mengren slowly opened her eyes. Still not fully conscious, she felt a sharp pain in her head. This feeling was like having a sound vibration in her head, making her grimace, finding it hard to endure. No one had told her that after drinking, the next day her head would hurt like this. At this moment, she noticed where she was sleeping. She was actually sleeping on Zhou Heng. When she moved slightly, Zhou Heng made a low nose, but didn't wake up. Yin Mengren blinked, looking at Zhou Heng's face just 2 fingers away, trying to recall what happened last night. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't remember anything about what had happened. She only remembered drinking with Zhou Heng at the table, talking. She seemed to have cried. Then Zhou Heng came to comfort her, and then she couldn't recall anything else. How could this happen? Did she really black out after drinking? Did she really not do anything while lying on Zhou Heng? But her clothes were still intact, only 2 buttons and a belt were undone. At that moment, Yin Mengren suddenly noticed a slight cut on Zhou Heng's lips. The blood had already coagulated, and she could see clear tooth marks. Zhou Heng couldn't have done this to himself, so that meant, oops. Embarrassed, Yin Mengren scratched her head, gingerly preparing to get off Zhou Heng, as she had been lying on him for quite some time now. But just as she was about to move away after retracting her legs, Zhou Heng suddenly hugged her body, pulling her into his embrace. Yin Mengren was startled, letting out a soft gasp, as Zhou Heng's grip was strong and unexpected, catching her off guard. With her head still throbbing, the sudden movement made it even more painful. Zhou Heng held her tightly, even placing his legs over Yin Mengren, practically using her like a pillow. Yin Mengren relaxed for a moment, then lifted her head to look at Zhou Heng's face. He was still sound asleep, with closed eyes and eyelashes hanging down. Yin Mengren was almost mesmerized, gazing at Zhou Heng's face as if she could do so for a long time. The next moment, Yin Mengren gently kissed Zhou Heng's lips and chuckled. "Oh my, I forgot your lips were cut. The tighter Zhou Heng held her, the happier Yin Mengren felt. Being hugged so tightly by Zhou Heng made her feel both happy and secure. An hour later, Zhou Heng gradually opened his eyes and, upon doing so, saw Yin Mengren staring at him. Good morning, baby. You're awake so early." Unlike Yin Mengren, Zhou Heng was clear about what happened last night, but he didn't know if Yin Mengren remembered what happened. "Yeah. I've been staring at you ever since I woke up. Can't get enough of looking at you." Yin Mengren raised an eyebrow, her eyes filled with affection, her smile sweet. "I feel the same." The atmosphere between them early in the morning was very ambiguous, but they both enjoyed this time. So, they lingered in bed for about half an hour before getting ready to get up. "Let's get ready and head to Tangji's house. My aunt and the others must have been up early to start working. If we go early, we can help put up couplets or something." "Okay." Just after getting up, they received a message from Tangzi, sent to both of them at the same time. "I guess you guys should be awake by now. I'll come to pick you up, and then we can go buy some things." After Tangzi reply, the 2 of them quickly tittied up because they knew Tangji's speed was definitely very fast. They estimated she would arrive shortly. After finishing tidying up, as expected, they soon heard the sound of the door lock being input with a password. It was unlocked with one try, and then they saw Tangzi appear at the door, holding a bag in her hand. "You 2 are faster than I imagined. I thought you would still be getting dressed." Tangzi looked at the 2 of them who had finished tidying up and nodded in satisfaction. Fortunately, they were both quick to act. If she had to rush them on New Year's, that wouldn't be good. Of course, it's New Year's Day after all. You can't just lie in bed all day. After Tangzi entered, she frowned, sniffed the air, and said, "Smells like alcohol. Did you 2 drink last night?" "Oh. Well." Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren glanced at each other, awkwardly smiled. Normally, drinking together was nothing to be embarrassed about mentioning, but Yin Mengren had forgotten what happened last night, and Zhou Heng's lip was still swollen from where he bit it. Zhou Heng remembered clearly, so they both felt a bit awkward. "Well, we drank a little bit. Tangzi raised her eyebrows, glanced at the bag at the door, saw an empty bottle inside, took it out and saw that it was a kilogram-sized bottle. Now empty. "All right, unless you tell me all of this was drunk by you, I'll believe you." "Yin Mengren, you had quite a bit too, right?" Yin Mengren nodded lightly, a smile playing on her lips, revealing faint dimples. "All right, since it's New Year's, a bit of drinking is fine, but the fact that you 2 got up early is quite impressive." Tangzi didn't pursue the matter further. She knew when to stop asking. Subsequently, Tangzi took out the couplets and decorations from the bag she was holding. "My mom guessed that you probably didn't buy any, so she had me bring them along. Let's put them up before we go. My aunt really understands me." Zhou Heng scratched his head sheepishly. Indeed, he had forgotten to buy them. In the past, he didn't care much about such things. His aunt always thought ahead and even came to his place last year to help clean and put up decorations before they ate. That's why Zhou Heng and Tang Zi were close. She was like family rather than just a relative. The three of them pitched in to give the house some festive decorations before leaving. My mom said we could buy whatever we want to eat, so let's shop around a bit and get some things to take back. Let's buy more so my aunt won't have to cook as much, and we can relax a bit more. Zhou Heng looked at Yin Mengren, who nodded in agreement, but Tang Zi didn't think the same. She shook her head and said, "Forget it. My mom got up at 3 to prepare. Everything's ready, just needs to be cooked." My aunt predicted my prediction again. Zhou Heng chuckled helplessly. He didn't understand how he was so easy to read. Many people around him seemed to know him inside out, which he found quite baffling. Tang Zi walked behind Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren, pushing them towards the door. "All right, let's go for a walk and buy some snacks for tonight's game. We're playing games tonight on New Year's Day." Yin Mengren was puzzled. They usually played games, but today was New Year's. Did they really have to play one tonight? Well, what else are we going to do? Watch the New Year's gala? Guess not. The three arrived at the commercial street to buy some things. There were still a lot of people in the morning, but after noon, most shops closed as everyone headed home to celebrate the new year. They bought plenty of snacks and other items they fancied eating before going to Tang Zi's home. Opening the door, Tang Zi called out to her dad inside. "Dad, come take these things." Coming. Our little Heng and his friend here too." Tang Zi's father's voice came from inside, and soon he emerged from the kitchen. Tang Chengyi was still wearing an apron, wiping his hands as he hurried over. Seeing Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren, he beamed, saying, "Oh, you're here. Come in. Hello, Uncle, we've come a bit late. You and Auntie rest, we'll help out." Yin Mengren and Zhou Heng greeted Tang Chengyi and then entered the house together. Tang Chengyi looked at Yin Mengren, smiled slightly, and said, "Don't call me uncle. Call me uncle and auntie like you do, Zhou Heng, my child." "Oh, okay, uncle." Yin Mengren was momentarily surprised but then smiled with Zhou. For her, this was significant proof that she was considered as part of the family. She had been worried that she might feel like an outsider in the house and be uncomfortable, but now her fears were dispelled. Tang Zi's mom, Zhou Yelin, also appeared from the kitchen, smiling at the two newcomers. "Welcome, go play. Tang Zi, take them to your room to play with the game console. Let them relax and have fun. It's New Year's Day, after all. Don't let them help out." Zhou Yalin's words carried an affectionate tone, and her eyes conveyed the same warmth toward the three young adults. "Oh, the kids have a good heart. Let's work together and finish quickly, then rest together. That's the true spirit of the new year." Tang Chengyi adorned the house while speaking to Zhou Yilin with a smile. "Indeed, what uncle says makes sense." Zhou Heng nodded in agreement. Just as he picked up some clean vegetables, the phone in his pocket rang. "Ow, darling, can you grab my phone for me?" Unable to free his hands, Zhou Heng asked Yin Mengren to help fetch it. When Yin Mengren handed over the phone, she noticed the caller ID and widened her eyes in surprise. Blinking a few times, she said, "What's wrong? Who's calling?" Zhou Heng leaned in and saw the name on the phone display. "Dad." Yin Mengren was surprised because she had been living with Zhou Heng for so long. Her mother had met Zhou Heng twice, but Zhou Heng's father had never appeared, never even made a phone call. Sometimes she would even wonder if Zhou Heng had a falling out with his father, which was why they weren't speaking to each other. Otherwise, as father and son, why hadn't they spoken for 4 or 5 months? Zhou Heng let out a sigh, then set down everything in his hands, wiped his hands, and picked up his phone. "Hello, Dad. At your aunt's place." On the other end of the phone came a very magnetic voice. It was impossible to guess the age of the owner of this voice. It seemed reasonable at any age. Yin Mengren leaned in a little closer, wanting to eavesdrop. Even though eavesdropping seemed a bit impolite, she was curious. What kind of person was Zhou Heng's father? Maybe by listening to his voice, she could guess what kind of personality he had. Guessing if he was a friendly person, would he agree to her and Zhou Heng being together? At least Zhou Heng's mother already agreed, but she didn't know what his father thought. "Yes, at her place. You and your mom, have you gone home? Then I can rest assured. Neither your mom nor I have gone home. We don't plan to go home today either." "Oh, I see. Going on a trip again, huh?" Zhou Heng shook his head helplessly. He had guessed it would be like this. That's why he didn't go back home. And even if he did, no one was there. His parents had already gone out to play without him, and he wasn't interested in going with them. Going out with Yin Mengren was fine, but with his parents, forget it. He wasn't interested. Well, listen to your aunt and uncles. Don't cause trouble for them. I heard your mom talking about you. Study well next semester. After the college entrance examination is over, come back home. I have something to tell you. Zhou Heng's father's voice was very clear and steady, as if speaking wouldn't affect his breathing at all. Zhou Heng seemed used to it, and replied lightly, "Got it." Then, there was no more talking on the phone. While Zhou Heng was on the phone, everyone else remained still, as if waiting for Zhou Heng to finish the call. Big brother is making a call. What's going on? Zhou Yelin put down her work and looked at Zhou Heng, asking, "Just confirmed the plans after the college entrance examination, telling me to come home after it's over to talk about something. Ridiculous. Half a year away, who knows what the rush is for?" Zhou Heng shook his head while tidying up, looking quite speechless. At that moment, Zhou Yelin and Tang Chengyi exchanged a glance, their eyes widened slightly. "Well, you better study hard for the college entrance exam and get good scores." Zhou Yelin spoke slowly to Zhou Heng. "Okay. Don't worry, I will." They all quickly finished their work and were ready before noon. They could relax now and have fun. Zhou Heng and the others went to Tang Ji's room to play games. It was rare to relax, and they were all very happy. Yin Mengren was still thinking about the call from Zhou Heng's father, so she lightly tugged on Zhou Heng's sleeve and asked, "Dear, what kind of person is your dad? Will he agree to us being together?" Zhou Heng was momentarily stunned, pondering Yin Mengren's question for a moment before pursing his lips, shaking his head, and replying, "I don't know. He's a bit eccentric. I can't figure out what he's thinking." Yin Mengren was a bit perplexed and started to worry. Going by what Zhou Heng said, he wasn't sure what would happen, so what if his father really didn't agree with them? Zhou Heng looked back at Yin Mengren, seeming to see her concern, and chuckled lightly, comforting her. "Don't worry, my family follows what my mom says. She already likes you so much. What else are you worried about?" "Really?" Yin Mengren's eyes lit up, looking up at Zhou Heng with Zhou. "Of course, rest assured, even if they don't agree, I would never leave you." "Great. TSK, their relationship is really good. Why don't you guys take a look at the game first? I've been playing solo for a long time." Tang Zi threw out a quip with a touch of helplessness and annoyance. Zhou Heng quickly realized that he had been neglecting the game with Tang Zi. He had been AFK for a long time, and Tang Zi's controller was almost smoking. Sorry. The three of them took turns playing the game. After getting tired, they played poker on the bed or mobile games. By nighttime, they started having their New Year's Eve dinner. Once it got dark outside, the streets were brightly lit, and fireworks were being set off. Even though fireworks were banned now, some areas were not heavily monitored, and authorities turned a blind eye. After all, it was the new year, and no one wanted trouble. It was better to avoid any issues, all for the sake of enjoying the holiday. The festive atmosphere of the new year emerged. Every household was filled with a sense of reunion and joy. "Come on, Zhou Heng, have a drink with your uncle." Tang Chengyi took out a bottle of high-quality white wine from the liquor cabinet without hesitation, ready to pour a drink for Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng could tell at a glance that the wine was quite expensive, but it was normal to indulge a little during the new year. Zhou Heng didn't say much and stood up immediately, taking the wine glass with both hands. After pouring for Zhou Heng, Tang Chengyi poured a glass for himself and then for Zhou Yelin. "Wife, you've worked hard." "Oh, you too." Zhou Yelin smiled and replied, "Do you guys want to drink?" Yin Mengren, Tang Zi. Tang Chengyi looked at Yin Mengren and Tang Zi, asking if they wanted a drink. Tang Zi waved her hand, saying, "No, drinking will affect my coordination." Yin Mengren laughed awkwardly. As soon as drinking was mentioned, she thought of last night when she and Zhou Heng had been drinking together, and she had a headache until midday today. If it was just her and Zhou Heng at home, it would have been fine to drink, but being at Tang Ji's house, she felt embarrassed to drink. What if she got drunk again and started acting foolish or crying, making a scene here? I'll pass on the drink, uncle. That's fine. Then you guys have soft drinks. Tang Zi, get some from the fridge. Yin Mengren and Tang Zi poured themselves soft drinks. Tang Chengyi raised his glass, looking at the three in front of him, and said, It's New Year's, you three are good kids. I wish you all the best and a bright future. Cheers. The harmonious and lively atmosphere was vividly displayed on the dining table. The TV was playing the Spring Festival Gala, although no one was watching, just to cater to the festive atmosphere of the Lunar New Year. Uncle, Aunt, cheers to both of you. Thank you for your hard work. Zhou Heng stood up, raised his glass. Tang Chengyi and Zhou Yelin also quickly stood up. The three of them at this moment seemed like peers with no pretense. Hey, good kid, Zhou Heng. I've seen him accomplish things since he was young. Can't say anything about his intelligence and emotional intelligence. And now, he even found such a great girlfriend. How nice. Tang Chengyi pointed at Zhou Heng, smiling. Yin Mengren pursed her lips, slightly lowered her head, feeling a bit shy but also happy inside. Every time she heard such words, she felt very happy. Then, she quickly stood up, picked up her own drink. Uncle, Aunt, I also raise a glass to both of you. I won't drink alcohol, I'll use this instead. Zhou Yelin gazed at Yin Mengren, her eyes filled with affection overflowing. No wonder my sister-in-law likes you. If I had a son, having a daughter-in-law like you, I'd wake up laughing every day. Aunt, you're overpraising me. Zhou Heng and Tang Chengyi kept chatting, drinking more and more, the atmosphere getting lively, the room getting warm due to the lively atmosphere. Zhou Heng even took off his sweater, leaving only a vest. They finished a bottle of alcohol in no time, but that didn't stop them. They opened another bottle and continued drinking. Yin Mengren now truly believed that Zhou Heng could drink, as he had nearly finished a caddy of alcohol and didn't show any sign of being drunk. Hey Zhou Heng, when you make it big in the future, don't forget about our Tangzi. Tang Chengyi smirked, saying a joking remark. Zhou Yelin immediately touched his leg under the table and gave him a stern look. However, Zhou Heng didn't notice and simply replied honestly, Uncle, don't worry. Tangzi is like a sister to me. If I make it big, how could I neglect her? Besides, now I need Tangzi to guide me. Clearly, she has a better chance of making it big now. Haha. Zhou Heng became much more outgoing after drinking, speaking more freely. Tang Chengyi and Zhou Yelin exchanged a smile and changed the subject. After midnight struck, it was officially the first day of the Lunar New Year. New Year greetings popped up on their phones. Zhou Heng and the others decided to leave and get ready to go home. Tang Chengyi took out the car keys from his pocket and threw them to Tangzi, saying, Tangzi, take them home. Drive slowly. You can drive. Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren were surprised, seeing Tangzi calmly taking the car keys and preparing to put on her coat. Tangzi shrugged and said, Yeah, I got my driver's license when I turned 18. It's quite simple. I figured as much. For you, the test must have been a piece of cake. Yin Mengren supported Zhou Heng and after bidding farewell to Tang Chengyi and Zhou Yelin, they left Tangzi's house, got in Tang Chengyi's car, with Tangzi at the wheel, smoothly driving away. Wow, you drive better than my mom. Haha. If my aunt hears that, she definitely scold you. Tangzi was amused by Zhou Heng's teasing, a slight smile forming on her lips. As they sat in the back of the car, watching the fireworks outside lighting up the sky, Yin Mengren leaned on Zhou Heng's shoulder, a happy smile on her face. A few months ago, when she faced a major setback, she never thought she would experience such joy during the New Year, as she felt detached from such festivities. She had imagined herself wandering somewhere, working to support herself, or being taken care of by someone to survive. But now, she was basking in happiness, surrounded by unprecedented joy, filling her with hope for life. Yin Mengren lifted her head, gazing at Zhou Heng's profile. With Zhou Heng resting his eyes, slightly tipsy from the alcohol, she whispered, Darling, I love you. She knew she had said this countless times, but she just wanted to keep saying it to Zhou Heng all the time. Zhou Heng heard her, opened his eyes, looked at Yin Mengren, and lightly kissed her lips, whispering, I love you too. Hey, can you two pay attention? We're almost home. You can continue when we get home. I'm not part of your love bubble. Tangzi, who was driving, quickly interrupted, surprised by the sudden affectionate moment. When they arrived at their home, Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren got out of the car, looking at Tangzi in the driver's seat, asking, Want to come up and hang out a bit more? Tangzi shook her head, saying, Nah, I'll just go to sleep. I have to visit my grandpa's house tomorrow. These days of resting and visiting relatives seem endless. We may not see each other until school starts again. Alright then, drive safely back. Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren watched Tang Zi drive away and then went back to their respective homes. Although there weren't as many people at home, making it a bit quiet, they both felt a sense of peace. Zhou Heng sat on the couch, and Yin Mengren poured him a glass of water, sitting next to him, saying, "Drink some water." "Sure." Yin Mengren remembered what Tang Zi had said and asked, realizing Zhou Heng might need to visit relatives too. "Darling, don't you need to visit relatives tomorrow? Even if your parents aren't home, you can still go, right?" You're right. I should proactively go, pay New Year visit, and see my second grandpa. It's a bit far though." "Second grandpa? You have a second grandpa?" "Yeah, my aunt's father, which is Tang Zi's grandfather. But it's quite far. I probably won't make it." "As for the other relatives," Zhou Heng paused, then suddenly remembered something. "Well, I do have a cousin, but it's been a long time without contact. Visiting her should be fine. But, sigh, what's wrong? Do you not have a good relationship with your cousin?" "No, I'm okay with my cousin. It's just, not on good terms with her daughter." "Her daughter? Isn't she also your sibling, just like with Tang Zi? Why is the relationship not good?" "Well, it's her personality, a bit difficult to get along with, cold. Every time I talk to her, she ignores me. So, I basically don't talk to her." In Zhou Heng's mind, the image of a certain person appeared, but he couldn't quite remember her face clearly because in his memory, it seemed like he hadn't really seen her face much, so he couldn't recall. "Have you not been in touch for a long time?" Yin Mengren became very curious about this person. She hadn't expected there to be someone like this among Zhou Heng's relatives. "Well, it's fine. My mom had me later. My aunt had children earlier, so she's a year or two older than me. We haven't seen each other in over a year, only during Chinese New Year when she comes home." "Well, that's not too long. I thought you meant it had been a really long time. If she's nearby, shouldn't you go visit her? After all, you and your aunt can still have a good relationship, right?" Zhou Heng thought for a moment, then nodded, saying, "Yes, that sounds right. Let's go see her tomorrow. It's not that far." "Okay." Yin Mengren was happy to meet Zhou Heng's relatives and was starting to feel more and more like she was part of Zhou Heng's family. They took a shower and then went to bed. It was already late at night, and the fireworks outside had stopped. Yin Mengren fell asleep in Zhou Heng's arms, while Zhou Heng was flipping through his phone, as if looking for a specific contact. After a while, he saw a person whose name was noted as Shen Linyi. Zhou Heng opened the chat interface and found that there were no messages at all. He then clicked on this person's moments, only to find it empty as well. Could she have blocked me? Zhou Heng was puzzled. Thinking of her indifferent attitude, in his memory, it seemed very likely. Zhou Heng hesitated whether to send a message, maybe something like Happy New Year, knowing that even if he succeeded in sending it, she probably wouldn't reply. But after some thought, he decided against it and just went to sleep. The next day, the two of them got up early, dressed in new clothes, tittied up, and prepared to go out. They went to buy some gifts for the visit. "Where does your aunt live? How do we get there?" Yin Mengren asked because she didn't know where it was, and Zhou Heng thought for a moment before saying, "We can just take a taxi. It's about an hour or so away, in the next city." "Okay." The two of them hailed a cab and headed straight to their destination. Fortunately, Zhou Heng still remembered where his aunt lived, so they didn't get lost. After a bit over an hour, they arrived at the destination, or residential area. They found the building where Zhou Heng's aunt lived. "Let's go up. They should be at home." Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren walked in together, took the elevator to the 8th floor. "It's this one." Zhou Heng pointed to the middle door, but didn't go straight to it. He stood still, took a deep breath. "Why do you seem more nervous than me? Isn't this your aunt? What are you nervous about?" Yin Mengren gently patted Zhou Heng's back to help him relax a bit. Seeing him like this made her want to laugh. "Well, it's been a long time since I last saw her, and I don't know how she is now. The key is Shen Linyi. Oh, my aunt's daughter. I'm sure she's still the same cold and indifferent person. It will be awkward, right? Should I talk to her or not?" "It's okay. Just talk to her normally. After all, she's like your sister, right? Even if she ignores you, you should still talk to her." Yin Mengren pushed Zhou Heng forward, trying to encourage him. Okay, I got it." Zhou Heng stepped forward and knocked on the door gently. Bang bang. After a while, they heard a woman's voice from inside. Who is it? Aunt. It's Zhou Heng. I've come to see you all. Zhou Heng. The voice from inside sounded very surprised, and then the door was quickly opened. Standing at the door was a woman who looked younger, similar in age to Zhou Heng's mother, and quite similar in appearance. Oh, Zhou Heng, you've come. Please come in. Zhou Heng's aunt, Liu Ling, was first surprised and then happy to see Zhou Heng. She smiled and said, Aunt, Happy New Year. Zhou Heng immediately greeted her and then stepped aside to reveal Yin Mengren, introducing her. Aunt, this is my girlfriend, Yin Mengren. Aunt, Happy New Year. Yin Mengren bowed politely, with a smile on her face. Liu Ling was momentarily stunned, full of disbelief in her eyes. It took her a few seconds to react. Oh. Hello. Oh my goodness. Zhou Heng, you have a girlfriend. She's so pretty. Come in. Liu Ling quickly welcomed them inside. Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren brought gifts with them and went inside. Zhou Heng immediately looked around the room and asked, Where's my uncle? Shen Linyi? Well, Liu Ling poured tea for them and said, Your uncle has gone out for a drink. Shen Linyi is at home. I'll call her out in a moment. You both have a seat. Oh. Okay. Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren sat on the sofa, looking a bit unsure. After all, this was their first time visiting relatives on their own, and they were unsure of what to talk about or when to leave. Liu Ling served them tea and then went inside, knocked on the door of the bedroom, and called out, Shen Linyi, come out. Guess who's here? Zhou Heng is here. There was no response from inside the bedroom, and it was so quiet that one would wonder if there was anyone in there. After a while, they heard footsteps, and then the door opened. Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren both stared over at the door, anticipating. A girl walked out, tall and slender, with long, smooth black hair cascading over her shoulders like a waterfall. Her features were delicate and exquisite, resembling a finely crafted piece of art. Her eyes were clear and bright, accentuated by round-framed glasses that added a unique charm to her quiet and elegant demeanor. Yin Mengren, upon seeing her, couldn't help but exclaim, So beautiful. Shen Linyi's eyes first fell on Zhou Heng without much reaction, with a blank expression. However, when she saw Yin Mengren next to Zhou Heng, her body trembled slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes for a moment, along with some other strange emotions. It was just a fleeting expression and did not linger for long, so no one noticed. Zhou Heng raised his hand to greet. Hey. Long time no see. Shen Linyi just nodded lightly and responded indifferently. Zhou Heng put his hand down, knowing for sure that her reaction would be like this. He shouldn't have held any hope that her attitude towards him would change. He didn't know what he had done to upset her, why she treated him this way. TSK. Look at you. Zhou Heng specially came to play. And you are. Liu Ling also looked helpless, glanced at Shen Linyi, then turned to Zhou Heng and said, Ha. Don't mind it. Zhou Heng, you know this child. There's no ill intent. Don't take it to heart. It's okay, auntie. I am used to it. Zhou Heng awkwardly forced a smile, shrugged, pretending to be indifferent, but in reality, he felt uncomfortable. Being treated this way by his siblings was quite upsetting, and it would be hard for anyone to feel good about it. Later, Shen Linyi kept staring at Yin Mengren, her eyes showing no emotions, her expression particularly numb, as if she were paralyzed. Liu Ling quickly spoke up. Oh, this is, auntie. Let me introduce myself. Yin Mengren stood up, walked up confidently, and since Shen Linyi was slightly taller, Yin Mengren raised her head slightly, looked at her, and gave a friendly smile. Hello. Nice to meet you. I'm Yin Mengren, Zhou Heng's girlfriend. Happy New Year. Yin Mengren reached out her hand, wanting to shake hands with Shen Linyi in a friendly manner, but despite Yin Mengren's warmth, Shen Linyi seemed to have little reaction. Hello. Shen Linyi nodded and responded to Yin Mengren. Then, as if hesitating for a moment, her hand seemed to reach out but then retreated, appearing indecisive for a moment. Even though it was just a small gesture, Yin Mengren noticed it. Yin Mengren raised her eyebrows, withdrew her hand quickly, gave her a faint smile, and sat back down. Without further delay, Shen Linyi confirmed that there was nothing more to say and decisively turned back to the bedroom. Hey. You. Liu Ling was at a loss, watching Shen Linyi return to her room, not saying anything more. feeling particularly awkward. Regardless, she was a guest and family member. This attitude was quite chilling. "It's okay, Auntie. Forget it, we don't mind." Zhou Heng quickly waved his hand, indicating that he didn't mind Shen Linyi's behavior. In fact, he was prepared for it, not surprised by her actions. Yin Mengren remained silent after sitting down, looking somewhat puzzled, frowning, seemingly pondering a question. "Never mind her. I'll prepare some food for you guys, feel at home. It's just like your own home here," Liu Ling said cheerfully. When Liu Ling went to the kitchen, Yin Mengren whispered to Zhou Heng, She doesn't seem like the cold type, it seems like. It's not intentional." Zhou Heng turned to look at Yin Mengren, puzzled, and asked, What do you mean?" "It's just, I feel like she might have severe social anxiety." "Social anxiety?" Zhou Heng looked surprised and incredulous, mainly because he had known Shen Linyi for so many years, and he never realized it, yet Yin Mengren could discern it at first sight. "Are you sure?" I'm not sure, but I feel like it. The way she acted, she seemed like she wanted to say something to you but didn't know how to start. And when she saw me, she tensed up. I initially thought she was hostile towards me, but now, it seems like having a stranger suddenly show up at home made her excessively nervous. Is that so?" Zhou Heng also began to doubt a bit, starting to believe in Yin Mengren's explanation. He recalled his interactions with Shen Linyi and how she always responded with only a few words, never initiating a conversation. Even when they made eye contact, she would look away. Therefore, his memory of her face was somewhat blurry. He always thought Shen Linyi was too aloof, that she looked down on him, which was why she never spoke to him. But now, as Yin Mengren described it, it seemed to make sense. After all, Shen Linyi seemed to behave the same way not only towards him but also with others. She was a bit more talkative to elders, but when it came to peers, she hardly spoke. I guess since Yin Mengren's words stopped abruptly as she lowered her head silently, not continuing. Zhou Heng was puzzled and asked, "Since what?" "Since I used to have social anxiety too." Yin Mengren's voice was soft, almost shy, burying her head low. I guess you couldn't tell. I thought you've always been cheerful. Before, too many guys would talk to me. I didn't want to talk back, and they just kept talking. Made me get social anxiety." That is true. It can make someone not want to speak. So maybe Shen Linyi is in a similar situation. Probably. But she knew you were coming, came out of the room, so I think she doesn't want to ignore you, right? Otherwise, she wouldn't have come out. She probably just didn't know what to say. Right? Zhou Heng nodded in agreement with Yin Mengren's explanation, appearing to have a sudden realization. Thinking about how it had been like this for all these years, maybe wanting to say something but unable to articulate it in the end, that feeling shouldn't be comfortable. Then, is there any way to resolve this? In the bedroom, Shen Linyi sat at her desk, propping up her long legs, holding a book in her hand, reading intently. She pushed up her glasses and stared at the prose in the book with unwavering focus. She came across a sentence, "I fear meeting new people, fear dealing with miscellaneous matters, fear being in the spotlight. But when it is necessary, I have no choice but to go." Shen Linyi put down the book, picked up a pen next to her, and slowly copied down this sentence in her notebook. Knock knock. Just then, there was a sudden knock on her bedroom door, and almost instinctively, Shen Linyi used her hand to cover her notebook. Looking startled, she lifted her head, glanced at the door, and her initial shock subsided. "Shen Linyi, I'm Zhou Heng. Can we hang out at your place? My cousin is quite busy. We don't want to trouble her." Following Zhou Heng's voice outside the door, Shen Linyi blinked, paused for a few seconds, and then began to tidy up the things on her desk. Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren were still standing outside. Zhou Heng looked at Yin Mengren and asked, "Will this work? Will she agree?" Zhou Heng was a bit puzzled. He had never been this direct before, because after seeing Shen Linyi's attitude, he didn't want to initiate a conversation with her again. Being this direct today made him a little nervous. Could he be brutally rejected? Yin Mengren wasn't entirely sure either, but she encouraged him, saying, "Well, if we guess correctly, she shouldn't refuse. She just doesn't know what to say. It's not that she doesn't want to see us. But what if we guessed wrong? Well, that would be awkward." Yin Mengren grinned, latched onto Zhou Heng's arm, as if preparing for any unexpected situations that might arise. "But we should help her, Her situation is quite severe already. If it continues like this, she might develop autism. After about a minute of silence inside, Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren exchanged a glance, both showing a wry smile. They were about to turn and leave when suddenly, the door creaked open lightly. Oh, Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren's faces lit up instantly. They turned around, eagerly looking at the door, waiting for either a welcome or a scolding. Shen Linyi cautiously peeked her head out from behind the door, glanced at the two outside, then fully opened the door, stepping aside, as if clearing the way for the two. Please come in. I was just cleaning up. Shen Linyi's voice was soft but audible, and the two could hear her clearly. Oh. Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren exchanged another look, smiling. It seemed like they had made the right bet. Shen Linyi was just scared of social interactions. She wasn't the cold and unapproachable person Zhou Heng had imagined. Yin Mengren could also understand. Since being with her, Zhou Heng's emotional intelligence had improved significantly. Before that, he was just a simple, straightforward guy. If he could tell that Shen Linyi had social anxiety, that would be surprising. Thank you for having us. Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren entered Shen Linyi's room, and upon stepping in, they couldn't help but pause. They immediately thought of Tangji's room, as besides hers, they hadn't seen anyone else's. Compared to the entertaining and lively vibe of Tangji's room, Shen Linyi's room was completely opposite. The room was filled with books. The bookshelf was stacked to the brim, with books piled on the desk, even a layer of books next to the desk. Tangji's room had various posters and decorations on the walls, lively and vibrant, while Shen Linyi's room was clean and straightforward. Apart from the bookshelf and desk, there was just a bed and a wardrobe. However, Yin Mengren noticed as soon as she entered that there was a larger doll on Shen Linyi's bed. It's normal to have dolls on the bed. Tangji had them too, but she had many, while Shen Linyi had only one. Yin Mengren observed that the doll had stitched repairs, indicating it had been with her for a long time. If she guessed correctly, this was probably the doll Shen Linyi held on to every night to fall asleep. The room was very tidy, clean. If entering Tangji's room exuded a feeling of freedom, joy, and liveliness, stepping into Shen Linyi's room brought a sense of peace, tranquility, and security. It was two completely different styles. Yin Mengren looked at the books on the desk and asked softly, "You really love reading, don't you, sister?" "Sister." Shen Linyi immediately lowered her head, hiding herself. Her hands fidgeted with her nails, looking quite at a loss. Yin Mengren smiled gently, her thin lips curving slightly, and continued, "Thank you for letting us in, sister. It's all right, you don't have to mind us. Can we read some books?" "Yes, you can." Shen Linyi nodded, slowly raised her head, and looked at Yin Mengren in front of her. She saw her sunshine-like smile but couldn't hold eye contact, looking away again, too shy to look straight at Yin Mengren. Yin Mengren picked up two books from the desk and handed one to Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng hesitated for a moment, then accepted it slowly. He wasn't sure what Yin Mengren was up to, why she was giving him a book. He didn't like reading such things, novels, essays. He'd easily fall asleep when reading those. Yin Mengren flipped open a book and read for a while. Zhou Heng followed suit, pretending to read, but in reality, he recognized every word Yin said, yet couldn't comprehend when put together into a sentence. Could it be that he, a warrior, couldn't handle literature? After a while, Yin Mengren suddenly walked over to Shen Linyi with the book, keeping a certain distance. "Sister, you should love this work, right? I see you have the trilogy, and you've made notes in some places. I've also read it before and loved it, but had some difficulty analyzing its conceptual techniques, including setting the mood, writing styles, etc., and didn't fully grasp it. Can you tell me more about it?" Yin Mengren handed the book to Shen Linyi, wearing a pleading expression on her face, her eyes wide, as if there was a glimmer of light in her eyes. "Do you really find it interesting?" Shen Linyi raised her head, pushed up her glasses, blinked, looking somewhat incredulous at Yin Mengren. "I do. Please, sister, tell me about it. If it's not a bother to you. This trouble is not really troublesome." Shen Linyi pursed her lips, hesitated for a moment, still undecided on whether to help Yin Mengren or not. Meanwhile, Yin Mengren directly sat beside Shen Linyi. Shen Linyi's body trembled slightly. She moved a bit to the side, clearly feeling uncomfortable and becoming somewhat stiff. However, whether out of politeness or timidity, she did not refuse, as if tacitly accepting. "This is Shen Lingyi slowly reached out her hand, pointing to the book, making a very low voice and starting to explain to Yin Mengren. Initially, her speech was hesitant and her voice very soft, but as Yin Mengren gently asked more questions, it seemed to gradually make Shen Lingyi relax a bit, her voice slightly louder and more fluent. Zhou Heng listened quietly by the side, couldn't help but admire Yin Mengren's skill. With just a few sentences, she managed to open Shen Lingyi up a bit. It was the first time Zhou Heng had heard Shen Lingyi talk so much, so he dared not make a sound, afraid of disturbing them. Sister, you know so much, I really admire you. If I were as smart as you. Yin Mengren didn't hesitate to praise herself, looking at Shen Lingyi with admiration and speaking sincerely, which was truly convincing. Shen Lingyi simply lowered her head, but her ears quietly turned red. This level of praise was a bit too intense for her. Thank you. Despite this, Shen Lingyi still forced herself to say thank you. Yin Mengren's mouth curved up, knowing that Shen Lingyi could be guided and was not in an unchangeable state. Since that was the case, they could move on to the next step. Sister, how is your relationship with Zhou Heng? Before Zhou Heng brought me here, he said that he has a very good relationship with you. Yin Mengren spoke, looking at Zhou Heng, seeming to signal to him. Shen Lingyi subconsciously glanced at Zhou Heng upon hearing this. Both of their faces seemed to show a moment of embarrassment. Shen Lingyi was stunned for a few seconds, opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. After all, she was very clear about how she treated Zhou Heng. If this could be considered good, she was at a loss for what to say. Should she say the relationship was bad? But that would be undermining Zhou Heng. Shen Lingyi felt more and more embarrassed, not knowing what to say, her face turning red with embarrassment. Yin Mengren quickly gave Zhou Heng a glance, indicating that he should say something at this moment, lest they push Shen Lingyi to heart. Zhou Heng immediately understood and slowly began, saying, "Oh, my relationship with Shen Lingyi is good. She's just not good at expressing herself, but I understand her intentions." While Zhou Heng said this, he also thought to himself that he had just realized Shen Lingyi's intentions, as he had previously thought that she had an extremely poor relationship with him. After Zhou Heng finished speaking, Yin Mengren secretly praised him. Zhou Heng's words were very good and achieved the desired result. Shen Lingyi didn't know how to express herself, and surely didn't want to be misunderstood. Zhou Heng's words would definitely have a great impact. Indeed, right after Zhou Heng finished speaking, Shen Lingyi widened her eyes in disbelief. She never expected Zhou Heng to say such things. She had treated him with that kind of attitude, yet he could understand her. Seeing the positive impact, Zhou Heng continued, saying, "So don't make it difficult for her. We are family. As long as we understand each other's intentions, that's enough." I understand. Yin Mengren and Zhou Heng echoed each other, leaving Shen Lingyi surprised. She had always thought that she would never be understood. Among the elders, she had tried her best to make them feel that she was just introverted. Among peers, it was unbearable. No one could bear her cold attitude, thinking she was too aloof to have a conversation. So, she never had any friends. She had never imagined that on this New Year's Day of her freshman year, she would meet someone who understood her. And this person, she truly never expected, was one of her relatives she rarely contacted, Zhou Heng. Even his girlfriend seemed to understand her. Shen Lingyi seemed to want to say something. Folding her hands on her lap, she clenched her fists. Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren remained silent, watching Shen Lingyi quietly, patiently waiting. After about a minute, Shen Lingyi raised her head, looked at Zhou Heng, and whispered, "I'm sorry." Shen Lingyi's words made Yin Mengren widen her eyes, slightly open her mouth, and fill her gaze with surprise. Making Shen Lingyi say such a thing, she couldn't imagine how crucial it was. Their actions had instantly made significant progress and achieved success. Zhou Heng was even more dumbfounded, and after a while, he waved his hand and said, "No, why are you apologizing? I understand you. You just don't know what to say. It's not intentional, so you don't need to apologize. We are family. It's okay for these little things. Yes, sister, don't worry. Whether it's about others or with us, you don't need to worry about anything. You don't have to think about what to say or your attitude. We are family and also friends." Yin Mengren reached out her hand and lightly placed it on Shen Lingyi's arm. Shen Lingyi's body trembled slightly, but she did not resist Yin Mengren's touch. Upon hearing Yin Mengren's words, Shen Linyi pursed her lips. Friend. Yes, friend. You can tell us anything. Whether you need help or someone to listen to you, we will definitely do our best. Although I just met you today, I really like you. You. Call me Xiaoran, or just Ruin is fine. No need to be polite with me, sis. Yin Mengren lightly pursed her lips, drawing a beautiful arc. She looked at Shen Linyi, who was smiling gently. Zhou Heng admired Yin Mengren's social skills. No wonder she had such good people skills. Who could resist such charm? In just a few minutes, she could achieve such an effect. Each sis she uttered felt even closer than with a real sister. She had never called Shen Linyi sis before. At this point, the majority of people's impression of Yin Mengren must be very positive. It's hard to imagine that someone like her used to have social anxiety. This attitude is really admirable. She could break out of it and become so cheerful. It must be the credit of Yin Mengren's parents. At the time, the most important influence on her was her family background. From this, it's clear that Yin Mengren's parents must be really good people. It's a pity that good people have to face such misfortunes. Ruin, you are really great. I hope you and Zhou Heng will be fine. Shen Linyi stammered out these words. Although her voice was still quiet, it was clear. After hearing this, Yin Mengren was briefly surprised. Then she opened her arms and hugged Shen Linyi's body. Wow. Thank you, sis. Don't worry, I will definitely not let you down. Shen Linyi, after being hugged, stiffened again. Her cheeks turned red in a second, from her neck to her ears. Seeing her like this, Zhou Heng quickly asked Yin Mengren to let go, or Shen Linyi might faint. All right, baby, let her go. Yin Mengren chuckled, released her grip, and Shen Linyi slowly relaxed. This was actually Yin Mengren's bold attempt to pave the way for the final step. If the experiment succeeds, a situation like this now will allow her to take the final step, to fully open Shen Linyi's heart. Sis. I know you must have a past that had a big impact on you. Your personality is definitely not innate. Something must have affected you. Can you talk about it? Yin Mengren was now certain that Shen Linyi wasn't naturally socially anxious. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to improve gradually under her guidance. This must have been the result of some experience affecting her, just as it was for herself previously. This kind of situation requires understanding, which is why she wanted to ask what exactly influenced Shen Linyi. After Yin Mengren asked this question, Shen Linyi fell into silence, pursed her lips, lowered her head, and a shadow once again enveloped her face. Yin Mengren was patient, quietly waiting. She knew that Shen Linyi would speak. After a few minutes, Shen Linyi slowly began to speak, uttering one word. Yin Mengren and Zhou Heng perked up their ears, afraid of missing a single word. Shen Linyi looked at the floor and continued. When I was a child, in kindergarten, I got sick and had to shave my head. Then, when I went back to school, they all laughed at me, called me a female monk. They took away my hat and even drew on my head with crayons. I never went back to kindergarten. I stayed at home until my hair grew back. Only then did I go out. Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren both frowned upon hearing Shen Linyi's words. Kindergarten was when she was around 4 or 5 years old, experiencing such things, staying at home until her hair grew back. That would have taken at least a year or two. During that time, without going outside, it's no wonder she ended up like this. They were really lacking in manners. Zhou Heng couldn't help but scold. He knew that children don't understand much, but to trample on a little girl's dignity like this was just disgraceful. Then going to elementary school, I was too scared to talk to other people, and they said I was pretending. Shen Linyi buried her head, seemingly recalling the sad past that made her feel unhappy. Not being understood is one thing, but being repeatedly misunderstood and mistreated by people made her even more scared to speak up, unable to voice her inner thoughts, creating a vicious cycle. Till now, she felt only the world of books could give her peace. Interacting with people was just too terrifying. Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren remained silent for a while. Then Yin Mengren suddenly reached out, lightly placing her hand on Shen Linyi's shoulder. When Shen Linyi lifted her head, Yin Mengren slowly turned her around to face her, then gently embraced her. Shen Linyi was momentarily stunned. A look of surprise crossed her face, eyes widened abruptly. Before she could react, Yin Mengren's voice softly rang in her ear. to have endured such experiences and still be here, sharing these words with us. Most people couldn't do it. You're really remarkable. You've endured so much over the years, sis. Yin Mengren's words were like a thunderstorm repeatedly striking her fragile heart. Her pupils slightly trembled until she felt her nose tingle, her vision gradually blurring. Crystal clear tears covered her eyes. Shen Linyi's lips quivered, as if she might burst into tears in the next moment. It had been many years since she last cried. Perhaps during her favorite book, no one had ever spoken these words to her. For all these years, her self-assessment had always been introverted, aloof, pretending. No one truly understood her, and no one could articulate what she carried. And today, her innermost being was shaken by a girl she had just met, breaking down her solid defenses completely. Zhou Heng, watching this scene, propped his chin on his hand, looking at Yin Mengren with proud eyes. It seemed his girlfriend had many outstanding qualities he hadn't anticipated. Why did such a person have to face such misfortunes? Why was it so unjust? Zhou Heng wanted to tell Shen Linyi that this girl who was convincing her had also experienced such painful and helpless situations, so he couldn't help but speak out to Shen Linyi. Shen Linyi, do you know what she has been through despite her cheerful and understanding demeanor? Shen Linyi turned her head to look at Zhou Heng, not quite understanding the meaning of his words. When Yin Mengren heard Zhou Heng's words, she also understood that Zhou Heng was reminded of her own experience, which made her feel for herself. By sharing her own experience, she could make Shen Linyi feel better. After all, someone who has had a tragic experience can best empathize with another who has gone through the same. This could bring the two of them closer, although it was a good idea. But opening up her own scars was more painful for Yin Mengren. It's all in the past, especially during the Chinese New Year. Let's not bring up these things again. Yin Mengren hesitated for a moment, her words becoming hesitant, which even Shen Linyi noticed as something unusual. She could sense that Yin Mengren's experience was indeed not ordinary. Zhou Heng, upon hearing Yin Mengren's words, remained silent. This piqued Shen Linyi's curiosity. She couldn't imagine what difficult past could belong to someone as kind-hearted as Yin Mengren. Even if she didn't know, she knew how to respond. Shen Linyi slowly lifted her arm and gently embraced Yin Mengren's shoulder, softly saying near her ear, "You have worked hard." Yin Mengren widened her eyes in surprise, momentarily stunned. After a few seconds, a joyful smile appeared on her face. She exchanged a glance with Zhou Heng, who nodded gently, a smile playing on his lips. "Oh, thank you, sister. Let's be friends. Let's keep in touch often from now on." Yin Mengren quickly took out her phone, wanting to add Shen Linyi as a friend. She had successfully opened Shen Linyi's heart, so she shouldn't refuse a friend request. Once they officially became friends, it would help Shen Linyi overcome her social anxiety. Okay. Shen Linyi hesitated, slowly taking out her own phone. Yin Mengren saw Shen Linyi's phone and couldn't help but be surprised, her eyes widening and mouth slightly ajar in disbelief. Yin Mengren used Zhou Heng's old phone, which she never replaced since it was outdated and couldn't be found on the market anymore. However, Shen Linyi's phone was even older. It could barely be considered a smartphone a few more generations back, and it would have been a feature phone. Shen Linyi opened her friends list, and Yin Mengren glanced at it, finding it pitiful. There were probably fewer than 10 people in it. Yin Mengren added Shen Linyi as a friend and then looked at Zhou Heng, asking, "Dear, aren't you adding sister as a friend?" "Oh, I'm already her friend. If she hasn't blocked me, I should be able to find her." Zhou Heng pointed at Shen Linyi awkwardly, chuckling. "Huh." Yin Mengren looked at Zhou Heng in surprise. She didn't expect Zhou Heng to be Shen Linyi's friend. Just a while ago, she had seen Shen Linyi's list, which had less than 10 people, and yet Zhou Heng was in it. She hadn't noticed that. Shen Linyi lowered her head and said softly, "It's just Zhou Heng. He asked me for contact information. Apart from that, no one else has." Maybe I'm blunt. Zhou Heng awkwardly smiled, realizing that perhaps he hadn't given much thought at the time. Being a straight guy with a thick heart, he didn't consider those things and directly asked for contact information. The others probably hesitated after seeing Shen Linyi's attitude and refrained from asking. Yin Mengren finally understood that it was because Zhou Heng had actively asked for Shen Linyi's contact information that they were now allowed to play together. Perhaps Shen Linyi also thought their relationship was not bad. "Sister, are you in college now? Freshman, right?" Yin Mengren put down her phone and asked Chen Linyi. Chen Linyi nodded, whispering, "Yes, I'm a freshman at Dongju University." Dongju. Yin Mengren blinked, then lifted her head in disbelief, looking at Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng was puzzled, asking, "What's wrong? Is Dongju really good? Top tier or second tier?" "No. This Dongju University is where Tang Ji's parents wanted her to attend." "Huh." Zhou Heng widened his eyes, genuinely stunned. After a moment, he understood. "So, when we said we wanted to attend the same university as Tang Ji, it was this Dongju University." "Yes." "Oh, what a coincidence." Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren sucked in a breath, amazed. They hadn't expected Chen Linyi to be a student at that university. It seemed that Chen Linyi's academic performance was really good. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to get into that university. "Who is Tang Ji?" Chen Linyi tentatively asked, opening the conversation. Zhou Heng replied, "Oh, she's my cousin. My mom is your aunt, so she's also Tang Ji's aunt. That's the relationship." "Oh, so, you guys were also planning to attend my university?" Chen Linyi asked softly, glancing at Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren. Yin Mengren smiled and said, "Yes, if we get accepted, we will be your junior schoolmates." "Oh, okay." The three chatted a bit more, and Chen Linyi was noticeably starting to relax. Yin Mengren didn't rush things, so they prepared to leave with Zhou Heng before noon. Liu Ling wanted them to stay for lunch, but they declined. It was better for Chen Linyi to digest the events of the morning in her own space. She probably needed a day in her room to fully adapt. Before leaving, Yin Mengren told Chen Linyi, "Sister, message me when you have time. I'll treat you to a meal. Don't refuse." Standing at the doorway, Chen Linyi watched Yin Mengren's smiling face and slowly raised her hand, softly replying, "Okay." Liu Ling, who was standing there, widened her eyes. She knew her daughter too well. She was already amazed that they were allowed into the bedroom to hang out, but to see them off and make plans for a meal later. Was this really her daughter? After the two left, Liu Ling held Chen Linyi's hand and asked softly, "Zhou Heng's girlfriend is a very nice girl, right?" Exceptionally nice." The winter break for high school seniors is coming to an end soon, with only a few days left. For them, it feels like the vacation has just begun and is now ending hastily, without them enjoying anything. On this day, Yin Mengren and Zhou Heng stayed at home, studying together. Except for the day they went out on New Year's, the rest of the time, they were both studying at home. The atmosphere was even more tense than during school time. Yin Mengren was giving her full effort, and during the study process, she had a very serious expression, as if she had momentarily forgotten that they were in a romantic relationship. Zhou Heng also cooperated exceptionally well, like attending an extremely strict tutoring class. At least for him, this tutoring session was the best. Yin Mengren's academic performance was unquestionable. Coupled with their relationship, Yin Mengren understood Zhou Heng particularly well, so her teaching style was very suitable for him, making studying very comfortable. So tired. Let's rest for a while." Zhou Heng put down his pen, leaned back on the chair, letting out a sigh of relief, as if he had been holding his breath all along, which actually meant he had been in a state of nervous tension, not daring to relax. In fact, it wasn't necessary to be so nervous, but Zhou Heng found that this was an effective method for him. Being in this state would enhance his learning ability, making study more efficient. After Zhou Heng relaxed, Yin Mengren immediately changed her demeanor, moving to Zhou Heng's side and massaging his shoulders. "Tired? Do you want some fruit? I'll cut it for you." "No need. You've worked hard too. Let's rest for a while. We'll continue studying later." Zhou Heng pulled Yin Mengren over, letting her sit on his lap. Yin Mengren leaned into his embrace, finding comfort and security in his arms. Ding! At that moment, Yin Mengren's phone rang. She was a bit puzzled, not knowing who would message her at this time. She checked the message and quickly showed it to Zhou Heng. "It's from Chen Linyi. She actually messaged me." "What? Really?" Zhou Heng looked at the phone in surprise. The value of this message only they both understood, how significant it was. She remembered that I invited her for a meal. She said she's free this afternoon, as she's leaving for school tomorrow. Yin Mengren was very happy, as it meant Chen Linyi had taken her words to heart, at least treating her as a friend. For Chen Linyi, saying these things was more difficult than asking for her life. Zhou Heng joked, I feel like she took 2 days to compose and another 2 days to think about sending this message. I think so too. She probably started composing it since we left on New Year's, until today, the last day, forcing herself to send it out. Let's invite her for a meal. It's a good time for an afternoon break, sure. Yin Mengren agreed and quickly replied to Shen Linyi's message, afraid of missing it and having it deleted if she replied too late. After a few minutes, they arranged to meet. Yin Mengren responded promptly, while Shen Linyi, although slower, they knew the speed was already fast enough, at least not like making them wait for a few more days. Let's go. Let's go pick her up. Great. Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren quickly tittied up and left. They didn't want Shen Linyi to walk alone for too long as she might change her mind midway and return home. So, they decided to go pick her up. After going downstairs, they hailed a cab and headed straight to Shen Linyi's house. Upon arrival, they saw Shen Linyi already waiting there, her nose and cheeks red from the cold, indicating she had waited for quite some time. Knowing her character, she wouldn't have made them wait, so she likely waited for over half an hour. Sis, we're here. After getting out of the car, Yin Mengren shouted and rushed to Shen Linyi, who anxiously looked around, as if afraid others might hear her loud call. After seeing no one nearby, she approached, hesitantly opened her arms and hugged Yin Mengren. So cold. Why didn't you wait for us to arrive? Yin Mengren looked at Shen Linyi, feeling sorry seeing her frozen appearance. ICOULDN single quotes D. Make you wait for me. Shen Linyi replied honestly. Zhou Heng pushed them to move on. Okay, let's find a place to eat quickly. It's already cold outside. Let's find somewhere warm for her. Alright, let's go, sis. What would you like to eat? Anything is fine. Yin Mengren knew Shen Linyi would give such an answer. Despite knowing they had already decided, they asked to save time. The three of them entered a mall, where Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren saw a popular restaurant that was said to be delicious and a popular spot for many people to visit. Hence they decided to try it out, not just for the food but mainly to help Shen Linyi adapt. Being in a crowded place would help her be more at ease and not feel embarrassed. There are so many people here, shall we go somewhere else? Shen Linyi felt hesitant upon seeing the crowded restaurant with few empty tables left. She hadn't been to many crowded places besides school, so she was a bit nervous. However, Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren paid no heed and dragged her in. Oh come on, it's all right, come with us, don't be scared. Yin Mengren comforted her and led her into the restaurant, where Shen Linyi lowered her head, allowing Yin Mengren to guide her. After they sat down, they started ordering, handing the menu to Shen Linyi to choose her own dishes. Zhou Heng, oh no, Zhou Zhe. Class monitor. At that moment, a voice broke the atmosphere. The voice was particularly loud, startling Shen Linyi. Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren were surprised and looked up to see the person who spoke. They frowned when they saw Kan Yue. Kan Yue, what are you doing here? I'm having dinner with family. And you? Kan Yue pointed to another table, then looked at Shen Linyi. Shen Linyi slowly raised her head, and Kan Yu's eyes widened, his mouth agape in surprise. Wow, such a beautiful lady. Kan Yu's eyes widened, rubbing his own eyes in disbelief. Could it be that he was seeing things incorrectly? How could it be possible to see such a beautiful woman in the real world? A woman who perfectly matched his aesthetic preferences. She looked elegant, knowledgeable, gentle, and tall. This was exactly his type. This type of woman that he used to only see in comics had actually appeared right in front of him. When Shen Linyi saw Kan Yue, this stranger, she quietly lowered her head, silent and emitting an aura that seemed to push people away. Her expression and gaze were completely indifferent, and most people would have immediately backed off in the face of such a situation. However, Kan Yue seemed to ignore this intimidating aura, rubbing his hands and turning to Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren, asking softly, are you guys friends? Hey, could you not interrupt? We're having a meal, Zhou Heng said, rendering all the progress Shen Linyi had made in relaxing a bit pointless. With Kan Yu's arrival, everything went south. The unwelcoming atmosphere was palpable, but Kan Yue chose to ignore it. He heard Zhou Heng's dismissal, but he had no intention of leaving. He had finally come across a beauty that captivated him. How could he possibly give up now? Kan Yue looked at Zhou Heng, putting on a flattering smile, and said, come on, Zhou bro, we're good friends, right? Have you forgotten when you helped me back in school? Are you talking about when you wanted to pursue Tang Zi, had me deliver a love letter for you, and got rejected, Zhou Heng retorted. Well, what about that time we had friendly competitions? You mean when you aggressively bothered me, challenged me to arm wrestle, and lost? Damn. Kan Yu's mouth twitched, feeling embarrassed. He used to brag about his great relationship with Zhou Heng in front of his classmates, and now he realized that their relationship was pretty average. Maybe Zhou Heng didn't have a good impression of him, after all. Or maybe he just had a good temper and didn't bother with him. With this exchange, Yin Mengren couldn't help but burst into laughter, thinking that Zhou Heng wasn't giving Kan Yue any face in front of Shen Linyi, completely embarrassing him. Kan Yue saw Yin Mengren laughing and decided that if he couldn't leave a good impression on this beautiful lady, he could at least leave a lasting one. He could work on improving his image later. But for now, he had to make sure she remembered him. However, when Kan Yue eagerly looked towards Shen Linyi, his smile froze on his face. Shen Linyi showed no reaction at all. Her expression seemed even darker and colder than before. What was this situation? Was she disgusted by him, treating him as if he was worth nothing, wanting him to disappear? That they had just met for the first time. He hadn't said a word or done anything to deserve such treatment, right? At this moment, Shen Linyi's mind was in turmoil. She didn't even know what impression she was giving off. She thought she was behaving normally. I can't act this way. This person is Zhou Heng and Ranran's classmate. I at least need to greet him, otherwise, it's impolite. Shen Linyi raised her eyes for a brief moment to look at Kan Yue but quickly lowered her head again. I can't do this. Saying hello is too difficult. Kan Yue was at a loss. He had been attentive and sure moments ago, but now he was confused, thinking, did she just glare at me? And it was especially fierce. That expression he had just seen was cold and heartless. Just how unwelcome was he? Had he annoyed her so much? What had he done wrong? He had come here, said hello, got insulted by Zhou Heng. Was that all? Did she have to look at him with such eyes? Soon after, Shen Linyi gathered her courage. Even if she couldn't successfully greet him, she could at least smile as a basic courtesy. Hey. The next moment, Shen Linyi lifted her head, a hint of cold smile appearing on her lips, disappearing instantly. Kan Yue took a step back in shock, breathing out lightly, trembling all over. He had never seen such a terrifying smile. It was contemptuous. The eyes were like knives. She was treating him like trash. Did he deserve this level of disdain? Was she considering him a mere ant? No. He had to leave. Immediately. He had a feeling that if he stayed here any longer, he would be humiliated and insulted to death. It was more damaging than Zhou Heng's remarks. Zhou. Bro. Class monitor. I need to go back. My mom's calling me. See you later. After hastily saying this, Kan Yue turned and left, not looking back. It was the first time he had felt fear towards a girl, such a cold-hearted woman. It seemed like everyone was insignificant in her eyes. He considered himself thick-skinned. Even if a girl wasn't interested in him, he would still shamelessly approach her. But in front of this woman, he suddenly lost his courage. Seeing Kan Yue leave in a hurry, Shen Linyi was stunned, realizing that she had caused trouble again. It must have been her unconscious state that frightened him, causing inconvenience for Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren. This kind of situation had happened too many times already. She always unintentionally hurt others. Shen Linyi raised her head, looking at the two opposite her with a face full of apology, wanting to apologize, but not knowing how to start. Before she could say anything, she saw the two of them bowing their heads, biting their lips and laughing as if they had witnessed something hilarious. Did you see ... the way he was scared? Ha. That cracked me up ... Yeah. Who told him to insist on hitting on her, not considering the timing or others' feelings? Really annoying. This left Shen Linyi puzzled and she asked softly, he's not your friend? Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren exchanged a glance and turned their heads to Shen Linyi, saying in unison, occasionally ... Under extremely rare circumstances. School is starting so soon. What should I do about the exams? I don't have much confidence. Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren were walking to school together, wearing matching couple-style cotton jackets and sharing the same scarf. Leaning against each other, they seemed to not feel the cold of winter at all. Yin Mengren chuckled at the cold air, lips curling up as she said, it's okay, you will definitely make progress, and it's not the college entrance exam. It doesn't mean much. There's still a semester ahead. Don't be nervous. Yin Mengren reached out her hand, gently patting Zhou Heng's head to comfort him. Zhou Heng let out a sigh of relief, feeling much better with Yin Mengren's assurance. Asterisk ding dong asterisk. At that moment, Yin Mengren's phone rang. She took a look and found it was a message from Shen Linyi. Look, she sent us photos of Dongju University. Really? After we had dinner yesterday and came back, you seem to have chatted a lot with her. Zhou Heng glanced at Yin Mengren's phone and, indeed, saw Shen Linyi's message. This was something he could not have imagined before Shen Linyi actually initiating contact. It was quite unexpected. Yet, she can chat normally with me now. Although sometimes I can still feel she's a bit scared, but it's much better than before. Yin Mengren smiled, nodding as she replied to Shen Linyi's message. Upon arriving at school, the two temporarily separated as they couldn't enter the school premises that intimately. When they reached their classroom, they noticed they were the last students to arrive. The homeroom teacher, Wan, was already standing at the podium. You two are almost late, don't you know that? Hurry up, go back to your seats. Wan looked at them helplessly, whispering, okay. Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren, under the gaze of the whole class, felt a bit awkward and lowered their heads. Even though their relationship was well known in the class, they seemed to be doing pretty well. It's almost been half a year now. Jie Run turned to the student behind her, Tang Yining, and said. Tang Yining continued to focus on her work without lifting her head. Is that so? Isn't that good? Tang Yining responded softly, her hands still busy with the tasks. Jie Run glanced at her perplexedly and muttered, HMPH, such a flat reaction, boring. What else can I react to? Tang Yining shrugged indifferently, but then, she saw the word she had just written was, Zhou. She quickly crossed it out, pretending nothing had happened and continued writing. Zhou Heng sat at his desk, and as he put down his bag, a lollipop rolled onto his table. He glanced at Tang Zi beside him and picked up the lollipop, saying, You seem out of energy. Did you play games all night again yesterday? Tang Zi shook her head, listlessly saying, On the contrary, I haven't played games for so many days. That's why I'm so low on energy. Skipped daily routines, missed Lunar New Year celebrations, wasted my energy, and even missed the guild battle. Well, you must have been busy during the Lunar New Year. I was actually thinking of having you do quests for me with your account. But forget it, I don't have time. This last semester, I won't be able to play much. I have to prepare for the college entrance examination. My family wants me to get into that university. Tang Zi waved her hand, tiredly resting her head on the table, looking quite distressed. Dongju University, right? Yin Mengren and I will also be taking the exam for it. That school is pretty good. Oh, Dongju University. My mom said we should visit it when we have time since it's not far. Zhou Heng nodded. That works too. There will be someone there who can accommodate us. Who? Oh. One of my cousins, my aunt's daughter. She's a student at Dongju University. When we go there, we can probably find her. I think, if it were before, Zhou Heng would not dare to say this, but now it should be fine. After all, Yin Mengren and she were friends now, and there was no reason to refuse, right? Well, let's go when we have time. It's good to visit, and I can also report back to my mom. Tang Zi agreed without asking much. Since she and Zhou Heng also had a distant relationship, having such acquaintances would be helpful. All right. Quiet down. At that moment, the teacher stood at the front, clapped her hands, signaling the class to quiet down. No more whispering. Everyone raised their heads, looking at the teacher, not sure what would be announced. There's something to announce. We have a new transfer student in our class, who will spend this last semester studying with us. Coming. The teacher called out from the classroom, leaving everyone puzzled. It was nearly the end of the academic year, with the college entrance exams looming. Why would there be a transfer student now? Who would change schools at such a critical time? As everyone was puzzled, a student slowly walked in, her long black hair tied in a ponytail, wearing her school uniform, radiating youthful energy. Under her long lashes were bright, big eyes, a high nose bridge, cherry-like lips, her fair skin making her cheeks look pinchable, appearing soft and smooth. Not very tall in stature, but similar to the height of a typical high school girl, carrying a backpack, she walked in looking cheerful. Wow. Kan Yu's eyes instantly lit up. He raised his head, neck stretching out. He did not expect a new transfer student to be a pretty girl. Zhou Heng and Tang Zi, however, didn't react much. tilting their heads, slightly frowning, as if pondering something. Yin Mengren sneakily glanced at Zhou Heng to see his expression. Introduce yourself, the teacher nodded, looking at the girl in front of her. Okay, teacher. The girl walked up to the platform, picked up a chalk, and confidently wrote her name on the blackboard. Such a scene seen often on television was rarely encountered in real life, but they witnessed it now. Yue Lingshu, that's my name. You can call me whatever you want. Xiao Lingshu. Thank you, everyone. The girl's face lit up with a sweet smile as she spoke and gave a slight bow to her classmates, exuding a sunny and cheerful vibe. You can sit over there, behind Yin Mengren. She is the class monitor. Ask her if you had any questions. Hello, class monitor. Yu Lingshu sat behind Yin Mengren, smiled and greeted her before putting away her things. Yin Mengren politely smiled back. Hi. Just call me Yin Mengren. Got it. Yu Lingshu nodded and took out a book, ready to start class. It's strange to transfer schools at this time, but it doesn't seem to matter much. After all, this last semester is mostly just review, so there's no need to worrying about the pace of teaching. Zhou Heng glanced at Yu Lingshu, muttered quietly, then stopped looking at her. Tang Zi continued to stare at Yu Lingshu as if waiting for her to look back, but after waiting a while with no response, she focused back on studying. Zhou Heng scoffed, shook his head and said, after class, she see that the learning environment in the new school is even worse. How many people do you think will talk to her after class? 5. Maybe 2 or 3 girls. She probably won't receive any love letters until this afternoon at the earliest. Is that so? I bet there will be 1 love letter. Zhou Heng held up a finger confidently. Who's so naive? Oh, right. 1. I forgot. Tang Zi paused, then tapped her forehead, suddenly enlightened, and glanced at a corner of the classroom where someone had already started writing a love letter. The first time I saw you, my heart skipped a beat. Not good. Too ordinary. How can I express my sincere feelings? Kan Yue muttered to himself, tapping his chin with the pen, furrowing his brows in deep thought. His philosophy was to strike first. By sending the love letter first, he could show his love at first sight and grab her attention. If he waited for many others to send theirs, he wouldn't stand out, so he had to make an impression and enter her world. Kan Yue, you're a real romantic. These tactics are truly brilliant. Kan Yue leaned on his forehead, striking a pose he thought was cool, muttering to himself with a soft chuckle. What's so funny? Ahem. Teacher Wan. Kan Yue raised his head, and when he saw Teacher Wan beside him, he shivered, nearly choking on his own saliva. The next moment, he quickly covered his desk with his hand. Hand it over. Teacher Wan extended her hand sternly, indicating for Kan Yue to give up the letter. In her role as the class teacher, she had seen too many love letters, but this one was the first to disgust her. Typically, after confiscating a love letter, the process involved having the person read it aloud to the class, but Teacher Wang felt if she made Kan Yue read this one, the whole class wouldn't be able to focus on studying. Is this paper ... prepare in advance? Any more? Show me everything. Teacher Wang glanced at the paper of the love letter, seeing it wasn't torn from a normal notebook but looked like specialty paper for writing love letters, colorful and decorated. Kan Yue hesitated, glanced at Teacher Wang with embarrassment, and didn't move. Hurry up. With Teacher Wang's reprimand, Kan Yue slowly reached into his desk and then pulled out a stack of various thick papers. Teacher Wang was dumbfounded, her mouth twitched, and her face turned green. Laughter erupted in the classroom, and Kan Yu's face turned as red as a monkey's butt. Are you here to study, or distribute love letters? Have your parents come to the office tomorrow? Teacher Wang took the papers, her expression serious, reprimanded him, then left the classroom. The laughs in the class didn't stop, and Kan Yue continued to feel embarrassed. He sneakily glanced towards Yu Lingshu in front, hoping to provoke a reaction from her. If he could make her smile, at least he would be the first to leave a lasting impression on her. But Yu Lingshu seemed uninterested, not even turning around. Instead, she was holding a book, asking questions to Yin Mengren in front of her. This made him even more uncomfortable. He had thought of making a swift move, but it seemed he was the first one to be eliminated even before the competition started. He was killed by the competition before it even began. Class monitor Yin Mengren, can I see the class schedule? I want to copy, ... Okay, ... What time do we have lunch at noon? Is there a cafeteria? Are you going to eat at the cafeteria? Yu Lingxu's attention was focused on Yin Mengren, asking her questions and talking to her as if she was interested only in her. Yin Mengren responded to all her questions, since she was a new student, and as the class monitor, she felt the need to take care of her. Teacher Wan also said, if there were any doubts, she should ask her. Besides, she was a girl. If it were a boy, she wouldn't have been this way. Not wanting Zhou Heng to misunderstand. Tang Yining stared at Yu Lingxu from a distance with a pensive expression, furrowing her brow slightly. Jie Run seemed to understand her thoughts and asked, "What's wrong? The new student trying to get close to the class monitor is quite normal, right?" Tang Yining shook her head without hesitation, saying, "It's normal to get closer to the class monitor, but she appears too obvious, like she's in a hurry." "Really? Why don't I see that? Isn't she just too cheerful?" "She only knows Yin Mengren for now. Once she knows more people, she should be like this with everyone, right?" Jie Run looked at Yu Lingxu and Yin Mengren, unable to spot anything unusual. Although Tang Yining didn't disagree with Jie Run's view, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. "I still feel there's something strange about her ... After a class, it was time for the students to leave. Most of them were lying on their desks, getting ready to take a short nap during this brief break. For some reason, they were especially tired early in the morning, perhaps because they hadn't fully recovered from the Lunar New Year holiday. Being in class at this time made them particularly fatigued. Today was the first day of the new semester, a slight transition before the upcoming exams tomorrow. The students needed to quickly enter into a state of tension to prepare for the college entrance exam. After class, Yin Mengren stood up from her seat, and as usual, she was ready to go find Zhou Heng and Tang Zi to hang out. Little did she know that after she left, there was someone following her. As Yin Mengren approached Zhou Heng, before she could say anything, she heard a voice behind her saying, "Monitor, could you please show me around the school? Tell me where the cafeteria, library, and restrooms are." "Okay." Yin Mengren turned back and saw behind her was Yu Lingxu, standing with her hands behind her back, smiling at Yin Mengren. Zhou Heng and Tang Zi also looked up, looking somewhat surprised and puzzled. Before school started, Yu Lingxu was bothering Yin Mengren with this and that, and now, why would she trouble Yin Mengren after class? "Sorry, I only know you now. Thank you." Yu Lingxu took out a bag of small cakes from behind and handed them to Yin Mengren with a look of apology. Yin Mengren couldn't refuse such an attitude. She was a new student, unfamiliar with the surroundings, and as a monitor, it was her duty to take care of her. Moreover, Yu Lingxu's demeanor was polite, making it hard for Yin Mengren to say no. "Oh, hello to both of you." Yu Lingxu approached Zhou Heng and Tang Zi and handed them each a small cake. Zhou Heng and Tang Zi exchanged glances, accepted the cakes, and said quietly, "Thank you. What are your names?" "Zhou Heng, Tang Zi." "Wow. Your name sounds so nice." "Oh. Yours too." Yin Mengren then took Yu Lingxu out of the classroom to show her around the school. Tang Zi, watching them leave, whispered to Zhou Heng, "She seems to have no flaws. Usually people like her. Normality in excess is abnormal." Zhou Heng nodded. "But there's no need to be overly cautious. We're just students. What wicked thoughts could she possibly have? At most, a bit scheming. We don't need a deep friendship with her." At lunchtime, Yin Mengren joined Zhou Heng and Tang Zi, and Yu Lingxu sat next to Yin Mengren with food she had bought. The others were a bit hesitant but accepted the gesture. This made it difficult for them to refuse Yu Lingxu's company, as they were too polite to decline. After lunch, Yin Mengren offered Yu Lingxu a taste of her homemade food, which Yu Lingxu praised enthusiastically. She was surprised to learn that Zhou Heng was the one who cooked the meal. Yin Mengren then revealed that Zhou Heng was her boyfriend, much to Yu Lingxu's delight. When school was over, Yu Lingxu bid farewell to Zhou Heng and his friends, expressing joy and wishing them well. Later on, she received a phone call, revealing a different side of her personality. She spoke to her father with a more serious tone, showing a side that was not seen throughout the day. After Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren returned home, they changed out of their school uniforms. Zhou Heng spoke up and asked, "Today, what did Yu Lingxu say to you? Did you feel anything strange about her?" Yin Mengren recalled the time spent with Yu Lingxu today, and replied, She didn't say much. I just found her a bit too friendly, very kind to me, and quite smart." She was already doing well academically before. Zhou Heng advised, "Be a little cautious. After all, we are not very familiar with her. I feel like she's quite scheming." Yin Mengren trailed off halfway through her sentence, implying that as long as Yu Lingshu didn't have any ulterior motives towards Zhou Heng, it didn't matter much to her. She was also thinking that as long as Yu Lingshu didn't harm Zhou Heng or herself, it was fine. Just be a little wary. There are many people with peculiar or overly prominent personalities around us. Zhou Heng then went to prepare dinner as it was his turn to cook tonight. After about half an hour, dinner was ready. Since there were only the two of them, they could eat casually. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren were taken aback, looking at each other and wondering who it could be. Zhou Heng wiped his hands with an apron and went to the door, asking, "Who is it?" A girl's voice outside replying, "Hello, sir. I am your new neighbor from next door. Can I borrow something? I just moved in today and forgot to buy." Upon hearing this, both Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren were surprised to realize that the person at the door was indeed Yu Lingshu. Yu Lingshu explained that she just moved in next door, leaving Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren in disbelief. She expressed excitement at discovering they lived in the same building, jokingly asking if they were living together. Zhou Heng did not immediately respond to Yu Lingshu's question, but inquire if she really moved in next door. Yu Lingshu confirmed and was pleased to have them as neighbors. Zhou Heng, however, displayed a cautious demeanor, suspecting that Yu Lingshu might have investigated their living situation and deliberately moved closer to them. Yin Mengren fetched some laundry detergent for Yu Lingshu as requested, feeling uncertain about the situation. Grateful for the gesture, Yu Lingshu offered some cola chicken wings she had made as a thank you. Despite some reluctance, Yin Mengren accepted the dish. Curious about Yu Lingshu living alone, she invited her to join them for dinner. Zhou Heng, agreeing with the invitation, saw it as an opportunity to learn more about Yu Lingshu and her intentions towards Yin Mengren. After declining the dinner invitation, Yu Lingshu bid them farewell and returned to her apartment next door. Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren hesitated briefly before resuming dinner preparation. Zhou Heng jokingly stated that he would try the food first to test it for any poison, prompting a joke from Yin Mengren about the absurdity of such a suspicion given their lack of animosity towards Yu Lingshu. That's not necessarily the case. It's important to be cautious. What if she put laxatives in it or something? Tomorrow is the exam day. Using such methods to affect others' exams is also possible. Zhou Heng picked up a small piece with his chopsticks, took a bite, and savored the taste in his mouth for a moment. Tsk. Zhou Heng furrowed his brow slightly, tasted it carefully again, and said softly, "How is it? Is there really something wrong? But it shouldn't take effect that quickly, right?" Yin Mengren looked at Zhou Heng with some worrying and patted his back. Zhou Heng shook his head, put down his chopsticks, and said quietly, "This wasn't made by her. If it was, she shouldn't be a student but a chef." Yin Mengren was taken aback for a moment, widened her eyes, and asked, What do you mean? Does it mean it tastes good?" "No. It's not about taste. There's a slight difference between dishes made by restaurant chefs and home cooks, which can be tasted. If this wasn't bought from a restaurant by her, it means she has several years of cooking experience, like a seasoned chef. The cooking style is different from ours. So she bought it? Then why would she say she made it herself? I don't know. Just be cautious around this person, but this dish should be fine. I don't think she would use such obvious means. Let's eat first." Zhou Heng placed the plate of chicken wings on the table, ready to have dinner with Yin Mengren. Although both of them were thinking about Yin Lingshu, they didn't voice it out. They both felt that something was off but couldn't pinpoint what it was, making them doubt if they were being paranoid. After dinner, Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren went to study. They took a shower in the evening and went to bed. Zhou Heng even listened to the sounds from the next room. It was quiet, and he couldn't hear anything strange, but he didn't expect to hear anything weird anyway. The next morning, they got up early to go to school since it was exam day. When they were about to leave, they heard the sound of the neighbor opening the door. Click. Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren both looked towards the next room with slightly furrowed brows. They had half expected to bump into Yin Lingshu while going to school today. That's why they left a bit earlier this morning. However, they didn't anticipate this encounter. After Yin Lingshu opened the door and saw Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren, she naturally smiled, extended her hand, and greeted, "Good morning, both of you." "Morning." Yin Mengren raised her hand and replied softly, Well, Zhou Heng didn't say anything and just looked at her silently. Unexpectedly, Yan Lingshu didn't walk alongside them, as Zhou Heng had imagined. Instead, she took the lead and said, "I'll go first, see you at school." With that, she left without lingering, passing by them without another word. This action left Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren puzzled. They couldn't help but suspect that Yan Lingshu planned to walk with them together intentionally, but then did a 180. Could it just be a coincidence? Yin Mengren whispered to Zhou Heng. Maybe. Otherwise, she wouldn't have waited for us to leave early just to say hi. It doesn't make sense. Zhou Heng gazed at Yan Lingshu's retreating figure, pondering but unable to figure out. After arriving at school, Zhou Heng told Tang Zi about the incident. Tang Zi pondered for a moment and shook her head, saying, "It's hard to say. It could be a coincidence now. If it happens again tomorrow, then it's not a coincidence. But if she did it intentionally, she wouldn't be so foolish to make it look like coincidences for 2 days straight. What's the purpose? What's the meaning behind it? I thought she wanted to get close to Yin Mengren, but now I'm not so sure." Zhou Heng was perplexed, looking between Yin Mengren and Yan Lingshu. Yan Lingshu seemed indifferent today, unlike yesterday, when she stuck close to Yin Mengren and asked her questions non-stop. Today, it was as if she didn't know Yin Mengren at all, sitting separately and even turning to the person beside her for help instead of Yin Mengren. Tang Zi tapped her chin, furrowed her brows slightly, and whispered, "Perhaps it's a strategy of giving her the upper hand." Why? Is it necessary? Maybe it's crucial for her. Only you are unaware of it. Soon, the exams started. Regardless of whether Yan Lingshu had any hidden agenda, Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren decided not to dwell on it for now and focus on the exams. Zhou Heng knew he couldn't score in the top 20 directly. He didn't have that capability. So, as long as he could progress, that would be success for him, breaking the stagnation he had for so long. After the morning exams, they reached noon, and Zhou Heng, Yin Mengren, and Tang Zi were together for lunch again. At this time yesterday, Yan Lingshu was also present, but today... Zhou Heng looked at Yin Mengren and asked softly, "Did you talk to Yan Lingshu today?" Yin Mengren thought for a moment and shook her head, saying, "No, we didn't exchange a word all morning, but I feel like she sighed frequently as if she had some worries." "I see." Zhou Heng turned his head to look at Yan Lingshu, who was sitting alone at lunch, eating with her head down, seemingly lonely from the back. "What's wrong with her?" Yin Mengren felt perplexed. Yan Lingshu was fine yesterday, so why this change today? As Yan Lingshu ate slowly, controlling her pace, a voice suddenly came from behind her. "Hey there... Yan Lingshu's eyes widened for a moment as if they lit up briefly, but after carefully listening to the voice, her eyes turned extremely cold, and her brows furrowed slightly. She raised her head and looked towards the side, where Kan Yue stood. Kan Yue chuckled, looked at her, rubbed his hands, and said softly, "Why are you eating lunch alone? Haven't made any friends yet? I'm Kan... Get lost." What? Kan Yu's words were interrupted before he could finish a sentence. He stood there unmoving, looking dumbfounded. It was as if his brain had shut down, with a blank mind buzzing. This isn't right, is it? Just yesterday, he observed this classmate the whole day, and she was so lively and cheerful. Whenever someone greeted her, she responded enthusiastically, her smile never fading from her face. He thought she must be a pleasant person to be around, so he took the initiative to strike up a conversation when he saw her alone at noon today. But why is the situation so different from what he expected? At this moment, Yu Lingshu had no expression on her face, no trace of a smile, and the "get lost" she just said was very cold. "Okay." Kan Yue nodded, readily agreed, then walked away. To be honest, he didn't feel too bad... because he seemed to have gotten used to it. Though he didn't anticipate this situation, he had mentally prepared for it when it actually happened, so it didn't affect his mindset too much. After Kan Yue left, Yu Lingshu once again reverted to her previous state, looking heavy-hearted. Then, "Why don't you invite her to join us for a meal? Anyway, she hasn't done anything to us, so having a meal together is no big deal." Zhou Heng whispered to Yin Mengren. They might have suspicions, but without evidence, they couldn't just ignore such a situation. "Okay." Yin Mengren agreed, stood up and went to where Yu Lingshu was, tentatively patting her shoulder from behind. "Yu Lingshu, do you want to have a meal with us?" Upon hearing Yin Mengren's voice, Yu Lingshu trembled slightly, slowly raising her head to look at Yin Mengren. her expression gentle and friendly, her eyes exceptionally kind and soft. She pursed her lips and nodded, saying, "Sure. Thank you." Carrying her own lunchbox, Yulingshu went with Yin Mengren to where Zhou Heng and the others were sitting. After sitting down, she pushed her lunchbox forward, revealing many delicious dishes. "Try what I made. These are my own dishes, not sure if they suit your taste." Yulingshu seemed to have regained her demeanor from yesterday, wearing a smile once again. Tangzi wasn't shy either. She just picked up a piece of fried egg, took a bite, and asked, "You don't seem to be in a good mood today. Is something wrong?" Yulingshu was caught off guard by the sudden question, momentarily frozen before showing a slightly desolate expression. "It's just the exam this morning. I'm not sure if I did well. Felt like there were many careless mistakes." "Exam? Is that what's bothering you?" Zhou Heng furrowed his brow slightly, asking further. "Yes. Why else would I be worried? Thanks for your concern, but I'm fine." Yulingshu smiled gently, reassuring them with warmth, her smile not directed at Zhou Heng but slightly lowered. This small gesture did not go unnoticed by Yin Mengren, causing her to feel a little more drawn to Yulingshu. If a girl smiled like that towards her boyfriend, she'd surely be angry. Such a small detail could earn her some extra points in Yin Mengren's heart. After finishing lunch, they tidied up and returned to their seats to prepare for the afternoon exams. Zhou Heng excused himself to go to the restroom. As he walked towards the restroom door, he noticed a figure coming out from the other classroom. It was Liao Haomiao. Spotting Zhou Heng, Liao Haomiao waved and called out, "Bro, hey." Here, Zhou Heng went over and entered the restroom with Liao Haomiao. Once inside, Liao Haomiao glanced back, confirmed there was no one else, and then spoke to Zhou Heng. "Bro, I heard that your class also got a new transfer student." Zhou Heng frowned. "Also, do you have one too?" "Yeah. A guy. He chatted with me a lot yesterday, and it seems like he's quite interested in you." "Me? A guy? Does he know me?" "No. He probably doesn't. He mentioned hearing about a legendary figure from the sports meet and seemed intrigued. It's the kind of thing everyone knows, but I don't know where he heard it from. That's odd. Zhou Heng adjusted his pants, washed his hands, and was about to leave the restroom when he saw another guy standing at the restroom door. "Oh." Liao Haomiao was taken aback by the guy's presence but quickly pointed at him, saying, "Oh, this is our class's new transfer student, called Bai Kang." The guy named Bai Kang interjected before Liao Haomiao could finish, stating his name. His eyes were fixed on Zhou Heng. He was tall, thin, and quite handsome, at least above average among high school students. Zhou Heng felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze and instinctively took a step back. Hello." Zhou Heng nodded to him and exchanged brief greetings before attempting to leave. However, as Zhou Heng was about to walk past Bai Kang, the latter suddenly spoke out, "Sorry to bother you. Can I talk to you for a moment about the new transfer student in your class?" Zhou Heng halted, furrowing his brow and looking at Bai Kang. "How do you know?" "I also know her name, Yulingshu. And I also know that after her transfer yesterday, she appeared around you intentionally or unintentionally, right?" "You know that too." "Yes. So can I bother you for a moment to have a private conversation?" Zhou Heng wore a troubled expression. His mind was racing, feeling like he had been dragged into some trouble. However, he indeed wanted to know more about Yulingshu. It was the thing he most wanted to find out in the last 2 days. "Okay." Zhou Heng nodded in agreement to have a private chat with Bai Kang. Liao Haomiao tactfully excused himself, leaving Zhou Heng and Bai Kang to converse alone. They moved to the stairwell, and Bai Kang, after checking the blind spots of the surveillance in the hallway, motioned for Zhou Heng to come closer. Perplexed, Zhou Heng approached and saw Bai Kang take out his phone, manipulate it a bit, then play a video. Is this Yulingshu? Zhou Heng watched the video. Indeed, the person in the video was Yulingshu. However, her demeanor seemed entirely different from now. Cold expression, eyes filled with malice. Her whole demeanor was seemingly the opposite of his impression. In the video, she was grabbing a girl's collar. It appeared as though it was bullying on campus. "I'll go. Zhou Heng watched the contents of the video, couldn't help but curl his lips and furrow his brows tightly. The video was too brutal, all about punches and kicks. He could hardly believe that the person in the video was the same person he had met these past 2 days, Yulingshu. It was such a stark contrast. This video segment didn't seem like it was secretly recorded. It was more like it had been filmed with an extremely secretive high-definition camera. You couldn't achieve such stability and clarity through secret recording. After watching it, Bai Kang put away his phone and looked seriously at Zhou Heng, saying, I went to the same school as her before. I know her. Cold and violent. I don't know how she's portraying herself in front of you, but this is the real her. I'm telling you this not for any other reason but to warn you to stay away from her. She's not a good person. No. Then, do you have any grudges with her? Why are you telling me these things? What do you gain from this? Zhou Heng stepped back, warily looking at Bai Kang. He truly didn't know Yu Lingxu's background, but this person in front of him was also a mystery. What was the purpose of showing him these things? Simply to go against Yu Lingxu? Or was there some other intention? And why approach him? I have some small grudges with her, so you can think of it as me wanting to revenge against her. Bai Kang thought for a moment and answered seriously. Zhou Heng still felt puzzled, but didn't say much. The video should be real. If it was a performance, then Yu Lingxu acted it out really well. No. It was the girl getting beaten who acted really well. Alright, got it. Thank you. Bai Kang finally smiled at this moment. He was already quite handsome, and now with a smile, he appeared more approachable. It's fine. We can add each other as friends. If she shows any strange behavior, you can tell me. When the time comes, I can help. Bai Kang once again opened his phone, ready to add Zhou Heng as a friend. Okay. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Heng agreed. After all, they were both guys. So why not? Yin Mengren wouldn't say anything. And so, the two of them exchanged contact information. When Zhou Heng agreed to be friends, Bai Kang's eyes lit up noticeably. But this extreme Zhou seemed to exist only for a moment before Bai Kang hid it away, unnoticed. That video, send it to me. Sure. No problem. Bai Kang immediately nodded in agreement and quickly sent over the video he had just watched. Zhou Heng wanted this video to show to Yin Mengren and Tang Zi when he returned. At the same time, he wanted them to verify if it was real. What if it was an AI face swapping? And he didn't catch it. After Zhou Heng left, Bai Kang kept staring at his retreating figure until he entered the classroom. Only then did Bai Kang's face finally change, unable to contain his smile anymore. Yes, who? Perfect. This is perfect. Bai Kang began celebrating on his own, almost like going mad, jumping in place, nearly dropping his phone. A few people passing by were startled to see him, wondering why this person was acting so strangely with that handsome face of his. Was he playing with abstract concepts? Bai Kang looked around, then quickly found a more hidden and secure place, dialed a number on his phone. After a few rings, the call connected, and even before the other side could speak, Bai Kang eagerly said, Father, I did it. I have added his contact. Really? What about Yu Lingxu? I did as you instructed. I showed him the video you gave me. Yu Lingxu won't stand a chance. Good job, son. Keep up the effort. Don't rush, take it slow. If you have any questions, just tell me, and I'll help you solve them. Yes, Father. Trust me, this is just the first step of my success. After hanging up, Bai Kang patted his chest, as if boosting his own spirits. He stared at Zhou Heng's newly added friend on his phone screen, pondering about what to say. But then hesitated. Forget it. It's fine. There will be plenty of opportunities. Bai Kang put away his phone happily and left. His current state was completely different from the serious and solemn demeanor he had faced Zhou Heng with. When Zhou Heng returned to the classroom, he called Yin Mengren over, and Tang Zi leaned in curiously, asking, What's the secret all about? They were puzzled why Zhou Heng, having gone to the bathroom, seemed to have discovered some secret. After calling Yin Mengren and Tang Zi over, Zhou Heng looked around to make sure it was safe, then opened his phone and showed them the video Bai Kang had sent him. Yin Mengren and Tang Zi widened their eyes, shocked and disbelieving, as they watched the video on the phone screen. After watching it, Yin Mengren subconsciously glanced back towards Yu Lingxu's direction and coincidentally met her eyes. She immediately turned her head, appearing frightened. This small movement caught Yu Lingxu's attention, and her expression changed. Frowning, Tang Zi asked in amazement, I'll go. Where did you get this video? You went to the bathroom and ended up with such a video. It's a long story. Just now, I went to the washroom, and then Zhou Heng recounted the recent events, leaving both of them puzzled. How did a transfer student suddenly appear and know Yu Lingxu? And there seemed to be some grudge involved. What's his name? It seems like Bai Kang. Just as Zhou Heng finished speaking, Yin Mengren suddenly felt someone touch her from behind. Class monitor, ah! Yin Mengren was startled and turned around to see Yu Lingshu behind her. Yu Lingshu held a workbook in her hand. Smiling as she looked at Yin Mengren, Nan softly asked, "Is the teacher in the office now? I want to ask a question." Yes. Should be there. Okay. Thank you. Yu Lingshu sweetly smiled, then brushed past Yin Mengren, heading towards the office. Yin Mengren instinctively moved closer to Zhou Heng, as if afraid. When Yu Lingshu left the classroom, her expression immediately darkened. Clenching her fist tightly, she crumpled the workbook in her hand. By Cang ... you bastard. One afternoon, Yu Lingshu spoke softly to Yin Mengren, but Yin Mengren only responded briefly and quietly, leaving Yu Lingshu feeling helpless. She sighed, temporarily giving up on trying to communicate with Yin Mengren. Knowing that patience is key, Yu Lingshu decided to wait for the right moment to approach the situation again. After school, she quickly left the campus, leaving Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren puzzled. However, they preferred to keep their distance from Yu Lingshu, not wanting to take any risks. Meanwhile, Bai Kang also left the school and took out his phone, looking at Zhou Heng's friend list with a slight smirk. Suddenly, he felt a chill down his spine as if someone was targeting him. In a swift movement, Yu Lingshu grabbed Bai Kang by the collar, surprising him. Bai Kang recognized Yu Lingshu and was shocked at her sudden aggression. In a fit of anger, Yu Lingshu demanded answers from Bai Kang, who admitted to showing a bullying video to someone. This revelation explained the fearful looks she received earlier. They had mistaken her as the bully in the video. Yu Lingshu scolded Bai Kang for his actions, but eventually let him go, warning him not to repeat his behavior. As they parted ways, Bai Kang teased Yu Lingshu, sparking her anger once again. However, she threatened to expose his secrets, leading to a tense standoff between the two. As they argued, unknown to them, Tang Zi was eavesdropping on their conversation. Intrigued by the dynamics of their interaction, Tang Zi decided to follow Yu Lingshu, leaving Bai Kang behind with a sense of mystery in the air. Sigh, this won't work. I need to take a different approach. Should I discuss this with my dad? But will it make me look useless? Yu Lingshu walked down the road, head down, seeming lost in thought, but it was clear she was very worried, as all her troubles were written on her face. Not looking where she was going, she almost bumped into things several times before realizing to turn. Clap! At that moment, a hand suddenly rested on her shoulder, causing her to raise her head in shock, her pupils shrinking. A look of fear appeared on her face. Was she so absent-minded that someone could touch her so easily? Was she really this careless? Without thinking, the next second, she swiftly turned around, attempting to grab the person's wrist. Regardless of who it was, if they casually touched her shoulder, then she had the right to fight back, to push them down before anything else. But as she turned and reached out her hand, the other person seemed prepared, grabbing her wrist with their other hand. With a forward thrust of the body, a step forward, a push of the shoulder, she suddenly lost her balance. Bang! In an instant, she was pressed against the wall. Yu Lingshu widened her eyes, showing a look of shock, and couldn't help but tremble. Because of the dim light, she hadn't yet seen the person behind her, and they had managed to control her directly. Was this a skilled person? Shh, don't be afraid. At that moment, she heard a somewhat familiar voice. And then, something was suddenly stuffed into her mouth, tasting sweet, like a lollipop. The light from a nearby street lamp shone on the person's face in front of her, gradually allowing her to see clearly. Tang Zi, is that you? Yu Lingshu hesitated for a second, thinking she might have been mistaken, suspecting the person behind her to be a criminal or a robber, but she couldn't believe it was actually her classmate. Her classmate had subdued her like this. A female classmate? Did that make sense? It's me. Don't worry, I mean no harm. Tang Zi slowly spoke, and then gradually released her hold on Yu Lingshu. At that moment, Yu Lingshu was still shaken, taking a few deep breaths, her eyes showing a hint of alertness. She couldn't believe that she had been on guard against Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren, but had entirely overlooked Tang Zi, who now seemed to be the most unpredictable one. What are you doing out so late? You scared me. I thought it was a bad person. Don't worry. Yu Lingshu forced a smile, trying to appear friendly, hoping that Tang Zi wouldn't catch on to anything. Oh. Tang Zi turned her back, pacing back and forth in front of Yu Lingshu, raising her chin slightly, asking lightly, I wanted to ask you, What are you doing out so late? And can you explain to me what business competition means? Tang Zi locked eyes with Yu Lingshu, and as she said that, Yu Lingshu shuddered. Her pupils couldn't help but shrink. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Yu Lingshu's smile seemed somewhat forced, still trying to appear calm, but her hidden hand was shaking slightly. This is about competition. To put it bluntly, it's about business competition. What does it matter if it's despicable? Anyway, I live next to him. Proximity favors friendship. You just wait to miss your opportunity. Tang Zi took out her phone and played a recording. A conversation between Yu Lingshu and Bai Kang, especially clear. Yu Lingshu's head buzzed, her mind going blank instantly, feeling a chill running down her spine. All she could think of was, it's over. TSK. What if I let Zhou Heng listen to this? I wonder what will happen. Tang Zi casually swiped her phone with a finger, then pocketed it, smiling at Yu Lingshu. A smile that seemed to hide a knife, making Yu Lingshu shudder. Gulp. Yu Lingshu's throat moved, as if she was suddenly parched. She now found Tang Zi in front of her a bit terrifying. The intelligence she exuded seemed to render all of Yu Lingshu's explanations and pretenses ineffective, and it appeared that in terms of skills, she was not inferior at all. Was she really just a regular high school student? Before coming here, she had thoroughly investigated Zhou Heng and his girlfriend Yin Mengren, so why had this formidable force, Tang Zi, suddenly appeared out of nowhere? What do you want? If you're just curious, I advise you not to get involved. This is not something you can participate in. Yu Lingshu furrowed her brow slightly, her expression becoming serious, her tone heavier, trying to be more earnest, hoping to deter Tang Zi. After all, she was just a high school student, although close in age. Their experiences were vastly different. Oh, not something I can participate in. I see. Tang Zi laughed, then slowly approached Yu Lingshu, the smile on her face holding no good intentions, making Yu Lingshu feel somewhat uneasy. You know what's the relationship between Zhou Heng and me? Haven't you investigated that? Aren't you his classmate? Yu Lingshu stuttered, her brain spinning quickly, trying to recall if she had indeed looked into Tang Zi. There seemed to be news that Zhou Heng and Tang Zi got along well, often hanging out together, even sharing the same desk. But she hadn't paid much attention. She didn't think it was important. She couldn't possibly investigate all of Zhou Heng's classmates. It was unrealistic. So she had only looked into Zhou Heng's girlfriend, Yin Mengren, the most important one. I'm his classmate, but I also call him brother. Guess what's my relationship with him? Yu Lingshu's heart skipped a beat, hesitantly saying, brother, are you his sister? Tang Zi's face bore a meaningful smile, lifting her eyebrows slightly, and slowly saying, yes, that's right. So, Zhou Heng's dad is my uncle. Whoa. Yu Lingshu's slender eyebrow shot up high, taking a sharp breath, almost fainting with wide eyes. This. Tang Zi took out her phone, waved it, and said, all right, now do you think I'm in the loop? Either you tell me now, or tomorrow I'll let Zhou Heng listen to this recording. Whatever your intentions are, you won't succeed. I understand. I'll tell you, but you have to promise me. Never tell anyone. After thinking it over, Yu Lingshu slowly opened her mouth, took out the lollipop from her mouth, cold sweat dripping down her forehead. She regretted not investigating Tang Zi earlier. She never expected her to have such a background. She miscalculated, but maybe this could also be an opportunity to eliminate Bai Kang. With the help of Tang Zi nodded, staring at Yu Lingshu, waiting for her to speak. She knew this matter was not simple, and whatever Yu Lingshu was about to say might be shocking. She had prepared herself mentally so as not to show surprise. Well, I am Mr. Yu's daughter. You should know that, right? Mr. Yu, one of the vice presidents. Since the chairman is your uncle, you should know him. There's already internal news saying Zhou Heng is the heir apparent, and because the company strictly prohibits using connections to get in, even though I am a vice president's daughter, it's hard for me to get in. Tang Zi listened quietly to Yu Lingshu's words, expressionless on the outside, but inside, she was being bombarded emotionally. Mr. Yu's daughter, uncle is the chairman. Zhou Heng is the heir apparent? What does this all mean? Continue. Tang Zi cleared her throat, trying to remain calm, attempting to accept everything she was hearing. Yu Lingshu did not notice Tang Zi's state. She sighed, continuing, however, as the heir apparent, Zhou Heng is allowed to bring someone in. That person can become his secretary, a prestigious position. Even if I work hard my whole life, I cannot reach the position. So, my father sent me to be close to Zhou Heng, hoping to build a good relationship with him to secure a place in the company in the future. Oh, Tang Ji's voice quivered slightly. She was truly shaken by what she heard. She could see that Yuling Shu intentionally approached Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren, but she didn't understand the specifics. Seeing that video earlier today led her to secretly investigate, resulting in uncovering a big secret. Yuling Shu may not have had ill intentions, she was a good person, but her interactions with Zhou Heng and others were not entirely innocent. So, Bai Kang, is he like you? Yes, he is Mr. Bai's son, a vice president like my father. Our goals are the same, to build a good relationship with Zhou Heng and enter the company smoothly. To call it business competition is a bit exaggerated. It's just a matter of competing for interests with me. Yuling Shu nodded honestly, then suddenly remembered something, widened her eyes, looked at Tang Zi, and said, right. I'll tell you his secret. Could you tell Zhou Heng for me? He won't believe anything I say now, but he will believe you. I'm doing this only to get back at him. Go ahead. Tang Zi wasn't particularly interested in Bai Kang's motives, but more chips in her hands could be useful in the future, right? This guy is ... Yuling Shu glanced around, then slowly held out her hand and made a bending motion. Bent, this. Tang Ji's mouth twitched, feeling stunned. Even her eyelids trembled. When she peeked, she also took a glance at Bai Kang. Handsome guy. Didn't expect him to like men. If she told Zhou Heng about this, it would definitely push Zhou Heng away. If Bai Kang stayed by Zhou Heng's side, any move he made would make Zhou Heng nervous. Really? I have photos on my phone. I can send them to you. Oh no, thank you. I don't want to see ... Tang Zi quickly waved her hand to refuse, thinking she'd rather have her eyes gouged out than see such disgusting things. However, at this moment, she realized she had a lot of secrets in her hands, holding the leverage over both Yuling Shu and Bai Kang. She had completely taken the initiative. I've told you everything. Could you not tell Zhou Heng? Keep my secret. If Zhou Heng finds out and tells his dad, then Yuling Shu looked bitter, pleading with Tang Zi, her eyes showing fear. She never thought she'd be so useless. She hadn't even been here for 2 days, and her plans were already exposed. She blamed Bai Kang. If this came out, in the worst case scenario, her father's position would be in jeopardy. Tang Zi smirked, gazed at Yuling Shu for a moment, then slowly spoke. Of course, I am good at keeping secrets, especially such important ones. I will definitely help you keep it. But Tang Zi gave a mischievous smile and continued, there must be something in it for me, right? Of course. Yuling Shu nodded repeatedly. Whatever Tang Zi asked for, she would do it if she could do it. Okay then, I'll leave now. Tang Zi nodded in satisfaction, turned around, and leisurely walked away. Yuling Shu watched Tang Ji's departing back, feeling relieved that she had finally resolved this potentially fatal crisis. She thought she had almost disappointed her father. After Tang Zi had walked a considerable distance, she looked back to ensure her surroundings were safe enough. Then she took out her phone and dialed a number. Hello, Tang Zi? Is there something urgent? Why are you calling me? On the other end of the phone, Zhou Heng's voice sounded confused. He didn't understand why Tang Zi called him directly. He didn't recall ever receiving a call from her, because Tang Zi wouldn't have any urgent need to call him directly. Hello, bro. Cough. Zhou Heng. You still can't go online tonight, right? Should I log in and help you? Oh, you're willing to help me log in. That's awesome. If I don't go online to do the mission, I might get kicked out of the guild. Alright then. You've always wanted a piece of equipment, right? I'll go get it for you. Okay. Wow. Really? You're not pulling my leg, are you? Of course not. Since I have some free time, why not? Thank you. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. No worries, our relationship. It's just a minor thing. Zhou Yelin walked out of her bedroom in the middle of the night, preparing to pour a glass of water to drink, but she noticed that Tang Ji's room still had lights on. It was already past 2 in the morning. Could it be that Tang Zi hadn't slept yet? Zhou Yelin walked over and knocked on Tang Ji's door. Bang bang. Tang Zi, you're still not asleep? Oh. I'll sleep soon. Tang Ji's slightly tired voice came from the room. As a mother, Zhou Yelin could naturally tell. She frowned and said, It's already so late. Why aren't you sleeping? Don't you have exams tomorrow? Okay. Give me 10 more minutes. I'm sure I can level up in 10 minutes. Zhou Yalin's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. She scolded from outside the bedroom. TSK. Always playing games. Can games fill your stomach? If you keep getting addicted like this, you will starve in the future. Don't worry, Mom. I have it under control. If this goes well, I won't starve in the future. You sigh. I can't understand you. Sleep soon in 10 minutes. No online gambling or anything like that. Got it? Got it. Zhou Yalin shook her head helplessly and turned back, knowing she couldn't say much to Tangzi. She knew that Tangzi could handle everything on her own. At this moment, Tangzi was still seated in front of her computer, using Zhou Hen's account to repeatedly upgrade equipment. She knew it was already very late, and if she couldn't get the upgrade, she would have to continue the next day. Tilda Tangzi yawned. After the last failed upgrade attempt, she shut down the computer and got ready to go to bed. She knew there was no rush for this matter. In terms of advantages, she should be ahead of others, as long as nothing unexpected happened. No, unexpected things were not allowed to happen with her. All the unexpected events in her life always revolved around Zhou Heng. Besides him, no one could bring her any surprises. The next morning, Tangzi only slept a few hours before waking up to the alarm clock. Zhou Yalin thought she wouldn't be able to wake up early after staying up so late, but she actually woke up earlier than usual. Breakfast will be ready soon, Zhou Yalin said to Tangzi, who had just finished getting ready. She saw Tangzi rolling up her sleeves and heading into the kitchen. What are you doing? Preparing lunch. Starting today, I'll pack my own lunch too, Tangzi replied calmly. Zhou Yalin was puzzled. Why did Tangzi suddenly want to pack her own lunch? Were the school meals not tasty? Furthermore, Zhou Yalin was surprised because she didn't know Tangzi could cook. Chop, chop, chop. Tangzi's knife skills were very smooth and perfect, chopping vegetables without any pause. You know how to cook. When did you learn? I've never learned, but I watch often, so I just imitate. Tangzi shrugged and replied matter-of-factly. It was then that Zhou Yalin realized Tangzi was completely imitating her knife skills. Even the way she held the knife was exactly the same. She was used to Tangzi's talents, and for her, imitation was a simple matter. What would you like to eat? Let me help you. Zhou Yalin wanted to assist Tangzi, understanding that although she could imitate knife skills, cooking wasn't just about imitation. Tangzi acknowledged her weakness in cooking and agreed to let her mother help. She said, I'll eat whatever. Just make the dishes that Zhou Heng and Yan Mengren like so I can share with them at school. Zhou Yalin paused for a moment, nodded, and said, all right, I know what Zhou Heng likes to eat, and Yan Mengren mentioned her favorite last time. I'll handle it. After Zhou Yalin finished cooking, Tangzi had about 20 minutes left before it was time to leave for school. But Tangzi was already packed and ready to go. Are you going to walk to school with Zhou Heng and the others? Yes. Oh, be careful on the way. Zhou Yalin watched Tangzi leave, feeling somewhat absent-minded, furrowing her brows as if deep in thought. Tangzi left her home and went straight to Zhou Heng's house. The distance wasn't far, and Tangzi walked rather quickly, so in about 10 minutes, she arrived at Zhou Heng's doorstep. As she raised her hand to knock, the neighboring door suddenly opened. Tangzi turned her head and met the gaze of Yuling Snow, who had just stepped out the door. Tangzi immediately furrowed her brows, while Yuling Snow wore a look of embarrassment. The situation of Yuling Snow leaving the house at the same time as Zhou Heng and the others yesterday morning was not a coincidence. She had prepared early and waited at the door, intending to greet them and nothing more. However, after yesterday's incident, she dared not have too much contact with Zhou Heng for the time being and needed to proceed cautiously. So she made the decision to leave a bit earlier to avoid running into Zhou Heng and his friends to prevent any misunderstanding. As she tried to pass by Tangzi hastily leaving the place, Tangzi suddenly reached out and grabbed her arm, startling her. Don't rush. We're classmates, so let's walk together. Okay. Tangzi looked at Yuling Snow with a faint smile on her face. Although it didn't reveal much to Yuling Snow, this smile seemed somewhat cunning. Downstairs at this moment, there was someone who had been standing there for a while, hiding at the corner and seemingly waiting for something. Bai Kang peeked at the entrance from the unit door, muttering, oh, what a coincidence. So, you live here, Isn't this too familiar? Shouldn't there be more sense of unfamiliarity? Wait, How should I naturally make my entrance? Click. After a moment, the door of Zhou Heng's house was open, and Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren walked out of the house. To their surprise, they saw two people standing at the door. Tang Zi, what are you doing here? Zhou Heng couldn't help but swear, then glanced to the side, and saw that beside Tang Zi was Yu Lingshu, which made him furrow his brows. Yu Lingshu lowered her head. Unable to meet Zhou Heng's gaze, she was feeling a mix of emotions and couldn't speak up about her troubles. How come you two are together? Zhou Heng looked at Tang Zi and inquired because he noticed Tang Zi was holding Yu Lingshu's wrist. Well, we're classmates, so it's fine to be together. Tang Zi blinked, seemingly exchanging glances with Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren. The three of them understood each other in an instant, and Zhou Heng nodded in agreement. Ah, yes, that's true, Zhou Heng murmured. Although he wasn't sure what Tang Zi meant, he trusted her. Meanwhile, Yu Lingshu felt her heart warming up by Tang Zi's actions. She looked at Tang Zi gratefully, surprised by her support. She never expected Tang Zi not only to keep her secrets, but also to help her get closer to Zhou Heng's group. So, why are you here? I woke up early, so I decided to drop by to see you guys. Woke up early, oh. Zhou Heng didn't doubt Tang Zi's words and went downstairs with her and the others. As they stepped out of the building, Yu Lingshu shivered, feeling a gaze of disdain upon her. Oh, he actually came here. Yu Lingshu muttered under her breath, furiously scanning the surroundings until she spotted a figure around the corner. Before the others noticed, Yu Lingshu's eyes locked onto that person, who turned out to be Bai Kang. When Bai Kang saw Yu Lingshu beside Zhou Heng, their exchange of glances resulted in frowns, as if they saw each other as enemies. Tang Zi caught Yu Lingshu's glance and looked in that direction, noticing Bai Kang approaching. However, Bai Kang seemed to prioritize Zhou Heng and then his girlfriend, Yin Mengren. Ignoring Tang Zi completely, Bai Kang didn't acknowledge her presence. Hey, Zhou Heng. Bai Kang walked over, called out softly, and as Zhou Heng turned to see Bai Kang, he was taken aback. He wondered why Bai Kang was there. Didn't they just become friends yesterday? And weren't Bai Kang and Yu Lingshu at odds? So why would he approach now when Yu Lingshu was with Zhou Heng? You're that BAI. Bai Kang, from the same class. We met yesterday. Bai Kang nodded and smiled briefly at Zhou Heng. Though it seemed like a normal exchange, Tang Zi sensed some underlying tension, knowing about Bai Kang's secrets. Do you think there are too many people going to school together today? Yet, Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren were walking with three others beside them, a situation they weren't used to. Hey, do you guys always take this route to school? I do too. Oh, really? Isn't our class monitor good friends with you? He mentioned you two are close. Yet, we get along. Bai Kang kept chatting with Zhou Heng, seemingly casual but with a prepared tone. While Yu Lingshu sat quietly, normally she would be talking with Zhou Heng and the others, but thanks to Bai Kang, she couldn't get close and could only watch, fuming. Suddenly, Tang Zi nudged Yu Lingshu with her elbow and whispered, "You, go pull him away." Huh? Can I? Yu Lingshu looked surprised, watching Tang Zi. Why not? Weren't you having fun hitting him last night? Now Zhou Heng might be annoyed, and if you pull him away, it might leave a good impression on Zhou Heng, Tang Zi explained. Really? All right. Yu Lingshu agreed, then went straight to Bai Kang and grabbed his arm. What are you doing? Bai Kang reacted, startled by Yu Lingshu's sudden grip. Can't you stop bothering people? Don't you care if they want to talk to you or not? It's so annoying. Yu Lingshu scolded him and dragged Bai Kang away. Hey, what's your problem? Are you bullying me? Are you going to hit me? Bai Kang yelled, intentionally raising his voice when mentioning bullying. However, Zhou Heng and the rest seemed uninterested in Bai Kang's rant. They shared a surprised look. They hadn't expected Yu Lingshu to step in and drag Bai Kang away. They felt Bai Kang was indeed being bothersome early in the morning, especially when they were heading to school to take exams. Yu Lingshu's bold move slightly changed Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren's opinion of her. With Bai Kang gone, only Tang Zi remained by Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren's side. She suddenly suggested, how about we visit Dongju University together this weekend? It would be a good opportunity since you mentioned having relatives studying there. Yeah. This weekend. Zhou Heng looked at Yin Mengren, wanting to confirm her thoughts. Yin Mengren enthusiastically agreed, mentioning her friend Chen Linyi had invited them to play together. At lunchtime, Yu Lingshu sat in her usual spot with the lunch she had carefully prepared early in the morning in front of her. But she had no appetite at the moment. She kept her head down, pursed her lips, looking conflicted. Because she was the only one sitting there for lunch, Yin Mengren had already gone to eat with Zhou Heng and the others, without calling her over, and she felt embarrassed to approach them. In her lunch box were dishes meticulously prepared based on surveys and analysis of Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren's favorite foods, trying to cater to their tastes. But now, she hesitated to approach them, fearing they might misconstrue her intentions as insincere. "Oh, maybe I'm just not cut out for this. I should probably just give up." Yu Lingshu opened the lunchbox and prepared to eat alone. At this moment, Zhou Heng, Yin Mengren, and Tang Zi were not ignoring Yu Lingshu, but they hesitated to approach her as they were unsure of her situation. Tang Zi glanced at Yu Lingshu and spoke to the others. "She's not a bad person, but that overly enthusiastic demeanor is definitely just an act. Why would she do that?" Facing Zhou Heng's question, Tang Zi hesitated for a moment, as if lost in thought for a few seconds. "Maybe she's in a new environment and doesn't want to be isolated, so she's eager to make friends. Her videos might have been misunderstood. After all, what we see isn't always the truth." Zhou Heng furrowed his brow in confusion and asked Tang Zi, "You seem to be speaking a lot in her favor today. Did she offer you something in return?" "No, not at all. I just did a little investigation." Tang Zi smiled, and Zhou Heng didn't press further. If he couldn't trust Yu Lingshu, could he trust Tang Zi? Since Tang Zi vouched for her, he felt reassured. "Then let's invite her to join us for a meal. She looks so pitiful sitting there," Zhou Heng whispered to Yin Mengren. Yin Mengren nodded, stood up, and prepared to call Yu Lingshu over to join them. Just as she was about to leave her seat and head towards Yu Lingshu, someone suddenly blocked her path. "Huh." Yin Mengren frowned, looking at the person in front of her, her expression turning unpleasant. The person before her used to be her best friend in high school, but ended up estranged. "Tang Yining. What's up?" Yin Mengren asked flatly. Tang Yining discreetly glanced towards Yu Lingshu's direction, noticing she hadn't looked up. She quietly said to Yin Mengren, "I need to talk to you about something. Step out for a moment." "Can't you say it here?" Yin Mengren furrowed her brow slightly. She hadn't spoken to Tang Yining for a long time, so when she suddenly wanted to have a private conversation, Yin Mengren became cautious. "I just want to kindly remind you of something. You may be in danger recently." "Oh." Tang Yining's words made Yin Mengren furrow her brows even tighter. She did feel something was amiss recently, but couldn't pinpoint what it was exactly. It felt like there were undercurrents at play around her, but she couldn't discern them. "Wait for me," Yin Mengren replied softly. She then bypassed Tang Yining and approached Yu Lingshu. Seeing Yin Mengren walking over, Tang Yining bit her lip, looking worried. "Hey." Yin Mengren patted Yu Lingshu's shoulder and called out to her. When Yu Lingshu looked up and saw Yin Mengren, her pupils dilated noticeably, her mouth slightly agape, displaying an expression of disbelief. She never expected Yin Mengren to come find her today, especially after seeing that video yesterday. "Would you like to come and eat with everyone? It's more fun to eat together with more people." Yin Mengren smiled, instantly warming Yu Lingshu's heart. The midday sun streamed through the sheer curtains, lighting up Yin Mengren's face. Coupled with her smile, Yu Lingshu felt as though she was seeing an angel of tenderness in that moment. "Can I?" "Of course, go ahead. I need to step out for a moment." Yin Mengren gently patted Yu Lingshu's back, then turned around, shot Tang Yining a look, her expression turning serious. The two left the classroom together, while Yu Lingshu cautiously picked up her lunch and walked over to where Zhou Heng and the others were. "Huh, where's Yin Mengren?" Tang Zi asked as she looked up to see Yu Lingshu walking over alone, puzzled. Zhou Heng stood up abruptly, his expression grave. His sudden movement startled Yu Lingshu, causing her to take a step back, almost dropping her lunch. "Oh, she said she's stepping out for a moment and asked me to come over first." Yu Lingshu replied softly, appearing unsure and avoiding making eye contact with Zhou Heng, instead turning her gaze towards Tang Zi, as Tang Zi was the one who knew her secrets. "All right, please have a seat. She must have gone to the restroom and will be back soon." What trouble could she possibly get into at school? Tang Zi quickly reassured Zhou Heng, prompting him to sit down and gesturing for Yu Lingshu to join them. Zhou Heng sat down slowly upon Tang Zi's words, and Yu Lingshu did the same, cautious as if fearing she might make a mistake. The moment Zhou Heng stood up earlier had frightened her, frightened of Zhou Heng himself. In that split second, the man exuded an aura that instilled a sense of fear in her. Meanwhile, Yin Mengren and Tang Yining had reached the staircase, their usual spot for private conversations, as it was rarely frequented by teachers, offering them a sense of security. What do you want to talk about? Is it about Zhou Heng? Yin Mengren stared at Tang Yining, unsure what she intended to do. Although Tang Yining had never openly confessed her feelings for Zhou Heng, Yin Mengren could tell. Eventually, Yin Mengren stopped caring about Tang Yining. Now, she was worried that Tang Yining might bring up something about Zhou Heng. Tang Yining, however, shook her head decisively and looked at Yin Mengren earnestly, saying, I want to talk about that Yuling Shu. She's strange. Extremely strange. She seems to be trying to get in good graces with you, but I can see that her real target is Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng? How is that possible? What does she want to do? Yin Mengren was first slightly stunned. Then, as if not thinking too much, a worried expression appeared on her face. Because whether it's true or not, whenever she hears someone plotting against Zhou Heng, her heart can't help but tremble involuntarily. She could only feel Yuling Zhu approaching her, but couldn't sense any thoughts she had towards Zhou Heng. After all, she was doing a good job of avoiding suspicion. Tang Yining blinked, looked to the side, as if afraid of someone eavesdropping. I don't know, but I have been observing her these past 2 days, and I can confirm that she is indeed targeting Zhou Heng. How can you be so sure? Ow, this. Well, Tang Yining was momentarily speechless. Her brain almost got stuck by Yin Mengren's question. She couldn't say that she saw Yuling Zhu acting like this, similar to her past self. How did she think back then? She herself wouldn't be unaware. Seemingly the least attentive, even her gaze wouldn't drift towards him, but would deliberately or inadvertently appear by his side. Clearly she was new, and no one knew her. With over 20 beaux in the class, why would she be involved with Zhou Heng specifically? Okay, but why are you telling me all this? Yin Mengren's brows relaxed slightly. Regardless of Tang Yining's motives, at least what she said was helpful, but she didn't understand why Tang Yining would help her. After all, they hadn't talked in a long time, their friendship had long been severed, and now she found it hard to fully trust her. I just don't want her to succeed. Not that I had any grudge against her, I just simply want you and Zhou Heng to be okay. Yin Mengren stared into Tang Yining's eyes, silent, but her gaze seemed to convey words. After a moment, Yin Mengren spoke slowly, saying, Understood. Thank you for telling me. I will be cautious. With that said, she turned and left the place. Tang Yining seemed to want to say something more, reaching out her hand, but stopped halfway and slowly lowered it, at a loss for words, with a hint of melancholy in her eyes. Long ago, she couldn't have dreamed that she would end up in such a relationship with her closest friend. Perhaps, no matter what she says or does, it may be irreparable. High school graduation is approaching, and this friendship may never be rekindled. Yin Mengren returned to the classroom and saw Yuling Zhu already sitting there, but she seemed too afraid to even look at Zhou Heng. If following Tang Yining's words, then when Yin Mengren wasn't paying attention, would Yuling Zhu had any contact with Zhou Heng? Holding on to this thought, Yin Mengren didn't rush to leave but hid near the doorway, peeking over there, trying to find evidence. However, she waited for a long time without seeing any action from Yuling Zhu. On the contrary, she felt that Yuling Zhu seemed very cautious and fearful. Zhou Heng clicked his tongue, knocked on the desk, stood up directly, saying, "TSK, I'll go find her." This sudden action startled Yuling Zhu, causing her to shiver all over, though not noticeably, but Yin Mengren, who had been watching her closely, noticed it. Yin Mengren slightly furrowed her brows, feeling puzzled. Normally, even if startled by the desk knock, her reaction shouldn't be like this, as if she was afraid Zhou Heng was going to attack her suddenly. Strange, Yin Mengren mumbled to herself. At that moment, Zhou Heng also walked over, narrowly missing bumping into Yin Mengren. "Hey, babe, what are you doing here? Where did you go just now?" Zhou Heng asked with some concern. Yin Mengren hadn't replied yet, then Tang Yining happened to return. Seeing Tang Yining, Zhou Heng furrowed his brows, a thought brewing in his mind. Suspecting Tang Yining had called Yin Mengren out just now. Seeing Zhou Heng's eyes, Tang Yining was slightly taken aback, then lowered her head, said nothing, and walked straight into the classroom. "Nothing. Let's go back." Yin Mengren held Zhou Heng's hand and walked back together. At that moment, both of them harbored some doubts in their hearts, unspoken. Yin Mengren sat back in her seat, glanced at Yuling Zhu next to her, who happened to lift her eyes and meet hers. After their brief eye contact, Yuling Zhu quickly shifted her gaze. "What are you afraid of?" Yin Mengren couldn't help but ask. The current situation was completely different from yesterday, which was really strange. Yuling Zhu poked at the rice with her chopsticks, pursed her lips, looking somewhat uneasy. Plus, at this moment, Zhou Heng and Tang Zi were both looking at her. So many pairs of eyes made her even more nervous. "It's not fear. It's worrying. Worrying that you would be scared of me because I know you saw that video yesterday. Yuling Zhu stuttered, her voice getting softer. Tang Zi, seeing her like this and seeming genuine, spoke up, saying, "If there's a misunderstanding, you can explain it. We don't know the whole story. Would you believe me? Just tell us." Zhou Heng said softly, Then, Yuling Zhu explained the truth behind the video to them. The person she stood up to in the video was actually a bully, who had been bullying many classmates, and those students all sought Yuling Zhu's help because even the bully was afraid of her, knowing she wasn't someone to mess with. Yuling Zhu, being soft-hearted, couldn't ignore those pleas and intervened. The bully withdrew, and she also faced the consequences for her actions, but to many people, she became a hero. When Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren heard this, they didn't seem surprised. Zhou Heng just nodded calmly, saying, "Understood. Do you believe me?" Tang Zi added, "Believe. You have no reason to lie to us, right?" She knew the truth, knowing Yuling Zhu hadn't lied. Yuling Zhu nodded repeatedly, promising, "Yes, it's absolutely true. I didn't lie to you. I have no reason to deceive you." Unless, at that moment, Yin Mengren spoke slowly, and all turned to her. Yuling Zhu turned her head to look at her, finding Yin Mengren staring at her, eyes slightly narrowed. "I mean if you are lying, it should be to uphold your image in someone's heart, right?" Yuling Zhu was dumbfounded for a second, then shook her head repeatedly and said, "No. I really didn't lie. Everything she said was true." So her expression and gaze didn't reveal any flaws. After a glance from Yin Mengren, she nodded and didn't say anything more. After school, Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren went home first, not giving others a chance to approach them. In the morning, there were so many people around, and she was afraid of being surrounded by a crowd again after school. It made her feel uncomfortable. In the evening, before going to bed, the two lay in bed, with Zhou Heng leaning against the headboard and Yin Mengren snuggling in his arms. They were wrapped in a blanket, feeling cozy and enjoying their own space together. Yin Mengren lifted her head and looked at Zhou Heng's profile. Seeing him concentrating on playing games, she hesitated because something was weighing on her mind. If she didn't speak up, she wouldn't be able to sleep at night. "Dear what's wrong?" Hearing Yin Mengren call him, Zhou Heng immediately put down his phone and looked at her, wanting to hear what she had to say. Yin Mengren lowered her head, drew circles lightly on Zhou Heng's chest with a finger, and softly said, I wanted to ask, how do you feel about Yuling Zhu?" Me? I don't really have any thoughts about her. I hardly interacted with her, so I probably don't even remember what she looks like now. Zhou Heng stuttered, his brain racing as if afraid of saying the wrong thing. Although his emotional intelligence had improved, he still felt a bit caught off guard facing such a test of survival. "Do you feel like you've had more contact with her these past 2 days? Did you exchange a few words with her today at noon when I was out?" Yin Mengren bombarded him with several questions, leaving Zhou Heng speechless. It was the first time he heard Yin Mengren be so concerned about another girl. He really hadn't interacted with Yuling Zhu or had any exchange with her, so why was Yin Mengren? Could this be a sign of possessiveness? Although Zhou Heng didn't show it, inwardly, he was delighted that his girlfriend displayed possessiveness, indicating she cared for him. Zhou Heng reached out and hugged Yin Mengren, whispering in her ear, "I swear, I never interacted with her, almost never talked to her, so don't worry. I won't have anything to do with her in the future either." Hearing Zhou Heng's words, Yin Mengren's worries vanished in an instant. She extended her arms, embracing Zhou Heng's neck, resting her head on his chest, and softly said, "I understand." They embraced for a long time before Zhou Heng suddenly remembered that the weekend was approaching. "Oh, didn't we plan to visit Dongzhi University this weekend? Should we let Shen Linyi know?" "Great. Let's go find her to play. She will definitely be happy. She shouldn't be asleep right now. I'll tell her." Yin Mengren happily took out her phone and started messaging Shen Linyi. After a while, Yin Mengren began chatting with Shen Linyi on the phone, wearing a smile on her face. Zhou Heng admired her ability to cheer up Shen Linyi, with even his app calling to thank Yin Mengren personally. Alright, she agreed. We can go look for her later, and she go with us. Okay. I'll ask Liao Haomia and the others. Maybe they'll join us too. Yin Mengren nodded repeatedly, excitedly saying, Great. I haven't seen Zhu Dao in a long time. It will definitely be lively. After receiving a positive response, Zhou Heng inquired with Liao Haomia, and after a while, he confirmed that they would come along. 2 days later, on the weekend, Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren woke up early to pack. Usually, Tang Zi would remind them the night before to wake up early, so they had developed a habit of rising early. However, for some reason, Tang Zi didn't remind them this time. Zhou Heng walked out of the bathroom and saw Yin Mengren standing in front of the mirror, examining a jacket. He recognized the jacket but had never seen Yin Mengren wear it. Why are you wearing this? Zhou Heng asked as he walked up behind her, hugged her waist, and inquired softly. Yin Mengren smiled and showed him a photo on her phone, a picture sent by Shen Linyi that shared her outfit for the day, resembling the one Yin Mengren was holding. Oh, are you trying to match her outfit? You always pay special attention to details. Zhou Heng lightly flicked Yin Mengren's nose, praising her, which made Yin Mengren beam with a sweet smile. Okay. Let's hurry. I just asked Tang Zi, and she's coming over. All right. They hastened their preparations, and after 2 minutes, Tang Zi arrived at their place. This time, she didn't rush them but quietly waited as they left together to meet Liao Haomia and Zhu Dao. Click. The three entered the elevator and as they reached the ground floor, the door of the adjacent apartment to Zhou Heng's opened. Yu Lingshu cautiously peeked out, then opened the door and stepped out. She rode the elevator to the ground floor as if intending to follow Zhou Heng and the others. Until she exited the building and reached the street corner, a voice suddenly sounded behind her. Hey. Ah. Startled, Yu Lingshu spun around to find Bai Keng standing behind her. What are you doing? Seeking death? Bai Keng frowned, crossed his arms, and asked, And you, following me? It's none of your business. I just came out for a walk. What about you? You seem to be following me. Huh? Bai Keng smirked, tilted his head, and grinned mischievously, nodding heavily. Of course. Damn, you shamelessly admitted like that. So shameless. Zhao Dao. Ran. The moment Yin Mengren and Zhu Dao met, they immediately opened their arms, ran towards each other, and gave each other a big hug. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. The last time they met was before the Lunar New Year, and almost 2 months had passed in the blink of an eye. Liao Haomia walked towards Zhou Heng and Tang Zi, smiling slightly, and asked, Why suddenly want to go play at Dongju University? Are you planning to take exams there? Tang Zi nodded and replied, Yes, it's my family's wish. Anyway, there's no harm in taking a look. That makes sense, so we came along to see what the school environment is like. As they chatted, they boarded the subway heading towards Dongju University. The 3 girls sat chatting while Zhou Heng and Liao Haomia stood in front of them. Hey. Who is Bai Keng? And what's the situation? Do you know him? Why do I feel like he knows you from before? Liao Haomia suddenly brought up the question, looking at Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng thought for a moment, shook his head, and said, I don't know him. I don't know what he's up to. It's strange. Really? It seems like he often gets close to you. Always leaving the classroom right after class, either wandering around the bathroom or going to your classroom area. I have no idea. Whatever. He's just a guy. I'm not afraid of what he might do, as long as he just likes me. Ha ha. Just as Zhou Heng finished speaking, Tang Zi suddenly covered her mouth and laughed, surprising everyone, who turned to look at her, seeing her laughing so hard that tears welled up. Zhou Heng raised his eyebrows, saying, When did your sense of humor become so low? Ha ha. It's not. You don't understand my sense of humor. Maybe someday you'll figure it out. Ha ha. Tang Zi laughed until she couldn't catch her breath, with tears streaming down her face, before slowly calming down. Zhou Heng's mouth twitched as he muttered, You've been quite mysterious lately too. Outside the 2 train cars, Yu Lingshu and Bai Keng were there as well, heading towards the same destination as Zhou Heng and the others, as they were here to track them. It was highly likely that they wouldn't achieve anything all day today, but in case they had a chance to intervene and help out, it would definitely raise their favorability. So, Even if they had to track them sneakily all day, they were willing to do so. TSK. Our class monitor also came. It's even harder now. Bai Kang held a telescope in his hand. Using a telescope on the subway attracted odd looks from the people around them. Are you crazy? Teeking with a telescope on the subway. I can't believe you could actually see anything. Unbelievable. Yu Lingshu stood by, speechless, finding it hard to imagine that her competitor was such a person. Which really lowered her own standards. You don't understand. Knowing your enemy can lead to victory. You think we're just tracking to find an opportunity. Of course, we need to gather more information too. Bai Kang sneered, thinking that Yu Lingshu was just jealous that he was progressing faster than her. Yu Lingshu was completely at a loss and decided not to say anything, distancing herself from him, afraid others would realize they knew each other. Hey, what's with that Tang Zi? Why is she following them everywhere? Are they that close? Bai Kang muttered as he stared through the telescope, trying to watch Zhou Heng and Yin Mengran, but Tang Zi kept blocking his view, which greatly annoyed him. At that moment, he saw Tang Zi turn her head and it seemed like their eyes met through the telescope. Next second, Tang Zi directly raised a middle finger. She wiggled it a bit, then put it down, turning her head away. Bai Kang lowered the telescope, eyes wide with shock, a horrified expression on his face, an extreme reaction. What was that just now? Was she pointing that middle finger at him? How was that possible? They were 2 train cars apart. He was using the telescope to watch them. How could she have seen him? It was absolutely impossible. Coincidence? No. Why would she suddenly raise a middle finger in this direction? Bai Kang puzzled over it, his brain going blank. Meanwhile, Yu Lingshu sat there, playing on her phone, when a message popped up. Seeing this message, Yu Lingshu almost threw her phone in shock. It was sent by Tang Zi. They were friends online, but had never really talked, and she didn't dare to initiate a conversation with Tang Zi. In her mind, if Zhou Heng was the second scariest person, then Tang Zi was the scariest. Are you following me with that guy? Did he use some kind of telescope to spy on us? Yu Lingshu gulped, cold sweat breaking out on her forehead, feeling a chill down her spine. She actually knows. Yu Lingshu's biggest fear coming out to track today was being discovered by Tang Zi. It felt like nothing could be hidden from her eyes. She didn't expect to have been found out so soon. And that Tang Zi even knew about Bai Kang peeping. How did you know? Curiosity overcoming her, Yu Lingshu sent a message to inquire. Tang Zi replied quickly. Just guessed. Guessed? Yes. Just use your way of thinking to deduce. Judging by your reaction, I should be right. It's fine if I'm wrong. I'm not a god. Damn it. You're practically a god. You guessed it just like that. Isn't that amazing? Yu Lingshu stared wide-eyed, mouth agape, looking incredulous, thinking it was normal for Tang Zi to figure out she and Bai Kang were tracking them, given that Tang Zi knew their intentions. But guessing Bai Kang was spying was quite extreme. But then again it made sense. If it were her, she would also assume that Bai Kang would peep, because that's the kind of person he was. Got it. Yu Lingshu honestly replied to Tang Zi, then turned off her phone, looking at Bai Kang standing there looking puzzled, starting to mull over things. Bai Kang still didn't know Tang Zi's true identity or how formidable she was, and he was sure he couldn't compete with Tang Zi. So, was there any way for him to leverage Tang Zi to eliminate the threat posed by Bai Kang? First of all, he definitely needed to make Bai Kang and Tang Zi enemies, right? Yu Lingshu looked at Bai Kang and said, "Hey, come over. I need to tell you something." Bai Kang snapped back to reality, walked up to Yu Lingshu, and asked, "Huh, what's up? Do you know who our biggest obstruction is right now?" "Who? Obstruction? Ow. Wait, I think I know who it is." Bai Kang and Yu Lingshu locked eyes, both frowning, then simultaneously said, "Tang Zi." Several people arrived at Dongju University, a very famous university with a large campus. The campus was bustling with many people, mostly young individuals. A few of them were strolling along a small pathway, enjoying the scenery inside the campus. Yin Mengren was walking at the back, holding her phone and contacting Shen Linyi. Zhou Heng slowed down his pace to walk beside Yin Mengren and asked, "How is it going? Did you tell her? Where should we find her?" "Well, she said. Let's just look around casually first. Her supervisor will be looking for her and will come to us shortly." "Oh, all right." Zhou Heng held Yin Mengren's hand, just like the other couples in the campus, enjoying their stroll. Liao Haomia and Zhu Dao were similar, not having seen each other for a long time, finally meeting and wanting to stick together, showing more affection towards each other than towards exploring the school. Look, she's alone again. I wonder what she's up to, playing the third wheel. In the distance, Bai Kang still held his binoculars, peering at the group ahead. He observed the two other couples holding hands intimately, while Tang Zi was alone, fiddling with her phone, looking quite lonely. They're just good friends, they won't care about these things. Let me see. Yu Lingshu snatched the binoculars from Bai Kang and looked ahead for a while. She knew Tang Zi's identity, but she would never tell Bai Kang. She only cared about driving a wedge between Bai Kang and Tang Zi. If Tang Zi is around, you'll have a hard time getting close to Zhou Heng. She definitely tried to block you at all costs. I remember being constantly intercepted by Tang Zi, and I was in the same class. Yu Lingshu put down the binoculars and handed them back to Bai Kang, fabricating a light-to-sound discourse, making Bai Kang shift his attention from her to Tang Zi. Bai Kang furrowed his brow slightly, stroked his chin, and muttered, what should we do? We need to make her realize not to interfere. Would coercion or temptation work better, do you think? I'm not sure. You figure it out. I don't think temptation would work well. Who can guarantee she'd listen, right? Makes sense. Bai Kang's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness as he nodded and mumbled, looks like we'll have to scare her a bit. Yu Lingshu glared at him and said, hey, don't blow things out of proportion. If you do anything illegal, I'll definitely tell your father. Don't worry, I'll just give her a little scare. I'm not some gangster. Bai Kang waved his hand dismissively, while Yu Lingshu said one thing, deep down. She actually wished for things to escalate. As long as it didn't involve her, it would only benefit her with no downsides. Why are you still coming today? Can't you take a hint? She's a flower of the department, you'll never have a chance. Nonsense. At that moment, Yu Lingshu and Bai Kang heard the voices of Tuos behind them, quite loud and lacking manners in this setting. They turned back, furrowing their brows, and saw two young men walking and smoking, not looking like students, but more like idle individuals from society. However, they weren't much older and the two could tell that these individuals weren't Dongju University students. As the two men passed by, one of them turned back and gave Yu Lingshu a leering look. A look that made Yu Lingshu shiver and feel disgusted. The lewd and mocking expression in his eyes made her wish she could blind them, if the law allowed it. Hey! Look ahead. There are several beauties. Wow! Where? The two men suddenly brightened up as if discovering a new land and focused on Yin Mengren and her group. Oh, these gals are top quality. Are they also from Dongju University? How did we never notice them before? But she already has a boyfriend, right? There's still one who's alone. Let's look at her face. Maybe we can get her contact info. The two men nudged each other and started walking towards Zhou Heng's group. Although they noticed only Tang Zi was alone, they didn't seem to give up on the other two girls as well. Their gaze lingered on the three women, emanating a very unpleasant expression. At this moment, Yu Lingshu and Bai Kang shared a glance, smiles forming at the corners of their mouths. Oh, looks like an opportunity is here. Their eyes lit up as they followed the two men, clearly tracking them for this exact reason. If those two men were to harass Zhou Heng's group, it would be a chance for them. I don't care. I'll act first. Bai Kang flexed his wrist, indicating his readiness to approach the two men. However, he was pulled back by Yu Lingshu, whispering, no, are you crazy? Nothing happened yet. Why would you go over now? Bai Kang clicked his tongue and mumbled, HMPH ... but we must ensure Zhou Heng's safety. We need to anticipate danger, and ensure everything goes smoothly for him. Get real. Does Zhou Heng need you to protect him? Even if there were 5 more of you, you wouldn't be a match for Zhou Heng. The two men slowed down as they passed by Zhou Heng's group, intending to walk past them and casually look back. One of them glanced back first, trying to pretend like they weren't looking at the women, but his eyes widened as soon as he saw the women's faces. Wow! Extremely beautiful. Bro, she's stunning, just like that flower of the department. Really? The other man, upon hearing this, also turned his head eagerly, casting a glance at Tang Zi and then turning towards Zhu Dao and Yin Mengren. But his gaze finally settled on Yin Mengren's face, and he suddenly stopped in his tracks. What are you doing? His friend became flustered, not understanding why he had stopped suddenly. He tried to pull him away, but he remained still, staring directly at Yin Mengren. Zhou Heng also noticed the man. his brows furrowing instantly. The man raised his hand, pointed at Yin Mengren, and loudly inquired, Are you Yin Mengren? Oh my god, Tan Shai. You know him? Is this for real? Another person immediately grabbed the shoulder of the boy named Pan Shai, whispering eagerly, looking particularly excited as if his eyes were turning red. After all, how could his close buddy know such a beauty and he didn't? Who could handle that? Zhou Heng and the others were also stunned, standing still in their tracks, feeling a sudden shock in their hearts. Zhou Heng turned to look at Yin Mengren, while Yin Mengren, after a brief moment of hesitation, lowered her head and calmly replied, No, you've got the wrong person. Yin Mengren's response only added to Zhou Heng's group's confusion. Why deny it? Does that mean she does know this Bo? Tan Shai was slightly taken aback, then chuckled and said, I understand you don't want to admit it, but is it necessary to be this heartless? After all, we are practically like family, right? You. Who said we're family? Shameless. This statement seemed to set Yin Mengren off, as she raised her head and snapped back, looking visibly agitated. Liao Haomia and Zhu Dao were taken aback, witnessing this behavior for the first time. What on earth was going on? Liao Haomia lowered his voice and asked quietly in Zhu Dao's ear, What's going on with this guy? Could he be Yin Mengren's ex-boyfriend? Zhu Dao frowned and shook her head, denying, Impossible. Yin Mengren's first love is Zhou Heng. How could there be any ex-boyfriend? Zhou Heng was also very puzzled at this point, asking, Do you know him? Who is he? Tan Shai crossed his arms, raised his chin proudly, a smirk on his face, and declared loudly, I'm her brother. Zhou Heng's eyes widened in disbelief, his composed face suddenly turning pale. When he had previously met Yin Mengren's aunt, he wasn't particularly surprised, but he had never heard of Yin Mengren having a brother. Yin Mengren pointed at Pan Shai and scolded angrily, Get lost. Have you no shame? We don't even share any blood relations. How dare you claim to be my brother? What? Isn't my dad your dad as well? What's wrong with what I said? You are distorting the truth. At this point, Zhou Heng and Tang Zi seemed to have figured it out, understanding the man's identity. He was likely Yin Mengren's stepfather, given the past incident where they encountered a woman who made Yin Mengren cry and was later driven away by Zhou Heng's mother. It was said that the woman was Yin Mengren's father's ex-wife. So, this guy should be that woman's son, right? It was previously mentioned that she had a son with her ex-husband, and after Yin Mengren's parents passed away, the ex-wife came and took away the house, leaving Yin Mengren homeless. Was this guy in front of them the same person? To say he was Yin Mengren's brother was somewhat valid yet weak, given their relationship. What a situation. Should we really be eavesdropping on this? It feels awkward to stay here. I think so too. Let's go for a walk first. This could only get more awkward for us here. Liao Haomia and Zhu Dao exchanged a few hushed words before sneaking away discreetly. They were considering Yin Mengren's feelings, avoiding hearing more about the situation to shield her from further embarrassment. Yuling Shu agreed on the surface, but deep down, she couldn't fathom ignoring Tang Zi. Logically, Tang Zi should hold the same level of importance as Yin Mengren and should be protected, but that night Yuling Shu already felt the pressure from Tang Zi. Maybe she wasn't even qualified to protect her. Wait, darling. Just as Zhou Heng was about to lose control and act, Yin Mengren promptly held him back to prevent any reckless actions that would lead to more trouble. She looked at Zhou Heng, gently shook her head, and comforted him, saying, Don't bother with people like this. It's not worth it. Just ignore him. It's fine. I won't let something like this affect me anymore. Yin Mengren smiled, instantly calming Zhou Heng down. Her smile seemed to convey the message that her current life no longer allowed negative emotions to sway her. Back when she was upset to the point of tears, feeling helpless and pitiful. Now, everything Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren had provided her with had allowed her to move past that shadow. All right. Zhou Heng responded with a faint smile to reassure her, as his temper was generally good, and getting angry was always about matters concerning Yin Mengren, which he absolutely could not tolerate. Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren decided not to pursue further conflict, but Pan Shai had no intention of backing down. He sneered, sizing up Zhou Heng and remarked, No, isn't this Yin Mengren? Is this your boyfriend? It's all just a game, isn't it? After all, you could only survive this way now, constantly changing boyfriends to support you. How much has this one spent on you? Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren raised their heads, giving him a cold glare and simply retorted, What's wrong with you? They ignored him and walked away. They didn't want to waste any more time on this person, who was just like his mother. No wonder they shared a parent. The ability to provoke others seemed to run in the bloodline. Seeing Zhou Heng and company leave, Pan Shai shouted after them, "Be careful. He looks tough. He'll probably abuse you. And he doesn't seem like an honest man, certainly spending on others outside." "Repeat that." Yin Mengren clenched her fists, turning around with a furious gaze. "How many times should I repeat myself? He doesn't seem like a good person at all. Got any problems with that?" Yin Mengren's shoulders trembled slightly, as if she was trying to control her emotions. The next moment, she couldn't contain herself anymore. "I'll challenge you." Before finishing her sentence, Yin Mengren attempted to rush over with a ferocity that seemed like she wanted to take down Pan Shai. Bursting with rage, Zhou Heng was taken aback, widening his eyes, and quickly held Yin Mengren back, embracing her. Hey, honey, calm down. Didn't you say not to stoop to his level?" "No. I can't. How dare he say that about you? I must knock him out." Yin Mengren struggled even as Zhou Heng held her, nearly losing control. "What? You want to take me down? Come on. I'm standing right here. Let's see how you'll do it." Pan Shai, not fearing a confrontation, continued to provoke, seemingly paying no heed to Yin Mengren. Seeing the situation escalate, Bai Kang realized it was time to intervene but was suddenly stopped by Yu Lingshu. "Wait. Don't rush. This isn't urgent. It's about to break out into a fight. Are you trying to take credit for my work?" "No. Look. Someone seems to be coming over. Let's stay calm. Assess the situation first." At that moment, Pan Shi's friend also noticed and tapped his arm, whispering, "Hey, look. The flower is coming." Where? Pan Shai widened his eyes, looking like a tortoise poking out his head, gazing in the direction and, indeed seeing a figure he had longed for, hurrying towards them. Seeing this figure, Pan Shi's heart raced, filling him with excitement. My beloved Shen Linyi is here. Why is she so anxious? Could it be she's looking for me? Is today my lucky day?" Pan Shai began adjusting his appearance, seemingly forgetting about Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren in front of him. After Shen Linyi approached and stood among the group, Pan Shi's heart almost jumped out of his chest. In the past, Shen Linyi would have ignored him and walked past, no matter what. However, today marked the closest she had ever been to him. Could it be that his luck was finally turning? Shen Linyi, I. Before Pan Shai could speak, he saw Shen Linyi's eyes glaring at him. Her expression and demeanor were cold and chilling, making everyone involuntarily want to stay away. Pan Shai immediately zipped his mouth shut, taking a step back and not saying another word, realizing he was accustomed to this behavior from Shen Linyi. Everyone knew this about her. Even if she was attractive, no one dared to pursue her since her door was tightly shut, leaving no room for entry. Pan Shai was an exception, persisting with his shamelessness. Upon seeing Shen Linyi, Yin Mengren smiled brightly and greeted her happily. "Sister." Shen Linyi's expression instantly softened, turning her head and offering a faint smile. She nodded gently, responding quietly. It was as if she had transformed into a completely different person. Pan Shi's eyes nearly popped out, twitching, and almost losing his mind. He had never seen Shen Linyi in such a state before. Many thought she had a resting face syndrome, and no one could have imagined her face could be that gentle and warm, even capable of smiling. "Do you know each other?" Pan Shai raised his trembling hand, pointing to Yin Mengren and Shen Linyi, stammering nervously. Shen Linyi turned around, her face once again becoming frightening as she stared at Pan Shai, placing Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren in front of her. Slowly, she spoke in a slightly loud yet controlled voice, saying, "These are my siblings. Speak up." "Oh my." Shen Linyi is speaking. Behind Pan Shai, his friends were almost stunned, covering their mouths, looking shocked, astonished as if struck by thunder. For such a long time, he had never heard Shen Linyi speak. Sometimes he would doubt if Shen Linyi had no speech function or some kind of autism, hence her silence. Unexpectedly, today he actually heard her speak. This was truly the best moment of the year at Dongzhou University. Pan Shai couldn't believe it either. Whether it was Shen Linyi speaking or what she was saying, it left him extremely shocked. How could the girl he pursued be involved with Yin Mengren, and even related to Yin Mengren's boyfriend? This instantaneously short-circuited his brain, turning his ability to think to zero, a blank slate. At this moment, Bai Kang and Yuling Shu, after noticing the situation, discreetly hid away, looking for the next opportunity and secretly investigating the circumstances. Hurry up. What did she say? Who is that girl after all? Bai Kang, holding a pen and notebook, ready to jot down, didn't want to miss any important information, but Yuling Shu, after staring through a telescope for a while without saying anything, made Bai Kang especially impatient. This, she, Yuling Shu, by now, through lip reading, had learned about Chen Linyi's identity. She was somewhat surprised, didn't expect before clarifying about Tang Zi, another relative of Zhou Heng, and most importantly, were all the members of Zhou Heng's family this good-looking? She said, she is Zhou Heng's online friend. Yes, they met online, had good conversations, that's why they came here to hang out today. Yuling Shu casually lied, just like breathing. After all, Bai Kang knew nothing. Why should she share such important information? They were competitors. The more advantageous conditions one had, the better. Bai Kang frowned, paused for a moment, then suddenly realized and nodded. Oh, I see, she's an online friend. No wonder, it doesn't seem like it's a significant person after all. Yeah, right? Zhou Heng stepped forward. He couldn't allow girl to protect him, so he approached, asking, do you know them? Chen Linyi shook her head and softly said, I don't know, seems like they are from the neighboring university. The neighboring? I remember. Tang Zi whispered quietly in everyone's ear, and they all nodded in realization, having faces expressing no wonder such kind of student exists. Indeed, the said neighboring university was somewhat inferior, at least very famous for being substandard, with a very low threshold. Students like Tan Shai were from that university, so it made sense. Tan Shai and his friends felt a bit embarrassed. He walked up, awkwardly smiled and said, it's all a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Hey, I'm Yin Mengren's brother. We are all family here, just ask her. Tan Shai pointed at Yin Mengren, then gave her intense eye contact. The pleading in his eyes was ready to overflow. If eye contact could make one kneel, Tan Shai would have knelt before Yin Mengren right at that moment. This was a great opportunity to establish a connection with Chen Linyi. How many boys at this university longed to say a word to Chen Linyi? If he could establish a connection with her, he could boast about it for a long time. Moreover, after establishing a connection, he would have a reason to talk to Chen Linyi, not just disturb her. All of these hopes were now pinned on Yin Mengren. Why didn't she say it earlier? If she had mentioned their relationship with Chen Linyi earlier, he would have definitely helped her with all his might. Hey. When one becomes speechless to a certain extent, they truly laugh. Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren were already speechless to the extreme, simply chuckled, not saying anything because they felt that nothing could adequately describe Pan Shi's shamelessness. Sister, let's go. Don't bother with him. Yin Mengren also had no intention of continuing to engage with him, so to not disrupt the good mood of the day, she linked arms with Chen Linyi and together they left. Pan Shi raised his hand, stopped to consider stopping them, but they walked away without a glance back, not giving him any chance to say anything. He couldn't chase after them to argue, as Chen Linyi was still there. Continuing will only worsen his impression on her. His friend came up, sighed, patted his shoulder, saying, oh well, forget about going after the flower of the department, she has relatives here, the way you spoke earlier, you have no chance. I won't accept this. Didn't you see the attitude of the guy just now? It infuriated me. What is he pretending to be? What qualifications does he have? Tan Shai tensed up, frowned, looking infuriated, but his anger was largely due to Zhou Heng, not because of Zhou Heng's attitude but mainly because Zhou Heng had so many beautiful women around him. He didn't even have a girl who could match that level. What else do you want to do? Get someone to take care of him. Of course. They are definitely not from Dongzhi University. Follow them. I'll gather some people. We must get him. As you wish. Just as they were about to take action, suddenly they turned back and noticed two people standing behind them. Oh, scared me. They saw a man and a woman standing in front of them, smiling, yet the smile seemed to hold ill intentions. What are you saying? Say it again? Who do you want to go after? Yuling Shu and Bai Kang, rubbing their hands, smiling but appearing increasingly sinister. You. What are you doing? Who are you? Tan Shai didn't know why, but he felt a bit intimidated by their momentum. The girl in front of him was somewhat familiar to him. Wasn't she the beautiful girl he'd seen pass by just now? He had no quarrel with them, So why were they about to do something? Yuling Shu and Bai Kang chuckled, subdued. I will handle all hidden dangers for him. It's my duty. Though my capabilities are limited, luckily you aren't a big problem. I need to let you know, some people can't be easily provoked, especially a guy like you, understand? Several people play until late night before leaving amidst Chen Linyi's farewell. Boarding the subway back, Liao Haomia and Zhu Dao did not join Zhou Heng and the others, opting for a day of solo dating instead. They left together only when it was time to depart. It doesn't seem like she has severe social anxiety, Zhu Gai said. She spoke quite a lot today. Tang Zi sat there, looking at Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren. She seems much better now, right? Yin Mengren lifted her chin slightly with a hint of pride. After all, it was thanks to her efforts. She had been trying to uplift Chen Linyi throughout the day to make her more cheerful. She wasn't like this before. Thanks to my baby, right? Zhou Heng extended his hands, rubbing Yin Mengren's cheeks as if kneading dough, and Yin Mengren just chuckled silly. How do you feel about this school? Are you planning to take the exam? Tang Zi raised her head, looking at Liao Haomia and Zhu Dao, who had spent the whole day on a date to enjoy their time together. Unlike Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren, who were always together, it had been a while since Liao Haomia and Zhu Dao last met. It was a rare chance for them to have a date alone. Liao Haomia thought for a moment, nodded, and said, it's not bad. It's worth considering, but we can't decide now. We need to think it through. Well, I want to attend a school farther from home. Zhu Dao expressed her thoughts. She felt that Dongzhi University was too close to her home. In fact, she had discussed this issue with Liao Haomia before. They had planned to attend the same university, but wanted it to be farther from home. They had always been restricted by their families and had little chance to meet. At this age of budding romance, it was truly tormenting for them. They envied Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren, who got to be together every day, going to school together, studying together, finishing school together, and living together. These thoughts could only be realized when they entered college, so from the beginning, they had planned to go to a university farther away, all for their freedom in love. It's okay, this kind of thing needs careful consideration. It's best to plan it well with your family. Yin Mengren nodded, agreeing with their thoughts. Although she wanted the two to attend the same university together, she couldn't force them. It all depended on their personal preferences. Zhou Heng also added, yes. Anyway, when the holidays come, we can meet again. It's fine. Liao Haomia smiled and said, okay, we should focus on studying next. Maybe we can't hang out together anymore until after the college entrance exams are over. I'll treat you to dinner. Sure. Let's meet again then. Be careful on your way back. Liao Haomia got off at Zhu Dao's stop. He wanted to drop Zhu Dao off at home before heading back himself. Of course, this process wouldn't be quick. They might take the slowest steps of their lives to complete this journey. Well, I'm going home too. Goodbye. Tang Zi also alighted at her stop, saying goodbye to Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren. Move. Meet me outside. Remember, follow instructions, no impulsive moves. After Tang Zi got off the subway, another person swiftly rushed down. That person was Bai Kang, still holding a phone, communicating in a hushed voice on the phone. After Bai Kang swiftly left, Yuling Shu sat in her seat, crossing her legs, a smile on her face. She didn't expect Bai Kang to be so easily deceived, truly falling into her trap, planning to confront Tang Zi. In her opinion, Tang Zi, being threatened by Bai Kang, wouldn't give up easily. Considering her background, this could also verify the authenticity of Tang Zi's identity. Later, Tang Zi would inform Zhou Heng about this incident, and then, Bai Kang would be completely out of the game. She would have no competitors. After receiving systematic training during college, she would graduate and become Zhou Heng's secretary, reaching the pinnacle of life. Lost in her thoughts, Yuling Shu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Fortunately, her rival was Bai Kang, easy to deal with. If it were someone like Tang Zi, success wouldn't come so easily. Tang Zi left a subway station, opened her phone, and started playing a game while heading home. Ooh, didn't get any rare items from 30 consecutive draws. Is Zhou Heng's account really this unlucky? Tang Zi muttered as she walked into a slightly dim alley, or route she had to take to get home. She had once exposed a plot of Tang Yining and Li Yansuo tracking her here. However, today, she was too engrossed in her phone to notice a nearly invisible rope between two trash cans ahead. Tang Zi widened her eyes, tripped by the rope, tumbling forward. Sout, Her reflexes were quick. In that split second of falling, she rolled forward to cushion the impact. Nonetheless, her palm was scraped and bleeding. TSK. Tang Zi clicked her tongue, turned off her phone, tucked it in her pocket, furrowed her brows. She didn't even have time to process what happened or tend to her wound. The next moment, like a nocturnal cat, she bent forward and swiftly dashed into the dark alley. Where did she go? I heard a nose just now. Bai Kang ran out from the alley, followed by several burly men. The simple trap set earlier was to restrain Tang Zi, leaving her no time to react. But he never expected Tang Zi to react so fast. Why did she flee without understanding anything? Bai Kang furrowed his brows, saying, "Find her quickly. She just fell. She can't have gone far. Once you find her, corner her so she can't escape. Don't use force. What if she resists? Young Master Bai, keep an eye on the surveillance location. Don't go too far, or I won't spare you." Understood. The men quickly ran out from Bai Kang's side, disappearing into the dark alley, ready to search for Tang Zi. Bai Kang slowly walked forward, leisurely observing the geographical layout of the alley. Even though it was complex, she shouldn't have run too far, right? At that moment, as Bai Kang passed through a dark intersection, a nose of something falling behind him startled him. Plap. Bai Kang widened his eyes, shocked and terrified. He dared not look back, his body stiffening. Slowly lifting his head, he gazed upward, feeling a chill run down his spine. Could it be the ventilation pipe above where she was hanging all this time? Gah. Bai Kang furrowed his brow and swiftly turned around. But in that instant of turning, his center of gravity began to waver. He widened his eyes, realizing he had fallen into a trap while turning. His body involuntarily shifted to one side, and was then dragged into an alleyway nearby. Dang. Next, he was kicked against the wall, plopping down on the ground, leaning against the wall. He looked up with a face full of shock at the dark figure in front of him. Wait. What are you going to do? There's surveillance here, Bai Kang said fearfully, raising his head and pointing to a corner where there was a surveillance camera. However, he noticed that the camera seemed to be covered by something. Is that bubble gum? Bai Kang gasped, feeling his scalp tingle and his spine chill. Now, he finally realized that something was amiss. The person in front of him was not just a simple high school girl. Her actions were more exaggerated than even him and Yuling Shu, who had received special training since childhood. This was definitely not something an ordinary student could do. Tang Zi stood before Bai Kang, her expression particularly grim, with a cold and terrifying gaze. She tore open a band-aid and stuck it on her injured palm, which was bleeding. This shouldn't delay me from hitting you, right? Don't worry, I won't be as soft-hearted as Yuling Shu. Do you know who I am? How dare you hit me? If you lay a finger on me, your life is over. Your future is ruined. Bai Kang was truly feeling scared now and began to threaten Tang Zi because the kick she gave him earlier had left his stomach still hurting. The force was quite strong. He had already been beaten up by Yuling Shu. If Tang Zi were to hit him again, where would he put his face? Wait. How did Tang Zi know about him being beaten up by Yuling Shu? Did Yuling Shu tell her? Why would she tell her such a thing? Tang Zi seemed unfazed by Bai Kang's threats and nodded quietly, saying, "You're right, you have connections, so I should also check with my connections." Tang Zi then took out her phone, dialed a number, and put it on speaker. "Hello?" A voice came from the other end of the line, causing Bai Kang to shiver instantly. The voice belonged to Zhou Heng. Late at night, Tang Zi was calling Zhou Heng. Wasn't Yin Mengren around? Wouldn't she mind? However, the next thing Tang Zi said chilled Bai Kang to the core. "Brother, someone is trying to bully me and won't let me fight back. What should I do?" "What?" Bai Kang's eyes widened, almost fainting in disbelief. His mouth twitched, eyebrows furrowing, unable to speak. It had to be Zhou Heng on the other end of the phone. But why was Tang Zi calling him brother? Could it be as he suspected? There was silence on the phone for a moment. A heavy sigh was audible before Zhou Heng spoke slowly. "Where are you now?" "I'll come over immediately." No. Bai Kang wanted to stop them but realized he couldn't let Zhou Heng find out it was him. Otherwise, he was done for. He never expected Tang Zi could easily call Zhou Heng with just one phone call. It seemed the word brother wasn't a joke at all. Was Tang Zi Zhou Heng's sister? How did he not do his research on this? Bai Kang immediately clasped his hands together, pleading with Tang Zi. Tears welling in his eyes, unable to speak, practically on the verge of kneeling before her. Humming, Tang Zi said, "Okay, I won't trouble you. I'll handle it myself. I'll text you when I get home. Alright then. Be safe. If anything happens, call me, and I and Ranran will come immediately. Got it. You all rest early. Tang Zi then hung up the phone, put it back in her pocket, and looked at Bai Kang, folding her arms. Found them. They're here. Young Master Bai is here too. At that moment, the people Bai Kang had brought with him finally arrived, but seeing Bai Kang sitting on the ground initially surprised them. Quick! Save young Master Bai. Wait. Don't come near. Stand there. Don't move. Bai Kang immediately reached out his hand to stop them from advancing. The group was startled and froze in place, not daring to act recklessly. Bai Kang knew he couldn't do anything to Tang Zi in this situation anymore. Otherwise, he wouldn't have any chance left. Even if he were to apologize or back down now, it might not make a difference. The only solution now was to let Tang Zi vent her anger. Panting heavily, with a trembling body, Bai Kang slowly stood up, then squatted down, clutching his head with his hands. He raised his head, looked at Tang Zi, and softly said, please. Tang Zi chuckled, cracking her joints, and said, You're being sensible. Don't worry. I understand the situation. After all, I need to give a little face to young Master Bai. Isn't that right? After all, if father finds out his son likes men. Ahem. Bai Kang suddenly started coughing violently to interrupt Tang Zi's words. His heart began to pound rapidly at the mention of that phrase. Bai Kang abruptly raised his head, gazing at Tang Zi with an extremely determined look and said, Please, Tang Ya, hit me hard as you want until you're satisfied. I beg you. Those people immediately widened their eyes, unable to believe what they were hearing. What was their young Master Bai up to? Had he suddenly developed some strange trait that was so untimely? This was not the time, or at least it shouldn't be. Tang Zi snorted lightly, glanced at the group, gestured for them to turn around, and loudly exclaimed, Turn around. Kids, don't look. Ow. The men hesitated a moment before obediently turning around, covering their eyes. After a while, they heard thumping sounds behind them, along with Bai Kang's agonizing screams, causing them to shudder. However, the screams seemed a bit off. Tang Ya, sorry, I can take more. No need to hold back. From now on, I'll follow you. I'm willing to be your lackey. Please, forget about today. After about 10 minutes, the noise at the alley gradually disappeared. Tang Zi moved her shoulders a bit, feeling like she had just finished a vigorous exercise. Phew, she breathed out. Looking at the dumbfounded people nearby, she said, All right, take him back. You all didn't see anything today, right? Yes. The few individuals nodded repeatedly, not daring to say anything. They were shocked by the scene just now. They couldn't believe that a seemingly fragile girl could beat a person for a whole 10 minutes, even if it was Bai Kang. A group of strong men, probably wouldn't be able to endure it. At this moment, Bai Kang was already lying on the ground, feeling all sore, but miraculously, there was no bruise on his face. Tang Zi avoided all visible areas. A regular person couldn't see any changes, but once the clothes were taken off, there might be a lot of bruises on the body. Bai Xiao, are you okay? The group walked over, wanting to help Bai Kang up. However, as soon as they touched him, he yelled in pain. Idiot. Be gentler. Go away. Bai Kang rudely smacked them with his palm. Since being hit by Tang Zi, it wouldn't be that painful to get hit by them now. It was already a struggle for him to stand up, but they were secretly impressed that Bai Kang could withstand a beating for 10 minutes. If he hadn't received professional training in taking a hit, he would have been beaten so much that he got used to it. Just as Bai Kang was about to be taken away by others, Tang Zi watched his back and suddenly said, Yu Lingshu was right after all. Hot. Bai Kang abruptly stopped in his tracks and struggled to turn his head to look at Tang Zi. He asked softly, Tang Ya, what did Yu Lingshu say? Tang Zi gave a barely noticeable smile and said, Guess what? Anyway, I know that you guys have been following us all day. What? Bai Kang's lips twitched, his forehead creased. It was no wonder he felt that things weren't going well today. Without giving much thought to Yu Lingshu, they had been working together to follow them, but in reality, he was already betrayed. This was why Tang Zi gave him the middle finger on the subway. Yu Lingshu had already exposed their whereabouts. No wonder today was unfruitful. They were already anticipated. Yu Lingshu actually used this explosive method to sabotage him. How despicable. Now it appeared that Tang Ji's quick reaction to his attack was probably due to Yu Lingshu tipping her off secretly. Yu Lingshu widened her eyes, listening to the furious cursing from Bai Kang on the phone. Her face quickly turned red at a visible speed. Bai Kang. Who are you cursing at? The two of them just kept shouting loudly, getting more and more worked up. Yu Lingshu even forgot for a moment that she lived next door to Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren were lying in bed at this time, holding their phones, mouths slightly agape, looking as if they were stunned, just listening to the not-so-clean words from Yu Lingshu next door, coming one after another. Yin Mengren blinked, looking puzzled at Zhou Heng, and asked, "What's going on?" Zhou Heng dumbly shook his head. Probably just gaming and using the mic. Would it get that heated from gaming? Well, sometimes. The shouting from next door had been going on for about 5 minutes before Yu Lingshu finally hung up, gasping for breath. She now saw Bai Kang as her enemy, wishing for his death. She didn't care whether or not Bai Kang had plotted against her. She would treat him as if he had. And she knew how to deal with Bai Kang, ensuring her plan progressed smoothly by befriending Tang Zi. She had realized that as long as she had a good relationship with Tang Zi, everything would go smoothly. It would be a bit difficult to improve her relationship with Zhou Heng at present, so she needed to start with Tang Zi. Early the next morning, Tang Zi opened her eyes with a yawn. She sat up, first picked up her phone, tapped it, but the screen remained dark. She then remembered she had turned off her phone. Tang Zi turned on her phone, and immediately a flood of messages appeared. There were messages from Zhou Heng, from Yin Mengren, mainly asking how she was doing, if everything was okay, and also a message from Yu Lingshu, with few words sent, maybe afraid of annoying her, or not knowing what to say. Tang Zi didn't reply, but she could already guess how Yu Lingshu and Bai Kang would treat her today. After getting ready and having breakfast, Tang Ji's mother, Zhou Yelin, had already prepared her lunch to take to school. After getting everything ready, Tang Zi left for school. As she stepped out and arrived downstairs, she felt something was off. Could it be? Chewing bubble gum, Tang Zi furrowed her brows. She saw someone approaching her not far away. Wasn't that Yu Lingshu? Yu Lingshu, upon seeing Tang Zi, quickened her steps and was holding something in her hand. Tang Zi, you didn't reply to me all night. I was quite worried, so I came to find you early this morning. Is your hand okay? Yu Lingshu approached Tang Zi, holding a small first aid kit in her hand, containing gauze and such, seemingly to help Tang Zi deal with the wound. Tang Zi gave Yu Lingshu a glance. All of this was within her expectations. She had anticipated the extremely uneasy Yu Lingshu would come to find her early in the morning. Tang Zi raised her hand for Yu Lingshu to see and said, "It's fine. It's all scabbed over." Yu Lingshu felt a bit embarrassed and whispered, "It was that Bai Kang guy, right? I swear, I have absolutely no connection with him. He's my enemy, and anything he says is just to defame me." Yu Lingshu earnestly looked at Tang Zi, cautiously observing her expressions, wanting to see what she really thought. But Tang Zi had fairly little reaction, just nodded and said, "Okay, I understand." Tang Ji's calm response left Yu Lingshu somewhat embarrassed, unsure of what Tang Zi truly thought, or if she believed her words. At that moment, they heard a call. "Tang Ya." Hearing this voice, Yu Lingshu's eyes instantly turned cold and her lips twitched with restrained anger. Following the direction of the sound, they saw the person walking toward them, who was Bai Kang. Upon seeing Yu Lingshu, he halted for a moment, furrowing his brows slightly, as if he had already anticipated Yu Lingshu being there. Then, he simply removed Yu Lingshu from his sight, choosing to ignore her, and went straight to Tang Zi. "Tang Ya, here, let me carry your bag. And this is tea I just brewed by myself. Would you like some?" Bai Kang displayed a natural and genuinely warm smile, not a hint of pretense, as if completely sincere. He also held a new teacup, offering it to Tang Zi with fine brewed black tea inside, looking quite delicate. "Bai Kang, Yu Lingshu suddenly felt a surge of anger. She could see clearly that Bai Kang was clearly aiming to stick with her once again, planning to focus on Tang Zi as the main target. She wanted to scold Bai Kang for being shameless, but considering Tang Zi was there, she didn't want to argue and make Tang Zi unhappy. She thought Tang Zi would ignore him, but the next moment, Tang Zi actually took the teacup, handed her bag to Bai Kang, and said, "Sure." With that, Tang Zi turned and left, leaving a bewildered Yu Lingshu and a pleasantly surprised Bai Kang. "This isn't this." Yu Lingshu was completely dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, Tang Zi had rejected her, which she thought was normal. But why did she accept Bai Kang's offer? Did she see him in a better light than herself? Where did she go wrong compared to Bai Kang? TSK, I'm outta here. You can stay here and stew." Feeling smug, Bai Kang slung Tang Zi's bag over his shoulder, clicked his tongue in front of Yu Lingshu, chuckling as he followed, while Yu Lingshu blinked, glaring fiercely at Bai Kang's back, her eyes filled with discontent. However, she wouldn't give up. She suspected this might be another one of Bai Kang's tricks, and Tang Zi must have been deceived. Yu Lingshu also hurried to follow, preventing Bai Kang and Tang Zi from discussing anything important out of her earshot. Meanwhile, Tang Zi, leading the way, slowly lifted the corners of her mouth and slightly narrowed her eyes. She was stirring up trouble to make it more chaotic. The more chaotic, the better. It was all an interesting game to her, and there seemed to be no harm in it. Tang Zi didn't go to find Zhou Heng and the others. She knew she should give Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren some alone time to go to school. They didn't like too many people around. Tang Zi looked up at the sky, smiled faintly, rubbed her chin, whispered to herself, "How can I make it more interesting by manipulating them?" Kan Yue arrived at the school gate, glanced over and saw Tang Zi walking towards this side. "Morning, Tang Zi." Kan Yue simply greeted her and didn't say anything else. He then saw two figures approaching quickly. "Move aside. Move aside. Don't block the way." Yu Lingshu and Bai Kang seen in a hurry to go somewhere, walking up and directly blocking Kan Yue about a meter away. Kan Yue was taken aback, standing in place blinking his eyes, feeling a bit puzzled. What were these two up to? Were they blocking him? He hadn't done anything wrong. Was it wrong to just say hello now? Tang Zi awkwardly smiled, then raised her hand and replied, "Morning." "Oh." Kan Yue nodded in a daze, then watched as Tang Zi and the two others left his sight. How? Does Tang Zi need bodyguards just to go to school now? Tang Zi arrived at the classroom and took her seat. Zhou Heng first looked her up and down before asking, "What happened last night? You suddenly called. Yin Mengren is worried about your situation." Tang Zi shook her head and softly said, "It's nothing, just a minor conflict. Resolved." Zhou Heng didn't press further, knowing that Tang Zi could handle these small matters. "All right, good. If there's anything, just tell me." "Okay." The results of the last exam came out. Zhou Heng still made progress, although not as dramatic as before, but it was impressive considering his current ranking. This filled Zhou Heng with hope. As long as his ranking went up, it proved that he was improving. With some time still left before the college entrance exam, which felt fast yet short with only a few months remaining, Zhou Heng didn't dare to relax at all and put more effort into studying. At noon, Yu Lingshu needed to use the restroom, so she walked out of the classroom alone. When she came out to wash her hands, she noticed someone standing behind her. Yu Lingshu shook her wet hand, turned around, tilted her head, somewhat surprised. She recognized the person in front of her, a classmate. Quite good-looking but quiet, was his name. Tang Yining. Tang Yining's gaze was fixed on her, making her uncomfortable, so she asked, "What's wrong? Do you have something to say? Are you trying to get close to Zhou Heng?" Tang Yining's unexpected question made Yu Lingshu furrow her eyebrows instantly, slightly lowering her head. Her eyes sharpened. "Oh, now that you mention it, I remember your story. You rejected the girl who pursued Zhou Heng for 2 years, right?" Yu Lingshu took 2 steps forward, her tone flat, but with an underlying pressure, causing Tang Yining to involuntarily step back. Especially on this matter, it felt like a sword piercing her chest, making it hard for her to breathe. It was one of the most heartbreaking and emotionally affecting incidents for her. Unexpectedly, Yu Lingshu, who had just arrived recently, had already heard about it. Tang Yining was at a loss for words for a moment, forgot what she wanted to say, her mind in chaos. She hadn't even started but was already caught off guard by the opponent. Yu Lingshu smiled faintly and continued. "What? Are you interested in Zhou Heng again? You are concerned about Zhou Heng-related matters. What's your role? A classmate? A friend? I'm curious. Why did you refuse Zhou Heng for 2 years? Not your type? His academic performance wasn't good before. Or you don't think he meets your standards? What? Does this have to do with You. Tang Yining swallowed, her throat moving, speaking hesitantly. But it didn't mean she didn't care. Every word Yu Lingshu said stung her heart. Yu Lingshu let out a cold laugh, saying lightly, "It has nothing to do with me. I'm just evaluating things from an observer's perspective. We aren't close, I only heard from others. At least for now, since you didn't accept Zhou Heng, it's a good thing for him, or else you wouldn't be with Yin Mengren, who is such a great girl, you." This hit felt like a fatal blow, detonating all of Tang Yining's emotions. Her voice suddenly raised, pointing a finger at Yu Lingshu, her face dark like storm clouds before rain. "What about you? I see you care so much about what I said. It seems like you still have feelings for Zhou Heng, right? You asked if I wanted to get close to Zhou Heng. Are you wary of me? Or just wary of yourself? You'll know in the future. Zhou Heng is much better than you imagine. You'll regret it slowly." After Yu Lingshu finished speaking, she intended to leave, not wanting to waste more time with Tang Yining, who by now had flushed red, completely provoked by Yu Lingshu to the extreme. Tang Yining took a step forward, reached out, grabbing Yu Lingshu's shoulder. "Stop." Snap. As Tang Yining's hand landed on Yu Lingshu's shoulder, Yu Lingshu's hand immediately clapped over Tang Yining's wrist. The next moment, her body reflexively started to counterattack. She turned around, used a simple joint lock, effortlessly controlling Tang Yining, pressing her against the wall. Tang Yining cried out in pain, biting her lip, controlled tightly by Yu Lingshu, unable to move a muscle. Cough. At that moment, a cough suddenly sounded at the restroom door. Yu Lingshu and Tang Yining both lifted their heads, seeing a person standing at the entrance. Upon seeing this person, Yu Lingshu's heart jumped sharply. It was Tang Zi. Tang Yining also froze, realizing that Tang Zi had witnessed the scene, feeling extremely embarrassed. Tang Zi looked at Yu Lingshu and Tang Yining with an indifferent gaze, then turned to Yu Lingshu and said coldly, "Let go." Sure. Yu Lingshu, like an obedient machine, immediately released her hand upon hearing the command, stepped back behind her, standing up straight. At the same time, her heart was pounding, her back covered in cold sweat. She didn't understand why Tang Zi reacted this way. Were Tang Zi and Tang Yining close? Did she offend someone she shouldn't have? She was already far behind by Kang, and if she offended Tang Zi again, it would be disastrous. Tang Zi, Yu Lingshu wanted to say something, but Tang Zi had already turned and left. Yu Lingshu anxiously shook her hand, turned to Tang Yining, quickly apologized, "I'm sorry." Then, she hurriedly followed after. Tang Yining stood in place, clutching her shoulder, blinking her eyes, murmuring dazedly, "What just happened?" When Lingshu followed behind Tang Ji, like a child who had done something wrong, she spoke softly and asked, "Tang Yining, is she your good friend?" Tang Ji decisively shook her head and replied, "No." When Lingshu was a bit puzzled and hesitantly asked, "Then, why is that?" Tang Ji knew what she wanted to ask, so she turned and glanced at her, saying, is it right to be physical at school?" No, it's my mistake." When Lingshu quickly lowered her head and admitted her mistake, easing her own tension, it seemed she had overthought it, as long as Tang Ji wasn't angry with her. And Tang Ji knew exactly what she was doing. The conflict between Wen Lingshu and Tang Yining had nothing to do with her. It was just a simple compliance test to see how Wen Lingshu would react, and the results were satisfactory. Her goal was to make Wen Lingshu and Bai Xiang no longer be wary of her, to subtly keep them obedient to her, like taming pets. It was all for her own benefit, and also for Zhou Heng's sake. Keeping a cunning person around, either now or in the future, was not an option. Tang Ji, how come you came to our class? Who are you looking for? Liao Haomio emerged from the restroom and saw Tang Ji and Wen Lingshu approaching. He was puzzled because their classes were quite far apart, so typically, they would only come here to find someone. "Help me call Bai Xiang." "Thank you." Liao Haomio hesitated for a moment but nodded in agreement. He didn't know why Tang Ji was looking for Bai Xiang, and her actions were beyond his comprehension. On the other hand, Wen Lingshu was becoming more puzzled. She didn't expect Tang Ji to come looking for Bai Xiang. Hadn't she ever been sought out by Tang Ji alone? Did Bai Xiang hold a higher position in Tang Ji's heart? What was lacking in herself? As Liao Haomio entered the classroom and asked for Bai Xiang, Wen Lingshu looked puzzled. She couldn't believe that Bai Xiang, who was considered one of the most attractive in the class, was acting so out of character. Observers were surprised by his actions, as he usually kept a cold demeanor. The news of Tangji looking for him seemed to have sparked a drastic change in his behavior. Tan's sister, Bai Xiang, rushed over to Tangji upon hearing her name, completely ignoring Wen Lingshu behind him. This action greatly upset Wen Lingshu. She used to be able to catch his attention by frowning, but now he didn't even spare her a glance. Did he no longer care for her? Anything? Tan's sister? Bai Xiang stood in front of Tangji, calling her Tan's sister affectionately, even more so than a real sister. His smile seemed genuine. After observing him, Tangji said wistfully, "Oh, your recovery ability is quite good. You're already up and about today." She recalled his condition from the previous day, and it was surprising how quickly he had recovered. "It's nothing. Just needed a nap. I knew Tang's sister wouldn't go too far." Bai Xiang patted his chest, chuckling and saying, "Nonsense." Tangji gave him a stern look but had to admit his resilience. It seemed as if Bai Xiang had been conditioned, possibly due to the incident from the previous day. "Go back." "Okay." Once she had sent Bai Xiang back, Tangji turned and left, with Wen Lingshu following. As Tangji handed Wen Lingshu a lollipop, a subtle change in Wen Lingshu's demeanor was noticeable. Tangji secretly thought to herself, "It's not as difficult as I imagined." Yin Mengren carried a plate of pre-cut fruits out from the kitchen and placed it on the table. Zhou Heng was immersed in his studies with great concentration. Yin Mengren habitually massaged Zhou Heng's shoulders and softly whispered by his ear, "Take a break, you've been working so hard lately." Zhou Heng gently held Yin Mengren's hand and replied, "I can't. The college entrance examination is coming soon. If I don't study hard, I'm afraid I won't get into your university." Yin Mengren pursed her lips, her eyes showing deep concern for Zhou Heng. With only about half a month left until the college entrance examination, the final stage of senior year passed by quickly. Everyone was busy studying, and there were no major events happening each day. They spent their weekends studying at home instead of going out to play. It had been months since Zhou Heng and Yin Mengren last saw Zhu Dao, let alone Liao Haomiao. They occasionally chatted on their phones, looking forward to meeting and having fun after the exams were over. Time flew by, and the college entrance examination was approaching. Zhou Heng checked the time, realizing it was already late. Even if he started studying immediately after returning home and study while eating, time still seemed to slip away quickly. "Forget it. Let's take a break," he said as he put down his pen and leaned back in his chair, gazing up at the ceiling with a sigh. Inside a private room of a restaurant, two people were sitting quietly at that moment. These two people were Yu Lingshu and Bai Kang, sitting at the furthest distance from each other, both playing with their phones. The table was already set with delicious food, but they had not picked up their chopsticks, as if waiting for someone. Before long, the door of the private room suddenly opened, causing both of them to raise their heads simultaneously. Tangji's figure appeared at the doorway. She was dressed in all black, her expressionless face making her appear especially cold. Her arrival prompted Yu Lingshu and Bai Kang to stand up from their seats and greet her. One person pulled out a chair for Tangji, while the other poured tea for her. This seemed like a routine behavior they were accustomed to, done very naturally and appropriately. Tangji sat down and calmly said, "Sit, let's talk." The two then took their seats, silently awaiting Tangji's words. After taking a sip of tea, Tangji continued, "From now on, keep a low profile. Focus on your own tasks and don't bother me for now. It's time to study seriously." Yu Lingshu and Bai Kang nodded in response. "Are you both also going to East Pearl University? How else will you continue getting close to Zhou Heng? Are you prepared? Can you guarantee your admission?" Tangji questioned. The two exchanged a glance, showing confidence in their eyes, but not providing a direct affirmative answer. Their grades were not a concern, but they were cautious of potential unforeseen events. Tangji's sharp gaze scrutinized them, making them nervous. Facing Tangji, they felt both respect and fear. Initially, it was due to her status, but gradually, they realized it didn't matter. What mattered was Tangji's superiority in all aspects. Each time, Tangji's dominance left them, incapable of surpassing her in any way, as if everything was under her control. Having been raised in an elite educational environment, they were confident compared to ordinary high school students. They never expected to be completely outmatched by Tangji, lacking any chance to turn the tables. They truly admired Tangji's excellence, unrelated to any other reasons. After a moment of silence, Tang Zi instructed them to share any insider information they had about Zhou Heng, emphasizing transparency for their benefit. By Kang hesitantly mentioned and their limited knowledge, passing the conversation to Yu Lingshu.